Chapter 126 Cooperate with the fight against counterfeiting? Thanks for one night of desolation, rewards for idle clouds. Is there any such easy and high return investment in the world? But after the excitement, Ma Yaoi was filled with regret again. After going back tonight, he had to lend him 200,000 even if he wrote an IOU to his father. Otherwise, if I missed this wave, I would be afraid I would regret it for the rest of my life. Unlike Ma Yaoi's excitement, Hong Bao's face suddenly became a little ugly. This result was indeed beyond his expectations. This stunt actor who used to play a supporting role in the group through relationships is so hidden? Yu Wenel smiled awkwardly, with a hint of annoyance hidden on his face. Losing. He didn't expect that Baisong was so popular with so many people, so he would have such diarrhea after he knew it, so he would have bought a bet with Zhang Baji. Millions were picked up for free. Although he is very popular now, he is still a middle and lower class who is being squeezed. At least you have to accept a few endorsements to make money. At the scene, in addition to Zhang Baji, Sun Yaoi and others, some viewers who bet Du Sheng were also excited and cheered. Most of them bought the outer huqiao, and many of them were from Fuyun Pavilion, so they just wanted to try it. Although several of the Fuyun Pavilion were eliminated by Du Sheng and the others, they must know more than outsiders how powerful Du Sheng is. As for others, perhaps they didn't have much expectations for Du Sheng, but just wanted to buy a surprise and play. People in Xiangjiang like Yaita very much, making a fortune is more important than anything else. Take a try, the bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Come on, that handsome guy from the mainland, and continue to support you in the next game. It's indeed a ghost sniper, and even the big hits were sniped to death. It seems that you can make it a chance to advance to the finals if you win so easily. Unlike the audience, which is excited, scolded, or indignant, the contestant seat is surprisingly quiet. Or, a little silent. The young master of the Li family's eyes were slightly bright, and he looked at Zheng Zidao who came to help the boxing. Is this the master of national martial arts you mentioned? Zheng Zidao looked a little happy, and he should have won a lot, but he said with a little regret. It's amazing. Unfortunately, he is devoted to filming, and participating in fighting is purely a playful nature. The young master of the Li family thoughtfully and thought for a while. If he is really so powerful, he can penetrate it all the way. Sponsorship and investment are easy to say. There are 3 famous families in Xiangjiang that are more famous. One is the Li Kaoran family, the second is Li Ziaji of Xinhongji Real Estate, and the third is the Li Shipeng family, represented by the largest Chinese bank in Xiangjiang. And he comes from the third Li family, and his overall wealth is no worse than that of Zheng Zidao's family. If Du Sheng really represents some mainland organizations to participate in the war, he can try to win over and pave the way for future development in the mainland. On the other side, looking at Hong Tianzhao who was being carried down by Baisong, his face was gloomy now. To be honest, Hong Tianzhao really didn't understand how Baisong lost. His master Zhou Billy had a few times before and knew how sharp the other party's fist was. He was afraid that even a dozen millimeters thick wooden board could be smashed through with one punch. But he saw something just now. Baisong's uppercut and flying knee hit Du Sheng's arm and thigh, but the latter was like tickling and not only pain, but it was not shaking. No wonder the audience feels that they are fighting fake punches. But Baisong participated in the Legend of Woolen this time to make money, why should he let the money go? Not to mention that Hong Tianzhao can't understand, even one of the top 3 popular players is known as the kickboxing maniac Sato Ko couldn't help but frown. However, his strength and experience are much greater than that of Hong Tianzhao, and it can be seen that Baisong has tried his best. Even realizing that he and others all underestimated Du Sheng. Both the explosive power and defense power of the opponent are extraordinary. Baisong's punch burst was at least 500 pounds, and even if he was buffered by the gloves, he would feel sore even if he was hit. Is this kid like Tyson, who has natural ability to resist strikes? This situation can be achieved either because of the low sensitivity of nerve pain or high muscle strength and muscle density. But no matter which one is, it cannot be easily practiced. For example, Tyson has fought since childhood and has been wearing swords and sticks. Later, after 7 years of devil strike training, this strengthened muscle density and allowed the local pain to disappear. What surprised Sato Ko most was that Du Sheng's explosive power was also good. One punch is more than 600 or 700 pounds. What a damn concept! For strength-trained boxers, they can reach 500 or 600 pounds, and there are many boxers who can reach more than 700 pounds, but their weight is over 100 kilograms. And how much weight is Du Sheng? This obviously goes against scientific common sense. Moreover, there are many factors in boxing competitions, and it is impossible to explode with all your strength. It is quite good to be able to perform 700% of the time you usually train. It is conceivable how terrifying Du Sheng's real boxing power is. Sato Ko asked himself in a stern manner, can he be of the same level as the other party at his age? The answer is no. For a moment, many contestants' expressions became cautious and began to take them seriously. This is not a slut, it is obviously pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I am about to become a piglet. Du Sheng ignored outsiders' speculations. After all, he had no intention of hiding his weakness, but he just had no chance to come to power before. After dealing with the organizer's interview, he was beaten to death by Lu Ying. A Sheng, congratulations, the finals are expected. Lu Yingzhou faced with his fists and congratulated him. Although he is quite optimistic about Du Sheng, he has seen his skills with his own eyes. But the other party's performance today still amazed him. Judging from this attitude, not to mention being a real kung fu star, I'm afraid that the champion will have a chance to win. By then, this popularity and value will be completely different. Brother Hua is so absurd. There are still a few more events in the future, so it's too early. Du Sheng smiled calmly and said hello to Xiang Tai, who seemed to be. Stay, there is great potential. Although Xiang Tai was a little moved, he was a rare word of encouragement. The entertainment industry has always been a circle with intertwined connections and complex relationships. Without strong support, it is very difficult to make a name for itself. Although this young man first entered Xiangzhong, he relied on his extraordinary skills and opportunities to establish a private relationship with Du Qifeng, Zhu Zhuoyang, and Lu Yingluo. Today, you have made your mark and will achieve something in the pond in the future. Her words undoubtedly gave Lu Huan's bath and threw a widow's seal. Come on, I believe you can do it. Zhang Baji's words were filled with joy, and her beautiful eyes kept lingering on the man. However, the media was taking pictures, and she didn't say much, just blinked. Du Sheng understood at a glance. We will do a good job of tutoring tonight. A Sheng, it turns out that you were really not kidding before. Sun Yaoi smiled bitterly and said with a little exaggeration. Good guy. You must kneel down and beg me not to die if you hit me with such a powerful punch. Haha. The few people were polite and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, Xiang Tai was a Xiangzhong River parade and his friends were everywhere, and he was called away soon. Although Zhang Baji was reluctant, she could only follow her. Sun Yaoi still had to prepare for the concert and said goodbye and left. Lu Yingluo seemed to be a busy person. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and said, The Infernal Affairs is about to be finished and is expected to be released on May Day. If the box office is good, I will start preparing the second part at that time, and I guess you will have a role. As the film producer, he has long planned many things. This is to get a vaccination in advance to avoid accidents. In addition, Hong Kong films are declining, and its focus of development will shift to the mainland in the future. This relationship must be handled better. According to Du Sheng's current development trend, he will definitely shine in the mainland in the future. There is a saying that instead of adding icing on the cake, it is better to provide timely help. Brother Hua just needs to open his mouth and be at any time. Du Sheng naturally knew this, thanked him with a little kindness, and agreed immediately. Infernal Affairs 2 has both box office and reputation. Lu Jianming's young version is still one of the protagonists, so he will certainly not miss it. Liu's bathing was full of oxim, and Du Sheng was also preparing to go back. Unexpectedly, Hong Bao actually walked towards him. Talk a few words. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment, but without saying much, he followed the other party into the reception hall. Seeing this, Ma Yaoi knew that Hong Bao had something to talk to Du Sheng alone, so he stayed outside tactfully. He threw a reassuring look at Du Sheng, as if telling him, "This is sponsored by the Zheng family, nothing will happen." After entering a side room, Hong Bao looked at Du Sheng a few times and said directly, "I'm asking for the Baisong you defeated today relationship invited." In fact, this sentence is still reserved. That is, there are several retired boxers like Baisong, the difference is that their strength is high or low. When Du Sheng heard this, he instantly understood Hong Bao's intention. As a father, how could he not know his son's strength? If Hong Tianzhao lets himself make a move, he will have to burn incense to return to his god. Hong Bao was unwilling to accept this, so he thought of a move outside the market. Use money and connections to clear obstacles for your son. Unfortunately, this plan was once implemented before it could be implemented. Oh? So what? Du Sheng smiled and looked at Hong Bao, waiting for his next sentence. Hong Bao didn't go around the corner, and seemed to say something. "I have to say that I did underestimate you before. How about doing me a favor if I have worked well in the past?" Du Sheng vaguely guessed the other party's next words and said without comment, "If you have something to say, you might as well say it." He didn't even shout for Brother Bao, so as not to get angry. Good cooperation? The reason why he was able to enter single police Flying Dragon last time was because he had a favor and some money, so he had the chance to replace the unlucky guy who was originally scheduled to play. In addition, the crew is filming anti-drug scenes in the countryside, so it is impossible to invite an outside role for a small supporting role. It is inevitable to find special stunts, martial arts substitutes, and extras. It's very simple, helping my son reach the final. Hong Bao did not mind Du Sheng's name, but paid attention to his change in his face. Of course, I won't let you help in vain. You can count movie appointments, endorsements, and money. Du Sheng smiled slightly, not surprised by this. In the eyes of most people, there is no problem that cannot be solved by power and money. Although he currently has certain assets, he does not have enough cash on hand. Coupled with the other party's film contract, it is indeed a bit attractive to him. Chapter 127 The Head of the 85 Flowers in the Future. However, there is a saying that if you want to make a blacksmith, you must be strong yourself. Just based on Hong Tianzhao's second level, it is difficult to reach the quarterfinals knockout round, and he still dares to get into the finals? Du Sheng was not in a hurry to express his opinion, and he was fun. "So, you are not actually interested in the championship, but you just like that title and popularity, so as to pave the way for Brother Tianzhao in the entertainment industry." Hong Bao did not deny it because this could not be hidden from anyone who is interested. "I do have this plan." Du Sheng didn't know what he remembered and said leisurely. "Recently, the domestic fighting circle has been depressed and even been ridiculed by neon puppets. You have put such a lot of effort into opening up the mainland market, right?" Hong Bao raised his head in shock and looked at the young man in front of him for the first time. Nowadays, people with some eyesight can see that Hong Kong films are beyond salvation, and Southeast Asia and the Bay City market are also lost. So what is the way out? It can only be in the mainland. The Legend of Woolen is currently one of the best fighting competitions in the country. As long as you reach the final, this value is extraordinary. This is why he has to work hard and spend money and connections to win over Baisong and others to pave the way. Yes, as long as Azao reaches the final, this will not pose too much threat to you. Hong Bao is still self-aware of his son's strength. There is no extravagance to be the champion and runner-up, but only to reach the semifinals. It would be better to win the third place. Du Sheng smiled and said, Mr. Hong, I'm sorry, do you think Brother Tianzhao has the potential to become famous? If it weren't for knowing that this fat man loved him very much, he wouldn't be talking nonsense today. But being idle is also being idle, just treat it as a communication. After all, he is also a blind man who touches the elephant when he is in the boxing world. Hong Bao's eyes instantly became sharp, staring at Du Sheng. What, do you think he threatens you? No, I'm just talking about the matter. Du Sheng was neither afraid nor attached to the situation. As if he had not heard the coldness in it, he said lightly. With your current status, you should understand whether an artist can become famous. In addition to your strength, you also need to meet several prerequisites. For example, character design, appearance, and audience eye contact. His words were actually considered polite. Just a way to say it. Hong Bao could understand naturally and frowned. The other party was indeed right, his son was not outstanding in all aspects. In this big divat in the entertainment industry, sometimes ability does not represent everything. Xiao Hong can be supported by her network resources, but if she wants to become famous, she still needs to have her unique charm and audience connection. Hong Bao did not give up and said in a deep voice. So, are you not sure if you reach the semifinals? He naturally could see that Du Sheng was interested in his conditions and did not want to offend him for no reason. The reason why I refused was mostly because I felt that my son was unable to support the mud, but I just didn't say it directly and hurt people. I have to say that the person in front of me is not like a young man at all, and he is more like an old middle-aged man. Even if you are not happy with yourself or the request you make, you will not openly break up, but will let yourself retreat. When he took his son to the other party, Hong Bao's face became even more embarrassing. Du Sheng considered that there might be a collaboration in the next few movies, so he casually said, I think you should talk to the kickboxing maniac and Horan Giant Bear. These two. He is a popular contestant in the finals of this year's Legend of Woolen, and many viewers are coming for them. Hong Bao didn't say anything more and nodded and stood up. Du Sheng watched the other party leave and shook his head in his heart. Originally, there was the incense of Fan Yaoxian, he planned to tease him a few words. But seeing the other party putting down his heirs for his son, he lost much interest. But next, it is still okay to make the father and son feel ashamed of themselves. As soon as I walked out of the reception hall, the round of competition was just over. I don't know if there are any audience members who lose, but I can hear a few national treasures' curses along the way from time to time. Suddenly, a noise came. Wallet, my wallet! A woman in front was pushed and lost her balance and fell to the ground. Du Sheng looked up and saw a cruel man running towards him. Get out of here, don't block the way. The bad boy flew away the crowd with a butterfly knife while fleeing towards the exit. His left hand was holding a wallet and he was almost unwilling to put it down. It was obvious that he was discovered just after pickpocketing. Du Sheng leaned to the sidewalk, and when Lanzi was about to rush over, he stretched out his feet and stomped on as if nothing had happened. If someone who learns martial arts here, he will definitely recognize this kick. There is a technique called stomp the feet. The sinking force generated by its exertion can penetrate the surface of the ground by stomping its feet, and it penetrates into the ground in a conical shape, and its toes can be crushed. Ah! As expected, the bad boy felt as if he was shocked and fell to the ground in an instant. The nearby audience could clearly hear a sound of bone shattering, and they looked at Du Sheng who was slowly closing his legs. Wow, it's a ghost sniper. Just with this stomp just now, it's not surprising that he can beat Bei Song. This kid is definitely a master. He stomped his toes and is cruel. Beautiful boy, can you sign my daughter's name? There is a saying that 10 fingers connect the heart, but in fact the toes are the same. Seeing the miserable appearance of the bad boy in tears, his toes burst into pieces. Du Sheng smiled at the audience, pulled out his wallet, let them surround the bad boy, and stepped forward to help the girl up. "Are you okay?" The girl looked up and showed a delicate face. The fox face has fair and delicate skin, about 1.68 meters tall, and looks familiar. "I'm fine, thank you." The girl smiled awkwardly and stood up. When Du Sheng heard the other party's voice and looked at it carefully, his face turned even more strange. At the age of 16 or 17, he has a gentle temperament, a slim figure, big and vivid eyes, as if he can capture the soul. This young age is particularly eye-catching in a fashionable outfit. Especially the slender straight and beautiful legs outside the hem of the skirt, it is simply a series of playtime. Du Sheng recognized it. It turns out to be the first of the 85 flowers in the future. Yang Mi took the wallet and said thank you, and also recognized Du Sheng, and was overjoyed. "Your duel just now was a great fight." Du Sheng was a little surprised. "You're here to watch the boxing match?" "Of course. I'm half of your fan," Yang Mi said excitedly. "Also, I came from the mainland, I didn't expect it." Haha. She now has the mentality that fans are lucky to meet their idols. "Seeing that my agent's friend has not come back, he is even more lively and innocent. Very suitable for this age. After all, both sides are from the mainland, so they naturally feel a sense of intimacy. The most important thing is that she just watched Du Sheng kill King Yao with her own finger, which made her feel like her own people have won. There are really not many people from mainland China who come to Xiangjiang to make a name for themselves. Although she happened to come here to shoot, she also tasted the bitterness. Du Sheng's punch not only tore open the barriers, but also successfully made his reputation. Even conquered many people from Xiangjiang. This is a very amazing thing. Du Sheng felt a dreamlike feeling in his heart when he heard the little girl beside him talking excitedly. If someone took this scene, her fans would probably cover their faces in shame in the future. "I recognized the wrong person, this is not our big secret." Du Sheng saw that it was still early, and considering that the studio and filming in the future would require manpower, he also had some thoughts. "I talked about my experience and interests, but the one I talked about the most was Yang Mi." She told Du Sheng that she was filming the cover of Ruili in Xiangjiang, Fashion Speech Truth and the interesting stories in the modeling industry. It is obvious that this person has not made a fortune yet, but is just a signed model from Ruili magazine. If the historical trajectory is correct, I guess I will have to wait until I sign into Rongxinda Company next year and play the role of Guo Xiang in The Legend of Condor Heroes the next year, so that my career will be smoother. When Du Sheng saw the other party ask, he talked about his boxing career and the filming in Xiangjiang. "Really? Are you going to go back to the mainland to take the Nortel film examination later?" Yang Mi said happily. "My home is near Nortel. I'll take you there." Well, this is indeed like fan behavior. According to her opinion, she accidentally noticed Du Sheng, a mainlander, from the promotion of Big Boy. The two chatted a little speculatively. The main thing is Yang Mi talking about it, as if there is endless topics to talk about. Du Sheng listened with a smile and occasionally interjected. Unfortunately, her agent Su Man came back and looked at the two of them in surprise. Yang Mi was a little annoyed because she was going to take a cover photo. Before leaving, she asked Du Sheng for contact information, but she couldn't bear it. He turned his head and said, "When you come to Daijing, remember to come to find me, I'm going back soon." "Sure, see you then." Du Sheng smiled and nodded, waved goodbye. "Zai Shi, how did you meet?" When Su Man saw Yang Mi walking away, she still had a brisk smile on her lips and couldn't help asking. "This girl's behavior is really weird. I was still fiddling with my phone to set the photo of the two of them as a screensaver. I have only left for a moment, what is this happening? Even the behavior of fans is not like this." Yang Mi's mouth raised, her smile was pleasant. "Haha, you don't believe it, there was a bad guy just now. In a word, fate is wonderful. Su Man's eyes twitched, you're infected with the virus. Fortunately, she knew that although Yang Mi was young, she was a child star, so she would not be able to chase stars. It is probably just a rare opportunity to meet a mainland artist. Moreover, Du Sheng is indeed very popular. Both parties are of the same age. Maybe they can support him after making friends. When I think of the other party's TV series plus the popularity of the movie release plus the media grand occasion of The Legend of Woolen entering the 32-year-old. Maybe I still climbed up. But who can tell what will happen next? On the other side, Zhang Baji's RV. Even though the battle was over for so long, this girl was still a little excited and kept browsing the laptop page. See if a man's record has been published in the newspaper or published. The agent Lu Yingfang sat aside, wanting to speak but stopping. Ding dong. At this time, a message popped up on the phone. She took a look and found it was a reply sent by the company. After reading it, Lu Yingfang frowned. She thought about it and said to Zhang Baji, who was in a good mood. Baiji, I have received news from the record company. It seems that it is planning to cooperate with Yinghuang Entertainment to help it repair Xie Tingfeng's reputation and popularity. Your EP album Love. Chapter 128 Secret Love. Zhang Baji calmed down, laughed and said sarcastically. I know, Sister Minnie is pretending to tell me that she hasn't found good songs recently, and the creation of the album may be postponed. She knew the purpose of this, without guessing. It was Yinghuang who put pressure on the company to cooperate with her, change his mind and even issued a statement that was biased towards Xie Tingfeng. This is already a common trick for companies to control artists. Moreover, in the mind of the director of the artist department, connection resources are always more important than artists. Lu Yingfang sighed. Yes, I know that this is not fair to you. But now the release date of the album is set, the main song is about. Then let's postpone it. Anyway, the two albums have not been filled with waves, and the company doesn't pay attention to it. It doesn't matter to Zhang Baji, she even feels in the mood to swipe her phone. Speaking of which, in the second year of her debut, she released her first personal EP Any Weather, and achieved platinum sales. Especially the theme song of the movie Starry Wishes, which won the top 10 Most Popular Newcomer Award for the Golden Songs and the Best Original Movie Song Award for the Golden Picture Award. Let the record company make a lot of money. But the last two albums did not have a good song that suited her. The vocal music itself was just a rush to be put on the shelves, and the response could only be said to be average. Now that the contract is about to expire, the record company is not very good at maintaining it. Hi. At this time, Zhang Baji, who was watching entertainment news, suddenly exclaimed lightly. After a closer look, my beautiful eyes lit up. Lu Yingfang did not notice her changes, suppressed her worries and comforted her. You don't have to worry too much. I'll look for relationships and it's okay to make up a few songs to be released as scheduled. There are a lot of songs on the market and the company has collected a lot of them, but very few are outstanding. And it is not the turn of Zhang Baiji. This is also the reason why the album Love does not have a decent title song. No, it's not necessary to get it. After reading the news, Zhang Baiji said happily. If he was really so talented, maybe he could even get a fine song. Lu Yingfang didn't understand why she said that. Who does he mean? Xie Tingfeng is indeed a little talented. I have also created songs before. Could it be that Zhang Baji plans to change her mind and agree to cooperate with her in a play? But she was so determined before that she didn't even want to hear Xie's relevant information. This is unlikely. However, Zhang Baiji's happy look did not seem to be fake. She said so earnestly and obviously felt a little confident. What is this situation? If Lu Yingfang saw the news title that Zhang Baji had just read, she might be able to guess. The most eye-catching Murong Fu? He is a drama-making actor in seconds, and his kung fu is not as good as a martial arts superstar. He is also a songwriter genius? Yes, this is the headline news of the Urban Entertainment News. This is naturally the work of the little witch Zheng Xian. The previous version of The Most Look-Stealing Mirong Fu received a good response, and she continued to publish a version. In addition to mentioning Du Sheng's acting skills, outstanding skills, and the 7th-generation successor of the Beiji Huang family, he also highlights his life and deeds. These include Du Sheng's experience of singing in a bar, stunts and martial arts. Of course, the one with the most pens and ink is placed on the Cantonese version of Qianlong and Goddess Dragon. Because Zheng Xian didn't consider resuming another version, she accidentally saw it. The difficult sutra and the general vertical and mountains of thousands of water and thousands of mountains are currently receiving good responses. Especially on the new song download list, the two songs actually rose to 8th and 13th in one fell swoop. The download volume of one MP3 exceeded 980,000, and the download volume of the other 690,000. Looking at the soaring popularity, it is certain to move upwards. According to Zheng Xian's speculation, most of this is attributed to the popularity of the two TV series. On the other hand, the two theme songs are indeed excellent, with surging melody and full of emotions. Even people who don't understand Cantonese will be addicted to it. Classic, so classic. It turns out that this song The Difficult Sutra was sung by Mirong Fu, and I am ignorant. More than that, The Legend of the Mountains is also sung by the actor Sai Hua Tuo, Proud Face. Indeed, I don't know if I don't search. I was shocked when I searched. It turns out that my brother Sheng is really talented. The lyrics and music are great, the singing is in the heart and lungs, and you must download the ringtone. Every time the theme song of The Difficult Sutra sounds, it seems that it can bring people into the magnificent world of Tianlong. This resonance is too exaggerated. It sounds good, but it's a bit useless to sing. Relevant comments below the song are constantly refreshing, and more than 95% of the positive reviews are considered. Following Qian Jingting mentioned by the report, Zhang Baji first clicked into the comments section of Thousands of Water and Thousands of Mountains. Whenever I see a comment of praise or praise, I can't help but feel happy on my face. Occasionally, when she saw one or two words slandering Du Sheng or songs, she couldn't help but frown and even registered a small account to log in to refute. This kind of empathy with honor is something that outsiders cannot understand at all. For example, Lu Yingfeng, the agent sitting beside him, paid attention to Zhang Baji's expression of joy and annoyance, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What are you watching? How can you feel like fans are reading idle comments? It shouldn't be true. Zhang Beizi is a popular star herself, who else is worthy of her so sought after? Because of the other party's situation, there are signs of turning into a dog licking. It's just that the main song is a little worse. Is there any other problem? Zhang Beizi hurriedly put away her phone and thought of something. I'll ask later, I should have a chance to get one. Lu Yingfeng wanted to speak but stopped, but finally held her mind and nodded. The EP album usually has 5 or 6 songs, and the main feature Love is indeed almost interesting, and the rest are just waiting to be recorded. Zhang Baji's beautiful eyes turned and her mind became even more lively. That night, after finally finishing the announcement, she immediately took a bus to the hotel where Du Sheng was staying. Although she was slightly concealed and even wore a mask to raise her color, it was difficult to do something like waiting for the rabbit. In the corner, a paparazzi who was keen on tracking gossip saw the expected figure appear, and his eyes were flashing with excitement. Previously, at the Legend of the Martial Arts competition, he thought something was wrong with Zhang Baji. Looking at the man fighting on the ring, he felt a sense of love. This is amazing. In addition, Du Sheng won? King Yao broke into 32, which was also a hot topic, so he simply chased him all the way to the hotel. But the other party was quite alert, he couldn't continue and didn't even find the room number. But this cannot defeat him. As for time, there is more. Now, I've been there. Seeing Zhang Baji walking towards the room, someone opened the door to greet him. He hid in the distant corner with caution, stretched out the camera in his hand half, and shot the shutter silently. Although I can't see clearly and I haven't taken intimate images, this is definitely big news. The paparazzi was secretly surprised. Who would have thought that Zhang Baji, who is known as the successor of the Jade Girl, had such an unknown side in private? Hehe, this year's performance has been completed ahead of schedule. He looked down at the photos in the camera, and his smile became brighter and brighter. But the man who came into the camera only had a side face and was blurry, so he couldn't help but scold him sourly. What? This mainland handsome guy is cheap. That night, Xiangjiang's social networking website hot search list was occupied by a series of hot topics. The number one beauty in Xiangjiang, Zhang Baji, meets a man late at night. Zhang Baji's true face was exposed in private, and she actually likes young and handsome guys. The secret love between Zhang Beizi and the contestant of The Legend of Martial Arts. Is it the rule, or does Zhang Baji take revenge on Xie Tingfeng? In the same room, intimate scenes are exposed. Figures 1, 2, 3. I feel sorry for Xie Tingfeng. Among them, the two entries, the number one beauty in Xiangjiang and the new Jade Girl leader's car fall rushed directly to the front 3 rows. The whole night was boiling. Guo Fuqin just announced the news of the concert. He was originally ready for the promotional press, but unexpectedly, he was swallowed up by these explosive news as soon as he appeared in the top 10 of the Xiangjiang Entertainment Edition. He shook his head and sighed in his heart. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the previous. Countless netizens were unbelievable and they all argued excitedly. No, Zhang Baji has Xiang Tai's care, so how could she do anything randomly? The Hong Kong circle is so chaotic, what's impossible? The successor of the Jade Girl sect? That's just a publicity stunt, just listen. To be honest, even if you want to find a man, you should find someone with great strength. What is Zhang Baji's vision? Isn't this Du native? How did you know Zhang Baji? This photo is fake at a glance. If you want background, you have no background, you have no popularity. Unless he has any specialties, it is most likely that his competitors are slandering it. He is quite handsome, but Zhang Baji wants to find a lot of men like this, so she can go to the mainland to find them. Not necessarily. Have you watched Big Boy that is being released? The two of them collaborated on it. Maybe they would have been online at that time. After you say that, I'm interested in this movie. If you want to ask, will no one sympathize with Xie Tingfeng? What's the point of sympathy for a man who has realized the truth in the dragon field? If you want to sympathize with Chen Wangzai, you should sympathize with him. Not only did you get beaten for nothing, but you didn't even get enough water for foot washing. That's right, instead of sympathizing with these rich second-generation stars, you should care about your rent. Don't you think it's very pragmatic to take Zhang Beizi down? Damn it! Really, doesn't this mean we have a chance too? As they chatted, many people began to fantasize about it and even became the protagonist Du Sheng. At this time, the two protagonists were swinging their way out. Wait, Xie Tingfeng's phone call. Zhang Baji's body was fragrant and her jade feet were trembling. She turned her head hard, reached out and pressed her hand on Du Sheng's strong abdominal muscles, and aroused a reminder. This is such a big bastard. I shouldn't have come to learn martial arts in a hurry. Bajiquan cannot be learned at all. Sanda also needs to stance horses, which is too difficult to resist. And it takes more than half an hour to practice. You also need to learn some strange moves. Zhang Baji was powerless to complain and hesitated to press her phone to answer the call. She had to release someone who was blocked because of a fight incident. With the recent albums, some communication is inevitable. Chapter 129 I Only Have Feelings for You. On the other end of the phone, Xie Tingfeng's anger was heard. Where are you? What do you mean? The other party's tone made Zhang Baji frown. I said the day before yesterday, don't always call me, otherwise, She couldn't help it and turned her head and gave Du Sheng a blank look. This bastard is really tickling. Xie Tingfeng took a deep breath and simply said directly. Are you with a mainlander named Du? A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Baji's face. She asked herself that there was no place to show off her feet, and even though she was not confused, she scolded. What are you talking nonsense, and who am I with, what does it have to do with you? Humph! Zhang Baji snorted coldly at the end of her speech, as if she was slandered but couldn't say anything about her suffering. But what's the truth? I'm talking nonsense? Haha, the scenes of you and the mainland man named Du entered the hotel have spread throughout the internet. Xie Tingfeng couldn't help but feel angry, and his voice roared. Oh no! It is likely that he was secretly photographed by the squat. Zhang Baji suddenly changed color slightly and realized something in an instant. So what, we have nothing to shame. However, she has experienced hardships since childhood and is quite eager to calm down. My sister Minnie knows this. My album is missing a title song, and a Sheng has a suitable one. I just came to discuss the recording matters and didn't understand what these random reports were. Du Sheng, who was teaching horse stance later, was about to teach her a trick of a trampling, but he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up when he heard this. Not to mention the rest, just this line, this skill and this reaction are enough to instantly kill 90% of the young and handsome actresses in the future. And this girl is talking about the facts, and the purpose tonight is to make the album matter. Practicing martial arts or something is just an interest. Album collaboration. Xie Tingfeng was stunned for a moment, and his anger was slightly restrained. He is a little shrimp from a special stunt background. Can he write songs for you? There are indeed precedents in this situation. Female singers such as twins, Xuepgai and Liang Yangqi all communicate with creators at night. To be honest, he didn't think that a proud daughter like Zhang Baji would look down on a poor and innocent mainland boy. Most of these reports are catching wind and shadows, or deliberately taken out of context. The reason why he is doubtful is almost the same. I look down on a mainlander at all. I don't believe that such people have the ability to create a song. Not to mention the title song. This is simply nonsense. However, he wanted to go back, but the other party didn't give him a chance at all. This is the most annoying thing. I didn't expect that my dignified pride would have fallen to this level. How is it impossible? Do you think you can write songs all over the world? Zhang Baji heard that the other party looked down on her man a little, and her tone was unhappy. I have already mentioned this to Sister Minnie. Not only will the deputy title song be written by a Sheng, we will also sing it at that time. If you don't believe it, wait and see. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Just as I put down the phone, the agent and assistant also called one after another, asking about the situation. I don't know if it was because he had been studying for too long, but after Zhang Baji explained, she lost much strength. She could only flex her legs and slightly lift them, and support her hands to the side. She turned her head and said angrily, "There are overwhelming reports outside, should you pay attention?" I am not afraid, but the constant phone calls affect my mood. Moreover, she is learning martial arts and is often interrupted and speechless. Du Sheng didn't care and said slowly, "Don't worry about it for now. You can't give up halfway when practicing martial arts. I'll talk about it after I've finished teaching your last move." Zhang Baji knew that the man had an idea and felt better, and said with a little resentment, "You are such a bad guy. You are teaching people martial arts in the middle of the night." After Du Sheng taught her a long fist, she wiped her sweat. Then, the video of recording and singing songs together in advance was sent to the computer and greeted the woman. "Send it on your external blog, otherwise your agent will be anxious." Zhang Baji didn't care about her fatigue, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "So you've prepared for it?" Before, she wondered why as soon as she came, the man immediately took him to the next door to record and sing a new song. Now it makes sense. Could it be that I noticed that paparazzi followed me from the beginning? As for why people were not captured on the spot? This is not surprising. Either they are too far apart, and the paparazzi are too smart and they will be transferred before you can catch them. Either they were afraid that the other party would not take any photos, but they bite it back and even made headlines. Similar situations have happened before, and most of them are the artists who are in the wrong. As for the song being prepared so early? To be honest, Zhang Baji was a little surprised. Before coming, she did mention the album songs to Du Sheng. But how long does it take? Less than half an hour. It is most likely that it is the inventory accumulated by Du Sheng's previous creations. Unless a man has a literary thought, how can he take it out of thin air? I have to say that this girl has an IQ online, but she guessed a little wrong. But you can't blame her if you guess wrong. Who would have thought that Du Sheng could really take it out of thin air, right? During this period, Qianlong Replay Plus Goddess Dragon released and broke through 5 Plus Martial Arts Legend entered 32 Plus Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu was promoted to the 4th level. While the reputation and platform fans have increased sharply, their physical fitness, identity, power, status, combat power, etc. have also increased invisibly. As expected, the comprehensive evaluation finally broke through, from E to E. Wind a lottery. Just now, Du Sheng pulled out the following 7 items. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shackle card, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the script of Legend of Sword and Fairy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the song Only Feeling for You. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 108 martial arts, green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the song Seeking Buddha. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill of Energy, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Mitsubishi military assassination. I won't talk about the shackle card, blue, it's the one that bears the function. It can improve the green skills such as singing, darts, and sound and dogs and horses to blue. Of course, the biggest effect is to break through barriers, allowing these skills that could only be upgraded to LV2 Max to become the perfect one. However, this thing is rarely produced, and Du Sheng has not considered where to use it yet. The script of The Legend of Sword and Fairy seems to be a big hit drama adapted from the game back then, or a cousin's representative work. This kind of thing that comes with a storyline can be photographed without thinking, so the more you can take pictures. If you have the opportunity to shoot, you have to buy the copyright of the game. This popularity cannot be wrong. Only Feelings to You, a popular love song sung by men and women, and it was one of the top 100 people in QQ Music back then. It was precisely because of this song that Du Sheng agreed to the woman's request. Of course, the condition is that the other party practices martial arts with him. 108 After all, the martial arts are just released, so you have to be able to practice it no matter how hard you are. It has to be said that although this skill is green, it has added more than 10 years of experience and skills that a certain guide is proud of, and is absolutely superb. Just ask Zhang Baji. After practicing for a while, not only did I sweat all over my body, but my jade feet were trembling. It's still a cold day, the effect is beyond words. The first choice for fitness in the future. Seeking Buddha, Imam. Seeing this song, Du Sheng twitched. I felt that the dead memory was attacking him. Although this song swept the rankings of major music websites back then, what can I say? Representative work of Saliva song. It's still the song of licking dogs. However, someone has become a winner in life with it, and there are countless popularity. Although Du Sheng is a little disgusted, he is disgusted with his straightforwardness. I waited for the studio to stabilize and I could try releasing an album if I had the chance. It is not impossible to be able to gain popularity from Lu Tianwang to be a 3-a-day artist. Energetic LV1/Blue, 1/1000. Your energy is different from that of ordinary people, and you can recover your energy in just 5 hours of sleep. This is good, and you will have more prospects in practicing martial arts in the future. Du Sheng's eyes lit up, and this was simply tailor-made. Time is money, this is a famous saying. As long as you upgrade, you will not be afraid of the future. If he combined the skills of putting heart and special physical constitution to use, he put his hands on his hips and asked who else. Mitsubishi military assassin. Needless to say, whether it is bloodletting or killing animals, it is a must-have for traveling at home. A Sheng, this song has a moving melody, the lyrics are affectionate and dedicated, and it is definitely a masterpiece. When Zhang Baji logged into the account, she couldn't help but turn her head, feeling a little happy and moved. This did you create it specifically for both of us? Although she was so shocked by this surprise that she was still full of excitement when she was pulled to record the song at first. Now, after the video was released, she couldn't help but click to play. Although the picture is a bit blurry, it can still be seen that the two of them are sitting side by side in the hotel KTV room, brewing emotions. The prelude sounded, and a small running-in trial sing came out. Maybe the first time singing is not very good, but it can be seen that the two of them are very dedicated and attentive. No matter how beautiful or sweet the smile is, it's not special. No matter how bitter or salty the tears are, with you comforting you, it is a sunny day. No matter how close you are, you will be too far away if you don't have a hug. Chorus, the whole world only has feelings for you. This song is very sweet and has sincere emotions between men and women. It not only conforms to the style of the album Love, but also is indeed suitable for being the title song. If you want to receive such an excellent song outside, you may not have it for 3 or 2 years unless you have a large connection or have a sufficient price. Zhang Baji didn't expect that a man was so awesome. This was simply customized. Seeing the woman hugging her happily, she looked satisfied and happy. Du Sheng naturally would not say bad atmosphere, and smiled faintly. You can think so too. He had no idea what kind of songs the album Love needed, so he could only say he was confused. But if there is any mistake, it is just that. It was fake that Zhang Baji said she was not moved. Huangzai hugged him and refused to let go, and her whole body was almost getting tired of it. Let your agent forward it on the official website and warns who rumormongers and related media to delete false reports. If you slander or falsely criticize, you will definitely pursue the matter with legal means and will never tolerate it. Du Sheng has thoughts in his past life and does not forget to remind him. Why do those traffic stars like to send lawyer letters? In addition to having too many things, this is also a means of hype and increase attention. Chapter 130 Street Proposal. 2.5 years of warning, please know the value. Although the paparazzi did not take ambiguous scenes, he would not let this happen. As for why it still hits the hot search? This is just Du Sheng fishing. In addition to being unable to catch the paparazzi on the spot, there is also some intention. Just look at the comments from netizens who are quickly pouring into the video. Huotong Luming. Is Zhang Baji taking a selfie? Damn it, so quickly to slap the evidence in the face. Hey, I'm really guiding the recording and singing. Impossible. The lonely man and widowed woman made an appointment at night. Do you think you are guiding the songwriter? Who believes it? So you're blind, Xie Tingfeng has come out to say it. Zhang Baji is indeed missing a title song. How else can you believe it? I've said it a long time ago. Just take a look at the photos and this kind of report is all about taking advantage of the popularity. It's really true. This handsome guy not only broke into Wulin 32, but also sang and composed 2 TV series theme songs. It's not surprising that he has this ability. That's right, I was shocked after searching. This mainland artist is so talented. The paparazzi who was squatting probably didn't expect that the reversal would come so quickly. I have to say that although the popularity of the Do person is not worthy of Zhang, the guidance is really careful. Didn't you notice that this song is beautiful in terms of melody and lyrics? It's true, although there is only a short chorus of men and women and there is no tuning yet, it's really good. After listening to this recording, I suddenly became a little interested. When will Love be released? Netizens thought that Zhang Baji's reputation would be damaged, but they never expected that things would reverse. And the reversal is so fast. Especially those who were waiting to eat the follow-up melon, their chins were shocked. Because it is difficult to fake a thing like recording and singing. First, the reversal is so fast that there is not much time to prepare. Secondly, this is the title song of the chorus. If it weren't for the creation in advance, how could it be collected rashly? Third, as for whether Zhang Beizi is lying, you can tell whether there is any song on the subsequent album. A lively storm was eliminated in this way. Du Sheng smiled. He had known a few blurry photos that would not be too convincing. What else can you prove besides proving that Zhang Baji did enter the room with her? How could Du Sheng not know about paparazzi stalking Zhang Baji? Since we cannot stop it immediately, we will deliberately let the paparazzi take a picture. In the face of this video of collaborating on recording and singing, all rumors were self-defeating. Even someone called, Du Sheng guessed it, but he didn't expect it was Xie Tingfeng. But what if Xie Tingfeng? It has nothing to do with Zhang Baji for a long time, and he has to retire temporarily because of the fight. As long as the scandal is not true and as long as it doesn't make a big deal, Du Sheng is fearless now. After all, his identity, popularity and status are too unconvincing, and anyone who sees it will feel fake. Xie Tingfeng also believes so. In other words, this pride of heaven didn't care so much about Zhang Baji, but was just possessive. As for the result, it is clear at a glance. Du Sheng and Zhang Baji finally got along from the top, without the need to hide like before. In addition, the album Love has gained great attention, and the duo's chorus of the title song Only Feeling For You is still on the hot search list. Countless netizens are urging Du Sheng to speed up progress, looking forward to the release of Love. Zhang Baji's image of focusing on her career is more deeply rooted in people's hearts, and has attracted a large number of passers-by. Du Sheng also became popular, and his popularity in Xiangjiang is almost comparable to that in the mainland. Due to promotion to The Legend of Woolen 32 plus rumors with Zhang Baji plus popularity feedback on Love plus aftermath of the release of Big Boy. In just one day, the reputation value that had originally increased to the bottom of Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu instantly soared to 12,829. Looking at the gratifying trend, I am afraid I can't stop for a while. Get up quickly, aren't you going to record? After Du Sheng got up, he saw that Zhang Baji was still sleeping like a pig in her arms, and couldn't help but slap the round face. The curves are ups and downs and graceful. If he hadn't wanted to be exposed unexpectedly like Teacher Chen, he would have to take a picture of his high and low status. Zhang Baji lazily opened her eyes and looked at him with her resentful eyes. What, do you still want to learn new skills from me? Du Sheng saw that the woman was pure and charming, so she had to say that she was quite seductive. You're such a bastard. Zhang Beizi said with slightest voice. It's not okay if you say it. How can I appear in public like this? It's like this every time, what if there is a problem? Although she likes children, she is not now. Du Sheng lifted the quilt and got out of bed, and said with a smile. Don't you enjoy it? You've been shouting that you like this kind of practice. It's really a disagreement. Zhang Baji gave him a blank look, but she didn't stay in bed, so she got dressed. By the way, I'll go back after the semifinals next week. Du Sheng called for breakfast and said while fiddling with her. Will you want to shoot the MV for that song? 2 or 3 days should be enough. Zhang Baji washed up and held her cheeks to watch the man be busy. Suddenly she felt a warm feeling. Although I knew that Du Sheng would return to the mainland sooner or later, I still felt a little reluctant. According to the company's meaning, the title song Love can be made into an MV, and there is no need for anything else. But both the agent and the producer think that Only Feeling for You is better in all aspects, and it is best to make it into an MV version. The record company obviously doesn't want to invest any more money, which is understandable. After all, the contract is about to expire. As for the deputy director who made an MV, in addition to the producer's advice, she was actually a little careful. It is such a special song Only Feeling for You, and it is the first time I have collaborated and sang together with a man, so I have to keep a souvenir. If she took a sweet picture together, she would be willing to make it at her own expense. Just make arrangements from you, and record the song in the afternoon. In 2 days, Du Sheng could still draw it. Since the release of Big Boy, there is no need to go public for promotion. But it has to be said that this movie has a good box office reputation in Hong Kong and the mainland, and it is destined to surpass its previous life. The popularity he has brought indirectly has also been very popular and has achieved its goal. As for The Legend of Woolen, the semifinals will be decided within 1 week. In order to expand your influence and attract investment and sponsorship in the remaining finals, the organizers will have to at least half a month later. This period of time is enough for him to return to the mainland to handle all matters. In the next 2 days, Du Sheng would cooperate with Zhang Baji's songs whenever he had time. During this period, he was also pulled by Zhang Bazi to film the MV of Only Feelings of You, and the content tends to be sensational. The two play a passionate couple, and they filmed romantic scenes such as acquaintance, knowing each other, showing their love, and showing off their dog food on the university campus. Anyway, it's sweet. Especially the look of Zhang Baji and Du Sheng looking at each other was so sweet that the staff were a little panicked. During this period, the two of them were inevitably attracted intimately, which made outsiders doubt whether the hot search the day before yesterday was true. Because it's too natural. There is no trace of false interpretation. If this was performed, it would be so good that even the director was a little skeptical. The next last scene is the scene where the male protagonist goes to a jewelry store to buy a diamond ring and proposes. There will be a play clip at that time. Considering that this song may become a popular classic, as well as subsequent film and television theme songs, album releases, etc., Du Sheng simply used the shackle card for his singing skills. And spent 10,000 yuan in reputation value to break through to LV3. Singing LV3/Blue, 11089/100000. If you want to increase your popularity and influence as soon as possible, this side job will definitely be commonly used in the future, and its importance is second only to filming and Dragon Elephant Prajna. But what made Du Sheng laugh and cry was that this street proposal scene actually attracted many people to watch. This caused some congestion in the surrounding streets. It even caused many enthusiastic discussions between teachers and ladies, as if they were considering whether to let their children get married and play with this trendy method. However, Zhang Bazi not only accepted this street proposal as if she was enjoying herself, but her sweet smile on her face never diminished. Fortunately, everyone onlookers knew that this was shooting a MV, otherwise it would definitely be on the hot search again. Crack. Very good, once. The director stood up with admiration and shouted a little excitedly. Although he did not have much requirements for details, as long as Du Sheng and Zhang Baji play a sweet feeling of couples, as well as the comics of the proposal. But the two of them were working so well in front of them. That delicate emotional change can't be seen as acting at all. Especially Du Sheng, a boy who has been on hot searches recently. At first, he heard that Zhang Baji was looking for someone like this to sing and write and shoot MVs, and he didn't agree with it like most people. But since he appreciated the entire song of Only Feelings for You and experienced the experience of filming today, he was surprised and admired. This kid really has something. No wonder it makes a proud girl like Zhang Baji convinced her. Although Zhang Baji was overjoyed, she was not surprised. This is the man he likes. If it weren't for some background, why would the achievements be like this? However, it is unquestionable to surpass Ye and Chen in the future. Time flies, and 3 days pass by in a flash. During this period, Du Sheng not only recorded and sang songs, but also participated in a fighting competition and easily reached 32. Since last time he killed boxing champion Bai Song in the ring, he has become a player of the audience with the sidelines. Especially those ghosts have begun to study whether to fight on him. In addition, recently, Du Sheng and Zhang Baji's album scandal have frequently murdered Phelan, and even made headlines in many third-rate newspapers. Compared with Du Sheng's smooth sailing, Hong Tianzhao's recent encounters have been like a roller coaster. After successfully advancing to the top 64, he took his friends to a nightclub for a party. He had a conflict with several bad boys for a moment of losing his composure. After returning home, he was scolded by Hong Bao for unprecedentedly. However, this kind of thing has long been commonplace for him and he doesn't care about it. What made him most uncomfortable was that the smooth race was also rugged. In the 64-32 game, he encountered an international boxer with great strength. The other party went for the finals, and Hong Bao could not communicate with money using his connections. Chapter 131 Gauge of an opportunity add to update 1 chapter. At the beginning, Hong Tianzhao was not worried. He has also competed with professional boxers in the past and even defeated popular players in Xiangzhong. The opponent is a brute-minded man, and he was unknown before. Unexpectedly, after the game started, he almost couldn't stand one round. The opponent's storm-like offensive once forced him to a desperate situation. If the referee hadn't been a little partial and waited for work in the last round, it would be difficult to win. After getting off the arena, Hong Tianzhao ignored the cheers and celebrations of his friends, and instead came to the boxing gym without saying a word. After training, I was exhausted and I was not venting. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence he had when he first met Du Sheng, and even had confusion and hesitation on his face. There is no other reason. In the next 3216 battle, the opponent was Du Sheng, who rushed in as a dark horse. At that time, the other party beat Bai Song. Although he was surprised, he did not take it seriously. But after this actual battle just now, he was inexplicably bored. Today, Du Sheng's opponent, also an internationally renowned boxer, was still defeated by him. This forced him to re-examine the gap between the two sides. When he talked with the students of Fuyun Pavilion, he asked himself that he could fight 5. Even if he competes with boxing master Zhou Billy, he can sometimes play 4 or 6. But why is the gap between me and Du Sheng so huge during the game? I'm not willing. Hong Tianzhao roared, his eyes red, and kicked the fitness ball in front of him away. If you are defeated by a former minion in the mainland, will you still have the face to be in trouble in the future? When he thought of his face jumping in front of Du Sheng, he angrily punched the seat cushion of the rear swing machine. Bang! The seat cushion of the rear swing machine became slightly concave, making a dull tremor. Outside the boxing gym, Hong Bao and Gao Lihong stood by the window in silence. Gao Lihong withdrew his hand that wanted to push the door and hesitated. Will this seriously damage his self-esteem? Before, Hong Tianzhao was protected by his family, but now that he has suffered such a big blow, he may be unable to recover. Hong Bao looked expressionless and snorted coldly. If he hadn't settled the way for him in everything, would he have fallen to this point? If he doesn't let him taste the taste of failure, he will only rely on him blindly, and he will be even more useless in the future. Although he didn't want his son to be defeated by Du Sheng, sometimes this is the reality. In addition, it's not that he doesn't want to help, but that the other party is not smooth and does not eat the soft and hard. Gao Lihong sighed and said helplessly. Tianzhao still has the ability, and he has worked hard enough during this period. He can only say luck when he draws a dark horse opponent like Du Sheng. Luck. Hong Bao left this sentence coldly, turned around and left. This kind of competition has always been based on strength, and luck can only add icing on the cake. Gao Lihong looked at his back, feeling mixed feelings in his heart, shook his head and said softly, "Tian Zhao, this level can only depend on you." The competition day arrived as scheduled, and the Woolen Legend fighting competition ushered in an even more intense and exciting 3216th stage. The morning sun just shines on the earth, and the surrounding area of Elizabeth Stadium is already very lively. Citizens came to watch the game in an endless stream, surrounding the entire venue. Media reporters took advantage of the situation early, setting up long guns and short cannons, ready to capture every exciting moment of this game. Since Xiang Tai, Hong Bao, and Lu Yingying appeared in The Legend of Woolen, the social attention has soared. Celebrities also need to find new hotspots to attract the public's attention. And this fighting competition undoubtedly provides them with an excellent platform. Since the competition began, we can see artists from Xiangjiang, the mainland, and even Bay City from time to time. The organizer of The Legend of Woolen is obviously well versed in the hype and has specially added performance sessions in popular sessions. Combining fighting and entertainment makes the entire competition full of entertainment. It also attracted more viewers to watch the live broadcast. In addition, it attracted a large number of fans to support the idol, making ticket sales extremely popular. The stadium was full, and the audience was enthusiastic, looking forward to the fierce competition that was about to begin. Even the scalpers saw this business opportunity and began to resell tickets. When Sun Yaoei and Ma Yaoei stepped into the gymnasium, they were both shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect the fighting competition to be so popular and the atmosphere on the scene was so warm. Wow! When did The Legend of Woolen become so popular? Sun Yaoei exclaimed. Ma Yaoei explained with a smile. The Zheng family is a sponsor and has been helping with promotion. TV and the media are also happy to help in the popularity. In addition, Brother Hua, Zhang Beizi, and others often mention it, so the game became popular. It's no wonder. Sun Yaoei suddenly realized and couldn't help but ask curiously. It's reasonable for Brother Hua to mention Ashen, after all, the cooperative relationship is there. Isn't Zhang Baji involved in the whirlpool of scandals? Why do you often mention a Sheng? It seems that her album is missing a title song, which was created by a Sheng. Ma Yaoei shook his head, not very clear about the inside story. In fact, he originally wanted to mention the ambiguous relationship between the two and the hot searches for photos, but it was unlikely to think about it. After all, this is even more outrageous than a toad eating swan meat. Next time I release an album, if the title song is missing, it seems that I have to ask him for help. Sun Yaoei felt deeply moved. He felt that he had missed too many concerts during this period. Moreover, Du Sheng's profound ability really opened his eyes. Successor of martial arts superstar vs mainland dark horses, there is a good show. Damn it, it's a big loss. The odds of Ghost Sniper are so low overnight. What? I knew I had bet on this dark horse the day before yesterday, and it felt even more uncomfortable than winning. This market is obviously a scam. If you buy 100 yuan and buy only 165 yuan, you can only buy it. The next one. Listening to the scolding among the crowd, Sun Yaoei and Ma Yaoei looked at each other. Especially the latter, the mind becomes more active. There was a vague sense of pride, and it was obvious that I had already invested. As the competition begins, staff are searching around the ring. Du Sheng sat next to the lounge and checked the relevant news with his mobile phone. The news of his participation in the fighting competition has indeed been passed back to the mainland. Although it is limited to reports within the scope of the Qiangfu, it is enough to make him feel relieved. The further the competition goes, the more the organizers will increase their promotion. As long as he can enter the finals, his name will become a publicity stunt. After all, as a dark horse in the mainland is such a big hot topic, as long as you have an IQ online, you know how to make headlines. At this time, Du Sheng suddenly noticed a sharp gaze falling on him. With the light of the light, I glanced at it and found that if nothing unexpected happened, it was the next opponent. Today's Hong Tianzhao is completely different from the previous few days. His eyes revealed a fierce and aggressive nature, as if he was an angry beast. I thought I could only meet in the quarterfinals at least, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Hong Tianzhao's cold tone was filled with a hint of reluctance. But even if you are a dark horse, I will never hold back. Listening to this self-boosting declaration of war, Du Sheng shook his head in his heart. Why don't you just say that you have a hand below the quarterfinals now? Sometimes it is not reliable to have a tiger father without a dog son. Hong Bao, the kung fu superstar, probably has a lot of color fading. When the entertainment performance outside kicked off, the lounge was surprisingly quiet. Every player who can enter the top 32 is a player who is surrounded by the surrounding industry and is well aware that this industry is a winner-takes-all. In addition, there are only 3 relatively formal fighting events in Asia, and the scale of all aspects is not grand, and it is often difficult to attract widespread attention. This leads to the fact that the sponsorship and bonus are not very generous, and the income of players who are less than 8 out of 8 is not much higher than that of ordinary people. This year's Warlin Legend has completely surpassed the previous scale, popularity of the competition. It has become a highly anticipated phenomenon in Asia. Many overseas media came to report. As long as you can stand out from it, you can not only soar to the sky, but also gain various benefits such as endorsement, announcements, and bonuses. Therefore, everyone is on high alert and is unwilling to miss the opportunity given by God. Chapter 132 Can you bear this tone? The competition bell rang, and the atmosphere in the venue became tense instantly. The lights were on both rings at the same time, and the camera stared at every corner like a falcon. The contestants walked onto the ring calmly one by one, and then stepped down with injuries to the point of being more or less. It is obvious that they are all doing their best. Du Sheng vs Hong Tianzhao, please prepare for the 2 contestants. The voices of the staff sounded in the lounge. After waiting for a while, it was finally the turn of Du Sheng and Hong Tianzhao to show off. This game is undoubtedly the focus of today's event, attracting the attention of many celebrities and star fans. Du Sheng put down his belongings and stood up and walked towards the ring. Although he took off his coat, he was fully equipped with clothes and only wore boxing gloves, and he seemed to have no intention of taking off his shirt again. Seeing this, the staff of the routine inspection couldn't help but reminded. Player number 888, you. Although it is not stipulated that the players must be naked in the ring, they will take off just in case. Du Sheng didn't even wear braces, and waved his hand with a smile. It's too troublesome to exchange it, just do it. Hong Tianzhao, who was changing clothes, couldn't help but feel anger in his heart when he heard this. Damn it, don't take such a look on others. If you want to say that you look down on others, he used to look down on these mainlanders. Now, it's completely reversed. As soon as Du Sheng arrived near the arena, the host's excited shouts came from his ears. Next, please invite the mainland dark horse, ghost sniper, Du Sheng. Du Sheng wanted to complain, but when he saw the audience cheering and expecting, he was too lazy to care. In the midst of the noise, he also captured a familiar shout. Du Sheng! I will win! He turned around and looked at it, and he was amused and crying. In the VIP stand, Zhang Baji, who came to the scene at some point, was waving her hand in support as excitedly as the audience. Du Sheng was speechless. After all, he was a popular actress in Xiangjiang. Pay attention to her image. However, the atmosphere on the scene was indeed very ignited, not inferior to Sun Yaoi's concert, and it was normal to be infected. He didn't pay much attention to it and looked back. Damn it! I don't change my clothes, are you in a hurry? How much do you look down on your opponent? This doesn't look like boxing, it's more like an old man walking around the back garden. I have to say that in terms of ridicule, especially letting the opponent break this defense, he has done the best. Look at Hong Tianzhao, his face is dark. Don't let it go, handsome guy, I've put your heavy bet. I have put all the coffin books on it, and who among my family understands my mood? When Du Sheng walked onto the ring leisurely in formal outfit and posture, he immediately became the focus of attention of the audience. There was an uproar. He is half a head taller than Hong Tianzhao, has a well-proportioned figure, and his muscle lines are looming. And that handsome face is in sharp contrast with other boxers. Such appearance conditions allowed him to win the favor of the audience before the fight started. But this outfit is really too hateful. Unless the strength is crushed, if someone accidentally gets caught by the opponent's clothes, it will be easy to create opportunities for the opponent. However, Ma Yaoei, who also made heavy bets, was not surprised. Last time in Yunfu, this guy was facing the Burmese boxing champion. Seeing that the audience, including several cameras, were focused on Du Sheng, Hong Tianzhao's face became increasingly ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, stared at Du Sheng hard, and swore in his heart that he would overturn this shit black horse today. What are the snipers and the successors of Beiji? Du Gun's side. Labor and capital don't believe it. Can you KO me in one round? Boxing. The whistle sounded and the referee blew the whistle and sent a start signal. Although Hong Tianzhao was angry, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he bent his knees slightly, leaned forward slightly, his left arm naturally retracted, and his right fist protected his lower jaw, posing in a state of subtle flash of sanda. He carefully watched Du Sheng's game video and found that his opponents were killed instantly by the tiger climbing mountain and a punch of the top elbow. These two moves attacked the forehead and heart, which instantly caused the opponent to dizzy. Therefore, he made up his mind to prevent these two key points and prevent Du Sheng from taking advantage of the slightest opportunity. Swish! Du Sheng didn't want to waste time and ignored the opponent's defensive posture. At the moment when the gong sounded, his body was still as if it was rising and falling, and he shot out with his steps. In the ups and downs, the wind whistles in the sleeves, and the sound of the wind whistles. This move is very famous, it is the mountain-piercing cannon of Bajiquan. The body twisted the waist and cut the hips, and the opening and closing burst out like a river, and the fist power hit Hong Tianzhao's head like a knife. Bajiquan always emphasizes being strong, brittle, and fast, and moving forward, as fast as a storm. The opponent rushed over and made it difficult to defend. Moreover, Du Sheng's moves have already done whatever he wants, his body is like a burial tiger, and his strength is as strong as thunder when he rushes forward. The big combination opened, the sudden rise and fall clearly triggered the strength of the whole body. The explosion alone was stronger than the vehicle collision. Hong Tianzhao was shocked. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng tried his best and did not take any temptation. While he retreated and dodged, he quickly protected his head with his left arm and his right hook punch to attack instead of defending. The opponent's shelling force rose from his waist, and the twisting force instantly rose to his hand joints, fast and fierce, and burst no less than 600 or 700 pounds. No wonder the players who fought against Du Sheng didn't want to come for the second time. Who can resist this? Seeing Du Sheng approaching instantly, his right hook punch was about to hit the other party's cheek. Hong Tianzhao thought Du Sheng had chosen to lose both sides and was about to stabilize the next round. Click! Unexpectedly, Du Sheng twisted his waist and hips suddenly, closed his body, and then made a fierce high kick that was hit hard and fell. He walked directly through Hong Tianzhao's left arm, and his fierce and violent heel hit Hong Tianzhao's chin. Puchi! Hong Tianzhao groaned on the spot, his braces fell, and he spewed a mouthful of blood to the sky, and his body fell backwards from the ground. Then there was a roar and his body slammed heavily on the ring, motionless. The sound was like thunder out of thin air, instantly breaking the silence of the scene. It's over so soon. The audience reacted and suddenly became uproar. There were both shock, excitement, and disbelief. The atmosphere on the entire scene changed and it was boiling. The referee immediately started counting down, and Du Sheng had already walked to the side of the stage calmly, preparing to wait until the counting was finished and stepped down to rest. He didn't even look at Hong Tianzhao. After the comprehensive evaluation was upgraded to E, the explosive power of a single punch was no less than 700 pounds. The weak parts of the human body are still hit. This is not something that ordinary people can bear. Du Sheng won in this game. As the countdown ended, Hong Tianzhao was still lying on his body. The referee suppressed his shock and immediately announced the result. Du Sheng, known as the Dark Horse in the mainland, once again KO'd his opponent in one round. In an instant, the scene was completely in full swing. The contestants in the lounge were even more shocked, staring at Du Sheng, who was walking down the ring with his eyes. How is this possible? Even the two popular players, Ko Sato, known as the kickboxing maniac, and Gabriel, the Horn Bear, widened their eyes. They can win even if they ask themselves about the fight against players like Hong Tianzhao. But no matter how easy it is impossible to achieve this level. Although Hong Tianzhao cannot reach the level of a first-line boxer, his basic strength is there, otherwise he will not be able to reach 32. The number 888 player instantly killed him with one kick, which shows how powerful the explosive power is. A Sheng is awesome. He's going to kill all the way. Unlike the player's reaction, Ma Yaoei and other winners were so excited that they shouted and jumped, and shouted loudly with red faces. Especially when seeing the check of more than 800,000 yuan was placed in front of him, Ma Yaoei's blood was boiling. 80% of the money here belongs to Du Sheng, although he doesn't know where the other party borrows capital. But I never thought I could win so much. It felt like it was hit by a pie. A Sheng did not disappoint. Zhang Baji was so excited that she seemed to have won the whole world. Seeing him slightly defeating the successor of Kung Fu Superstar, it felt as comfortable and enjoyable as eating ice cream on a hot day. At this moment, she even wanted to announce to the world that this is her man. In order to support the man, she took out half of the money in her account and bet on it. Outsiders will not understand this kind of excitement and honor. This result has made the media even more crazy. Hong Tianzhao is not an ordinary person. He usually has to give in to his side. Besides, Hong Bao was still there to watch. How could this mainland artist dare to take such a ruthless move? Isn't you afraid that Fatty Hong will pursue this? As expected, although Hong Bao had no expression on his face, some details still betrayed his inner displeasure. For example, when Hong Tianzhao lifted him down, he could see his face being gloomy and terrible. The reporters did not bother to take photos of Hong Tianzhao's swollen chin. Some artists who attended the audience were secretly paying attention to Hong Bao's reaction. How could I bear this tone with Hong Bao's demeanor and status? Moreover, Hong Tianzhao has high expectations, and there is also Hong Bao's plan and blueprint for the future. This time, Du Sheng was crushed directly. Even Zhang Baji, who was smiling happily, was a little worried that this senior in the circle would turn against him. She even thought to herself that if it really doesn't work, she will let Mom Chi come forward at that time. Chapter 133, Avenge Humiliation. But surprisingly, Hong Bao did not have an attack. Instead, he left without saying a word. What outsiders don't know is that he was angry because his son was defeated by Du Sheng in one round. The real reason is that the mud cannot support the wall. This time, which is comparable to insults, is not all bad for Hong Tianzhao. At least it can make him recognize the reality and the gap. But the reporters don't care about these things at all. They are thinking about how to raise topics and attract attention. Even they had thought of the title. A shocking kick. Mainland artists are the successor of Kung Fu Superstar. Kung Fu Rising Stars Rise. Beyond Li Lianjia? Let's wait and see. The martial arts counter-attack. Du Sheng amazed the audience and may become the biggest dark horse in the legend of Wulin. There are few Oriental boxers in the global fighting circle. Will they be rewrite this time? I can only say that they are thinking too much. The reason why Du Sheng performed like this today is actually quite vulgar if he put it bluntly. It just attracts popularity and reputation. The same is true for the next two games. Every time, I arrived at the scene with time, stepped onto the ring slowly, smashed my opponent with 3 punches and 2 feet, and then left with ease. From a bastard who was initially questioned as a slut in the top 64 when he was lying in the top 64, to now he has entered the top 4 with a strong posture. As for the young master of the Li family who actually flipped the data, he fell in front of 32 as he did last year. Under the hype of shamelessness and eye-catching media, Du Sheng's popularity in Xiangjiang was once no less than that of second-tier stars. Especially some third-rate tabloids often hype their scandals with Zhang Baji for sales. In this way, even those who are not interested in fighting have heard that this year's The Legend of Wulin has given birth to a great man. In addition, some media promote the mysterious identity of Du Sheng, which represents some boxing organizations in the mainland to avenge their previous shame. With the in-depth media reports, works about Du Sheng gradually emerged water surface. A kung fu actor who is a big hit in the boxing world not only attracted the attention of fighting fans at home and abroad, but also attracted a group of viewers who are not interested in fighting. Even the advertising revenue of TV stations has increased. When a newspaper exposed Du Sheng's handsome photos of him wearing police uniforms at the shooting scene of Infernal Affairs, it caused a sensation. That day, Du Sheng's name jumped directly to the top of the list that the rich woman in Xiangjiang wanted to date the most, leaving the original champion Chen Wangzai and runner-up Xie Tingfeng far behind. In the eyes of rich women, bravery is more rare than handsomeness. What's more, Du Sheng has both, which makes people feel even more itchy. In view of the above, popularity and reputation have once again soared. Not to mention the popularity, after all, there are a lot of boasting and not putting it into practice yet. The reputation is real. After the original improvement of singing power, it fell to 1,129, and in a few days it returned to 18,829. According to the popularity of the 2 mainland dramas released plus the Xiangjiang fighting competition, it should be no problem to double the price 3 or 4 times in the next month. Because the semifinals of the semifinals are scheduled to be in more than half a month, there will definitely be a big wave of results. 4 opponents have been released. The dark horse in the mainland Du Sheng. Holland Giant Bear, Gabriel. Neon's kickboxing maniac Ko Sato. Last year, Nanyang won mixed martial arts light heavyweight champion, Yazana. What made the audience angry and hated was that the Xiangjiang contestants were wiped out. Even Cao Dalong, who was the most popular, only reached the quarter-finals. The one who eliminated Cao Dalong was Neon's kickboxing maniac. I was still knocked down twice in 1 round and couldn't get up from my nose. So hateful. Naturally, the public looked at Du Sheng. I hope he can avenge his shame. At this time, people in Xiangjiang may have superior psychology, but most of them still agree with the problem of. In addition, there is only this single seedling left, and there is no place to release it without taking care of it. Du Sheng was inexplicably hung with 2 expectations. First, it represents the mockery of the mainland boxing organization that washes away the shame of fighting in the East. First, the organizers and citizens of Xiangjiang hoped to defeat their opponents and sang loudly. After all, the Legend of Wulin was founded by Chinese people, but so far, it has not even entered the finals. It's so shameful. In view of this, some media also named Du Sheng to revive the Chinese boxing world. The Chinese fighting star rises. Du Sheng shoulders high expectations and looks forward to a glorious battle. Regarding hype, Du Sheng has to admire these Xiangjiang media. How to attract attention? Anyway, they have gimmicks to write about when this mainland dark horse wins and loses. Du Sheng was even more distracted from this. The increase in popularity and reputation is there, as long as it is not a brainless slander, they can report it casually. Global Records, outside the recording studio. When will you go back to the mainland? Zhang Baji and Du Sheng walked out of the door side by side, and the atmosphere was a bit quiet. I'll go back tonight. Du Sheng saw that the woman was a little reluctant and said with a smile. We have to go back in advance to prepare for the exam and the preparation of the new drama, so we can't delay any further. The album Love has been recorded almost the same, and he will not be needed in the future. On the contrary, it was the art exam. Although it has been confirmed that it is the Nortel that is nicknamed as a model and flowing teaching, some procedures and preparations are still needed. As for the new drama, it is basically clear, so he is just waiting for him to go back to meet and negotiate. Seeing that no one paid attention to this place, Zhang Baji couldn't help but hold the man's arm and joked. You are already called the Light of the Dark Horse by the citizens here, and you must come early in the semifinals. Du Sheng was speechless, so he naturally knew what the Light of the Dark Horse was. Because some time ago, all the citizens who bought him upset won a lot of money. Don't underestimate this energy. Half of the 10 people in Xiangzhong have bought lottery tickets or foreign green, who doesn't like big wins? Especially the exchanges between citizens after dinner made Du Sheng's name spread throughout the BKI circle. After all, he has not suffered a defeat so far. The Light of the Dark Horse makes people confident and is more popular. Now, the organizer and sponsor strike while the iron is hot and bring him a famous local clothing endorsement advertisement for him. But time is not enough, so I have to come back later and take pictures. Du Sheng reached out to rub Zhang Baji's hair and said with a smile. You also have to invest in album release and promotion, and there is not much time. After I handle the matter over there, I will come here as soon as possible. Zhang Bazi bit her lower lip and asked. Are you planning to invest in a drama? Do you have enough funds? Do you want me to transfer some more for you? Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile. No, didn't you give me a sponsorship last time? The initial funds are almost done. He said that during the 30-second match, Zhang Baji transferred a 500,000 yuan to the game, saying that it was earned by the bet before. Du Sheng also accumulated 1.2 million out of thin air in the next 3 games with this money. If the odds were not lowered all the way, this number would have to be increased by a fraction. While speaking, he patted Zhang Bazi on the shoulder. I'm leaving, I have to talk to Brother Hua away and the others, see you next time. Zhang Baji reluctantly hugged the man tightly. The journey is smooth, I may have to go back to the mainland to shoot the next scene, and I told Momchi to let you. Du Sheng smiled and patted her shoulders, then turned around and left. Zhang Baji watched his back gradually fade away, feeling a little lost and melancholy for no reason. She may not have noticed that the longer she spent with Du Sheng, the deeper the interweaving love. Even a bit of a foolish girl. I don't know if it's the deep affection or the influence of heart-to-heart. This is particularly incredible to Wang Feng's agent Lu Yingfeng. But she couldn't speak out. I can't persuade such things. And if she asked her to choose, she would be more reliable than serving a willful and destined girl in heaven. At least the other party is listening to some words now and no longer does his own way. It can only be said that emotions are too mysterious and can change a person's trajectory. That night, after saying goodbye to everyone, Du Sheng set out on his return journey. The night is getting darker and the moss is getting darker. After filming today's campus scene, Lu Yifei returned to the hotel. Looking at the flashing neon lights outside the window, she felt a sense of inexplicable loss in her heart for no reason. She just joined the crew to film The Little Love winner last week. This news was originally joyful for her, but what followed was deep regret. She took out her cell phone and opened the chat history with Du Sheng. The laughter and joy that happened during the crew of Qianlong seems to have become an inaccessible distant. She has no friends here, and her shyness and loneliness fill her heart. After hesitating for a moment, I couldn't help but send a message. Cousin, I'm joining the group. I'm most likely not going back on the day of your exam, N. The grievance and loss can be felt between the lines. But her mother arranged everything and she couldn't not come. Du Sheng was sitting down in the waiting hall and replied in surprise. Didn't I say that I'll start shooting in March before? Why did I go ahead? Brother Zhiying's itinerary is very rush, and the director asked him to go ahead. Seeing that his cousin replied so quickly, Lu Yifei felt happy and her depression slightly dissipated. But when this is mentioned, the resentment is even more serious. It's fine if you have a CP with Ling Zhiying, who has a generation gap in age, but now you have to cooperate with the other party's itinerary. How can you not be depressed? The most important thing is that she wanted to become senior sister Du Sheng, so she had already made up her mind to receive this school brother into Beijing Film Academy. Especially when I had the opportunity to tease my cousin, I even asked Du Sheng to call her senior sister the Little Thoughts. Now, everything has become a bubble. Lu Yifei's little face was full of resentment and helplessness. It's really bad to be an artist sometimes, and you can't help but have many things. Especially when taking on and filming, it was all arranged by my mother. When I become an adult, I must do it myself, see. When Du Sheng thought of the play that this girl took on in her previous life, she immediately felt a waterfall and said, Auntie is also for your own good, and no one else wants to hate you. And if you move to Xiangjiang to Kaijing in half a month, maybe we can meet again. He talked about the schedule of the semifinals of Legend of Woolen. Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes lit up, but then dimmed. But I don't know if there is time. Brother Zhiying is so hurrying, and I don't know if I can take leave. It's okay, at worst, I'll go visit the set. Du Sheng comforted. And we may still have the opportunity to work together in the second half of the year, so it is not easy to meet. Chapter 134 It exploded as soon as it was released. Lu Yifei's resentment disappeared most of her heart, and she happily sent a smile on her face. That's all right. You must come to visit the set at that time. After chatting for a while, Lu Yifei's white smile was much brighter. The door sounded and I saw my mother come back after buying daily necessities. She quietly put away her phone, and her heart was full of expectations and longing for the next trip to Hong Kong. Seeing that there was still some time to board the plane, Du Sheng contacted Lu Tao and Fan Ou again. Both of these girls are filming. The former is in Modu. According to the filming method of the director of The Last Emperor, the filming will take at least half a year. Even if Lu Tao is just the third female lead, the plot line is mostly tangled, and the crew cannot film a part of a certain character first, and it will take at least 1 or 2 months to wait. So she took time to chat with Du Sheng, and her words were filled with a bit of resentment. As for Fan Ou, he received the second female lead in the popular movie Mobile Phone. As for the female lead, it was played by Feng Qu's wife, so there was no need to consider it. Even though they are the second female lead, there are also popular actresses such as Zhou Sun, Zhao, Su Jingglei, and Li Ou. They compete in secret. If Wang Jinhua had not negotiated some principled issues with Wang Jinhua using this condition to compensate, it would probably not have fallen into Fan Ou's hands. When will you come back? I'll take some time to repay you. Therefore, Fan Ou's words were a little happy. If Du Sheng hadn't mentioned it, she might not have been as easy as she could. At least, you have to spend your time with Wang Zonglei like Li Ou. Do you play the female editor in the play? Du Sheng naturally wanted to make the woman repay her well, and said with a smile. Remember to wear stockings and high heels at that time. It must be in line with the background of the times. I will give you the opposite scenes to ensure that you can improve your acting skills by 30%. Fan Ou didn't know what he thought of, but his pretty face looked charming and said giggling. Okay, bring a dragon. The gantry is here, I want to learn from Lin Daiyu to pull up the weeping willows, hee. Du Sheng's mouth twitched, and she didn't want to be taken into the ditch, so she changed the topic. Last time you said that Sister Hua and the eldest and older kings were already in harmony, but they were just a different opportunity. Speaking of serious matters, Fan Ou also became serious and said. The last annual meeting, Sister Hua almost broke down the talk with the big and small kings. In the end, Ye Jing from Beijing came forward and suppressed the collapse of this circle. But I don't think Sister Hua will sit and wait for death, and I deliberately gathered us old ministers, and should be secretly contacting others. Hearing that Wang Jinhua was secretly looking for her next home, Du Sheng suddenly thought of Songhai film. He knew that he was not able to be a dealer at the moment, but he could still be a troublemaker. Huai's dominance is not conducive to the development of the film and television industry, nor is it conducive to the growth of his studio. If you want to rise quickly, it is the most suitable to take advantage of the troubled waters. Songhai film has resources and foundation, but it lacks a skeleton. Its cooperation with Wang Jinhua will definitely outweigh the disadvantages in the early stage. If you have the chance, you can set a line for them. Even if you don't succeed, you can ruin someone's mood. When Du Sheng thought of someone, he couldn't help but ask. Have Wang Zonglei been doing anything unusual recently? When talking about this person, Fan Ou's tone changed significantly, and he laughed. There are more than a dozen female stars around him, I wonder how romantic and happy he is. Du Sheng understood as soon as he heard it. For the sake of resources, Wang Jinhua's artists turned to the big kings, and even tried every means to curry favor with Wang Zonglei. Although Wang Zonglei wanted to educate Fan Ou, he was not happy about Shu and did not care about a lukewarm person for the time being. Du Sheng guessed that there should be another reason for Wang Jinhua. As long as this situation is maintained, it is suitable for you to break into the wall and naturally will not interfere. After chatting for a while, he put away his cell phone and boarded the plane and returned. 3 hours later, it was already late at night when I returned to Zhejiang Prefecture. Wang Yeyang personally drove a rental vehicle in the studio to pick it up. When he saw Du Sheng, he winked. Brother Sheng can do it, when did you kidnap the beautiful agent? I heard that it was a rich lady who came, so when would she introduce one to me? He has signed into the Miracle Studio, which is naturally Yezi. When I went to the rental location to see Yezi, I was really shocked by the other party's leisurely and elegant temperament. It's a bit filthy. Du Sheng got into the car, glanced at Wang Yeyang, whose hair was greasy and inappropriate clothes, and said casually. You have girls, but just by your outfit, how can you say it? Wang Yeyang knew that the other party had nothing to say, but he couldn't help but say. What do you say? You are very valuable for viewing. It should be more suitable to stay in the zoo, and girls also like to watch it. Wang Yeyang curled his lips and drove the car to the airport expressway, changing the topic. The Goddess Dragon aired 5.5 yesterday. Do you know if you became popular in Canton? Du Sheng didn't feel anything. Perhaps he was used to being surrounded by the media in Xiangjiang, and said. What about? Recently, 2 crews called and I tried it. Your value has increased to 10,000 episodes. Wang Yeyang was a little excited and said. There is another clothing brand that asks you to endorse, with 380,000 yuan in 3 years, but manager Ye did not agree. This is actually what Du Sheng means. Next, except for not having much time, you can get early reception and loss of advertising endorsements. After all, it is still in the rising period, and it is not appropriate to bind too long. Moreover, some brands do not allow you to endorse similar products again, so they will be tied up to death. Even if you are short of money, you can wait for the drama you star in later, and it is possible that the timely voice fee will double. When talking about money, Du Sheng suddenly remembered something and seemed to ask casually. I asked you to pay attention to the second-hand gold jewelry processing store before. Have you found a channel? Is your adoptive father in a hurry to go out? Of course, Wang Yeyang would not leave behind the explanation, and said. I have asked in 2 nearby cities that whether it is gold jewelry recycling or processing stores, the price given is relatively low, up to 80%. He knew that Du Sheng's adoptive father had always been interested in collecting antiques and treasures, and thought that this was being cashed out, so he didn't ask much, so he just told him everything he had found. Du Sheng nodded slightly, asked a few more questions, and wrote down the address. Anyway, there is no real thing to get, so it is not a pity to sell it. Except for those jewelry and diamonds that are difficult to deal with, if everything else is cashed, including cash, it should be about 800,000. Goddess Dragon should be repaid soon, and it should be hundreds of thousands. In the Xiangzhong side, not counting the 400,000 bets, the finals, from the official channel, after asking Zhang Baji for 500,000 yuan, he won 3 games in succession and won a total of 1.2 million yuan. After making up like this, I have already invested half of the money in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It depends on what I will discuss next. However, if you have to contact Yeshazi tomorrow, you will find out. The next day, Xingye office building. Brother Sheng, this is our studio. Manager Ye has a good vision. Wang Yeyang took Du Sheng to the 6th floor and swiped his card to enter one of the offices. It's pretty good, it's very comfortable to stay. The overall size is about 100 square meters, mainly in a modern and simple style. The exterior adopts a glass curtain wall design, and the sunlight shines through the glass into the room, making the entire space bright and transparent. Entering the room, the spacious and bright hall comes into view, and the ground is covered with soft carpets, which are soft and comfortable to step on. There are several comfortable sofas and coffee tables in the center of the hall to facilitate work and visitors to rest and communicate. Since it was not in the city center, the rent was not expensive, so Yezi rented it directly for a year. I'm back, there are a few things that are just for discussion. Yezi heard the movement outside and looked over with a smile. Du Sheng ordered Wang Yeyang to prepare some procedures before entering the office. I have to say that today Yezi dressed very pleasing to the eye. She has a delicate and beautiful appearance, with her hair tied into a bun, and is wearing a noble and decent navy blue suit, which looks dignified and elegant. First of all, the copyright of Goddess Dragon. I communicated with Li Lita yesterday. Yesi took out a document and placed it in front of Du Sheng. According to the feedback from Zhujiang channel, the finale of this drama should be able to break 6 and is currently replayed during the daytime period. Southern TV, Cantonese TV, Gifu TV, Kaiangfu TV, etc. are all contacting to purchase copyrights. The value of breaking 6 is worth it, and you know it. The Tianlong Bamo that Zhang Dehuse spent a lot of money to polish, has a maximum rating of only 5.78. The cost per episode is about 850,000 yuan, and the price sold to a TV station is 90,000 yuan per episode, with a length of 40 episodes, and is aimed at dozens of TV stations across the country, audiovisual and overseas copyrights. It is not difficult to calculate how much money you can make. Zhang's hit song admitted some time ago that each of the 3 golden signs in his hand can earn at least tens of millions of yuan, and the profit is generally around 30%. This also made major mainland production companies turn the remake of classic martial arts dramas into the golden rule of the nuggets. Goddess Dragon has a smaller investment. Although it cannot promote copyright and asking price like Zhang's hit song, it cannot withstand the temptation of small productions and high ratings. According to Yesi, more than a dozen TV stations are currently in contact. Zhongyao Film also took a fancy to its audiovisual copyright and was preparing to make it into a CD and released nationwide. How much is the account now? Du Sheng calculated in his mind that according to the current popularity of Goddess Dragon, it is not difficult to make a profit of 30%. His investment in this drama accounted for 250%. Overall, he earned 1 or 2 million yuan by conservative algorithm. I am still in charge of Zhonglu Film and Television. If I count the cost, I will pay back the cost. This month, I should have 600,000. Yezi was doing business and said it very well, and handed over a bill. To be honest, she admires Du Sheng's investment vision from the bottom of her heart. Judging from the current annoying situation, nearly 30% of the odds and 80% of the overspending phenomenon, people cannot help but admit that this is a delicious and difficult to make. Du Sheng not only took the risk of investing in his full wealth, but also invested in such small dramas that cannot see the prospects. The key is that it exploded as soon as it was released. According to the current situation, it is more than double the profit. This made her think something. Because the other party is preparing to invest in another drama, and it is likely that the starring actor plus martial arts finger combination. Chapter 135 Competitors. By the way, didn't you say you were negotiating the ringtone business before? How is the progress? After listening to the report, Du Sheng calculated the funds in his hand, and the amount could be cashed out about 2.5 million. The investment gap in The Legend of the Condor Heroes is quite large, and this amount of money is obviously not enough. Last week I contacted Mobile, China Unicom and Telecom in the name of the studio, and I have now entered the monthly booking process. That's right, this is another income. Previously, Yezi noticed that the theme songs of the two dramas, The Strange Sutra and Thousands of Water and Mountains, were pirated and downloaded online, so she used her own connections to negotiate with several major operators with ringtone business. One thing you can make is one thing you can make. Speaking of ringtones, this thing was first recommended by SK Telecom in Kimchi in March last year, and it has been introduced to China for less than a year. Despite this, operators such as Mobile, China Unicom, Telecom and Netcom are targeting business opportunities, and once launched, they have been sought after by countless mobile phone users. Without any promotion, Zhejiang Mansion Mobile only took half a year to more than 1 million ringtone users. And it is still growing. There is no way. Nowadays, most people still use feature phones, and there are very few settings that can be changed by themselves. Different ringtones are like different personalized business cards. 5 yuan per month is not expensive. Some institutions said that the user growth rate of ringtone business will reach 120% this year, and the market size will increase from 1.2 billion last year to more than 2.5 billion. Nowadays, to test whether a song is popular or not, the rankings of various ringtones are the only criteria. He Must Love You, published by Adu last year, currently has 3.26 million downloads on Telecom ringtones, which is not in the top 20. Since Du Sheng's two songs were in Cantonese and were included in the ringtone package, the total download volume was more than 600,000. But don't underestimate this. If the two dramas were not being broadcasted in a hotspot, not to mention whether the general songs are qualified to join the ringtone package, even if they can join, they will probably not be able to make any splashes. According to this download momentum, it will be a matter of time before 1 million is exceeded. According to the share discussed by Yezi, their music providers generally account for about 45%. So, now there are almost more than 600,000 yuan waiting to be paid back. Du Sheng has memories of his past life and knows very well how much money the ringtones make. 2006 Forbes Celebrity List, the highest income in the mainland. Who is the male artist? Pang Long earned 18 million. Most of this huge income comes from the ringtone sharing of a song, that is, Two Butterflies. Its ringtone download volume has a maximum of 5 million times a month, and it has earned more than 100 million yuan in a year. Du Sheng's two songs are hung in the studio and don't have to be distributed to the company, it's purely profitable. Seeing Yezi nodding, he thought that he still had a song in stock, and was thinking about finding an opportunity to post it. Of course, he didn't try to redeem the hot songs in his previous life out of thin air and prepare to make an album. But the skills are not high enough, plus fuzzy memory deviation plus difficulty in arrangement. Give up temporarily. What do you say about investment? Du Sheng remembered something again and asked. Yesi knew that this was the focus of today's conversation, so she said seriously. Mr. Zhong couldn't resist Director Zhu, so he decided to invest in Against the Cold. Is Hong Gaiao going to invest in two dramas? Du Sheng was a little surprised. Can she get so much money at once? Previously, Yezi mentioned to him that the preparations for The Legend of the Condor Heroes are almost the same, and the estimated investment is about 20 million yuan. And the world's brilliance accounts for the majority. If this is counted as 20 million in against the cold, wouldn't you have to spend more than 30 million in one go? Even if Zhongzhen is a rich woman, it will be difficult to get such a large amount of money in a short period of time. The 3 dramas that Zhongyao has invested in have been repaid one after another, and it is still possible to transfer funds in batches. Yesi knew why Du Sheng was surprised and smiled. And you're wrong. The drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes was funded by 3 parties, and Mr. Zhong reduced it by 7 million. Is it originally not the main investor of Zhongyao plus Huan? When will the third party come? Du Sheng raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but be surprised. His studio originally planned to invest 3 million, but it was considered one of the 2 sides and was not a single list. If the investment is made according to the 3 parties, the new investor will have to invest at least about 7 million yuan. I haven't heard Yezi mention it before, this is obviously a recent change. Yezi smiled and said nothing, but pointed at Du Sheng. To be precise, it was the plaque behind him. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Is our studio a third party? Yes, if you have no objection, I will hold a simple investor meeting in the next 2 days to talk about the follow-up. Seeing that Du Sheng was a little puzzled, Yesi said with a smile. The fantasy company invested 8 million yuan, and Zhongyao Film and Miracle Studio each invested 7 million yuan, and Lai Shuisuo Suwo blowing the muscles. Yang Tao is named after the main reason is that he is interested in the slutty and easy to do. And the above are just Yes Ji's plan. Du Sheng was both surprised and felt that he was within expectations. The reason is still the case with Zhongyao. According to Zhongzhen's idea, we should first invest in the filming of Yi Tian and Against the Cold and other subsequent funds to be recovered. Later, a film friend in the Bay City said that he was interested and could invest in Against the Cold. Despite this, if you invest more than 30 million at a time, the pressure is still great. Zhongzhen has always wanted to lower it. Lai Shui staggered and secretly hit Naoshi suburbs. It was filmed by Wireless Channel last year and is still released on local stations. He is worried that the horse will lose its hoarseness and is unwilling to increase its investment. Now, after talking to Du Sheng today, Yezi became a little thoughtful. At present, our studio's book funds are 1.28 million, and there should be about 800,000 yuan in succession within 1 month. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Du Sheng, as if she said something. If you personally add another 2 million, I can consider investing 3 million. Yes, see, this is a test. If Du Sheng really looks forward to this drama so much, she would also invest with him. And it is different from Lai Shui's worry. She has watched several films starring Du Sheng and is very at ease with her vision, film selection, and acting skills. As for why we have to bet on Du Sheng, in addition to trying to open up the situation in this industry, I believe in my intuition. Overall, the other party contributed 4 million yuan. This is a big expense for any second and third tier actor today. And 3 million is not much for her. Just change the development focus of the money you plan to open a cultural company. Oh? Are you actually interested in investing in film and television dramas? Du Sheng looked at the rich lady in surprise, thought for a while and said. But even if you don't say it, I plan to add another one, provided that I can play the leading role. He had originally decided to invest 3 million, but now he is just an extra million. As for the money, you can sell Huang Jianzong's batch of goods. He planned to turn around and leave it to his adoptive father for treatment, and it would be fine to slowly clear it up within a month. It really doesn't work. Just wait for the final of The Legend of Wushu a half a month later. As long as you reach the championship and runner-up duel, 400,000 will instantly be cashed in 2.4 million. If you place a heavy bet during this period, it is possible to make a return on the spot. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Zhong now, and everyone will discuss it tonight. Yesi also knew what Du Sheng was worried about and said with a smile. Director Lai and the investors there are indeed optimistic about Bay City's good tiger Su Yupeng's role as the male lead, because the ratings are guaranteed. But after you go to Xiangjiang to Guild, everything is not the same, so the competitiveness is much higher. If it were before the new year, she would not have much hope for Du Sheng to play the leading role, because it is not very suitable for both popularity and status. There is no competition for popular stars such as Su Yupeng and Lu Yi. But things in the world are often so magical. After Du Sheng reached the semifinals of The Legend of Wulin, his popularity not only increased in Xiangjiang, but also was reported by many media. Especially yesterday, Guangming Daily reposted the relevant article published by Zheng Xian of the Urban Entertainment Daily, which caused curiosity and uproar in many circles. After all, Guangming Daily is considered a mediator, and in a sense it is a kind of affirmation. It is indeed a long time since Dongfang has produced a decent fighting master. I have been ridiculed by the outside world so hard that I can't raise my head. This time I finally released one and still have a chance to win the championship. Can't I promote it? The major entertainment media that smelled the fishy smell did not miss this hype news. After all, Du Sheng is a serious actor, and the audience popularity of Qianlong and Goddess Dragon is already there. This kind of artist with real kung fu has its own gimmicks. Regardless of success or failure, they must have the traffic they want. Not to mention, Du Sheng's participation in Big Boy with Wu Ji is currently in Xiangjiang and the mainland. There is no rival except for a foreign film. There is also Infernal Affairs co-starring with Lu Yingwei, which has now entered the early promotion. The Legend of the Condor Heroes was also filmed and produced in the late stages of production, which is completely complementary. This kind of popularity is no worse than the artists at the top of the second tier. The total number of fans on the platform has increased to 1.8 million, and it will only take a few days to reach the momentum of 2 million. In addition, Miracle Studio accounts for a net herd of the investment, plus Hongai AO film recommended. This value is so valuable that no one can stop it. As for Su Yupeng, he focused on the movie a few years ago, and 3 consecutive movies were not popular. The Story of First Love, starring him and Pai Lahu, a total investment of 8 million yuan, had a box office of less than 1 million yuan in mainland China. Brothers and Frivolous, which Hui invested nearly 10 million yuan, also starred him, but the box office was only 1.2 million yuan. This made Wang Zonglei lose his temper and said that he would not consider the movies he starred in the future. As a last resort, Su Yupeng, whose popularity has declined, put his focus back on the small screen. This comparison of plus and subtraction, as long as Lai Shui knows how to measure 1 or 2. The facts are indeed the same. After receiving Yesizi's call, Lai Shui dipped Silk Pottery into difficulties. This is to make me lose my trust. When he learned that Su Yupeng was unwilling to fail and might have entered the big screen again after taking on the movie Love You in My Heart and entered the big screen, he immediately made an invitation to him. Last week, Su Yupeng came to the Fantasy Company and auditioned for photos. Wei Yong'an, general manager of Huan, watched the makeup effect and was satisfied with Lai Shuiji and recognized that Su Yupeng would play Zhang Wuji. Chapter 136, Appearance must exceed the standard. However, there is a way that a palm cannot slap. Zhongai AO Film, which is ranked as a joint venture with Fantasy, has different views. Zhong Zhen did not immediately agree, but said that he needed to wait and see. This seems to imply that there are some other factors that need to be weighed. In fact, Zhong Zhen was quite satisfied with Su Yupeng, but she had an appointment with Du Sheng. Goddess Dragon not only breaks 4, but also breaks 6. Moreover, Zhong Zhen also likes its audio-visual copyright, so he has to give Du Sheng an explanation. This made it difficult for her to deal with. Fantasy Company and the director are very satisfied with Su Yupeng in all aspects. After all, the popularity of the Little Tigers is there. Miracle Studio also agreed to follow up to reduce her investment pressure. No matter how much you refuse, you will offend others. This is what Lai Shui is doing, and it is a tragic lie. Although the birth of this version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was the result of his full promotion of purchasing copyrights and running around. But this is a platter, and he didn't decide anything else. In fact, what everyone didn't know was that Su Yupeng was also hesitating. On the one hand, he hoped that Qing genius Wang Yan could play Zhou's hero, but the crew funds did not allow it. On the other hand, it is that I can't let go of the knot in the movie. Among them, a producer plus friend invited him again. He agreed to fight again before, but he retreated. That night, Yunyu Tea House. As the initiator of Miracle Studio, Yezi and Du Sheng arrived first. Sheng, you are so proud of your respect for 3 days. Not long after, Zhu Zhuoyang smiled and entered the cafeteria and joked. As a native of Xiangjiang, how could he not know how much trouble Du Sheng made in Xiangjiang? Although he knew very well that the other party would make a big splash sooner or later, he did not expect that he would rise so quickly. According to this trend, you will become a first-line student next year. It simply breaks the rules of promotion in the entertainment industry. Isn't Director Zhu the same? He led a 20 million drama without saying a word. Congratulations yet. Du Sheng smiled and said hello, while nodding to the rich woman Zhong Zhen who arrived later. It's a pity that you can't be distracted by the second use, otherwise you will have to play a leading role. Zhu Zhuoliang was in a good mood at this moment and even sent an invitation teasingly. When Zhong Zhen sat down, his face was a little complicated. She knew very well that Du Sheng was unlikely to join against the cold, and she would never have much chance to do it again. This general takes it to his own use. The reason is very simple, the other party's studios have been established. In addition, the male lead of Against the Cold was basically selected, and the second male lead was granted to the Wancheng investor's friend, and it was basically confirmed that Zhong Hanliang was starring. Apart from these two characters, there are not many other scenes, nor are they very outstanding. The most important thing is that the person in front of him is not as willing to be inferior to others. Sure enough, Du Sheng sighed with a wrist. Director Zhu didn't say it earlier, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take the plane and I would have to come back if I was shot. Yezi smiled and knew that this was a joke among acquaintances. She also understood that it was not unreasonable for her partner to rise so quickly. In fact, Du Sheng was also measuring in his heart. The male lead in The Legend of the Sky and the second male lead in Against the Cold. How to choose these two dramas? If you shoot in the same period, you will not hesitate. Anyone will choose The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Lai Shui's Bao Feng Xiang Gong Xin Yan Lazy is very powerful in both its influence and ability to make money, and is hailed as a classic that has lasted for a long time. Even after 20 years, it is still replayed by major TV stations from time to time, and the ratings are still good. In fact, before this, Jin Yang's novel had already been remade with 2 movie versions and 5 TV versions. But due to the background and shooting technology at that time, these versions were a little rough in some aspects. Especially in the first 2 versions, a simple scene was created, a green screen was added, and the shooting began. However, when the TVB, which has always been known for its frugality, prepared more than 20 sets of costumes for the 2 heroines when remake the drama 2 years ago, it was a big deal. In fact, as long as you are willing to invest, the feedback from the work is indeed good. After the show was broadcast, the 2 heroines in this version were considered to be the interpretation closest to the original work, and won the pursuit of the audience. It is currently rebroadcast on Kyungfu Satellite TV, with a maximum viewership of 5.1%. It is said that other TV stations also have the idea of purchasing. This is also the reason why Fantasy Company dares not place heavy bets. However, Du Sheng has memories of his previous life, and as long as Lai Shui is hiding 6, it is easy to raise the ratings. Yezi once mentioned that since the joint venture filming was confirmed, casting has begun. Now that it has been generally implemented, there are only a few supporting roles. In the play, Zhao Min played by Jia Swen and Zhou's Hiruo played by Gao Yuan have not changed. This is also the guarantee of the ratings of the show. It is not difficult to see that Jin Yang's preference for Zhao Min after reading the original work. His description of Zhao Min's beauty is meticulous, and he even praised his hair and nails. This description even exceeds Huang Rong's strength. Therefore, no matter which version of the TV series, the character Zhao Min always attracts a large number of fans. Among them, Jia Swen plays the most. Of course, Gao Yuan has many fans. Even the roles of several female supporting roles such as Yin Susu, Xiao Zhao, and Yang Boi have gained a lot of loyalty. As for the male protagonist Zhang Wuji, he is definitely the male protagonist, not to mention the treatment. This is also the reason why Du Sheng strives to win. What's more, the two male protagonists in Against the Cold are to be decided, so there is no need to think too much about it. And even if he wants to comment on the four beauties of the world in the future, he already has the representative of goddess dragon Hua Tuo, so there is no need to ignore one thing. After a moment of greeting, Wei Yong'an, general manager of the fantasy company, and Lai Shuiji, director, said that after a terrifying and unsuccessful manner, the general manager of the fantasy company said that the director was terrifying. Because of negotiating investment matters, they have been at Zhejiang Mansion recently. Is this Xiao Du? You are young and promising. Lai Shui's eyes lit up immediately. Speaking of which, he was still a little hesitant to join in the fun tonight. After all, I have a part in it for a long time, so it is difficult to convince myself to reject Su Yupeng. But as soon as he raised his eyes, the handsome and sunny face that caught his eyes immediately ignited his interest. Everyone who contributes to Lai Shui knows that casting has a hard requirement. That is, the appearance must exceed the standard. In his mind, his acting skills can be improved through continuous training, but their appearance and temperament are difficult to change. Therefore, in every play, he tends to choose actors with outstanding appearance and temperament. This can be seen from the cast of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The reason why he fell in love with Su Yupeng at first glance was that in addition to the popularity of the opponent's back on the Little Tigers, his appearance was the main reason that impressed him. There is also Gao Yuan. The reason why she was chosen to play Zhou's Hiruo was not because of her outstanding acting skills or nepotism, but because of her amazing face. The same is true for other supporting roles. For example, there are many beauties in the Imei sect, and the 7 heroes of Wudang are all handsome. Lai Shui frowned Yun Chui Du Sheng's ancient costume look, but when she saw herself with her own eyes, she still felt a sense of stunning in her heart. No matter whether she looks or figure, she is not inferior to Su Yupeng. And he brought funds into the group, no wonder he could be so valued by Zhongzhen. Ye Ji observed his expression and smiled and greeted them with a smile, but she did not forget to introduce him to Du Sheng. Sheng, let me introduce you to you. This is Mr. Wei of Fantasy, and this is Director Lai. Du Sheng naturally would not drag her back, and stood up with a smile and said hello. Mr. Wei, Director Lai, has long been famous. All the staff arrived and after some politeness, they began to get to the point. Zhongzhen took the lead and looked at Wei Yong'an. President Wei and Director Lai, I will know something before the negotiation. Wei Yong'an and Lai Shui Xiao Yunyu lied and said with a stern heart, and said with a smile. People who have something to say, please say. It is obviously not a trivial matter to be mentioned so seriously by Zhongzhen. Is it because there is another problem with investment? As soon as I thought about this, Lai Shui, Taekwon Yuji. This is what he wants to hear the least now, because the funds have not been officially delivered and the variables are too big. It is indeed related to investment. Moreover, Zhongzhen's words made him hesitate even more. You should know that Zhongyao will launch 2 dramas this year, and the investment is more than 20 million yuan, in order to reduce some burden. Seeing that the two of them had a slightly changed face, Zhongzhen paused for a playful moment, looked at Du Sheng and said. I decided to give all the investment shares to Miracle Studios, which is considered as the 3 companies that are equally distributed. This. Lai Shui Jihui glanced at Du Sheng, his face became more and more complicated. Wei Yong'an brought everyone to his eyes and said calmly, "This is a good thing, it's extremely welcome. As long as it is not quit cooperation, or let them take the lead, everything is easy to talk about. Besides, it was just a matter of Zhonggaiao's share allocation, and it was not involved." Of course, he agreed with it. As for Lai Shui, there is nothing we can do about this. In fact, Zhong Zhen's bias is already very obvious. The other party is even more friends with Miracle Studio, so it is basically clear who will star in the starring role. To be honest, since seeing Du Sheng's image and the current hot discussion, Wei Yong'an's heart has gradually deviated. Su Yupeng's popularity is indeed a little higher than Du Sheng, but that was 2 years ago. Now Su Yupeng has squandered a lot of it himself. And her body shape is a bit like that in front of several heroines. What do you think? Wei Yong'an tried to make his tone appear calm without too many personal emotions. No need to say much about a Sheng's acting skills. Whether it is currently popular an image, it meets the needs of the role. Do you think it will be changed? As for bringing capital into the group, there is no need to mention it, it can be regarded as a capitalist. Lai Shuizao couldn't show his teammates' rebellion, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. Brother Wei, you don't know. I have agreed to Su Yupeng and the pay has been negotiated. Now I suddenly asked to remove it. How do you ask me to explain it to him? Besides, this will also affect the reputation and credibility of our crew. Wei Yong'an smiled and refused to accept such excuses. Yes, we're going to be paid to do things in every aspect. Sometimes we really can't do it exactly according to our own ideas. He is a hidden reminder that workers in front of the capital cannot change anything. If it weren't for Lai Shui's relatives, Shi Jiaxian, who would have been too lazy to talk nonsense. Lai Shui waved his prayers but sat there a little helplessly. Yesi looked through the staff list that was about to be drafted, and suddenly counted the numbers, as if she was pointing out. Mr. Zhong and Mr. Wei, this drama is dominated by our mainland investment. The main broadcast is also in the mainland, so why are the stars all from Wanchenge? Chapter 137, Snatch the Project? Wei Yong'an didn't think much about it and blurted out. One is that they are popular and can attract ratings, and the other is that Director Lai said he is aimed at Asia. But before he finished speaking, he also reacted. This actor list was selected for reference before the new year, but now that Bay City Investment has withdrawn, the investors have almost changed drastically, which is indeed unreasonable. Even for the sake of ratings, do you think that mainland artists cannot bear the burden if they favor one or the other? If the male protagonist is replaced by Wanchenge people, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an imported film. Zhu Zhuoliang and Lai Shui also cooperated with each other and quipped with a smile. "Deadbeat, you're really a deadbeat like this." Haha. As soon as this statement came out, the originally serious atmosphere relaxed a little. Everyone is smart, so there are some things that need not be explained, otherwise they will not be able to get over the face. Knowing that things cannot be done, I rely on the water to comfort the noise. He took out his cell phone and thought for a while before dialing Su Yupeng's phone number. Su Yupeng, who received the notice, did not react much and even breathed a sigh of relief. Because he was worried at first, he didn't have to worry about it now, so he continued to walk on the movie. He doesn't believe that he really has no life in a movie. Sometimes if you don't try a few more times, you can't tell that you can even get the grades if you fail. After discussing the main issues, the atmosphere in the hall has been changed. Lai Shui Monster pulled Du Sheng to discuss the script issue. He has to admit that this person has advantages that Su Yupeng does not have in all aspects except for his poor popularity. Especially the adaptation of the entire drama is understood. Even the tomb of Lai Shui was convinced by Du Sheng's tricky thinking. For example, he originally planned to invite Zhang Quilai, Wang Gang, and Zhang, who were not surprised by Du Sheng's words. The Iron Triangle is good, but the status is there, and many crew members are still newcomers. Wouldn't they become supporting roles in front of them? Moreover, there is Yang Xiaozuya played by Sun Xing in the 1994 version. The professional Royal Ma user played Yang Xiao. What are the co-productions from Age to Temperament? The Storm is really plagued by the scoundrels. What are the things that join the British citizenship, the beginning and the end of the game, the big name, the bad character, etc. In the end, I was still shaken and no longer stubborn in the Iron Triangle. There is also the problem of script sculpting. The other party's the proposal also hit the nail on the head. For example, Zhang Wuji fell off the cliff and learned 9 Yang divine arts. However, when he escaped from difficulties, he was clearly carrying peerless magical skills, but he could not even deal with a single wall in Zhu Wulian Huanzhuang. But after that, he fell off the cliff again, and by just giving Yanli the power to deal with Yimei disciples who were no less than Wei Bai. The difference between the front and the back is indeed unreasonable. Lai Shui found out that he had reversed the order of the script. In the original work, I actually first entered Zuwulian Huanzhuang, and then fell off the cliff and learned 9 Yang divine arts. There are also similar things like Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu who have a relationship too slowly and die too verbose. Cheng Kun has too many scenes and appears too early. He will make his plot public to the world at the beginning, and it will not be able to make it happen later. Du Sheng pointed out the same mistake, and he was also very stubborn. The script was carefully polished by him, which is unreasonable. However, he was not ashamed of his shame, but was surprised by the other party's insight and ability to understand the script. You don't need to take a test show to know that this is at least an old actor or above. In fact, these are actually the complaints of this drama in my previous life. Du Sheng just made it more perfect. The three-party peace talks ended quite satisfactorily. Sign a contract tomorrow and divide it into an independent financial accounting account. Accepting Platter investment is considered complete. Next, Zhongyao Film, Fantasy Company and Miracle Studio will each invest 3 million in the early stage. The crew has entered the official operation stage. Wei Yonggan serves as the producer because he has contacted the broadcasting platform through his connections. As long as there is no major problem, it can be premiered on Tianmen Satellite TV. Zhongzhen and Yezi serve as producers, responsible for the crew coordination and dispatch matters. As the representative of the capital, Du Sheng has also taken up the position of action director in addition to the male lead. This is no surprise. After all, the success of Celestial Dragon, Goddess Dragon and Big Boy is there, and Lai Shui's Lulu is in a hurry. In order to save money, he didn't plan to hire an action director. In addition, the crew also offered Du Sheng a 10,000 yuan pay for each episode, all of which were no less than 500,000 yuan. Despite this, it is much better than Su Yupeng. Because Su Yupeng's net worth is 25,000 yuan per episode, other business expenses are calculated separately. Du Sheng knew very well that he was a virtual fire now and the second line was not stable. Unless the drama is broadcast or wins the title of Woolen, you are qualified to compare with the other party, so you have no idea. Out of a responsible attitude, he also invited his adoptive father Huang Deli plus Yuan Bin's team to help. Under the acupuncture effect of Tianji Ling Shijing, Huang Deli's left leg can barely lift his strength, and he can use a crutch to go up and down stairs. Anyway, it's your own crew, so it's useless. As for Yuan Bin, he has been discharged from the hospital and has not received an invitation from the crew yet. The two sides have good cooperation and the price is not expensive, so there is no need to look for another one. Most of the shooting addresses are located near the imperial capital. If you want to make a classic, you must spend this money. Early that morning, the agency of the company was in Zhejiang province. According to the negotiations last night, today the three parties will bring lawyers and officially sign the investment agreement. However, early in the morning, others arrived earlier than Du Sheng and the others. Zhang's Hitsong pushed the door and got out of the car, and said expressionlessly, "I just fought a divorce lawsuit and went out for a vacation with Meng Guanmei. Has someone intercepted the new project I had before?" Yu Min, who got off the bus, checked his expression and said, "Maybe it's because you, teacher, you have competed with someone named Lai before for the copyright of the remake, and he doesn't want to cooperate with you." Yu Min's heart is open about the copyright of the remake of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. At that time, Zhang's Hitsong not only focused on copyrights such as Smiling Proud, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Dragon, and The Godly Condor Heroes, but even wanted to catch them all in one go. But Lai Shui told Jin Yang that he would remake it again when the conditions came, and gave a copyright fee of 700,000 yuan, which fell into his hands. However, Zhang's Hitsong enjoyed the dividends of the first 3 remakes and knew very well how much the benefits were, but he was still unwilling to accept it. At present, these popular remakes of Jin Yang have an average profit of over 10 million per movie, and only a fool will let go. Even if you cannot get the copyright in hand and join as a joint venture or producer, you can still gain a lot of benefits. If it weren't for the trivial matters that Zhang's Hitsong had no time to pay attention to these things, how could he have arrived in a hurry today? Fortunately, the other party is just preparing, and there is still a chance here. Zhang's Hitsong changed his mind and thought for a while and said, "I'll go and talk to Wei Yong'an." Yu Min said, "I'll go with you." Zhang's Hitsong waved his hand. "No need for now. You have worked with, so there is no need to intervene in these disputes. He is getting a vaccination. If you can't be a producer yourself, let Yu Min participate as a director." Yu Min is just a saying, showing his own attitude. He is just a job, so he naturally doesn't want to be affected for no reason. At the same time, Du Sheng, Yezi, and his group had arrived nearby. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Yezi's attention was attracted by something. At this moment, they were walking towards the conference hall, and through the glass curtain wall, they could see the situation inside. A bearded man was talking to Wei Yong'an, and his voice seemed quite loud, with a hint of strength. "Old Wei, you actually hide such a big project from me, that's not interesting enough." Wei Yong'an looked embarrassed and responded helplessly. "Old Zhang, this is really not my leader. And you have been busy recently, so I feel embarrassed to disturb you." He said that, and he cursed in his heart. Because both sides have something to do with Beijing, it is difficult to offend the bearded man. Zhang's Hitsong showed a playful smile on his face. "So, is Hongaiao Film, the little girl from the Zhong family? She just played with pieces, how could she know how to produce and distribute it?" Last time during the crew of Tianlong, the other party intervened in the controversy between him and Zhou Yaoan, which made Zhang's Hitsong unhappy. Now that he becomes a competitor, if he doesn't slander a few words, his title of public opinion maker will be in vain. Zhang's Hitsong paused and continued. "Just like our previous collaboration with Blue Virgin, I am fully responsible, and you can just take the money with peace of mind." This is indeed worry-free, so worry-free that it almost makes the bearded man take away 80% of his benefits. But Wei Yong'an still didn't want to break up with the other party, so he found an excuse. The 3 parties have signed the contract, and it is very troublesome to find someone now. Zhang's Hitsong didn't care and laughed. "Those are trivial matters, I'll solve them. As long as the other party is a little cognitive, there will definitely be something to talk about, it depends on how much price you can give." Not far away, Du Sheng and his group stopped, and Zhongzhen raised his eyebrows. Who can support him with such a big tone? Du Sheng has guessed a few points and it tastes fun. It is probably him or the person behind him who is attracted to this piece of fat and is preparing to invest and produce, and most of them are here to grab the project. Yezi frowned slightly. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Du Sheng smiled and said, "People from Beijing are generally stronger." He glanced at Yezi and said, "After all, Mr. Zhong and I have worked with him, so it's not advisable to come forward. Yesi understood and nodded. Then I'll give it a try. Not to mention that cooperation has already reached this point, even if it is not, it is stolen by someone like this, where will they put their face? Zhongzhen glanced at Du Sheng and pondered. Although I'm not afraid of offending him, I'm afraid that the people behind him will interfere. Xiao Ye, please do it. Yesi didn't say anything more. She is not interested in the complexity of the entertainment industry, and she is not afraid of offending such people at all. Du Sheng watched her walk to the office, his mind flickering. A big bearded man is just a pawn, so he should not be bothered. If the person behind him really wants to give his face to grab the food, don't blame yourself for sending a surprise over. In the previous life, Zhang's hit song and Fan Xinmen's marriage was a mess. After the divorce, the latter was also exposed by the backhand, and the transfer of property during the marriage. Now that Fan Xinmen has not had enough news, he doesn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 138 Receive a Female Fan. Inside the office. Zhang's hit song is second to the point now and no longer interferes in investment matters, but proposes to be a producer. Wei Yong'an shook his head in his heart. This old turtle really beat the snake and followed the stick. He said helplessly. If Mr. Wang has an idea, we can work together for the next one. But in the drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes, we have no right to speak for a word, so. Sorry, this drama does not require a producer, and there is no shortage of investment for the time being. Zhang's hit song was about to speak when suddenly a word of indisputable came from beside him. The two of them couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Little Leaf. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang's hit song's eyes, and he soon recognized the person. The other party's identity is there, and he has been in and out of Huai. He has asked about it as long as he has the intention. He had some speculation in his heart, and finally understood why Wei Yong'an was fearless. Even if the person behind him comes forward, I am afraid that he will not be sure to win it. Zhang's hit song's thoughts were so loud that he turned his head and said to Wei Yong'an, Old Wei, since you have something to talk about, I'll talk about cooperation next time. After saying that, he nodded slightly to Yesi and turned around and left. Wei Yong'an looked at the distant back, sighed and reminded. The other party may not be willing to accept it, it's best to pay attention. Yesi didn't care at all and said. I don't want to be in Beijing. As long as they are not stupid, they won't provoke me. After hearing this, Wei Yong'an smiled relieved. He naturally knew Yesi's background, otherwise he would not have reached a cooperation so easily. This invisible force is the most unbreakable. Zhongzhen entered the door unexpectedly, but unexpectedly, Yezi made the bearded man retreat with just one word. But she also understood that this was just a temporary advantage. Du Sheng didn't want any more changes, so he greeted several people. Let the lawyer come in, sign the contract if there is no problem. Zhongzhen nodded. After signing the contract, the crew went to Daijing to start the filming, and the funds went directly. Wei Yong'an nodded and agreed and arranged for someone to bring the contract. Do the tax bills well, don't let those who are interested take advantage of the opportunity. He knew very well that it was difficult for Lai Shui to work with, and that was based on the mentality of having more things to do better than having less things. After a moment, the three parties officially completed the signing. Du Sheng has Yesili help, so he doesn't have to be mentally involved in foreign affairs. But as the crew's preparations unfolded, in addition to studying the role, he also I have to go to Nortel. He had signed up in mid-1 month before the Chinese New Year. The reason why I chose Nortel Technology is very simple. In addition to Lu Yifei's frequent nagging, she is just greedy for it to be loose. After all, having acting skills is just a layer of golden body. In addition, Du Sheng had a role to Lai Shui before to see if he could intercept someone in advance. After handling the studio's matters, it was mid-February without realizing it. The crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been almost ready in Daijing. At that time, the main creative team will join the group to study for 7 days and then the filming will be started. Huang Deli learned that he could help, and he had already rushed over with Lai Shaharsu's plane early and prepared for martial arts training in advance. Yezi also has to deal with some work in the studio, so she will travel later. Du Sheng said goodbye to her and took Wang Yeyang to the imperial capital by plane. This flight took about 2.5 hours. When he was bored, he simply took out the character script and flipped it out. Speaking of which, Zhang Wuji in The Legend of the Condor Heroes may not be the most outstanding among Jin Yang's male protagonists, but he is definitely the most controversial and well-known one. His experiences, personality, martial arts, and feelings have attracted much attention and talk about. For example, when he was forced to wander in the Ice and Fire Island in his childhood, he worshipped Xie Sun, who was intermittently crazy, as his adoptive father. Later, he returned to Wudang Mountain and encountered his parents' forced suicide and both died. He was hit by Suanming's divine palm and was chased by Zhu Changling. He hid in the deep valley to survive. This has been hiding for 5 years. Although he has refined the 9 Yang divine arts, the price is from teenager to adulthood, and his temperament is no different from that in teenagerhood. In other words, Zhang Wuji looks several years older, but his mental state is still a teenager. He has no knowledge in the past 5 years, has too much separation from society, and has no understanding of anything. The series of stories that happened afterwards were actually during the adaptation period from teenager to adulthood. Any woman like Zhao Min, Zhou's Hero, Xiao Zhao, Zuer, etc. can deceive him. This is exactly the manifestation of Zhang Wuji's lack of true maturity. These experiences also led to his indecisive personality. Although he has heroic spirit, he does not have the evil spirit of a hero. He can accomplish great things, but he cannot enjoy it. This is a good old man who always thinks about others in everything and takes the loss as a blessing. Du Sheng summarized it in one sentence. But I was thinking about how to interpret the adaptation period from teenager to adulthood. Especially indecisiveness, in addition to psychological speculation, it also requires the character growth. If you want to perform it, you can only grasp it at least the 5th level among the 7 levels of actors. Du Sheng's current acting skills are at the 4th level at most, and he can't help but glance at his reputation. 36,829. He thought about it and simply added it all. Acting LV3/Blue, 48218/100000. As a warm current poured into his mind, Du Sheng felt that the appeal of acting had increased a lot. Whether it is physical movements or character creation, they are quite delicate and their eyes are very playful. But it's still not enough. Fortunately, there are thousands of reputations earnings every day, and there is still a big wave of reaching the finals later, and there is a great chance of getting closer to level 5. At that time, the lottery settlement rating should be much better. Thinking of the lottery, Du Sheng couldn't help but recall the martial arts, treasures, etc. that Zhang Wuji possessed. There are most likely purple ones, including those who mainly practice internal skills 9 Yang divine arts, the Great Shift of the Universe, the Holy Fire Order divine arts, etc. From The Legend of the Condor Heroes to The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, the 9 Yang scriptures are one of the most mysterious and powerful martial arts written by Jin Yang. 9 Yang divine arts is the mind method chapter, and it can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in the internal strength of the metal system. After practicing, the internal force is endless, almost endless, and the true qi automatically protects the body, and has significant healing effects, achieving the indestructible body of Vajra. The great transfer of the universe is also very good, as the treasure of the Ming cult. The effect is similar to the fighting stars, but it still has many advantages. For example, stimulating the human body's maximum potential, creating opponents' flaws, accumulating strength, traction and moving strength, converting the yin and yang energy, and leveraging the force to fight. Although the Holy Fire Order of the Divine Art is not used much in the play, it originates from the Persian Ming cult and contains the 4 magical skills of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Zhang Wuji did not get weapons at first, so he used this method as a palm technique. It was very varied. Although it was slightly deficient, it was better because of its strangeness and elusiveness. In addition, there is also Dragon Claw Hand with one of Shaolin's 7 Taituo unique skills. The iron fingers are like bricks and the hands are like steel claws. The original version of Tai Chi created by Zhang Sanfen, which uses slow to fight fast, static to control movement, and soft to overcome hardness. The same is said by Zhang Sanfen, Tai Chi sword that can be used to attack people later. And the Wudang school's light skills Tianzong. 7 Injury Fist of Kongtong Sect Town Sect. Jerk's walking wall is like a gecko, and is as anxious as lightning. It is hard to say which of the above can reach purple, but blue is definitely the same. In addition, Zhang Wuji studied medical skills and poison skills with Hu Qingyu in Butterfly Valley, and was able to identify various poisons and prepare antidotes. As for treasures, the dragon-slaying sword cannot be avoided. How did that slogan be called? The supreme martial arts world, the sword slays the dragon, and the command of the world, no one dares to refuse to obey. This kind of thing is definitely a priceless treasure, much better than Mirong Fu's sword. Then, there is the King Kong of Shaolin and Qianni Youth's secret medicine of the door is the black jade intermittent ointment. This thing can cure bones and limbs, and it is a perfect healing medicine. Du Sheng instantly thought of his adoptive father's broken leg, which should have miraculous effect. In the future, if you get injured by boxing, this is also an emergency medicine. No matter how good it is also good to draw some great elixirs that can improve physical fitness, Bodhi pills, etc. That morning, a cafe in Daijing. Du Sheng sat by the window, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand, and 2 documents were placed in front of him. After a while, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Yang Mi wore a pink jacket and jeans and a ponytail, which was elegant and fresh. She walked into the cafe and saw Du Sheng at a glance, with a surprise and bright smile on her face. "Brother Sheng, long time no see." She was at the age of falling in love and was not as experienced as ever. With a hint of admiration for Du Sheng in her heart naturally emerged. "It's only 1 week." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "What did you come back? Have you still shot print advertisements recently?" "I'll be back the next day after watching your game that day." Yang Mi sat down opposite Du Sheng, a little happy. "There are not 1 advertisement in a month, and most of them are usually in school. What about you, is it filming this time when you come back?" Last time she heard Du Sheng say that she might invest in a costume drama, and she was concerned about it at that time. As a child star, he showed his face in Stephen Chow's movies when he was 5 years old and has been very interested in these things since he was a child. Have Lai Shui Hejiali said it. Du Sheng came here with some thoughts and introduced 2 sentences with a smile. "Next, our studio will work with him to shoot The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It's been spreading everywhere, and it's said that the investment is 20 million, how could it be that I haven't heard of it?" Yang Mi suddenly thought of something and widened her beautiful eyes. "So, you have investment in this drama and you also play the male lead Zhang Wuji." Her words were a little unbelievable. In such a popular drama as The Legend of the Condor Heroes, let alone playing the leading role, even if they play a supporting role, they are dreams of those who have not yet entered the industry. It is true that she is a child star, but her family background is too ordinary and cannot provide too much help. She does not have many opportunities to play a role in a child, so she can only be a graphic model after middle school. And what about Du Sheng? Even though Yang Mi is a fake fan, she has checked the other party's experience. Last year, she was still a martial artist and her status was worse than hers. How long has it been before and after that? I have already played supporting roles in movies and second male actors in TV series before the Chinese New Year. Now he is still an investor? Even if you cheat, you can't do it so quickly. But there is no need for the other party to lie to her, you can tell if you investigate this kind of thing. In that moment, Yang Mi's admiration for Du Sheng increased a little more. If I have a chance, too. Chapter 139 Two Goddesses in the World. Yes, our studio is one of the investors for this drama. Seeing that she was quite interested, Du Sheng directly got to the point. I think one of the characters is quite suitable for you, so I don't know if you are interested. Let me film. Yang Mi felt a little unreal and a little dizzy. Because this surprise came too suddenly. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, interested." Du Sheng smiled slightly and pointed to a document on the table. "The script has been brought, you can take a look." He knew how important this opportunity was to Yang Mi at the moment, so he didn't play with it at all. Yang Mi's face turned red, she tried hard to suppress her excitement, and reached out to pick up the script. I saw two big characters in my eyes. Xiao Zhao. At that moment, Yang Mi seemed to be hit by a stick, her mind was blank, and the burning flames ignited in her heart burned all over her body. Although she is less than 17 years old, she is very interested in the entertainment industry and has always been paying attention to industry trends. She knows very well how popular Jin Yang's popular remake is. And Xiao Zhao is a role between the third and fourth women. As long as you can star in the show, your career will definitely be much smoother. Speaking of which, Gao Yuan, as her predecessor, is also a graphic model and is also a person here. She is much more popular than her. It is said that she was so excited that she couldn't sleep when she was invited to play the second female lead by The Legend of the Condor Heroes. On Yang Mi, it is no exception. Because her filming career can be traced back to 6 years ago, she still played a star chaser with few scenes. There will be no filming again. If I hadn't followed my classmates' advice when I was in the second year of junior high school and sent my photos to Rulai Fashion magazine, I wouldn't even be a graphic model now. Is this really let me play? After turning it over, Yang Mi raised her head, her voice full of surprises and indescribable hopes. She knew that Du Sheng had no reason to lie to her. If the other party's investor identity is true, it should not be too easy to settle a role. But she still felt a little unbelievable. Du Sheng smiled slightly. The crew is already stationed at Huiro Film and Television Base. If you have any ideas, you can take you to see it today. Speaking of this, he placed another document in front of Yang Mi. You can refer to this. Our studio will shoot 2 or 3 dramas every year in the future. If you join in, you can guarantee that every year. Yang Mi felt a little nervous and suppressed her excitement, knowing that this was normal. Otherwise, anyone would find it strange if such a big pie was smashed down. But as long as she has the chance, she will never give up. Although a female producer said she was optimistic about her and would sign her to film in the future, there has been no movement after several years. Now that there is such a great future in front of you, it would be too shaming to say that you are not moved. Besides, Du Sheng came to invite him in person, which was quite a bit of face. Yang Mi first glanced at the signing period, which was 7 years, just like Tang Ren, Rong Zinda, and others. This is not surprising. She wants to further develop, so she is sure to sign a dealer. What I care most about now is the annual film appointments and pay. The contract clearly states that Miracle Studio will guarantee her chances of acting every year, which is generally matched with her popularity. For example, now, the first time I come in, the 3rd to 4th start of the popular drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which is very good for the newcomers. If you go to other well-known entertainment companies, it will probably take a year or 2 before it will be your turn. Even those agents recommend roles, they will not be higher than those of the 3rd female. And it's just a recommendation, it may not be possible. If you agree to Du Sheng, you will join the group directly. Brother Sheng, I'll go back and discuss with my old mom and sister Man, is that okay? Although Yang Mi is very moved, she dare not do whatever she wants. Even if she complies with national laws, if she has a labor income at the age of 16 and uses her own labor income as her main source of living, she can sign a contract with others. Du Sheng nodded slightly. This is what you should do. If your agent has an idea, you can invite her to come. Last time he met Yang Mi's agent Su Man, who was an auxiliary agent arranged by the magazine. It is a popular type and is suitable for artists like Yang Mi who don't have many drama appointments and are still studying. That's great, I'll talk to Sister Man. Yang Mi was delighted and showed her cute little tiger teeth. By the way, Brother Sheng, are you going to take the exam tomorrow? Do you want me to take you around? Her goal is to get into Beijing Film Academy near her home, so she has been there many times, and it can be said that she is familiar with her. No rush, I'll take you to the resident first. Du Sheng was invited to help. Zhao Bengzi laughed and said. The crew is about to enter the reading stage, and the role must be implemented as soon as possible. If he hadn't asked Xiao Zhao for casting permission, he would have already promised Ma Lai to sack Shunluan Tian Shenshu. However, for the sake of evasion, he went to Lai Shui to take the corner of Sister Ji Xiaofo. There are two reasons. First, Xiao Zhao is at the age of 15 or 16, and Chen Ziyulai is 26 this year. Second, Xiao Zhao has a gentle personality, with a hint of eccentricity, which is consistent with Yang Mi. On the contrary, Ji Xiaofo, who is hard on the outside and soft on the inside, is very suitable for Chen Ziyulai's performance style. As for the original Tao Hong, let's forget about this person who ate human blood steamed buns in his previous life. Then let's go, I can't wait. Yang Mi picked up two documents properly, pulled Du Sheng up with excitement, and couldn't help but say. I heard that this drama has invited many big names, so let's open your eyes first. In fact, her attitude was almost expressed, and she was just one step away from her parents. Moreover, this drama is filmed most of the time in Daijing, which can take into account her studies. There is another point that she may not even realize. That was the second time the two sides met, and she was already tired of getting started. This may be due to the fact that there is not a big age difference and there is no generation gap, but the subconscious mind has long recognized Du Sheng. Half an hour later, Du Sheng and Yang Mi took a taxi to Huairou Film and Television Base, and then boarded the special car arranged for picking up and dropping off by the crew. In a hotel outside Huairou Film and Television Base, most of the actors have arrived and settled. Yang Mi looked at many familiar figures inside, and Du Sheng and General Manager and Director Lai Shui Rei Shun's heart had no doubts. She happily greeted several seniors who had worked with before, as if she had returned home. As noon approached, Du Sheng and the busy Lai Shui Tang gathered together to invite everyone to have a meal out of their own pocket. When he appeared in the dining room with his core crewmates such as Wei Yongzhang and Yang Tao, many artists who heard the rumors were still confused. There is nothing else, it's really the male protagonist who is too young. Is this young man a rich family from a family? He is not very famous, why did he win Su Yupeng's position? Didn't you see Director Lai be very polite to him? 9 out of 10 are to bring funds into the group. Female his temperament, he is probably from a wealthy family and must be quite a background. I heard that he is the mistress of the rich woman in the investor, and this is obviously. There was endless discussion. Later, Yang Mi mentioned these rumors to Du Sheng, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. During this period, he also specially contacted Yuan Bin, adopted father, and others for communication. In the next 7 days, in addition to studying, everyone will also practice martial arts, horse riding, and wire hanging together. Du Sheng's first time as an action director has to take into account many aspects. It was not until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon that he had time to ask Yang Mi, who was about to return to school. How do you feel after you read with them for a long time? This girl is completely familiar with her. She can integrate into the environment without hesitation. She even went to Weahu. It has to be said that it is not unreasonable for the other party to achieve such great achievements in the future. Yang Mi has a bright smile, obviously in a good mood. The biggest feeling is that there are so many handsome men and beautiful women in the crew. The 7 sons of Wudang are all extraordinary in temperament and have a very uncle-like appearance. Sister Zihan is full of charm and charming charm. Sister Ziyulai is innocent and has a sweet smile. Sister Fei smiled sweetly and spoke very well in Mandarin. There is also Shi Xiaolong, who plays Xiao Wuji. Although he is 2 years younger than me, his acting skills are really unspeakable. Du Sheng was stunned when he saw her counting with his fingers. After such a short time, have you finished shopping in the entire crew? Yang Mi said with a serious look on her face. Of course, as an actor, it's important to have a good relationship. Only by being familiar with each other can we cooperate to improve our acting skills and play the role well. In addition, only by understanding everyone's temperament can we not cause misunderstandings when communicating. Du Sheng looked at her in surprise. Yes, you can see through the world at such a young age. It seems that you are really not good at looking at people. He really underestimated this girl. With her high emotional intelligence and mentality of dealing with people, he can only be said to be awesome. Hehe, I can't make any moves with you, brother Sheng. Yang Mi smiled happily and suddenly said with some regret. It's a pity that I didn't meet Sister Wen and Sister Yuan today. They can stand out among so many beauties and be selected as the heroine by director Lai, which is definitely outstanding. Don't worry, as long as you join the group, there will be more opportunities to meet in the future. Du Sheng smiled slightly and sent her into the car. Go back quickly, otherwise you will be late. He also felt it when talking about Jia Suen and Gao Yuan. These two are 2 recognized goddesses in Tianya's previous life, representing the peak of straight men's aesthetics. But as he said, there will be more opportunities in the future. It is because these 2 people are behind the scenes, and this wall is not easy to break. Of course, this is also relative. Based on his current status in the crew, in fact, there is no need to worry too much. After going to Beijing TV to recognize the road in the afternoon, Du Sheng finally saw Jia Suen and Gao Yuan joining the group. Jia Suen has a slender face, clear and bright eyes, her nose is straight and delicate, and there seems to be a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. The feeling that he gave was the style of a royal sister. The overall feeling is clean and neat, but it is not without a sense of grandeur and tenderness. Gao Yuan has a typical round face, with dignified and elegant facial features and soft facial lines, giving people a sweet feeling. Her voice was gentle and delicate, and she showed the characteristics of the girl next door to the fullest. Wang Yang, who was following Du Sheng, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Director La's vision of choosing characters is really vicious. With the temperament and appearance of these 2 heroines, he can definitely stand out among the many versions of the Legend of the Condor heroes. That is, some of the important supporting actors in the crew are artists such as Xiang Zhang, Wanchenj, Southeast Asia, etc., which seems a bit difficult to communicate. Chapter 140, A Woman's Heart Under the Sea Needle. Wang Yang's second half of the sentence does make some sense. Jia Suen won't mention it. She fell into a trough in Bay City and shifted her focus to mainland development. There is also Su Su, who plays the Golden Lion King, a famous veteran driver. He has contributed to many Xiangzhang Fenjiao movies. Guo Filai, who plays Zhang Wuji's mother Yin Susu and has many rivalries with Du Sheng, played by Zhang Qiushan plus Zhang Wuji, is a Singaporean artist. This person is also a model, so it is inevitable that he is good-looking. Since she became popular in Journey to the East, she has been named one of the 4 beauties of Southeast Asia by netizens. Later, Chen Ziyulai, who played Ji Xiaofo, was a national artist in Malai. Du Sheng also guessed most of what Wang Yang said was difficult to communicate. Except for some other Chinese language, it is a bit hard to say, but it is actually a matter of treatment and pay. Du Sheng didn't have much to say about this. After all, this is Lai Shui, Fu Mushu, who ran around the year before yesterday. He guessed that there were two major reasons behind the other party invited overseas artists. First, it is even beneficial to the fact that it is not bad. Second, this makes it easier to sell dramas at high prices, and TV stations tend to consider the fame and influence of celebrities when buying films. Although Du Sheng doesn't care, if he can't speak, it will be a bit difficult to act. During the shooting, someone kept telling you 12,345. Don't say whether you can calmly answer the lines, but I'm afraid that the expressions are not natural. However, it is okay to be able to communicate in Cantonese, so there will be no situations of young and handsome men in previous lives. In addition, the role of Zhang Wuji is not easy to interpret. His character setting changes in the book are quite complicated, and they always give people the impression of being fraternal, tolerant, and hesitant. If you don't pay attention, you will be too cowardly. He even became a passionate prodigal son who wanted the beauty of his people. After the broadcast of The Legend of the Condor Heroes in the previous life, Gao Yuan and Jia Swen both clearly expressed their dislike for Zhang Wuji in the interview, believing that he had let down the affection of several women. It would be fine if Du Sheng was a melon-eating crowd, and he was not very interested in these things, but he is now the actor, so this measure must be grasped. Otherwise, the whole show will be awkward. But then again, if he were really Zhang Wuji, who had such powerful martial arts and such a huge force, would have long been the king. It's like the movie version of director Wang Jing's magical modification, surrounded by money, power, and beauty, how happy it is. But TV series should be filmed for a long time, and some flaws are inevitable. Since some venues have not been fully rented, I will still be there in the afternoon. It is mainly about reading. Lai Shui explained that he would first film the plot of Ice and Fire Island and Ruyang Palace in the early stage. Du Sheng and Jia Swen, Guo Filai, Su Qi, Shi Xiaolong, and others got together. This is the first time he has admired two big beauties so close. Guo Filai is worthy of being a model, with a height of 170 centimeters plus high-heeled embroidered shoes that are almost comparable to some men. And her biggest advantage is her current costume look, mature and stunning, and she can be regarded as the dazzling presence of the first few people on the scene. As for Jia Swen, the temperament of the royal sister is indeed well deserved. The beauty of the school beauties in the past is well deserved. Jia Swen is eloquent and even jokes about herself during the chat. I was actually quite lively when I was in middle school, like a little girl. It was not until I was in high school that I was sensible and became a butterfly. Even if you have received love letters from countless boys, some girls who wrote letters to scold her because of jealousy can easily say it. In the reading, she didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she always affectionately called Du Sheng little brother. Du Sheng didn't feel any discomfort about this title, just smiled. It is also a pleasure to be able to get close to such a beautiful and easygoing beauty. When reading around is bored, Shi Xiaolong and Guo Filai will also talk about interesting stories from their students and their growth experiences. This atmosphere makes people feel particularly relaxed and pleasant. Looking at the beauties around him, Du Sheng felt a little moved. The beauty of some people is innate, while the charm of some people is gradually accumulated over the years. Are you sure? At this time, Jia Siwen suddenly looked at Du Sheng curiously. You can actually play the flute. Do you underestimate your Mr. Zhang? Du Sheng just mentioned casually. With literary and martial arts, poetry, songs, music, and martial arts, what do you think is not my strength? Jia Swen was amused by his words and covered her mouth and smiled. Are you gilding yourself or are you gilding Zhang Wuji? Du Sheng also laughed. Isn't exaggerating yourself, just praise me. Haha. Jia Swen smiled even more happily, her eyes curled into crescent moons. You're almost a drama actor. More than that, I can't tell whether I'm in or out of the play. Ha ha ha. Seeing Du Sheng just joking with Jia Swen at this moment, Guo Filai also had some thoughts and pretended to joke. Sheng, aren't you going to play a role with Zhang Qiushan? Why did you change the role of Zhang Wuji who can't walk when he sees a beauty? Oops. Du Sheng turned his head and looked surprised. Sister Fili, when did you learn to run someone so tactfully? Did you learn it from brother Xiaolong and others after coming to the mainland? His heart was open, and it was mostly due to the identity of an investor plus action director. In the crew, even if the actors do not flatter and favor investment, producer, director, etc., they will find ways to make friends. The reason is simple and real. Either you want to stay in some resources, or you want to be better at the treatment, or you want to take shortcuts. In the future, female celebrities cannot do anything for their own way out. It's still fine now, at least it won't be so unscrupulous, and I know how to cherish my feathers. Su Su and Shi Xiaolong were shot while lying down, and waved their hands with a smile. I want to teach you, but the beauty doesn't give you a chance. What's your name? Sister Fei? We are now partners, and our name is Susu. Guo Fili gave him a blank look, a little charming. It's true, this is obviously a person who has figured out the role. The daughter of the leader of the Tianying sect, Yin Susu, played by her, is both good and evil. She is tender in the last second, and she can meet each other in the next second, and dare to love and hate. Although he is not in the play now, he also reflects the witch side, which shows that he has a very good grasp of the role. Jia Swen kept a smile on her face, but she had some worries in her heart but didn't know how to vomit. I am also his wife in the play. How can this be considered seniority? If we divide it according to the plot, should we call Yin Susu the mother? Susu and Shi Xiaolong looked at each other. This can be compared with the length, and it can only be said that a woman's heart is under the sea. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, knowing in his heart why these two women were calculating. Yin Susu's character is actually very similar to Zhao Min, or it can be said that Zhao Min is her plus version. Both of them are demonic women despised by the decency. They are both beautiful and intelligent, and have good martial arts. They are a little cunning and somewhat demonic and both fall in love with men who seem impossible to be together. It is said that when Jin Yang wrote The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he originally planned to use Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu as the male and female protagonists, so he wrote about a quarter of the length, but later they retreated to the second line for various reasons. Having said that, the setting of the famous young Master X the demon sex demon girl is both affectionate and dedicated, especially the male protagonist does not have Ying Ying and Yin Yan around. This pair is even better in the minds of readers than Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji. However, Yin Susu was not as lucky as Zhao Min, and she also followed her husband Zhang Qiushan, who committed suicide, to death in love. Perhaps out of pity, this screenwriter prefers her and pushes the Longmen escort agency's massacre to Cheng Kun, which greatly clears the original work. The mistake Yin Susu made when she was a witch. In this way, the two characters will be compared by the audience. Guo Fili and Jia Saiwen also knew this clearly, so some of the concerns were certain. Crack! While everyone was discussing heatedly, the door of the conference room was open, and Huang Deli and Yuan Bin came in together. Hello, two teachers. Everyone greeted each other, and their voices were messy. All of them are here? The atmosphere of your reading is full of joy. Huang Deli glanced at the scene, but found that they were all just waving and no one stood up. He looked at Du Sheng and others and pretended to be angry. Hey, we are all teachers at least. You just have this sincerity. Everyone knew that he was Du Sheng's adoptive father or one of the special martial arts commanders. During lunch, everyone has basically met each other and knows that they are mostly joking. Sitting at Gao Yuan, where there was a table of few words in the Yimei sect, suddenly his eyes turned slightly and he smiled and joked. Uncle Huang, if you can really give us some of the legendary Kailan blood, we will stand up and bow to you immediately. Huang Deli's most well-known character in the film and television industry is Nai Feng's ancestor who drank the blood of the Kailan in Fenjiun. Therefore, when he heard Gao Yuan's words, he was not only not upset, but laughed. If you can find the fire Kylin, let alone blood, I will cut the Kylin arm for you. Yuan Bin counted the number of people present. Several major actors haven't come. Huang Deli knew the situation and said, the two people in the Iron Triangle, one is on the movie Mobile and the other is hosting the World Collection. In a few days, there will be. Director Lai said that he would practice first, especially the role is heavy, and those with poor foundation should work harder. Yuan Bin didn't care about these things anymore, his eyes swept across everyone and said bluntly, I won't say anything politely, let's follow us to practice hard. Fist and foot skills, weapon use, riding skills, wire skills, etc., are all indispensable. After a change of topic, he looked at Du Sheng. Sheng, in terms of action design, are you here to help? Du Sheng knew what the other party meant and nodded slightly. Okay. This version of the previous life has many complaints, and fighting scenes also account for a part. If you don't have enough skills, special effects will be collected. The reason for the slow shooting is the action scenes. Lai Shui, the old director, did not hire an action director, and only let the martial arts commander do it. The scene that was bumpy for 3 months was filmed for half a year. Of course, another reason is that the director is not very good at speaking Mandarin and speaks Cantonese on the set. Since Du Sheng got involved here, he would naturally try to avoid these things. At least, the schedule must be reduced. He is a little hurry. In addition to a drama, he is preparing to go on, and he is also talking about Kong Val. Chapter 141 Romantic Couple. Yuan Bin breathed a sigh of relief, this could help a lot. After all, there are many big scenes in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. He thought for a while and said, you have to take the exam tomorrow. Just let Brother Huang teach you about fists, feet, and weapons. I will be responsible for the wild and the batch recruitment. If you have time, please help design moves and writing. As soon as these words were spoken, many people at the scene were a little surprised. Even Gao Yuan, Jia Saiwen, Guo Filai and other girls were no exception, and they turned their heads to look at Du Sheng in surprise. He really knows so much? Isn't the action director a false title? After arranging the training plan, Yuan Bin and Huang Deli each led some artists to transfer. Du Sheng had a long time to know the movement design. Seeing that there was still some time, he simply brought some people to the training ground. I don't know if it's feeding or breeding issues, but the horses in the training horse farm are short and thin, and they look malnourished. It's all a crappy horse. Du Sheng shook his head slightly, thinking that he could control it well. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and riding skills are matches, let alone the skill of driving mastery. I didn't ride well in Chenlong last time, and I was a little disappointed. A bad horse? You can tell it all. Jia Saiwen, who was beside her, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. Du Sheng explained. According to the Book of Zhou, horses measure 3 things, 1 is called military horses, 2 is field horses, and 3 is called steep horses. Among them, only horses with a height of more than 8 feet and a fat body can be called war horses. A field horse about 7 feet is a stagnant horse, and a low horse below 6 feet is a stagnant horse, that is, a bad horse. Although you can run, the slow horse is not fast, but for you novices, it is enough to deal with it. Wow, you know all these rare knowledge. Guo Filai exclaimed. You really know how to ride a horse. Du Sheng smiled indifferently, without saying much, and came to a taller white horse. He kicked and leaped the horse on his body, held the reins and pulled it, and the white horse ran out happily. He spread his chest and straightened his waist, his arms and upper body kept overlapping, and the wind whistled by his ears. At this moment, it seems like I have returned to the long-lost time of riding. On a whim, he held the saddle and reins tightly, leaned over and approached the horse's belly, and suddenly slid from the galloping horse's back to the right. Guo Filai and others behind him exclaimed, thinking that Du Sheng was about to fall. Unexpectedly, he suddenly let go of one hand, leaned forward, grabbed the saddle with one hand, and actually passed through under the horse's belly, instantly moved to the left, and returned to the horse's back smoothly. The whole action was done in one go, and it was lightly described, as if it had been integrated with the horse. Watching Du Sheng show ancient hiding, even Yuan Bin has to admire the superb skills of arrows. This kid is really a monster. After performing a few riding moves, Du Sheng rode his horse and returned. Although this horse is not comfortable enough to ride, there is still a long-lost riding fun. Seeing Du Sheng riding a horseback, Guo Filai and Jia Siwen's beautiful eyes lit up, and they all came forward and tried. So handsome! A Sheng, can you teach us? Even Gao Yuan, which was originally calm and cold, was a little moved now. They are all chivalrous women in the play, and riding a horse is almost a necessary skill. Whether this riding skills are good or not is related to image. Sharp. Yuan Bin looked at Du Sheng's skillful riding movements and gave Huang Deli a thumbs up. He originally thought that Du Sheng's riding skills were just like those coaches jogging on horseback. Unexpectedly, this level is almost comparable to that of the professional jockeys of the Hong Kong Jockey Club. However, Huang Deli did not take any credit, and was even a little surprised. He taught Du Sheng riding skills, but there were fewer and fewer horses in the city, and he didn't have much chance to practice. That's the level I just met. After not seeing each other for a while, Du Sheng's level can only be described as an admirable person. Brother Sheng, Niu Bai. Shi Xiaolong was also shocked and said with sincerity. No wonder you have achieved today. This trick alone can do whatever you can. Although he didn't say it before, like most actors, he was still a little dissatisfied. After all, the other party is not a few years older than him, but he was not only the hero, but also became the actor. What kind of genius does this require? Now I am convinced. Some things are indeed incomparable. Even if he is a child star, he has always been praised. Fine. In the face of everyone's praise, Du Sheng was not too humble. For him, riding a horse is similar to driving a vehicle or a woman, and practice makes perfect. A Sheng, teach me. Jia Swen came to Du Sheng, her beautiful eyes were full of hope, and she reached out to pull him to try. You can learn anything if you want to, come one by one, you can get on the horse first. Du Sheng turned over and dismounted and handed her the reins. It won't move around, please help me. Jia Swen didn't care about her actions and asked Du Sheng to comfort the horse with one hand and hold her waist with the other. Although his posture was a little clumsy, he still struggled to climb onto the horse's back, with expectations and excitement flashing in his eyes. Guo Filai, who had originally had ideas, saw that Jia Siwen took the lead and stepped back with some resentment. In fact, in addition to her, Chen Ziyulai and others who followed him were also very envious. After all, this kind of communication that can not only learn skills but also have the opportunity to get closer to the male lead plus action director plus investor is simply the easiest way to enhance relationships. As long as a female artist who is willing to go further in this circle is almost a natural ability. But they are supporting roles after all. They were not as relaxed as Jia Swen when they first met, so they could only wait for envy. Pay attention to the position of the pedal and step on it firmly. Du Sheng carefully guided. Remember, you need to control your center of gravity when riding a horse, rather than simply sitting on it. When you lean forward, the horse will feel the signal of moving forward and run. When you pull the reins tightly, the horse will understand that it needs to slow down or stop. Is it so easy? Jia Swen asked with a little confusion. This is the case in theory, but to truly master the skills of horse riding, a lot of practice and experience accumulation is still required. Du Sheng explained with a smile. If you are afraid, I will take you 2 ways and get to know your feelings first. Or why don't you come up, I'm afraid it will run around. Jia Swen sat on the back of the horse and looked at the horse under her, very excited. Seeing that she was a little itchy, Du Sheng knew that it would be insincere if she didn't take her around for a while, so he simply turned over and sat on the back. The horses here are all taught and have rich experience. Feeling the instructions from the horse's back and the reins, the old horse immediately felt a sense of harmony and walked forward. Jia shaking his body, feeling a little panicked when he lost his center of gravity, and his body couldn't help but lean into Du Sheng's arms. But this time, her center of gravity deviated, and the reins in her hand shook. The old horse had just run around happily, but before the excitement had passed, he felt the reins shaking, and immediately spread out his forehooves and ran forward. Ah! It's gone, a Sheng quickly helps me. Jia yelled in shock and slammed on the horse's back, shaking left and right, so scared that he grabbed Du Sheng's arm with his backhand. Du Sheng was amused and crying, holding her soft waist with one hand and controlling the reins with the other. Don't be nervous, imitate me, pull the reins. Although the beauty is in her arms, it is too awkward to get angry in front of everyone. Although Jia Swen felt a little, she was excited, and on the other hand, she was still thinking about it. She blushed and didn't take it away, but instead leaned tighter. After all, this kind of intimate action is indispensable in filming in the future, so it is necessary to deal with it in advance. Moreover, she came to the mainland for no reason. A drama she filmed before has not been aired yet and she has not much fame at all. Although there is some popularity in Bay City, its reputation has declined and I can't make it. In addition, in order to break free from the control of Godfather Wu Dun and take root in the mainland, establishing a good relationship with others is the top priority. And Du Sheng, the rapidly rising young student plus investor, is definitely a high-quality stock. Looking at Jia Swen's ambiguous behavior on the sidelines, Guo Fili was speechless and even a little unexplained envy. In fact, her situation is similar to that of Jia Siwen. The entertainment industry in Singapore is too small and the market is too narrow, so it cannot accommodate too many artists. With such a vast market in the mainland, anyone can see the prospects. Therefore, not only Xiangzhong and Wansheng artists have come to develop, but even Southeast Asian Chinese are no exception. What's more, her ancestral home is from Canton, so she is naturally more close. Although I have some connections here, I can't help much. Therefore, it is necessary to make good friends in the circle. It's just that there is obviously more than Guo Fili who has this idea. In this way, she and Jia Swen not only formed similar competition in the play, but also had hidden competition outside the play. The reason is like a cake. If the volume is placed there, if someone eats it, then one piece will be missing. As for Du Sheng's age, this is not a problem at all. After all, they just make contact with each other, not get married with men. In the play, the other party has to put on youth makeup in order to adapt to the role. I want to learn too. Jia Swen ran happily for 2 laps. Guo Fili, who had finally waited for her to come down, had already arrived by the horse, and cooperated with Du Sheng to help Jia Swen down. Jia Swen, who was still a little unsatisfied, saw many people watching him. Although she was very grateful for Guo Fili's kindness, she had to come down. Sister Wen, you can control the center of gravity and reins, so you can go there and practice. Du Sheng pointed to the Aoxiajiji and Yuanbin deputy at the horse farm not far away, and looked at the waiting crowd. They are more familiar with the skills, which can help you avoid many detours. He was a little overwhelmed and could not waste it. Jia Swen looked at Guo Fili, who asked Du Sheng to support her on the horse, and she felt a little resentful. She is not satisfied yet. If I had known that it was given to this person, I would not have come down so soon. However, when I think about the other party's role, the future is long. Jia silenced his mood and followed Chen Ziyulai and others to the other side. Ah! A Sheng is slower, too fast. But before Jia Suwen could stand still, she heard a burst of exclamation. When she turned her head and looked, she couldn't help but spat in her heart. Shameless! I saw Guo Fili also imitating her, letting Du Sheng sit behind the horse and carry her around in circles. However, what is too much was that the woman was really scared or pretending, but her whole body was stuck in Du Sheng's arms. From a distance, it looks like a couple is cycling and walking on a romantic walk. Chapter 142, Giving Gifts Through the Back Door? Jia Swen suddenly had a toothache. I have to admit that Du Sheng is really handsome and outstanding in all aspects. Especially the feeling of writing gives people a support, it is really unparalleled. It is certain to attract the attention of the opposite sex. When I think of myself as a heroine, I can't compare to a supporting role. For no reason, she felt a little annoyed. Why didn't I think about it just now? Moreover, if you fight openly and secretly like this, you will only suffer both losses. It will also make people think that this kind of social relationship is cheap. No, wait for the opportunity to talk to her. Feeling the softness in his arms and the shock of the aureoles, Du Sheng had already reacted. I felt a little weird too. But he is not Lu Xiaowai. Of course, he will not pretend to be a fool of himself. Just now, the woman in her arms became red in her face. Outstanding! Guo Fei Li's cheeks flew and she no longer dared to move around. I heard it was outrageous in my heart. At the beginning, she did ask Du Sheng to ride a horse with some thought, but she would never have thought it would become like this. Even though she is no longer a little girl, she has never felt this feeling before. This person is more than just a small WW. When I thought about whether he was his wife in the play or the kind who was deeply in love, I felt a little hopeful and excited for no reason. Du Sheng has no idea for the time being. He taught the remaining few who had never ridden a horse, and then began to cooperate with his adoptive father in designing movements, counterfeiting moves, etc. Then, arrange some movements for the actors to practice, so that they can learn to replicate them and turn them into fighting scenes in the play. Fortunately, Du Sheng has watched a lot of kung fu and martial arts films, has a lot of knowledge, and has the blessing of action director. You can easily get started with any martial arts movement design, training, arrangement, shooting, scheduling, etc. Moreover, the design movements are elegant, and they are wild and imaginative, which makes Huang Deli sigh. He has been working part-time in this industry for nearly 10 years, and he has never seen such a big brain. It not only takes into account the ornamentality, but also has a bit of practicality, and it does have a unique charm. This apprentice is really better than the blue. With Du Sheng's help, their martial finger design and dispatching suddenly became much easier. Otherwise, there would be only a few days to arrange so many actors to practice, and I really wouldn't be able to get out. However, Du Sheng has been busy these days and cannot stay in the crew at all times. The next morning, the Beijing TV gate. Wang Yeyang borrowed the crew vehicle and sent him to the test site in the performance department. There are multiple examination rooms here, and each examination room can accommodate an average of thousands of candidates. But every time 10 candidates are allowed to enter, and the next batch is to be determined. This is to ensure that every candidate has enough time to adjust his or her status. Many famous candidates gathered on the scene, and many of them were second-generation stars. It feels a bit star-studded. There are people coming and going at the entrance of the examination room, and people of all identities are there. Parents, brokers, and even celebrities are accepting interviews from the media. The whole atmosphere was both tense and full of expectations. Du Sheng was not affected by external objects and focused on reviewing the prepared materials to avoid horses being stumbled. After waiting for about 20 minutes, he entered the examination room with other selected candidates. After all the candidates in front of them have completed the exam, they will go on stage to conduct the exam in turn according to the invigilator's instructions. Du Sheng looked around and found that all these candidates were handsome men and beautiful women, and some even put on makeup. Those who dare to come to Beijing television to challenge are all experts. However, what he didn't know was that in the eyes of everyone, he was also an expert that cannot be ignored. Recently, the legend of Woolen has not only spread in the mainland circle, but also reported on many entertainment newspapers. As the only Chinese player to enter the finals, Du Sheng naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Some people even recognize him as the artist who has a rumored scandal with Fan Ou and Zhang Baji. It's really that handsome and confident image, which is too eye-catching. Du Sheng ignored these and listened to the invigilator's explanation. The process of the Beijing Phone Art examination is divided into 3 rounds, and the preliminary examination is currently underway. This round is relatively simple, with only self-introduction, recitation and personal sketches to show off your talents. The second round of re-examination is a real test and will undergo large-scale elimination. By the third round, at least 90% of thousands of candidates will be eliminated. This is not cruel. The cruel thing is that 2 of them were invigilator co's on the spot because of mistakes in reciting or performing sketches. The girl left crying and making the scene even more nervous. But this did not affect Du Sheng. Because he is the first in this group to join the battle, how could he have any thoughts on it? Hello, teachers, my name is Du Sheng. I am 19 years old this year, 183 centimeters tall and 75 kilograms weight. What I want to recite today is Yu Fei's Manjiang Hong. From the moment he stood on stage, Du Sheng turned on the acting with 13,000 sound, stage, shape and expression. I was angry and rushed to the crown, leaning on the railing, and the rain stopped. I looked up and roared at the sky, and my heart was fierce. He recited this passionate song poem in an enthusiastic way. The majestic tone, the murderous aura of agitated, the confidence to serve the country and make contributions, the spirit of unyielding and striving. It actually feels like being vivid on paper. The candidates who were originally whispering in a low voice stopped and looked up in surprise. The invigilators all looked at Du Sheng in surprise. This popular ancient poem was not the first to recite, nor would it be the last one. But there is no doubt that Du Sheng is the most special. The other party first used a low and depressing voice to express the grief and anger of the broken rivers and mountains, and then emphasized his determination in an exciting tone. The last 2 sentences, when you go back and clean up the old mountains and rivers, and go to the sky, turn into a word by word and pause to demonstrate your own struggle. From breathing, vocalizing and then brewing feelings, the other party can actually drive everyone's emotions, making people unconsciously immersed in it. As the examiners, Zhang Hui and Hu Aiman looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. It's indeed amazing. Because Du Sheng is very infectious, his interpretation of being so virtuous is not something that he should have at this age. The sound, stage, shape and surface are shaped very delicately, with in-depth expressions and full of vision, just like Yu Fei standing in front of him with passion. This kid is amazing. Du Sheng did not delay the recitation and started the one-man show directly. The next personal sketch performed, give a gift by the back door. In other words, this is a personal interpretation of facial features and body movements. He held a heavy gift, book, raised his hand and wanted to knock on the door, feeling nervous and uneasy for no reason on his face. Walking on the back door is a path that many people will choose, but he also feels that this is an insult to his dignity and ability. Du Sheng took a deep breath and plucked up the courage to step forward, but every time it seemed to be pulled back by invisible power. There are many internal conflicts and pace back and forth. The corresponding struggle, worry, and nervousness appeared on his face. He stood in front of the door, became anxious, hesitating whether to continue. When he thought of his bare house, he still gritted his teeth and reached out to knock it a few times. But every time I knocked on it, it seemed like I was challenging my bottom line. In the end, he threw the gift away suddenly, couldn't stand the inner torture, and turned around angrily. "Thank you, my exam is over," Du Sheng said concisely and stepped down directly. Because he knew the seriousness of the first exam, examiners often focused on ratings and did not communicate too much. He stood quietly aside, waiting for the other candidates to leave together after completing the exam. However, For the examiners, the scoring this time is quite tricky. The examiners of the Beijing Electric Art Examination will independently score the scores, and the examination staff will then collect the scores and calculate the average. Once the score gap is too large, a special analysis and review process will be triggered to ensure the fairness and accuracy of the score. Faced with Du Sheng's outstanding performance, the examiners couldn't help but feel troubled. They know that if the score they give is too high, there will be differences with other examiners. Hu Aiman thought for a moment, and finally decided to write a high score of 96 on the scoring table. According to the standards for scoring in art exams, the scores are divided into 6 levels, and the first level is 90 to 100 points. 96 points are undoubtedly an excellent result. But this guy definitely did a lot of things to act like this. Soon, other examiners also completed the scores. The inspection quickly collected and summarized all scores. In the end, Du Sheng looked up to the audience with an average score of 94.8. Among them, Zhang Hui, as the chief examiner, directly gave a high score of 98. Although the candidates on the spot did not know how the examiner scored, Du Sheng's performance conquered them. After the exam, news about this exam spread throughout the exam room. The one who performed by the back door didn't look like the one who acted. Oh, by the way, I heard that he is still a kung fu star. He also had scandals with popular actresses such as Fan Ou and Zhang Baji. With such outrageous acting skills, everyone knows that this person cannot be defeated. This is indeed the case. In the next second and third rounds, Du Sheng passed the qualifying victory and defeated the generals in a way that he crushed the enemy. The results were officially released on February 28, and candidates can consult via the internet or at designated locations. It is worth mentioning that the query results are limited to individuals. The announcement of overall results will take half a month to wait. Brother Sheng, 93.8 points. Wang Yeyang was as excited as a child, smiling from ear to ear. This score is definitely a top player in Baidian. Don't let the rumor be rumored for the time being, so as not to be swelled. Du Sheng has been too busy recently and doesn't have much time to deal with trivial matters. When I think of the people who have some excuses to build relationships, I feel even more troublesome. Although it is a kind compliment, it is too much to deal with the trouble. However, these days, news is always spreading rapidly. Soon, many people learned that a Beijing Film Academy candidate obtained an astonishing 93.8 points. The candidate in the same batch as Du Sheng guessed it was him in an instant. Because under normal circumstances, it is not easy to get high scores. In the past 5 years, the highest score of Nortel has been only 91.6 points. To get a score of more than 93 points, at least 2 examiners need to give super high scores, otherwise it will be difficult to reach such an average. Everyone was curious about how Du Sheng did it. Did he have any special performance in the exam? Some people even joked, could he be the examiner? Could it be that he would give birth to a child? This year's top scorer is much higher than before. Will it arouse suspicion from the outside world? It's spread now, and I can't even hold back if I want to. It's better to give an explanation as soon as possible. Several examiners expressed their concerns. Du Sheng's performance is indeed excellent, and it's not because of cheating. What are you afraid of? And his popularity is there. If we, Beijing Electric, don't we, will it be cheaper for the other 2 institutions? Hu Aiman didn't care about this and was already thinking about how to treat this candidate as a promotional face. Some candidates with connections even got all the candidates' scores in advance. Chapter 143 Live Finals. In less than 2 days, the relevant news has spread. In this way, Du Sheng can't even keep a low profile. After noon that day, his cell phone began to vibrate continuously. Blessing messages popped up on the display screen, all of whom are familiar friends and artists. Cousin, congratulations, Beijing Film Academy's top scorer, it's so awesome, oh. This was sent by Lu Yifei, and the words were filled with joy and pride. Although she is far away in Bay City, she always thinks about this school brother. So not long after this class, she started to inquire everywhere. When I learned that Du Sheng was the top scorer in the performance department of Beijing Electric this year, the surprise and excitement were even more exciting than buying $1 million lottery. Without further ado, she is determined to be the senior sister. Du Sheng replied with a smile. Girl, be low-key. It's embarrassing for your cousin to do this. Lu Yifei was excited, but she didn't care about this and typed quickly. Next time I will take you to the pyramid, the UFA Film and Television Center, attend concerts, and there are many delicious campus food. Du Sheng could feel the joy of this girl, and she didn't bother to delay her, and chatted with a few smiles. Immediately afterwards, Fan Ou's information also emerged, joking. Yes, it's more promising than me. Is this considered bragging realization? She used to want to take the 3 major colleges most, but she only entered the third-rate Xiejin Film and Television Academy. This has always been a regret. Du Sheng once said to help her realize her dream. Not only has it been completed beyond the scope, but it is also the top spot. She also felt a little emotional. Zhang Baji's information was followed closely. Congratulations, I'm going to the homepage of Beijing Electric Campus Network. If director Wang Jing hadn't asked the actor to mention it, I wouldn't have known it yet. Du Sheng finally knew how the intensive congratulations came today. It turned out that the enemy was in the propaganda department. He replied to the past separately and saw Lu Tao's information mixed with it, with a little resentment. I am worthy of being a powerful actor. When will I come to play against me? I feel that my condition has declined. Du Sheng smiled playfully. The opposite is right. If you have a chance, I guarantee that you will be happy and can't stop. Finally, Yezi's message arrived as scheduled. Beijing Electric knows that you are filming. Although there are no regulations for class, it is recommended that you go back when school starts. As far as I guess I want you to cooperate with the publicity. Du Sheng smiled and knew what the school leaders meant. However, since he chose Beijing Film Academy, he will naturally not let go of pigeons if he is a good news. As for the lack of course learning, this cannot be avoided. That night, many people in the crew also knew about Du Sheng's high school rankings and came to congratulate him. A group of beauties surrounded, it was very lively. Lu Henjiu, who plays Song Qingshu, proposed. Sheng, it's unreasonable to celebrate this. Go out later to congratulate me. Seeing that everyone seemed enthusiastically, Du Sheng knew that this midnight snack could not be escaped, and smiled. Then let's finish reading tonight and gather at 10:30 in Majiazhuang. Wow! Brother Sheng is awesome. Bad sound. Since there will be training camp tomorrow, Du Sheng just took everyone to have a meal at a nearby farm. Despite this, dozens of people were crowded with people and were very lively. Except for those who are older or those who are self-reliant, they are basically here to appreciate the face. After all, everyone knows that it is not an exaggeration to be the top scorer in the performance department of Beijing Electric Power. What's more, Du Shengru is already a capitalist plus action director this year, and anyone knows that the future is limitless. Out of all kinds of thoughts, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate, laughing and laughing. Sheng, you are striking the limelight this time. Be careful when walking in the future and don't be blown away by the wind. Guo Filai raised her wine glass and joked with a smile. Everyone laughed and said, do you feel as excited as winning the lottery now? By the way, Sheng, the top scorer, came too suddenly. I didn't even have time to prepare my knees. Come and let me wait and worship. Jia Swen looked at Du Sheng surrounded by everyone, and her eyes were somewhat admirable. She is actually from Beijing Electric, but she dropped out of school halfway through. It is fake to say that she doesn't regret it now. Although Gao Yuan, Chen Ziyulai and others didn't talk much, they also looked at each other with emotion. Although the entrance exam for Beijing Film Academy does not represent anything, the network of personal connections and relationships represents endless possibilities. Huang Deli sat quietly aside, expressing his gratitude and joy with a smile. Du Sheng was not proud and responded humbly. Nortel technology is just the beginning, and the road ahead is still long. During the meal, Jia Swen, Guo Filai, and others, who were extroverted and were more relaxed, even played dice and drank a lot of beer. But I have to say that after this dinner, the relationship between the crew has been much closer. This is more conducive to the next shooting. During this period, Zheng Zidao, who was far away in Xiangjiang, actually called. In addition to congratulating Du Sheng on becoming the top scorer in the performance department of Beijing Film Academy, he wanted to ask him for help. I heard that you started your own studio and invested in dramas, and you are doing well. Zheng Zidao has also heard of Du Sheng's actions in recent times. A young mainland actor went to Xiangjiang and suddenly became involved in entertainment industry big shots of Lu Yingyi and Hong Bao. Now that I have not been back in the mainland, I have invested in more than 20 million dramas, which is unusual. This also made Zheng Zidao's attitude towards Du Sheng a little better. Those who can rise so quickly and can get along with each other will definitely achieve great success in the future. Is there anything you want to ask me for? Du Sheng had already guessed in his heart that Zheng Zidao made a special appointment with him this time, and there must be important matters that need to be discussed. However, the two sides had no time to get along, so they could only talk on the phone. Zheng Zidao directly gets to the topic. I would like to ask you to contact us to see if it is possible for domestic sports channels to broadcast the final of Woolen Legend in this session. He had asked someone to contact Kayangfu and Guangzhou before, but failed to implement it. Du Sheng smiled slightly. Your idea is novel, but do you think domestic TV stations are so easy to cooperate with? The annual live broadcast plan is planned early, and it is not that simple to add programs temporarily. However, Zheng Zidao was not discouraged and continued. I know it's very difficult, but wasn't the CCIV5 live broadcast of Box Championship last year an exception? This is a temporary arrangement. Du Sheng shook his head helplessly. You compare Wulin with those world-class events? It's not me that I'll hit you, the current influence of Wulin is not enough to make the TV station change its plans. Zheng Zidao still refused to give up and said sincerely. It's because of humans, just ask me for information. I know that your agent has a wide connection in this industry. If she can come forward, things may turn around. No matter what the result is, you will definitely not be in vain. In fact, he was trying to beat Ye smacking the connections behind Yezi. When Du Sheng heard this, he began to measure in his heart. If it were the past, he might have directly rejected this seemingly unlikely request. But now, this matter is closely related to myself. Maybe, in the future, we can create a truly striking event. After some thought, Du Sheng said, I can help you contact us, but it is hard to say whether we can succeed. After all, you also know that she doesn't use her family connections much. Thank you, thank you. Zheng Zidao hurriedly thanked. He already had some confidence in his heart. As long as Du Sheng is willing to help, this matter has been at least half successful. He is not a person who is unsure, and he would not have spoken easily if he hadn't been so. Next, wait and see the result. On the 6th day of the training camp, all the staff gathered in the hotel's conference room. Director Lai Shuiqing talked freely on the stage and made final preparations for the start-up. Du Sheng, Jia Saiwen, and Gao Yuan sat in the same row, next to each other. Guo Filai, who was sitting behind her, was keenly aware of Jia Saiwen's changes as a woman. The other party and Du Sheng were obviously much more friendly, and their relationship was obviously much better than ordinary friends. However, she noticed that Du Sheng was concentrating on listening to Director Lai's assignment of the task and did not express anything unusual. Guo Filai couldn't help but have a trace of conjecture in her heart. After the meeting, she pulled Du Sheng aside and pointed at Jia Siwen with a smile. It's been rumored that you are playing each other at night, will it be? Du Sheng realized now that women gossiping is indeed not about age. Do you think it's possible? His innocent expression made Guo Filai laugh, with a teasing smile. How is it impossible? I think her look at you is a little different, as if she is to you. Du Sheng looked calm and smiled playfully. We also often play the same role, right? The right thing is to get married in Ice and Fire Island. The look you look at me is also different. Does this mean? After this period of time, the two sides became more familiar with each other. He speaks much more casually. Guo Filai spat inwardly and pretended to be angry. How many years older than you are so embarrassed. It's just a few years older, not a few decades older. It makes sense. Guo Filai smiled. Fortunately she was not a little girl, otherwise she would have to retreat when facing this shamelessness. And she discovered that Du Sheng's mentality was becoming more and more like Zhang Wuji, a scumbag who was eating a bowl and watching the pot. In the play, if her role as Yin Susu is included, Zhang Wuji can be surrounded by 5 beauties. Isn't this an early entry into the show? After the meeting, everyone followed Yuan Bin, Huang Deli and other martial arts commanders to practice tricks in the open space in the backyard. Dozens of people concentrated on drilling, and the momentum was quite spectacular. There were several groups of media reporters outside the hotel who wanted to dig out the news, but they were all cleverly blocked by the assistants. But Jinyang adapted writers with such a large investment are indispensable. Inviting casting from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 places once became a topic of martial arts fans. Not to mention that the starring Du Sheng became the #1 pick in Beijing Film Academy, and the popularity of Woolen has not subsided. However, during this period, the crew was almost in a semi-closed training camp, and it was not easy for outsiders to come in. But this could not stop some reporters, celebrities, and other reporters under the guise of visiting the set, and it was lively and popular. Chapter 144 Hype Marketing. Du Sheng could not resist the entanglement of the little witch Zheng Xian. Thinking about the popularity that the other party brought to himself several reports before, he simply revealed a little interesting news from the crew. And Lai Shui is a master of sales. Even though the legend of the Condor Heroes has not yet started, it has frequently made headlines in newspapers and news websites with his clever publicity methods. With the brilliant achievements of his last remake of Gu Long's work The Too Proud, and his unremitting efforts to promote it before the filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes attracted the attention of many domestic and foreign TV stations. The copyright of its audiovisual products is also being negotiated, which shows that all sectors of society still have expectations for the drama. On this day, the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes ushered in an official startup. The starting location was located in Huairou Base, with a grand scene, and half of the entertainment industry's news media, movie magazines, and portal reporters were present. After the ceremony of burning incense and worshipping gods, the main creators immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. However, at the beginning of the press conference, he encountered waves of doubts and bombardment from reporters. Director Lai, last year's TVB version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is a masterpiece in the hearts of martial arts fans. The one you filmed 8 years ago is still being replayed. Do you have the confidence to create a classic that surpasses the previous work this time? Director Lai, recently, many Jinyang fans on the internet have very much objection to your casting, and even claimed that using Du Sheng, Jia Siwen, and Gao Yuan is a failure. May I ask? The audience said that if it weren't for popular artists like Ling Zhiying, Li Guanpeng, and Zhou Sun, they wouldn't watch this TV series. What's your response to this? Faced with the reporter's successive problems, Lai Shui suddenly woke up and took a look at the cellar. As early as when the crew was established, he tried to publish a list of characters for promotion, but unexpectedly it caused a negative voice on the internet. When he was interviewed, he complained. The audience is not satisfied with it. When we chose Ling Jiying to play Zhang Xiao in The Twins, many people were also dissatisfied. Now it seems that the response is pretty good. I think the audience is not having any objection to a certain actor, but is caused by nostalgia and cannot accept new things. As soon as these remarks came out, they caused an uproar again. Although there is no basis for the purpose of liaison, many viewers do in fact. He is reserved about the emergence of the new version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The Bay City version he filmed 8 years ago and the version released by TVB last year have left an indelible mark in the hearts of countless viewers. The peak status of these two movies is almost insurmountable to many people. If you want to remake it now, it will inevitably be regarded as a blasphemy of the classics and may even arouse the audience's disgust. In addition, although Lai Shui's Bio Poisonous Two Ages has good ratings, its reputation has suffered a tragic defeat. This precedent lesson has made many viewers skeptical of his ability to continue directing Jinyang dramas. At the press conference, many reporters with the identity of Jinyang were responsible for exploring topics and creating hot topics, and naturally they were ruthless when asking questions. Faced with this series of sharp problems, Lai Shui said in a deep voice after breathing, "The filming is not yet completed, and any reviews about the film are too early. But I can assure you that our upcoming filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes will be a masterpiece that surpasses the past." Speaking of this, his eyes turned to the slightly cramped starring actors and said, "In addition, I have a full understanding of my casting and am full of confidence in Jia Siwen, Gao Yuan, and others. The new image of Zhao Min and Zhou Zhiruo, I believe that they will definitely make the audience's eyes shine." Jia Siwen stood up and bowed to the camera, and said with a smile, "I am very grateful to Director Lai for his trust and affirmation of me, and thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity to play this role. In order to play this role well, I have written a biography of more than 20,000 words and made a lot of." Gao Yuan was not as natural as Jia Siwen, and stood up and said, "I will do my best to restore the image of Zhou Zhiruo in the original work, and I hope everyone can give me a chance to show myself." Thank you. Their attitude was quite humble and sincere, and they were also courteous and thoughtful to the reporters present. After all, they have a bad reputation and have heard of various voices and opinions on the internet. So we cherish this opportunity very much. Compared with them, Du Sheng was surrounded by long spears and short cannons. The only thing that matches his news value is Jin Dong, who plays Yang Xiao in the play, and the iron-blooded actors such as Wang Gang and Zhang Qulai who are very topical. Du Sheng couldn't help but feel the scene of participating in the filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes last year. At the beginning, he just stood silently in the corner, looking at Hu Jun and Ling Jiying from afar and were surrounded by many reporters, and his thoughts rose in his heart like waves. Later, during the filming of Goddess Dragon, Sun Yaoei's participation caused frequent media visits. Although he was interviewed, it was just to understand Sun Yaoei. Even reporters tried to create confrontation and let him step on the trap. Those past events are like yesterday, and the present is different from the past, which makes Du Sheng feel very moved. "Mr. Du, it is rumored that you were raised by investor Zhong Zhenbao. What do you think about this?" "Mr. Du, some candidates said that the reason why you became the top scorer in Beijing Electric is to give gifts through the back door. Is it true?" At present, many domestic media have paid attention to you entering the fourth final of Woolen. Are you confident of winning the championship? It is rumored online that Zhang Wuji was originally scheduled to be played by Su Yupeng. Are you considered halfway interception? Listening to the messy questions being thrown out one after another, Lai Shui couldn't hold it anymore. He sternly said before Du Sheng spoke, "My criterion for selecting actors is to see if they match the role, and other factors are secondary. Moreover, the list of actors has been confirmed long ago, and there is no possibility of competing for the role. As journalists, you should focus on The Legend of the Condor Heroes rather than creating conflicts. When you hear it, you will know the twists and turns here." The reporters seemed to be asking Du Sheng on the surface, but in fact, the subtext of each question is to attract attention. Once Du Sheng's answer is a little wrong, these reporters will definitely make use of this to make up. The reporter who asked the last question was still unwilling to give up and still looked at Du Sheng on the stage. In his opinion, people like Du Sheng who have been in the industry for less than 2 years obviously do not understand the routines of the entertainment industry. What is the best strategy for newcomers to become popular quickly? Of course it's hype marketing. Find a popular celebrity or big name to hype it up, and your fame will naturally rise. Just like the international chapter of the previous year, through a series of carefully planned events, it successfully opened up international popularity. If Du Sheng is a little bit better, he naturally cannot miss such an excellent hype opportunity to come to his door. Faced with the reporters who were scrambling to ask questions, Du Sheng looked calm and unmoved. He had at least experienced the meeting of the Goddess Dragon reporters, and picked up the microphone and said lightly, "I did go through the back door for the top scorer of Beijing Electric Power, but that was a sketch. As for Bei Yang, please ask this reporter if Mr. Zhong is still short of people, and the cost does not cost more than 1 million, just over 100. And I intercept Hu Suyupeng and other things. His popularity is there, and no reason can tell such an outrageous problem at all." Hearing his words, Yezi, who came to the scene, pulled the corner of her mouth. This guy is really uneasy to play cards. How to attract attention? For example, the first sentence, the reporter will definitely take it out of context and turn the last paragraph into "but that's a small one. I wiped it out." There is also the sensitive topic of Bei Yang. Have you ever seen any artist respond positively to it? Du Sheng was better. Not only did he not refute or deny it, but he joked and gave an explanation. This is as always, I am not afraid of scandals. Sure enough, as soon as Du Sheng said this, the scene suddenly felt like it was in a panic. The reporters' eyes lit up and they all turned the topic to Du Sheng. The two heroines are all old martial arts worlds. The two heroines speak cautiously, and they are also dependent on the water. It is not easy to dig out any more powerful materials. The situation on Du Sheng's side is completely different. This guy seems to have understood the benefits of traffic and wants to gain a hot search focus and starts to take the initiative to raise topics. The reporters are always particularly interested in such artists who are newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. But the other party was still too restrained. If you can be more bold and pull the starring of the first few pages of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, wouldn't tomorrow's newspaper headlines be easy to get? Mr. Du Sheng, do you think your version of the star will be better than all previous versions? Du Sheng glanced at him playfully and shook his head unexpectedly. No. Hearing his negative answer, Yesi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that this guy would put down deep water bombs again. However, before she finished her thoughts, she heard Du Sheng add lightly, I mean, it will be difficult to surpass this classic in the future. Yezi's breathing stagnated and almost couldn't maintain her elegance. Is this guy too confident? Now I say it is difficult to surpass. How much do you look down on latecomers? Deng Chao's version of Zhang Wuji. Looking at Du Sheng's stern and vigorous demeanor, Lai Shuxi planned to go to Kong Ying, but he did not say anything to stop him. The other party's words were not only a trust in the original works, but also a stubborn improvement in his directing ability. Although there is a high self-esteem in the eyes of outsiders, no one can compare with this confidence. Even popular stars such as Ling Zhiying, Lu Yi, and Li Guanpeng dare not be so loud before the filming starts. Moreover, he held this press conference to promote the TV series. Now that the male protagonist cooperates with the hype so much, he creates gimmicks to attract attention, he is naturally happy to see it. However, he did not expect Du Sheng to do this. Even if Su Yupeng comes, he can't get such high popularity and attention, right? Jia Wen and Gao Yuan looked at Du Sheng and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The other party indirectly helped them to clear the siege and diverted the reporters' firepower. If they are asked those ambiguous and tricky questions again, they will be really tired of dealing with them. Chapter 145, Indissoluble Fate. Thanks for One Night of Desolation 1, Rewards for Idle Clouds. Guo Filai, Yang Mi, and others who were sitting on one side did not dare to talk nonsense for fear of attracting fire. But they looked at Du Sheng in surprise, and were surprised and sighing. If they were facing such a question, let alone answering lightly, they would be afraid that they would not even have half of their confidence. Especially, it is difficult to surpass this version of words, without great psychological support, and it is impossible to say it at all. For example, Guo Filai is not confident enough. After all, with such outstanding roles as Yin Susu, she has so many classics in front of her, so she cannot convince herself to have the confidence to surpass her. When I think of being taken to the magnifying glass by the audience, I feel even more restless. As for Yang Mi, as expected, we signed up for the group 5 days ago. Become the first signed artist of Miracle Studio. Although she knew that Du Sheng had always been talented and her high scores were admitted to Beijing Film Academy, she still shocked her to talk nonsense. Even if she learns the experiential acting skills, no matter how psychologically she suggests, she can't calm down. But I have to say that this headline hot search is definitely a hot topic. Can you learn it yourself in the future? As long as you learn a little bit of the bottom line, you don't have to worry about this traffic. Even in the corner not far away, a group of young actors looked at Du Sheng surrounded by reporters and media, and their faces were full of envy. I am worthy of being the fastest rising new young actor. It's the same age. Others are playing the male lead, but I'm still playing a supporting role. Brother Sheng is also a martial arts substitute. If he can grow to this point, we can do it too. Stop dreaming. How many of your peers can get to this point? He's not just a starring actor. Male protagonist plus investor plus action director, do you understand the value of this? No wonder you're so confident. You're so angry. That night, no unexpected news came to the hot search. New kung fu actor, don't deny the rumors about Bei Yang. The Legend of the Sky is on the filming, and the scene is full of stars, with big names and beauties at home and abroad gathering. Is it really a top scorer in the performance department of Beijing Electric Power? Is it really a gift from the back door? Du Sheng claimed that this version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes will be a classic, and he still said that there will be no one to come. Who gave him the courage? The news of The Legend of the Condor Heroes being launched quickly occupied the entertainment headlines of major newspapers, magazines, and online portals, sparking a heated discussion. However, what is surprising is that there is one iron triangle missing. Lai Shui is afraid of shooting, gathering Asian beauties and other focuses should be very popular. As a result, Du Sheng seized more than half of the limelight. Taking the most famous urban entertainment news as an example, the front page almost half of the headlines introduce Du Sheng. The report details Du Sheng's growth trajectory and acting experience, including how he stood out in the Warriors competition and became the #1 pick in the performance department of Beijing Film Academy. In this way, the discussion is in full swing. The opinions about Du Sheng's role as Zhang Wuji are mixed. Fortunately, he has a lot of fans now and has home advantage on the online platform. He is indistinguishable from those who think bad things. Amid the controversy, the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes started filming in a low-key manner in Fiteng Film and Television City near Huairou. The shooting began soon. Because it was the first day, the crew specially arranged a relatively relaxed drama. It is roughly the dragon-slaying sword that was born, and the heroes of the martial arts world fell into the trap set by the court. Zhang Qiushan, played by Du Sheng, went down the mountain under the order of Zhang Sanfan to take away the dragon-slaying sword to calm the disputes in the martial arts world. This scene does not involve complicated fights and does not require high acting skills. Today, the actors who play Du Sheng are still changing frequently. Lai Shuxi is obviously to make the actors more familiar with it. Du Sheng's heart was bright. After filming for a day, he had a preliminary understanding of the actors who had interactions with him in this drama. After all, each actor has his own unique performance styles, and adaptation and integration between each other is crucial. If there is no fit at all, it is easy to destroy the overall atmosphere. In fact, Du Sheng was observing others, and others were also pondering him carefully. Although he has been studying and getting along these days, everyone knows why he can stand out and play Zhang Wuji. But it is precisely because it is too outstanding and eye-catching that many people are envious and have a bit of comparison. Even a little jealousy is to see if you are really inferior to the other party. Today's play seems simple, but it can test an actor's basic qualities better. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng made them give up with just one scene. Whether it is the basic line skills or the infectiousness of character creation, they are all crushing. As a martial arts commander, Yuan Bin couldn't help but sigh after watching Du Sheng's performance. His acting skills are better than in the Qianlong period, and his growth rate is amazing. Director Lai Shui refuted the prosperity of the horse. The reason why he dared to let Du Sheng play the leading role without audition was that he had watched Qianlong and Goddess Dragon. The interpretation of those two characters left a deep impression on him. Among his peers, his acting skills are undoubtedly the top. Lai Shui's lame ulcer. But Zhang Wuji is a growth character. I want to see what kind of surprises and breakthroughs he will have in the future. It was less than 7 o'clock that morning, and everyone put on makeup and got on the bus and drove towards the direction of the film and television city. Today is the third day after the filming is started, and there are quite a lot of scenes to be filmed during this period. There are 1. Yin Susu won the dragon-slaying sword, and his father held a meeting to promote the sword and establish his authority in Wangpanshan. 2. The Golden Lion King snatched the dragon-slaying sword, used the lion's roar to hurt everyone's meridians, and forced Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu to board the ship. 3. The boat was destroyed, and the three of them fell into the ice and fire island. Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu fell in love with each other. To sum up, it's 3 words: rush to progress. The crew has been divided into 3 shooting teams, A, B, C, and today the team is divided into 3 groups. The A group led by Lai Shuiqing plus Du Sheng was filming the scenes of Zhang Qiushan and his wife. Du Sheng has the title of action director. When he doesn't have his scenes, he has to design martial arts movements and dispatch with Yuan Bin and others. Yang Tao plus Yuan Bin led Group B, filming Yimei plus Wu Ding, and all came out of the mountains to compete for the dragon-slaying sword. Another deputy director plus Huang Deli led Group C to film Ruyang Palace and some important supporting roles. The reason for this arrangement is mainly because Lai Shuiqing wants to end the film and television city scene as soon as possible and then turn the large army to the outdoor shooting. This version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes mostly uses real-life shooting techniques, creating a very real visual effect. It is completely different from TVB's reliance on green screen, which is also the key to winning. Among them, the shocking scene of the 6 major sects besieging Guangmingding was filmed in Yunmen Gorge next to the 13 Tombs Reservoir. At the beginning of the first episode, the spectacular scene of Zhang Qiushan taking over the dragon-slaying sword is aimed at the vast Hulunbir Prairie. These are all made with money. Otherwise, the budget will cost more than 20 million. In addition, Du Sheng had to go to Xiangjiang a little later, so he had to drive out the role-related scenes 3 days ago. Fortunately, this guy has good acting skills and can bring others into the show, which makes the expected progress much earlier, otherwise Lai Shuixian and Mu Pin could not afford it. When we arrived at Fiteng Film and Television City, the members of Group A got off the car one after another, and then the crew members were the crew members. The shooting scene was built the day before yesterday, and you can start shooting directly today. The deputy director of the team said to Du Sheng and Guo Filai, "You have read all the scripts, I'll talk about them in detail. This scene is your first meeting." Susu was injured after winning the dragon-slaying sword and was rescued by Zhang Qiushan, the 5 heroes of Wuding. The camera opens in a deserted mountain temple. Sheng, you are the one who heals Fei Li and has formed an indissoluble bond from now on." A few minutes later, Lai Shuiqing sat behind the monitor and signaled to start shooting. The field office took the board and ran to the camera to write the board. The first scene, the first shot, start. The abandoned mountain temples are simple in layout and dusty on the ground. Du Sheng, dressed in white, dressed in a young costume, was lowering his head and burning firewood, not daring to look around. Guo Filai, who was pale and half leaning beside her, suddenly rolled up her broken clothes, revealing her white jade-like arms, and said weakly, "Do you recognize this hidden weapon?" Du Sheng heard her say the word hidden weapon and then looked up. She saw 3 small black steel darts nailed to her left arm, her skin as white as snow, but the middle dart was as dark as ink. The 3 steel darts are all in the shape of plum blossoms, and the darts are only 1.5 inches long, but they are about inch deep into the flesh. Du Sheng was shocked, stood up suddenly and said, "This is Shaolin plum blossom dart, why is it black?" Lai Shui's egg too sitting behind the monitor. He is worthy of being a genius in acting. Not only did he get involved in the drama in an instant, he also grasped Zhang Qiushan's gentleman etiquette that he should not be treated politely, and his surprise emotions and reactions were also very delicate. Just as Guo Filai was injured and poisoned, it was a real existence. What was rare is that there was hidden worries in her words. The character stood up directly under the interpretation. "Yes, it's the Shaolin plum blossom dart, and the dart feed is highly poisonous." 3 small darts were nailed to the crystal white arms. Under the candlelight, Guo Filai was both gorgeous and charming, and mysterious and terrifying. Guo Filai sighed quietly and said, "I have tried my best. I didn't find the antidote last night, I'm afraid it's..." Du Sheng had a good intention and hesitated. "Miss Yin, can you trust me? Although the internal strength is shallow, it is still okay to help the girl get out of poisonous gas." Guo Filai smiled sweetly, revealing the shallow dimples on her cheeks. She seemed to be very happy, but she said coquettishly, "Zhang Wuxia, if you don't admit your mistake, I won't want you to save me." Her face was very pale, and she was coquettish and cowardly, which made her look even more pitiful. The assistant director watching the other side suffered a break with Lai Shui. "I am worthy of being Director Lai. I am so good at choosing people. This person directly interprets the temperament of a witch." Lai Shui was a little happy. On the set, Du Sheng sighed in distress and said, "Okay, I said it wrong before, you killed someone." Yin Susu was overjoyed and smiled sweetly, but her feet became soft and her body leaned against her. Du Sheng hurriedly reached out and helped Yin Susu fell half of her body on his arm. "The soft jade in my arms, my body couldn't help but stiffen. My heart was stunned and my face felt a little hot." He was afraid that Yin Susu would notice his random thoughts, so he looked at her. The girl in her arms had a flushed cheek, and she was very shy, and she didn't know what she thought of. The 2 of them had a touch of their eyes, an ambiguousness gradually arose, and they both turned their heads away. Click! Lai Water dipped into a rake spring and said with a smile, "Yes, this one has passed. Lao Yao, prepare for the next game. What is an indissoluble bond? This scene in front of you is just right." Chapter 146, Too deeply involved in the play, please give me a monthly vote. The sun gradually sets, but the enthusiasm for work in the crew is still rising. Lai Shuiqing, the dedicated director, was still standing aside, holding the loudspeaker in his hand to encourage everyone. "Thank you all, let's continue to work hard after dinner." It was past 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was already stained with ink. After a short meal, less than half an hour, everyone re-entered the intense and orderly shooting. During this period, the mystery of Yu Dayan's murder was filmed one after another. The Golden Lion King forced Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu to board the boat, and hit the reef and fell into the ice and fire island. With the perfect ending of the last shot, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Du Sheng is strong and is still energetic even though he falls into the water many times. This shows how good the body of a person who practices martial arts is. Lai Shuiqing walked forward, patted his shoulder gently, and said with emotion, "Thank you so hard tonight. You've been in the water frequently and you're fine if you don't have a cold. It's just early spring now, and the outdoor temperature in Daijing is less than 10 degrees. If it's the average person soaks like this, let alone whether he will get sick, I'm afraid he won't be willing to take pictures of it if he gives money." And what about Du Sheng? Not only did he personally take action to guide the scene, but he even spared the stand-in in order to speed up the progress. Such a dedicated young artist can be said to be rare. Du Sheng responded with a smile. What Director Lai said? This is to make me hurry up. You don't dislike me and just take 3 days off. Lai Shuiqing sighed, still a little apologizing. Alas, the conditions are limited and you can't provide hot water, I hope you can understand. Du Sheng waved his hand and said in a grand manner that there was no problem. After this period of shooting, Lai Shuiqing's views on Du Sheng have changed significantly. Perhaps finding him to play Zhang Wuji is indeed the clearest choice. After chatting for a few words, they each took the bus back. Tomorrow's itinerary has been decided. It will be filmed that Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu depend on each other in the Ice and Fire Island, and true love is revealed in times of adversity, and finally vow to heaven and become a couple. On the bus, the two were immersed in the lines. Du Sheng flipped through the script and said, "Sister Fili, why don't we warm up in advance tonight?" Guo Fili blinked her bright eyes, a little confused. Preheating? What is the preheating method? Du Sheng pointed to the affectionate oath in the script. For tomorrow's wedding scene, we need to understand the characters more deeply, communicate well, and feel their emotions. Guo Fili lightly tapped her chin with her slender hands and looked at Du Sheng with a smile. Are you sure? Not for anything else. I swear to God that if I have any unreasonable thoughts, I will punish me not to eat tomorrow. Humph, it's strange if you believe it. Guo Fili gave him a blank look. Today, I am indispensable to hugging and hugging. She has already experienced this big boy. I don't know what I'm thinking now. However, she thought that her scenes were almost the same, and in order to develop well in the mainland in the future, she added. The two of them had a funny conversation in flirting and scolding aroused the curiosity of Jia Siwen in the back row, and she poked her head out to ask. What are you talking about? She has been filming in Group C these days, and it is basically related to Ruyang Prince's mansion, Xuanming's two elders, and it is a bit boring. The most important thing is that as Guo Fili and Du Sheng were filming a husband and wife scene, the relationship became more and more intimate, and the thought in her heart was even more uncontrollable. Guo Fili herself has small thoughts, so she naturally would not say it to Jia Siwen directly, but just spread her hands and sighed. Although my husband sometimes seems pedantic, he has always been polite and highly loyal. Look at the person in front of you, it's clearly the scumbag Zhang Wuji, who always wants to take advantage of others. When she said that, she was quite happy in her words. It even gives Jia Siwen a sense of enjoyment. She was speechless. Why didn't Zhang Qiushan finish filming yet? Du Sheng spread his hands and said innocently. Min, you know me, how could I, Zhang Wuji, do that kind of thing? Before Jia swearing, Guo Fili was amused and cried, and gave him a blank look. Look, I'll get married tomorrow, but I will automatically substitute Zhang Wuji. Is this considered a taboo for mother and son? When Jia Swen thought of the indescribable scene, she couldn't help but look at Du Sheng. Don't. If you get into the role, you will become Zhang Qiushan. Then will I become my father-in-law and daughter-in-law? Hey, there is such a good thing. Du Sheng suddenly felt energetic. Unexpectedly, when I said casually, these two women were so imagining. The topic has gone to Java. It can be seen that I am restless. His mind even more, the tragic scenes of some fatherly love films in China came to his mind, and he said with a smile. It's better to choose a day than to meet the day. It's just a matter of interest to play, so why not just try it tonight? Jia Xuan's lips raised slightly, and she looked at Du Sheng with a little teasing. Sister Fei Li is indeed right, Sheng, you are not honest. How do you want to play? Do you want to try Princess Xiaomin's leather candle? Her voice is delicate and crisp, and her beautiful eyes are flowing at this moment, both delicate and tender, and cunning and naughty. It is obviously already in the play, and Princess Xiaomin is possessed. But Guo Fili was quite sensitive and instantly heard a little difference. A hint of clinging and closeness to Du Sheng was vaguely revealed. However, Du Sheng's ability and status in the crew are there, and no one who has the heart will miss it. If the actresses outside hadn't had the opportunity to act opposite him or contact him, I would have recommended him to sit on the pillow. Guo Fili sighed in her heart, and the thought in her heart became more and more earnest. There is a saying that if you miss this village, you won't have this store. She also guessed that Jia Xuan could go back early to rest tonight, so why did she wait until now when she watched Group A filming? Faced with a sunny and handsome investor like Du Sheng, even if you don't intend to follow him, you can get close to him. And why do mature women like them like young people? The fun is hard to tell outsiders. For example, Xiao Yuxuan, known as the Little Fresh Meat Harvester, has long been famous inside and outside the circle because of her boyfriend's quickness and her boyfriend's age. That's good. Min Min, you can prepare golden needles, skins, and other items first. I'm going to ask for advice tonight. Du Sheng looked at Jia Xuan and joked. At this moment, she was wearing a pink Mongolian dress, and the inverted triangle mesh forehead decoration on her head and a fluffy ball made her look particularly sweet and lovely, full of girlishness. As soon as he appeared in his previous life, he amazed countless audiences. Anyone who has watched this version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has no idea to realize his dream. Especially the role of Zhao Min in front of me is gorgeous and unparalleled, sometimes incompetent, sometimes intriguing, and sometimes ingenious, making people unable to help but think. Haha. Zhang Wuji is indeed a fickle man. Is he showing off his strength now? Jia Xuan let him look at it openly, showing the playfulness of the little demon mentioned by martial arts people. Having said that, she has been from a superior family since childhood, and is recognized by her classmates as a white, rich, and beautiful woman, and she has many suitors. But at that time she had not let herself go like this and ignored those love expressions. But things didn't go as planned. My father went bankrupt and owed huge debts. He was diagnosed with lymphoma and had lymphatic cancer. The surgery cost was 50 million yuan. The whole burden was put on my body. During that period, I was willing to take on any drama to make money, but no matter how hard I tried, I would never be able to fill the black hole. In despair, she endured her sadness and made up her mind to pull out her father's ventilator and ended her father's life with her own hands. This hit her a big blow, and she was no longer as innocent and obedient as before, as if she had changed her to another person. In order to get ahead in recent years, no matter what scandals or farces, I have gone further and further to the pure side. After coming to mainland China to film, the idea of breaking away from the control of Godfather Wu Dun became stronger and stronger. The reason why I waited for 2 hours tonight was that I really wanted to get close to the crew leader. But the biggest reason is I realized that Guo Fili was thinking the same as herself. This sense of crisis came suddenly. Although Du Sheng was aware of these things, he didn't have much to say. After all, the two sides have nothing to do with each other and have no right to interfere in other people's private lives. Of course, if you are having a show or chatting about scripts late at night, you can play with her. As soon as he thought of this, he chuckled and approached Jia Xuan's ear and said softly, "Min Min, this is what you said. Next time you shoot a scene at Green Willow Villa, remember to prepare these props." Anyone who has watched the drama knows that Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji live in the same room in Green Willow Villa, and they fall in love with each other after sleepiness. There are also many plots that are not suitable for children. Because his voice was too small, Guo Fili felt strange but didn't hear anything, and she felt even more hatred. A hint of surprise flashed across Jia Xuan's face, and her beautiful eyes were flowing on Du Sheng's body, making her look even more beautiful. Although she didn't say anything, Du Sheng captured a trace of expectation and eagerness from her eyes. Guo Fili walked over calmly and talked about makeup with Jia Siwen. Du Sheng smiled in his heart, and it was not easy to make do with it, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. Compared with Jia Siwen, although Guo Fili is older, she is a little immature in some aspects, like a hesitant little sheep. After all, Jia Siwen came from the circle of Bay City, and was closer to Zhao Min's personality, quirky, cunning and charming. If you want to choose one from the play, this is indeed a difficult question to choose. But if Zhang Qiushan and his son were asked to choose, the answer seemed to be coming out again. However, to Du Sheng's surprise, he made a mistake. Once the little sheep no longer hesitates, their movements are not dragged on. After having lunch, everyone returned to their homes. Du Sheng lives in single room 303, and not far away, the actors played by Chen Ziyulai and Zhu Zhichen are not far away. Guo Fili first lived in 218, but tonight she took the initiative to apply to change to 307, saying that she wanted to live closer to Chen Ziyulai from Nanyang. I don't know whether it's true or not, it's fake. After Du Sheng left the crowd for a while, he returned to the room and took a comfortable hot shower. After taking pictures for a day, he didn't mention falling into the water many times, and he also had a sweat on his body. The viscous feeling made him desperately want to wash away all his fatigue. After coming out of the bathroom, Du Sheng remembered the action design mentioned by Yuan Bin and prepared to deal with it first. But at this moment, the door was knocked by a thud. "Fifth brother, can I come in?" A crisp voice sounded outside the door, with a hint of inquiry and expectation in his tone. After Du Sheng opened the door, he saw Guo Fili standing outside the door. Chapter 147 Escape from Death. "Sister Fili, you are serious?" Du Sheng glanced at the script in her hand, smiled in her heart, and moved away from her body. At this moment, Guo Fili also washed and changed her clothes, but she was still shining with luminousness and extraordinary beauty, making people excited. Especially she dressed up a little, and her body was faint and scented. "I'm afraid I can't remember the words and delay the shooting, so I'll check it out before taking advantage of my time." Guo Fili, who drank some wine during the midnight snack, stood there with a pretty face, looking even more charming. "In my previous life, whenever I mention the most beautiful Yin Susu, many people will think of this version of the legend of the Condor heroes. However, Guo Fili has been from a poor family since childhood and her life is not very satisfactory. But as the saying goes, if God closes a door for you, He will definitely open a window for you." 7 years ago, she participated in a rookie show. Because of her outstanding appearance and unique temperament, she was quickly named 3 Beauties in Singapore. After her debut, Guo Fili has acted in many film and television dramas, but she has not caused much splash. It was not until the appearance of Journey to the East that she made her mark in the entertainment industry. The peony fairy dressed in light purple clothes had beautiful eyes and felt tenderness when she raised her hands, which made her famous overnight. Just as netizens said, this is what a fairy should look like. Later, Yin Susu played the role of the legend of the Condor heroes was simply the white moonlight in many people's childhood. Although she doesn't have many scenes, she is definitely impressive. According to book friends in the comment area, Wuji's mother can do it without Minmin or Zhiruo. But don't get me wrong, Guo Fili really comes to understand the lines and context. Although there is no way out, there are too many hardships along the way. Du Sheng pretended to be a hard time breathing, turned his head and said, "Can your body still bear it?" Their right scene is the scene where the shipwreck just climbed onto the ice and fire island and survived from death. Before he knew it, Guo Fili had been brought into Yin Susu's role by Du Sheng, and said, "I really regret not bringing some seal meat. What about you, are you injured?" After escaping the disaster, her tenderness surged. Facing the tender eyes, Du Sheng also got into a state and said softly, Susu, even if we really die on this iceberg, I'm satisfied with being with you. Guo Fili stared at him and suddenly asked seriously, Fifth brother, I have something I want to ask you, I hope you can tell me honestly. If we had not experienced these hardships, if I was so dedicated to marrying you, would you still accept me as always? Du Sheng was stunned. The scholar was angry and scratched his head and said, If we hadn't had these twists and turns, our relationship might not have developed so quickly. Moreover, there are obstacles between sections. Guo Fili sighed softly and said, I thought so too. I remember that time you competed with Xiesun for palm strength. I originally wanted to help, but in the end I held back. Du Sheng asked in surprise. Why? I thought it was too dark at that time, and you were afraid of hurting me by chance. Guo Fili whispered. No, what I'm afraid of is that if I hurt him, you will no longer be with me. Du Sheng's chest heated up, but she didn't expect that she loved her so deeply. She held her hand tightly and called out, Susu. Guo Fili snuggled in his arms, looking up at him, tender as if, even if God sent me to this cold hell, I would have no regrets, but I would be filled with joy. I only hope that this sacred building will move. If one day we are forced to return to the Central Plains, your master will probably hate me, and my father may kill you. Du Sheng asked in surprise. You're dead. Guo Fili sighed in her heart and said, My father is the leader of the Tianying sect, the white-browed eagle King Yin Tianzheng. Du Sheng suddenly realized and said, So that's it, but no matter what, I said I would be with you, and that's absolutely nothing. No matter how fierce your father is, he will not attack his son-in-law. Guo Fili felt Zhang Qiushan's affection, and a blush appeared on her face, saying, Are you sincere? Du Sheng pulled her and knelt on the ground, turning the railway firmly. It's no point in saying it, we'll be married now. He raised his right hand and swore to the sky. The emperor is above, and disciple Zhang and Yin Susu are married today, sharing weal and woe, and never giving up each other. Guo Fili is deeply in love and prays devoutly. May God bless us to unite forever. She paused and said, If I can return to the Central Plains in the future, the little woman will be refreshed and change her past, and do good deeds with my husband, and will never kill anyone again. If you violate this oath, both heaven and man will abandon it. Du Sheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that she could do this and couldn't help but stretch out her arms and hug her. I don't know if it was fascinating to the scene, but the two of them were unaware of it. Only when they hugged each other and came back to their senses. Guo Fili, who had been a little hot before, had taken off her coat. At this moment, she was so full that 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 she was so happy 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 that. In an instant, Du Sheng suddenly felt something strange in his heart. There is no way. Guo Fili is a mature woman, and she is full of charm in both figure and charm. Guo Fili also came to her senses now, but she was a little drunk and did not leave her arms, but instead couldn't help but joke. Sheng, you're still a little right? She was indispensable in the 2 days of confrontation, and she had long experienced Du Sheng's greatness. It can only be described as extraordinary. This state is usually only available to Brother Chu. Du Sheng directly reached out and took her into her arms, letting her feel it for herself, and said with a slight tilt to the corner of her lips. It's no basis for saying it, what do you think? Guo Fili has not completely escaped from Yin Susu's role, her face is flushed and she is weak in snuggling there. Do you still remember the oath you just made? Du Sheng reached out and put his hand on her waist, raked the cotton collar into a ball, and smiled. Of course, but I am the leader of the sect. Guo Fili was stunned. The affection brought by the play has dissipated a lot, and I couldn't help but feel relieved and whispered. Sheng, you are the leader of the sect, so what is this? She plays the role of the demon cult in the play, and it's all a mess. For a moment, an unspeakable sensation and warmth grew in the room. Du Sheng could feel Guo Filai's breathing became urgent, and her heartbeat was clearly heard in her ears. And he himself seemed to be in a furnace, with the heat boiling and unable to reach it. Stop talking, it's cold in the ice and fire island, let's take a break early. As soon as these words came out, the forbidden string in Guo Filai's heart suddenly broke. Instead, it became an indescribable feeling, spreading in the heart. Under this indescribable shame and depression, Guo Filai became a little arrogant for no reason. I think of the little thoughts I had when I went to the door tonight. Suddenly it started raining outside the window, and the raindrops hit the window with a crisp sound. Guo Filai, who was leaning by the window, was completely immersed in the landscape. The beauty in life has always been there, but people often ignore it. She is comparable to this moment and is deeply attracted by this burst of rain. Sometimes, just relax your body slightly and you will find that the trivial things in life are so fascinating. Fate is really a magical thing. It was just a show of confrontation, and Du Sheng and Guo Filai had a comprehensive relationship. This kind of interaction seems to have a kind of magic, which makes people intoxicated. In the next few days, Guo Filai seemed to be completely involved in the show, and always made Du Sheng regard herself as the leader. But she also understood that the boundary between the two was insurmountable. The difference in age and the broader career made her realize that the relationship between the two could only stop here. At most, Du Sheng will provide some convenient resources in the mainland in the future. Compared with the uncertainty of the future, she cherishes her current time more. I have to say that mature and elegant people have unique flavors. Under her clever cover, except for Jia Siwen, who seemed to be aware of the situation of the two, the others in the crew were unaware of the situation. However, even if you will enjoy happiness again, Guo Filai often feels annoyed. It's really too angry to be young, and sometimes it's really unbearable. Just like the poem, the sword is sharpened by grinding, once it is unsheathed, it explodes incredibly. Even her, the scheming demon witch, felt a little overwhelmed. In desperation, she could only abandon the reserve and arrogance of the demon witch girl and chose to deal with all this with a more comprehensive attitude. In fact, the one Du Sheng wanted to realize his dream the most was the peony fairy played by Guo Filai. When I think of the fairy who is above, but charming. Damn it! Too stunning, I can't think about it. However, he remembered that this woman was too busy filming and her body was on a red light after 2 years. Not only was she low immunity, she also had allergies and rashes at any time. In addition, her grandmother, who has been dependent on her since childhood, also suffered from Alzheimer's disease. So even if I am in my peak period, I have to choose to retire. During this period, the other party worked so hard. In return, Du Sheng tried to use the Tianji Ling Shijing to regulate her body while she was getting along. After rushing so quickly, the Legend of the Condor Heroes finally finished the preparations for the 2 film and television cities of Daijing. After Du Sheng finished filming the scenes of Ice and Fire Island, the plot between Zhang Qiushan and Yin Susu was also on the offline. However, for artists, discreetness is the norm. Guo Filai said goodbye to everyone, dragged her suitcase and left the hotel. Since she was in the countryside in the suburbs, she came to the roadside and prepared to take a taxi back to the city and then transfer to the airport. Ding! A Mazda stopped in front of Guo Filai, and a harsh horn sounded. The car window rolled down and a handsome and tall man walked down from the driver's seat. A smile appeared on the corner of Guo Filai's mouth, and she let the other party put her things in the trunk and sat in the passenger seat. Chapter 148 Driving with the Flow. Thank you, Brother Wu, for coming to see me. Guo Filai fastened her seat belt and said with a smile. Don't you still have to deal with some things? Du Sheng smiled and said. I'll leave tonight, and there's still time. The vehicle restarted, and Guo Filai suddenly realized something was wrong and was shocked. The airport is east, where are you going? The plane at 2 o'clock is not in a hurry. Du Sheng smiled playfully. Didn't you say you want to experience going with the flow before? Don't waste it while you still have time. Guo Fili gave him a blank look. You are such a bastard. I haven't been troubled enough these days. However, when she thought about the next meeting, she let go. Some people refused and welcomed them, and they were still a little excited. I have to say that although driving Mazda will cause traffic jams, the shock absorption effect is indeed good. It was not until 2 o'clock that Du Sheng drove away from the airport. It is no exaggeration to say that traffic jams are drifting too hard, and the legs that step on the accelerator are numb. Sitting in the car, Du Sheng reflected on himself and sighed heavily and said, I have been hurt by alcohol and sex for several days, and I have to go on stage to play the final tomorrow night, so I can't do this anymore. Starting today, quit drinking. Back to the crew, I finished handling some of the work. Du Sheng was about to talk to Lai Shui and Dichun when Yazi called in. This woman's connections are not a joke, and she did not disappoint her. Du Sheng thought that he didn't have much time, so he immediately called Zheng Zidao. Can you go to Yangcheng, Guangzhou tonight? Director Do of Southern Television, I've made an appointment. Yes, I'll go there now. After receiving the call, Zheng Zidao knew it. Since the other party agreed to discuss, there is a certain probability that this matter will be accomplished. As for what is in the end, it depends on his sincerity. However, Zheng Zidao was surprised to learn that Du Sheng had taken action and contacted the department director of Southern TV. Seeing that it was still early, it would take 3 hours for Du Sheng to arrive in Guangzhou. In order to get things done, he would simply make more preparations. At 7:30 that night, the two arrived in Yangcheng to meet. Although Director Do is in his twilight years and has grey hair, he is still in good spirits. With Yazi's recommendation and Zheng Zidao's clever handling, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After 3 rounds of drinking, Director Do's eyes turned to Du Sheng, with praise in his eyes. The young man is indeed very talented. He can act and have real skills, which is rare. He laughed. Combining fighting with martial arts is indeed a new attempt. If you can find a balance between the two, you will definitely have a bright future. Du Sheng said modestly. You have to support me. Zheng Zidao took over the conversation at the right time and brought the topic to the point. Director Do, a Sheng participated in The Legend of Wulin, and originally planned to win glory for the country. If he can win the championship successfully, he will not only win honors for himself, but also set a benchmark for domestic fighting events. Zheng Zidao saw Director Do listen carefully and continued. Our domestic fighting events have always been behind foreign countries. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to promote Ashen as a representative figure, I believe it will play a huge role in promoting it. I hope you can give some convenience and support. Zheng Zidao did his homework in advance and was also the sponsor of Wulin, so his speech was quite convincing. Director Do knew that this was the young master of the Zheng family in Xiangzhong, and most of them wanted to use this to achieve some achievements. He pondered for a moment. Wrote. Domestic audiences are indeed quite interested in fighting events, but at present, we are not enough to compare with foreign countries, whether it is the audience base or the event held. Zheng Zidao and Du Sheng looked at each other, and there were some subtle changes. Director Do continued. To be honest, we have tried to promote related events. The General Administration of Sports also sent 4 players to Neon Country to participate in K1, but the result is hard to describe. Zheng Zidao sighed in his heart, knowing that this is the truth. The performance of domestic players in fighting events is indeed unsatisfactory. Even said that it was a bit out of place and I didn't want to mention it normally. Director Do smiled and continued. But in the sports world, the influence of the star effect is indeed huge. The most valued national sentiment in China is undoubtedly the halo of the Chinese champion. As long as you win the championship, you can quickly attract the attention of the audience. But if the grades are not good, even if someone pays attention, they will inevitably be criticized. Zhang Zidao understood this subtext as soon as he heard it and hurriedly said, Director Dou can rest assured that Sheng's strength is that he definitely has the potential to win the championship in Wulin. Director Dou shook his head slightly. You can't just say what your strength is. You have to prove it with your grades. Du Sheng didn't care about these things, and thought for a moment. Director Dou, then how do you think this problem should be solved? The other party's attitude is obviously not a slander. And since you are willing to attend today's dinner, there must be a solution to this matter. Director Dou smiled and picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It's not that there's no way, it's just a trouble. Zhang Zidao, who was sitting aside, understood and signaled to accept Zhao Bitu's sacrificial calcium and filthy wine. A smile flashed in Director Dou's eyes and he continued. I don't know much about wine, but I just like to share this fun with my friends. Indeed, the joy of drinking lies in sharing. Zhang Zidao took over the conversation and poured half a glass of red wine into Director Dou's wine glass. After taking a closer look, Director Dou's expression became serious. The program review of Southern TV is indeed strict. After all, facing competitive pressure from several stations, the mass base must also be considered. Although The Legend of Wulin is exciting, its audience in China is not wide enough. When broadcasting on local stations, it will first face the ratings problem. But if it is a sub-channel, the situation may be different. After all, it is the first time I am accustomed to the public. Sometimes I support certain projects, especially those that are starting out. Du Sheng and Zhang Zidao both thought about it. Are you planning to recommend them to try it out? Sure enough, Director Dou said with a smile. I have worked for more than 10 years before, so I can introduce someone to you. His name is Bai Xian. He is currently quite interested in boxing programs and is seeking cooperation at Channel 5. Bai Xian. Du Sheng's heart moved, as if this name touched some memories. Director Dou saw his doubts and explained. We Chinese have a long history, but we have never developed it. After carefully thinking about Bai Xian's proposal, he planned to join forces to launch a martial arts fighting program. It just so happens that The Legend of Wulin is currently very popular, and you both can complement each other. If you want to launch a new type of program, it would be good to preheat and test the market response through live broadcast of Wulin. You can talk to Bai Xian, maybe there will be a chance to broadcast it on the sports channel. That's great, thank you Director Dou for your recommendation. Zhang Zidao's eyes lit up, knowing that this is the turning point, thank you with a smile. It's all for promoting sports. Director Dou raised his glass and smiled. Come on, everyone raise your glasses and wish you a victory. After a pleasant dinner, Zhang Zidao sent Director Dou out and struck Du Sheng while the iron was hot and said, I plan to rush to Daijing tomorrow to meet Bai Xian. I will notify you if there is any situation. Du Sheng knew why he was so positive and pondered. How much does it cost to produce such a program? Zhang Zidao was stunned, and in a flash he understood what Du Sheng meant, and said in surprise. Do you want to join in and produce this show? He didn't think about it, but he never thought about reaching the sky in one step, just thinking about starting with sponsorship. As for the introduction of The Legend of Wulin into the peptide essence too, even the organizer has no idea, and he will not ask for trouble. The reason why I found local stations to broadcast the finals was just based on interests. Isn't it possible? Du Sheng smiled and further explained his views. The market environment is becoming increasingly diverse, and cooperation methods should be innovative. Perhaps we can try a new cooperation model, which can not only reduce the risks of the TV station, but also quickly expand the influence of the program. After hearing this, Zhang Zidao fell into deep thought and looked up for a moment and said, Your idea is very creative, but it is not difficult to implement. After all, as a traditional media, the operating model and profit distribution of TV stations have been relatively solidified. To break this situation, we may need to have enough strength and persuasion. Even the channel of Yangtze is the same. After all, it also costs money to maintain a large group of people's expenses. Not to mention that Bai Xian has already started, there is also a lot of money here, and how much is given to others. As long as they agree to live broadcast of Woolen, there will be a chance. Du Sheng thought about it and said seriously. As for the specific details, we can wait until we meet with Bai Xian before discussing them in detail. Moreover, the popularity and commercial value of The Legend of Woolen are there, so they cannot ignore it. After hearing this, Zheng Zidao couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Your ideas are indeed quite broad, but to achieve these, you have to make sure you can win the championship. If Du Sheng really reaches the finals or even wins the championship, then he can spend money and work together with the other party to produce the products. After all, the title of Woolen still has value, and there has been no such event in China for a long time. This is a hot topic." Just based on Du Sheng's influence at that time, Bai Xian had to consider it seriously. Du Sheng just smiled faintly. Before reaching the finals, all words were pale and powerless. But he is quite confident in himself. "The reason why I came here today is because I valued the resources sponsored by the Zheng family. Even if Bai Xian doesn't want him to get involved, he can start a new career with the Zheng family in the future." Zheng Zidao was going to rush to talk to Bai Xian, Du Sheng was going to prepare for the finals, and the two made an appointment to meet in Daijing, so let's leave for the time being. Seeing that there was still time, Du Sheng simply crossed the sea to Xiangjiang that night. He originally wanted to find Zhang Baji to discuss martial arts or something. After all, so long has passed, what if this girl is lazy and uneducated? Unexpectedly, after asking, I found out that Zhang Baji was still making a movie. But it was not Wang Jing's comedy, but Dongshen's Can't Forget. It has to be said that as one of the few actresses in Xiangjiang who can hold the box office, she has no worries about filming. Chapter 149, Crush. Thank you for finding your lover and waiting for your lover, and you will give rewards. However, this girl was still full of resentment and nagged. "You finally came here, why don't I take a leave and come out?" Du Sheng knew very well how much this film meant to her, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it would affect her whole life, so he refused sternly. "Where are you, on an offshore island? How much time does it take to go back and forth? Film hard and do not rush to practice martial arts for a while. Next time I have time, I will visit you." Can't Forget can be said to be tailor-made by Dong to Zhang Baji. Not only did he win the title of Best Actress Award in the Academy Awards in one fell swoop, but he also became the youngest Best Actress Award in the Academy Awards in history. It took Zhang Baji only 4 years for others to complete the growth path from a newcomer to a queen of the film industry. How important is it to win the Best Actress? Just like Zhang Menyu's Ruan Lingyu, he went straight to the top spot. Zhang Beizi's performance in I Can't Forget also made the Best Actress Award deserve, and she was recognized as the top star in the Hong Kong female. As long as you don't commit suicide, your future is limitless. In addition, their previous album Love has been launched and sold well. I don't know if it was due to the scandal between the two, which made the citizens a little curious. It is indeed a hot sale at present. It broke through 1 platinum in 1 week after it was listed, and is expected to hit double platinum sales. Don't underestimate this number. The record industry is currently in a sluggish state, and there are only a handful of Hong Kong singers who can sell double platinum. Moreover, after reading the feedback from the audio and video store owner, not only did there be many repeat customers, but the response was also good. Especially the main song Only Feelings to You. Both the lyrics, melody, and MV have received a lot of praise. Only then did Du Sheng understand why his reputation suddenly soared, and this is probably what this is causing. No wonder Zhang Baji knew that he was so excited and proactive after coming, and it turned out to be grateful. If there is no man involved, it is inevitable that her singing career will stagnate, and the distribution will be perfunctory. How could you be so lucky to be reborn? A few days ago, Global Records' attitude towards her changed her past and even proposed a premium renewal. Du Sheng knew that this girl was no longer interested and proposed to set up a record company with him. Considering that her record appointment is still half a year, he just smiled and said he could consider it. It is too early to say these things now. I will wait until the music library is more sufficient, and it may be able to replicate some classics of the past life. The next morning, Du Sheng came to the headquarters of Gold Lion. This clothing was established in 1981. It is now in more than 500 sales stores of diatomite and has more than 1,200 sales points in more than 30 countries and regions around the world. It is a first-line brand in Xiangjiang. After the Zhang family acquired shares 2 years ago, the store and business continued to grow, and the product lines include t-shirts, shirts, pants, jackets, shoes, bags, and accessories. Du Sheng came this time to shoot a t-shirt and pants to endorse the speech. Brother Sheng, the endorsement is 300,000 yuan a year and the filming is completed in 1 day. This is equivalent to being picked up for nothing. This time Wang Yeyang also came with him, looking at the tall building in front of him, and said excitedly, "It's okay, just don't delay the game tonight." Du Sheng's expression was calm. After all, he had agreed before. If you don't consider the long-term appointment advertisement for the time being, this endorsement is indeed good. In addition, the Zhang family gave it half gift in order to win him over, and the contract was very loose and there were no clear regulations on competitors. Of course, if this offer is put in more than 10 years, it may not even be a bargain price. But now it is a regular quote for popular mainland celebrities. Compared with Hong Kong and Taiwan celebrities who often cost millions, the advertising endorsement prices of mainland celebrities are much lower overall, usually only a few 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Only a few can reach more than 1 million. Many first-line celebrities' so-called endorsement fees of over 1 million are actually self-hype. Not long ago, the advertiser negotiated an endorsement matter with a frontline mainland student, and once revealed that the cost exceeds 1 million and there is no need to discuss it. A few days later, the young actor's agent voluntarily reduced the price to 800,000, and the advertiser still said that he needed to consider it. Because of fear of losing the endorsement opportunity, the agent had to hint that the reserve price was 500,000 to 600,000. From this we can see that the endorsement prices of celebrities below the mainland will only be cheaper. Some people can even give up the income part just to keep the surface bright and beautiful. Wang Yeyang smiled and said, "Actually, this endorsement is quite suitable for you, and you don't have to worry about a failure." Du Sheng nodded. In fact, he was mainly considering this issue. He is short of money, but he will not be blindly ignorant of money. After all, I'm just starting out, so in order not to hurt others' feet, this image is naturally more important. In his previous life, he saw many advertising endorsements fail. For example, Ma's Teaman and Lee's tea drinks from the Happy Family can be said to be a big mistake. In addition, there are those involved in political issues, and no matter how high the other party pays, they must avoid it. Because once the other party is in trouble, you will not only lose money but also lose popularity, which is simply a stain on your life. The endorsement of the Zhang family, a big brand, does not have these hidden dangers, nor does it require the other party to promote it at all times, so you can be assured. When we arrived at the studio, the brand's promotional director had already visited the scene. This is the first advertisement for Jin Lila and Du Sheng, and Zheng Zidao personally spoke, so the brand attaches great importance to it. As soon as Du Sheng walked into the dressing room, he was surrounded by 3 makeup artists enthusiastically. They began to carefully take care of his hair, first using a curling rod to perm his hair. Although the potion was disposable, Du Sheng could still feel the slight enthusiasm. However, when a simple t-shirt plus casual pants were on the upper body, the 3 makeup artists shook their heads after examining the effect. In the second attempt, the makeup artists used mousse to shape their hairstyle. Du Sheng glanced at himself in the makeup mirror and felt that his image was quite neat. But unfortunately, the three makeup artists failed to reach an agreement on this, so they started again. After washing the hair, the makeup artists directly use a hair dryer to blow their hair frizzy, and then use hair wax to shape it. This time the upper body effect makes Du Sheng look masculine and tough, like a fighter ready to meet the challenge at any time. During the entire makeup process, Wang Yeyang sat quietly in the corner of the dressing room, witnessing the repeated tossing of the makeup artists. He knew the importance of the brand as a funder, so he always maintained silence and respect. The photographer is a typical martyr with a completely different style from that of makeup artists. He asked Du Sheng to put on a t-shirt with Li Zilong's pattern and put on a corresponding fighting frame, and completed the shooting quickly and decisively. The whole process took less than half an hour. After seeing the untouched photos, Du Sheng couldn't help but smile and nod. No, it's quite photogenic. In the photo, he stares at the front with concentration, focused and handsome, and has a three-dimensional sense. At this time, the publicity director who had never spoken finally broke his silence and said, "Do you know why you were asked to take Li Zilong's co-branded clothing?" Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Promote Eastern culture and show the Oriental spirit." The publicity director nodded in praise and said, "In addition to showing your love and concentration for the fighting career, it also indirectly highlights Arjun Lile's focus on the clothing career." For example, the pose that Du Sheng posed not only demonstrated his personal style and strong strength, but also contrasted with the excellent quality of Jin Lile's clothing. Wang Yeyang was stunned when he heard this. It turned out that endorsements for advertising are not just about being handsome, but also so many things. However, it still makes him happy to have a 300,000 yuan bag so easily. After saying goodbye and leaving, Du Sheng went back to the hotel and had a rest. The final will be held at 7 o'clock in the evening, and a paid PPV live broadcast will be held at that time. You must be replenished and you must enter the venue in advance for inspection. There will be 2 games tonight, and the lottery results have come out. As a very concerned and intelligence officer, Ma Yaoei has long sent the collected information. Kickboxing maniac Ko Sato vs Nanyang 1 light heavyweight champion Yazana. Holan Feng Bear Gabriel vs mainland dark horse Du Sheng. Du Sheng glanced a little at the kickboxing maniac and Yazana's betting enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, both the organizers and the public were optimistic about Yazana. The odds given by the Outer Velvet are 2.01:2.89:1.88. But he didn't pay much attention. Not sure, he would not let Ma Yaoei place his bet, but instead focused on his opponent. As we all know, Helen is a major fighting country with a strong fighting atmosphere, especially the high level of standing skills, which is one of the top 3 in the world. Gabriel was deeply influenced by it and was one of the best. He is 181 centimeters tall, weighs 88 kilograms, has a wingspan of 180 centimeters, has a bench press of 145 kilograms, has a squat of 351 kilograms, has a right fist of 646, and has a left fist of 443. He practices extremely vacuo stitches with extremely rich legs, including arc legs, lower cheating the back legs are perfect and the forward kicks are all perfect. Especially the hidden trick is cheating, which is powerful and difficult to defend against. The attacking part is the head, and once it is hit, it will fall down on the spot. Career data: 16 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, 10 knockouts of opponents in 20 games, knockdown rate 64%. With his outstanding performance, Gabriel has also been awarded the title of Holland FAMAC and Europe IKBF, becoming a rising star in the boxing ring. Last year, Neon's K1 GP indiscriminate competition selected 8 top experts from around the world to compete in a century duel. Gabriel is one of the representatives of being invited. The other contestants are all active champions of world free fighting organizations such as WKA, WACO, ISKA, WMTA, etc., and can be called the world's #1 martial arts meeting. Although he missed the championship, he reached the finals. This time, I came to participate in the Legend of Woolen. In addition to the organizers' special invitation and winning prizes, I also came to open up Asian fame again. As expected, the organizer and the public are optimistic about Gabriel. The odds given by the Outer Velvet are 2.13:3.12:1.81. Even some Xiangjiang citizens who were originally optimistic about Du Sheng were a little shaken. After all, the weight difference is 26 kilograms, which is considered a crushing attribute in unruly fighting. Since 64, Gabriel has been very controversial because all the players who fought against him have stepped down with injuries. Therefore, the Xiangjiang citizens and audience nicknamed him again, the brutal bear bomber. But what's strange is that in the news media reports, Du Sheng is almost one-sided. Despite the reasons such as race, skin color, ethnic preference, and Zhang Baji's scandal, this still makes Gabriel very upset. Chapter 150 The Godfather of Boxing. After all, he came to participate in Wulin for fame. Therefore, in the past half-month, Gabriel made 2 fussy comments in an interview, threatening to make Du Sheng unable to get up in the finals. This is actually a way of publicity. There are even some organizers who are fueling the fire. As long as you can win, everything will rise and it doesn't matter if you lose some reputation. It's just that Du Sheng was in the mainland and did not respond to this. This invisible contrast makes the citizens' favorable impression more biased. I think Gabriel is a bit sensational. After so many battles and publicity, many Xiangjiang citizens have already understood Du Sheng's identity. He is not a professional boxer himself, but an actor. Participating in boxing competitions is just an interest. Not only that, Du Sheng's white and handsome appearance is too contrasted with Gabriel's black and ugly image, so it is naturally more popular with the audience. It is natural for women to like appearance, while men value strength more. With the support of stars such as Liu Yingyi, Du Sheng had already accumulated most of his popularity before the competition began. Sun Yaoyi even said that he would do his best. Before the finals began, he sang a masterpiece as the opening guest. This triggered the atmosphere of the competition. At 7 o'clock that night, the Kickboxing Maniac vs Nanyang 1 championship was held as scheduled. However, what shocked everyone was that the popular Yazana was KO'd in 2 rounds. Sato Ko took advantage of his height and arm length to suppress Yazana's bombardment, and then rushed to the knee plus backhand straight punch to win with a karate combination. No matter how the audience cursed, the host has already come to the stage to control the scene. After some nonsense, he suddenly changed his mind and introduced the guests at the halftime singing. Next, please invite Mr. Du Sheng and Miss Zhang Baji to sing a song Only Feeling for You to everyone. Everyone in the audience was stunned and thought they had heard it wrong. Du Sheng? What the hell? Did the host get it wrong? Isn't Du Sheng the duel tonight? At this time, he still has the leisure to act as a guest and sing on stage? How much is this not to take the opponent into consideration? Damn it, it's really Du Sheng. What's the situation? Are you going to be a singer if you don't play? This mainland dark horse has changed her hairstyle, which is even more handsome. I'll go, handsome man and beautiful woman, the whole audience is in the moment. Hee. Look at Ho Lan Bao Bear, his face is dark. The organizer is so spoofing. This is to do everything possible for the sake of ratings. Haha, but I like it. When he saw Zhang Baji wearing a pure white off-shoulder long skirt, with a sweet smile on his face holding Du Sheng's arm and singing on the stage, the audience was shocked, and there was an uproar. I have to say that the couple was really amazing on stage. The TVB paid channel that is currently broadcasting has instantly soared by 1/5. The scene at the Elizabeth Stadium was even more exciting, and the screams could be clearly heard outside the field. At that moment, the scene seemed to have become a concert between the two. Zhang Baji came back deliberately just to give Du Sheng a surprise. Tonight she was dressed in an extremely charming manner, her beautiful collarbone was looming, her skin was white, and she wore the necklace given by Du Sheng on her chest. Her whole body was as pure as a painting, as if she had missed the world. The organizer also agreed to her surprise through gimmicks. Du Sheng knew that this girl had a good intention and would not refuse. This is why Only Feeling for You was performed on stage. After the concert, Zhang Baji hugged Du Sheng warmly without hesitation and expressed her full support for the man without hesitation. This move caused the off-market odds to occur. There have been earth-shaking changes. Du Sheng's outer rim odds plummeted, almost at the same level as Gabriel. This makes people who hesitate to place bets laugh and cry. Even Zhang Baji stood publicly on Du Sheng's side, and the wind direction has changed. If that Horan Baoxian really wins, will he dare to walk out of the gate of Elizabeth Stadium? Gabriel, who was waiting in the contestant's seat, looked at the cheering scene with a very ugly face. How can there be any hot advantages here? This is simply someone else's back garden. He suddenly felt a little unwilling to beat him. But he was unwilling to withdraw just like this. Gabriel clenched his fists and swore to hammer his opponent's dog head, causing all the yellow people to lose their honor. Just as Du Sheng returned to the backstage for inspection and was about to take the stage, there was an old white man in the audience, looking at him with sharp eyes. This person is not someone else, but Tang Jin, the most influential professional boxing promoter in the world. He has made world-famous boxing champions such as Ali, Foreman, Tyson, Holyfield, and Ruiz famous. It can be said that he is a veritable godfather in the industry. At 71 years old this year, he was originally invited by the Ultimate Fighting competition to come to Zhangjiang's Warlin Legend to see if there are any seed players. In recent years, with Tyson being imprisoned and aging, few boxers in the boxing world have similar value and market appeal. In addition, major boxing promotion companies are jealous of money, so they don't want to compete with their boxers without money. This operation method has also led to the failure of the boxing world. At present, Tang Jin's promotion company has long been at a disadvantage compared with other top boxing promotion companies. With the rise of Jintung Boxing Promotion Company, Tang Jin fell into a trough. The root of all this actually comes from his greed and selfishness, and all kinds of negative news have almost wiped out the reputation he has accumulated. Therefore, he urgently needs to find a new generation of top boxing superstars to revive his reputation. On a global scale, the huge potential of the Eastern market is unparalleled. Yao Ming's brilliant performance in the NBA last year has fully proved the huge money-making ability of the Eastern market. The fame and influence that Yao Ming brought to the Rockets is even more immeasurable. Therefore, Tang Jin also set his sights on the East. This time I came here just to see if I could discover a boxer similar to Yao Ming. At the beginning, he was quite optimistic about Xiangzhong player Cao Delong. The opponent is not bad in terms of boxing skills, height and weight, and is expected to become a seed player. However, Cao Delong was cowed by the kickboxing maniac and fell to the quarterfinals and missed the finals. Tang Jin was a little disappointed and was about to chat with the neon contestant when he accidentally noticed the oriental contestant who had just sung on stage. After inquiring, he was both surprised and happy. How can I see the small local markets like neon? In front of Du Sheng, the oriental player, the rest is not enough. If you can successfully sign this dark horse and carefully plan and promote related events to help him become the world's professional boxing champion, then Du Sheng can also become the focus of the world like Yao Ming. However, Du Sheng is about to play now, and no matter how anxious he is, he can only wait for the opponent to finish the game. Fortunately, other boxing promotion companies have never paid attention to Asia and have not sent anyone. Otherwise they would have to talk to the organizer even if they violate the rules. Not long after, the betting channel was closed. As the rapid electric bell rang, the audience members were excited and their breathing became much heavier. Next, please invite Gabriel, known as the Horan Blast Bear. The craze of guest performances faded. With the host's passionate introduction, Gabriel was still strode to the stage. The packed Elizabeth Stadium was suddenly filled with people and screams. It can be seen that there are not many viewers who support or bet on him. Gabriel felt much more relieved and raised his hand to say hello. At the front row of VIP guests, the bright stars and heavyweights from the Xiangzhong entertainment industry gathered together. Hong Bao, Zhou Xingqi, Xiang Tai, Sun Yaoei, Zhang Baji. Even though the show has not started, the star-studded scene is very popular. The shutter sounds of reporters have already been heard one after another, and media reports are obviously indispensable. With the introduction of the host, Du Sheng also stepped onto the stage under the gaze of everyone's attention. Seeing him waving to the audience with a smile, the casual posture of visiting the back garden made Gabriel's heart rise again. It has reached the final. But this guy is still so relaxed and casual, and he doesn't take himself seriously at all. This is more than an insult. After all, he is also a new champion in the Helen boxing world. Isn't it worth taking seriously the popular seed of Wu Lin? In anger, Gabriel threw all distracting thoughts behind his head. No matter what background the other party has or whether he is shouldering an important task in the East, as long as he steps on this arena, he will not step down safely. Bao Xiang, the consul is waiting for you to celebrate and kill him as soon as possible. The diplomatic counselor sent by Helen also came tonight, and he personally paid 500,000 Hong Kong dollars to win by the official website. In private, several of his friends also bought 2 million in the outer green. But they are not the ones who bet the biggest. It is a real estate rich man in his 50s who had the honor of participating in the Black Fist competition in Kowloon City more than 10 years ago, and this time he spent 7 million. This shows how many wealthy businessmen trust Gabriel's strength. In the stands, there were also audiences shouting at Du Sheng in the boxing ring from time to time. High-hearted mainland boy, you can win with 100,000 bet. Jing Sheng. Keep sniping and be upset. Those who bought him to win include Zhang Baji, Yu Wenel, and others. Tonight's betting on the outside is probably even broken the records in recent years. All the trading volumes combined have exceeded 500 million. With the odds difference alone, Spinach and the organizer can make a lot of money. Not to mention that catering, entertainment, tourism and other projects are driving revenue. No wonder Xiangzhong Zhenfu opened the back door for Wulin and was still hung on the official website of the Jockey Club. It is a real money-making machine. On the ring, Gabriel didn't say anything, looking up and down at Du Sheng without expression. Du Sheng's expression was as calm as before, and he also ignored the sound outside the venue. According to the information collected by Ma Yaoei, he had long known that Gabriel practiced judo and karate. Especially good at forward and lower cheating, the biggest feature is the arc leg method. However, just as the other party approached, Du Sheng deepened his opinion. The two arms are as tough as iron, the two thighs are as thick as pillars, and the arms are stretched like monkeys. They should be good at ground throwing skills. This technique is based on its weight and physical strength to try to sneak down the opponent, and then defeat the opponent with ground skills. So although Gabriel is quite strong, once it is locked in the head, it will be suffocated due to insufficient oxygen supply in minutes. Chapter 151 The Wild Horse. Du Sheng withdrew his gaze, and the two of them looked calm and stood opposite each other. We can see at the scene that Gabriel seemed to have a little contempt for Du Sheng, which may be the confidence of the boxing champion. After the quarter-finals, the ring has been equipped with host commentary. But Du Sheng's expression was also relaxed, and even a smile was on the corner of his mouth. Does this mean he was equally confident? Looking back on the record of this mainland dark horse, he won with a sniper attitude all the way, and even Code King of the 64th round at 1 round. What will happen if he faces the powerful enemy Gabriel this time? Let's wait and see. The host's voice was full of passion. Although the competition had not yet begun, he had successfully ignited the atmosphere on the scene. The referee signaled Du Sheng and Gabriel to get closer, emphasized the rules of the game again, then swung his arm suddenly and shouted boxing. The competition has begun. Du Sheng and Gabriel fist gently. Hey! Gabriel actually took the lead in launching a fierce attack, turning, spinning, and kicking in one go, and swinging his legs back with a sharp move. At the moment of the ringing, Gabriel took the lead. After a punching fight, he suddenly used his waist and back to exert force, and quickly kicked out from the side. Du Sheng steadily stepped on his lunge, supported his palm with his elbow, stood still, but just raised his arms slightly. Legs and arms intersect. Boom! Even with the blessing of Du Sheng, he still felt that he hit a solid wooden board. It can be seen that the explosive power of this tonnage is indeed not much different from that of me. This is the opponent and is worth playing. Gabriel on the opposite side also looked surprised, and pulled back, clenched his feet on the ground, as if he was a little uncomfortable. The next moment, he thrust his whole body again and snatched it with a straight punch from the back. Talk. In order to measure his general level, Du Sheng did not rush to earn credit. Instead, his left hand was like a wall, and he blocked it horizontally again, instantly swinging the fierce punch. The two of them, fists and arms, fought each other, making a big fight from fists to flesh. Gabriel is 26 years old and is at the peak of his career. He has 500 or 600 pounds of force in every punch. Du Sheng is blessed by dragon and elephant prajna kung fu, with copper skin, iron arms and iron legs on his body, and special physical constitution to enhance his physical fitness. Although his weight is crushed, his offense and defense are not inferior to the opponent. The two instantly exchanged dozens of moves, and their fists and feet had hundreds of pounds of strength, colliding with each other, and they were indifferent for a moment. The audience below were obviously shocked by the scene on stage. The weight disadvantage is not dragged into the ground, and can it still be evenly matched? It turns out that people who have real skills are so shocking and powerful when they are fists and feet. Some viewers who bought Du Sheng were upset, couldn't help but clench their fists, and their feet were trembling with excitement. Because they saw some hope. On the other hand, Gabriel frowned and pulled back, rubbed his fingers with his fists exposed and his fists rubbed his waist. He just tried fierce offensives such as standing and falling, forward kicking and cheating, but he didn't play much role in front of Du Sheng. The most important thing about Bajiquan is to grab the ground with 10 toes, steadily tilt the lower plate, and close-fitting outbreaks. 3-plate combos. How could you be held and fall to the ground to play ground skills? Although Gabriel didn't want to admit it, he also understood that the other party was an absolute ruthless character, and it was possible that he would fail if he accidentally did. He put away his last trace of contempt and flexibly walked on the arena, 70 square meters, waiting for the right opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The two of them fought like this for 2 minutes, but they couldn't tell the difference. Gradually, the audience all cast amazement at Du Sheng. Especially Tang Jin, who has been paying close attention to Du Sheng, is even more eager now. I wish I could go on stage and drag him to chat with me now. Although the semifinals stipulate that each round is 5 minutes, a total of 3 rounds, some anxious spectators began to shout anxiously in English, hoping that Gabriel could finish as soon as possible this battle. However, Gabriel was also anxious. He almost wanted to jump out of the ring and shout at the noisy audience. Fuck! Which of your eyes can see me playing? This is a battle related to reputation, and it is not enough to be careless or let go. How could he not want to win? However, Gabriel fought in this battle extremely awkwardly. He originally planned to end the battle quickly within 1 round. Now, we have to use guerrilla tactics to deal with the opponent, and we have not even gained the upper hand yet. Du Sheng's performance is not like a newcomer in boxing. His hands and feet are as hard as iron. The one who hurts the other person the most is himself. Especially for preventing the fall, it will not leak. It's simply incredible. How can outsiders understand Gabriel's torment and grief at this moment? Du Sheng is like a giant tree rooted in the underground, with an offense and defense, as solid as a rock. What's even more terrifying is that the other party didn't even shed much sweat, but his physical strength began to be lost. With such an exaggerated comparison, I feel that he is the one who is being played with. At this moment, not only were the spectators who bet on the hot spots anxious, but even the friends around the counselor began to feel nervous. They never expected that in this East, known as the boxing desert, there was such a high-level boxer hidden. Faced with this crushing situation, Du Sheng was able to deal with it freely without any flaws. The most exciting part of the scene was naturally Zhang Baji, Yu Wenel, Ma Yaoei, and others. The former is excited about the super strength of his own men, while the latter two place heavy bets. Just as the audience was in an uproar, the situation on the ring suddenly reversed. It looked like Du Sheng was tired of playing and was ready to finish it. After several confrontations, Gabriel cheated on his cheating again. Du Sheng suddenly changed his playing style, kicked his back palm, rubbed his front foot, and his legs were like arrows that broke the bow and rushed up, and his whole body shot out like a rocket. It flew past 8 feet with a bang, and quickly approached Gabriel, who was retreating gorilla. The 8 moment of the draw, the fists are like arrows, stepping on the central palace, the momentum is moving and the spirit follows, as fast as lightning. Du Sheng's fists were as if he was shaking the mountain, and he rushed straight towards Gabriel's chest. The arms drive the air, and the fist wind makes a crisp sound, like a whip swaying. If it doesn't explode, it will be like thunder. As soon as the cannon of the right place was released, the offense and defense were reversed instantly. Gabriel did not expect that Du Sheng's physical strength did not decline, but instead, the power that instantly burst out was like a tsunami collapse and tsunami, unstoppable. A whistle came from his ears. With his years of experience in fighting on the ring, he knew that this move could not be blocked, so he could only dodge. However, behind him was the edge of the ring, and there was nowhere to retreat from the left and right. He could only quickly turn sideways and raise his arms to touch it hard. Boom! The fists and arms collided, making a dull echo. Du Sheng's 8 unique skills, combined with his whole body, was powerful and powerful. Although he failed to emit internal strength, he had nearly 700 pounds of explosive power. It's like a bull rushing. Although Gabriel posed for a cat-foot stand-up to remove the force, it still could not withstand the overwhelming impact. Cack! His body was smashed heavily into the boxing ring, making a dull tremor. Du Sheng fixed his body unscathed and stared at Gabriel, who was lying on the ground. All around the ring, the audience was stunned. The counselor and several rich people who were making heavy bets suddenly stood up, looking disbelief. Even Tang Jin, who was knowledgeable and had great ideas about Du Sheng, was surprised and surprised. Because he knew very well how big the advantage of weight crushing was. The first is the blow power. The weight player has more muscle and body mass, and can generate greater kinetic energy when swiping a fist or kicking. Secondly, weight means better ability to resist hits, because more body mass can absorb opponents' attacks. Finally, weight players tend to use wrestling or ground skills and have strong defensive capabilities. The scene that happened in front of him completely refreshed his cognition. The person who crushed his weight was actually knocked to the ground with a punch from the front. It is conceivable how explosive Du Sheng is. For a moment, Don King's desire to sign him was even more urgent. Because if nothing unexpected happens, the opponent will reach the finals tonight. Ho ha! Brother Sheng is really too evil, you're going to be super magic. In contrast to the shocked and incredible people, Ma Yaoei and others were so excited that they screamed and were so excited. In the VIP seat, Zhang Baji was also very excited, and a surging feeling of honor arose. Yu Wenel forced a smile, his heart full of annoyance. I would have bought more, I would have been so stupid, really. Seeing Du Sheng becoming more and more brave as he fought, he felt more and more regretful. There is no way. Gabriel's record and advantage are there, and the outside world was not optimistic about Du Sheng before. He hesitated for a moment and only bought 500,000 yuan. When he thought of outsiders like Zhang Baji who don't understand boxing, he dared to spend 2 million yuan, he regretted it so much that his intestines were blushed. Not to mention how outsiders react, the fierce battle on the ring continues. It has to be said that Gabriel is worthy of being a fighter from Holland, and his reaction is much faster than that of ordinary people. Swish! He ignored the severe pain in his chest and counting down the referee, and instantly jumped over and jumped up. He stretched his feet and moved his body back half a meter in an instant, and he almost avoided Du Sheng's subsequent attack. At the same time, he took advantage of the power of retreat, pushed his right foot on the ground, rotated his hip joint to the left, and kicked it out with a forward kick. Thick legs make a sharp sound, knee joints go straight to Du Sheng's heart. Bang! Du Sheng failed to hit a lunge and knocked down with his extended arm, and instantly changed to a lunge and leaned against the elbow, which was just on Gabriel's calf. In fact, when Gabriel kicked the ground with his right foot, he noticed the reaction of the other party's muscles and knew that it was a high probability of getting out of his legs, so he changed his tricks. This is like waiting for the effort and just sitting there to enjoy the success. Gabriel's face changed when his calves were poked into the bones of his legs by his hard elbow, and his calves were numb and his whole body was discharged. However, he had rich combat experience and gritted his teeth and immediately closed his legs and retreated. Du Sheng didn't want to waste his time anymore. After almost a round, the organizer has ratings, the audience on the scene also recouped the ticket price, and their own popularity and gimmicks have also been developed. Swish! Du Sheng twisted his waist and hips with force, and his body suddenly jumped out. The speed is so fast that it is like a wild horse galloping out of its reins. Click! Gabriel was shocked. Although he was wary of Du Sheng from the beginning, the opponent's Tishan Kui exploded too quickly. Although he barely avoided the front, his left waist was hit by the opponent's shoulders and his whole body. The explosive power is more than 700 pounds. There was a click in an instant. He felt his ribs hurt severely, and his whole body was hit to the ground by huge force again. Chapter 152 It's simply a robbery of money. Gabriel's face changed drastically. After struggling for a while, he couldn't stand up. The ribs were obviously broken. After being stunned for half a second, the referee quickly rushed towards Gabriel to prevent Du Sheng from continuing to launch an attack. However, Du Sheng had no intention of taking advantage of the victory. He just stood there quietly, watching the referee struggling Gabriel for a few seconds. 1 2 3. The referee knew about Gabriel's situation, and it would be meaningless even if he barely stood up. Anyone who was judged would be KO. 8. 9. 10. KO. As expected, Gabriel gave up. The referee decisively crossed his hands and announced the end of the game. Marvelous! In the stands, Zhang Baji stood up excitedly, raising her hands high to cheer. Other viewers also reacted and exclaimed a huge and boiling uproar. There are both incredible, exciting screams, and even strange screams. There were even some viewers who had won money waving their way and shouting Du Sheng's name excitedly. But the most thing is that the wrong bets caused a loss of money, and the annoyance of beating the chest and stamping the feet one after another. Du Sheng won this battle. As the host announced the final result, the scene was even more buzzing. Mom, it's upset again, haha. I am worthy of being a dark horse in the mainland, awesome. Is this the Eastern national art? 6 explosions. Ma Yaoi and other people who bought were even more excited. Especially when he saw the 1.9 million check in front of him, his blood boiled all over his body. The dizzy feeling was like being hit by a pie. Although 1.5 million of them belongs to Du Sheng, so much money will not be faked. In the contestant's seat, Ko Sato, who had just won the final, couldn't help but squint his eyes. In the eyes of laymen, Du Sheng easily coast in professional boxing matches seems to be very intimidating. In the eyes of an insider like him, Du Sheng is not a fool, but a scary person. Gabriel was able to make a fortune on the Helen fighting stage where experts gathered, and also got 2 gold belts with great value. But even such a master can't even walk in front of Du Sheng for a round. What does that mean? Now he realized that Du Sheng still hid his weaknesses the previous few times. Is Oriental Chinese sword really so awesome? But why did K1 invite so many times before, and Dongfang sent a few people to participate in the competition, and he couldn't even make the final? It seems that such people cannot be viewed from an ordinary perspective. If you want to win the finals next, you have to be more stable. At the scene, the ones who acted quickly had to count Tang Jin. At this moment, he didn't look like a 70-year-old man at all. He stood up and walked straight to the backstage. We also use some rights to ask the organizer to help lead the way. If I don't take the opportunity to take Du Sheng down at this time, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Don Jin longs to have a good talk with Du Sheng, and it is best to win trust at once and become his agent. The organizer is also happy to expand his influence and promote ideas. Tang Jin's visit surprised Du Sheng, who had just returned to the lounge. In fact, he heard Zheng Zidao mention that a boxing promoter from Lighthouse Country came to the organizer. The first boxer recommended by the organizer is Cao DeLong. But I didn't expect that the person coming was Tang Jin. And the other party came for himself. This person's name has been heard of by anyone who has paid attention to the boxing world. However, the reason why Du Sheng can recognize the other party is that he watched Tyson's game in his previous life, and the other is that the other party's explosive head is very unique. As soon as Tang Jin came in, he greeted Du Sheng, Sun Yaoei, Zhang Baji, and others who were excited to come. Looking at the old man known as the Old Fox with enthusiasm, Du Sheng's mouth couldn't help but rise. The more enthusiastic the other party is, the greater the plan. He wants to see what the gold medal agent is planning. I think you should have guessed the purpose of my visit today. Behind you are 1.3 billion compatriots. If you don't play professionally and strive for the world boxing champion, it's complete life losses of the earthlings. Now you are only one step away from the top of boxing. I have never been someone who is willing to wait for opportunities, so I came to you on my own initiative. I hope everyone can join hands to reach the peak of professional boxing, like Tyson in the past, achieving unparalleled glory. You should know what height I have led Tyson to, such glory and achievements. Although Tang Jin was 70 years old, his words were still full of passion, and his gestures made his words full of power. The honor accumulated by the name Tang Jin alone is enough to make many boxers compete to join. Ma Yaoei, Zhang Baji, and others looked at each other and didn't understand why this old man was so confident. But Du Sheng understood a little bit. As the most money-making sport in the world, boxing promoters are an unavoidable existence in this sport. They play the role of packaging boxers, boxing matches, and expanding influence. Boxers such as Tyson, Roy Jones, and Pacquiao were originally just athletes with excellent boxing skills, but the packaging of boxing agents has shaped them into gods, making the audience unable to help but buy tickets. In addition, according to the law, individual boxers cannot directly sign contracts or compete with their opponents, and they do not have this ability. Boxing agents can sign a contract to include the game and boxers and procedures that meet legal requirements, so that the game is legal and regular. If the boxer can bypass the promotion company and have a direct showdown, it will become a fight. The importance here is more than several times larger than that of entertainment agents. In this boxing world, interests are always dominant. Even though Don Jin is notorious, he does have extraordinary ability to facilitate top-level events. This is something that many boxing promoters cannot achieve. Top events such as Iron Blood Battle and the Top of Glory are immeasurable. Even though Don Jin will draw up to 30% of the commission, many boxers are still willing to sign with him than relying entirely on themselves. However, this does not include Du Sheng for the time being. As the other party said, there is a huge Eastern market behind him, which is his greatest reliance. This market is extremely broad. As long as Du Sheng has the ability, he does not need to succumb to any agent. As long as he wants to gain fame in the professional boxing world, he will always be attracted attention. Just like Pacquiao now, as a Luzonian, his identity as a yellow race has won him more attention. It seemed that he realized that Du Sheng was unmoved. Tang Jin understood that it would be difficult to impress the other party without attractive conditions, so he added, Du, if you win the championship and major promotion companies want to sign you, what conditions will you put forward? You might as well say bluntly that I came here this time not only with sincerity, but also with a checkbook, and maybe I can satisfy you now. Let me get the conditions myself. Du Sheng's eyes were playful, and the other party's meaning was very obvious. If you win a ticket to the UFC and still achieve results, what conditions should the other party use to keep you abroad to continue to fight boxing? To be honest, Du Sheng also wants to know his worth and has the idea of testing it. But it doesn't matter. Any conditions can be put on the table to discuss. Tang Jin smiled and looked extremely generous. His attitude seemed to be saying, as long as you dare to offer a price, I will have the courage to take over and show my courage. 10 million signing fee. Du Sheng took the towel handed over by Zhang Baji and said an astonishing number. 10 million US. You're right. When Tang Jin's assistant heard this, his eyes widened as a copper bell, and he looked at Du Sheng in disbelief. Our president comes to negotiate with you with sincerity. You actually use such an astronomical number to make excuses? Mr. Du, please be serious and don't joke. You should know that our company has contracts with more than 20 boxing champions, and our president's time is very precious. 10 million US. Even Sun Yaoi, Zhang Baji, and others on the side were shocked by this number. It's at least 150 million Hong Kong dollars. It has to be said that the power of money is really heartwarming. 10 million US. The smile on Tang Jin's face gradually disappeared, and the other party's offer exceeded his expectations. Du Sheng just smiled slightly and said slowly, Mr. Tang Jin, do you think this number is a lot? Or do you think I am not worth this number? In fact, he didn't know how much he was now. He had to consider the number of casual reports even if the other party really agreed. After all, with the golden fingers here, the future achievements are much more than that. Only when you are stupid will you be willing to sacrifice yourself. Isn't this obvious? Tang Jin's assistant said indignantly. Mr. Du, although you won a few games, Wu Lin is just a small game. How dare you, a newcomer who doesn't even have the title of boxing champion, offer a sky-high price of 10 million US. In his opinion, Du Sheng's behavior of asking Tang Jin for 10 million US was simply a robbery of money. Even Tyson's successor, Floyd Mayweather, has never offered such a high price after winning the championship. Du Sheng glanced at the assistant, then turned to Don Jin and said with a smile. Mr. Tang Jin, do you think so too? Tang Jin pondered for a moment and said. Du Sheng, your strength is indeed very strong, and your appearance is outstanding, and your business value cannot be underestimated. But you are still a newcomer after all, and the price of $10 million is too high. Mr. Tang Jin, isn't the reason why you are willing to come to see me and want to sign me before I become famous is because you are interested in my potential? What is the difference between this and the reason why investment banks invest in small companies with potential? Du Sheng continued to explore the other party's bottom line and spoke slowly. Imagine if someone offered an opportunity 10 years ago to buy half of GE's equity for hundreds of millions of dollars and then sell it 3 years ago, would you be tempted? Now, I only need you to sign the promotion agreement for my event for 10 million US dollars, but you are hesitant. This is indeed a tricky problem. Zhang Baji and others were shocked by Du Sheng's words. This explanation is really tricky. But if they have the chance, of course they are willing. General Electric's stock suddenly soared nearly 3 times 3 years ago. But Assistant Tang Jin instantly realized that the two were not equal at all. Microsoft was already a new company pursued by countless investors at that time, and Du Sheng is now just a boxer who has not yet played Asia. Are these two comparable? Du, your business potential is indeed eye-catching, but $10 million is indeed beyond my budget. Tang Jin thought carefully and said. $3 million, what do you think? President, you. The assistant looked at Tang Jin in shock, as if he was suspicious that this old man was not influenced by Du Sheng's crazy charm. If the other party has not fully proved himself, aren't you afraid that investment will be wasted? Sun Yaoei and Zhang Baji were also shocked by Tang Jin's reply. The bargaining of 3 million yuan is even greater, although it has been reduced by a huge margin, but this is just a signing fee. They turned to Du Sheng, wanting to see his reaction. Chapter 153 The Glory of the Past. Thanks for finding and waiting for your lover, sweet me Tangsha rewards. However, Du Sheng just waved his hand lightly and said unmoved. If you just see me as a boxing champion who may be comparable to Floyd Mayweather in the future, then we really don't have to cooperate. You can't even see a boxing champion like Mayweather. The assistant looked at Du Sheng in disbelief. If he wasn't sure the other party wasn't kidding, he would ask if he knew what kind of person Mayweather was. Mayweather, the most famous and commercially valuable boxer since Tyson. Mayweather won all 36 games, 18 KOs, and a 100% winning rate, becoming a boxing champion at 4 levels. Among the 50 greatest boxers announced by the Lighthouse National Public Party, Tyson ranked 12th, and Mayweather ranked 2nd. Becoming Mayweather is the dream of countless boxers. However, in Du Sheng's words, it was a bit like this. It's so crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. The assistant's forehead was furious, which was a bit unreasonable. Because anyone who has known boxing will find it difficult to say such words. This sport is currently divided into 2 major competitions, amateur and professional competitions. Amateur competitions include boxing competitions such as the Olympics, Intercontinental Games, World Championships, Golden Gloves, etc. Professional competitions mainly refer to boxing competitions initiated by international professional boxing organizations and supervised and managed by professional boxing organizations. Currently, the 4 most valuable boxing organizations in the boxing world are the World Boxing Association, WBA, the World Boxing Council, WBC, the International Boxing Federation, IBF, and the World Boxing Organization, WBO. In addition, there are many small fighting competitions, such as the King of Kings Challenge, one in Nanyang, Ibo in the West, WBF in the West, etc. Xiongjiang's Legend of Martial Arts is also counted, but that's all. The honors Mayweather has won are all the most valuable. If you want to play against him, don't speak without $1 million. Tang Jin re-examined Du Sheng with a strange look. This young man has become inflated because he defeated many opponents in succession and has become hyped by the media. Otherwise, how could he not take legends like Mayweather seriously? But he kept smiling and asked, "Can you tell me about your career plan, or what do you think you are the most valuable trait? In addition to the 1.3 billion market behind me, you should actually notice it." Du Sheng knew in his heart that verbal boasting alone was not enough to be convincing, and he said calmly, "Since the commercialization of boxing in the early 2000s, this sport has been the most money-making area. However, in recent years, it has not been as profitable as it appears, especially in the North American market. Since there is no heavyweight boxing champion leading the trend, you can't find someone who can continue to attract audiences and create huge commercial value for the boxing world like George Foreman, Tyson, and Mayweather. But if there is a boxer who can show off his power in the boxing and UFC fields and regain this market, will you be willing to spend only $10 million to sign him? I think you will definitely not miss this opportunity." Well, this is bragging again. The assistant was completely defeated. Being powerful in the boxing and UFC fields, regaining this market? This kind of even the legendary figures in boxing, Ali, Tyson, and Mayweather may not dare to say it easily. I really don't know what to say about an amateur boxer who dares to speak so much. But Tang Jin started to think surprisingly. Although Du Sheng's words were somewhat boastful, they had to admit that what the other party said was not all fiction. Nowadays, the North American boxing world is in a half-dead state, especially as the older generation of boxing champions such as Tyson and Mayweather gradually grow old. The strength of the new generation of boxing champions is generally mediocre. Even if these people can dominate a certain field for a while, they cannot be as influential as Tyson. If someone who can regain the market really emerges in the boxing world today, it will undoubtedly be of great commercial value. What's more, if this boxer still has a handsome face and has a market of 1.3 billion, his commercial value will be even more immeasurable. Therefore, to a certain extent, an investment of $10 million is indeed nothing. But the question is, will this person be Du Sheng? Even though Tang Jin excavated dozens of boxing champions, he was still stumped by this problem. Mr. Tang Jin, now is not Tyson's era. When Du Sheng saw that the other party was fooled by him, he felt a little funny and said, "The Oriental market behind me is enough to give me a huge influence under any agent. Maybe you can help me challenge the boxing champion position faster, but I am still young and I am not in a hurry. As long as I want, I even have the confidence to surpass the Luzon boxing champion Pacquiao and become the youngest welterweight world boxing champion in history." For him, he asked for a price everywhere and paid it back locally. Anyway, bragging is not taxable. If the other party is really willing to give $10 million, then why not try it abroad in advance? The assistant wanted to speak but stopped, and his mind was in chaos. What puzzled him was that when his boss, who was famous in the promotion industry, was not angry when he heard Du Sheng's seemingly crazy remarks, but listened seriously. He couldn't help but start to wonder whether he couldn't keep up with the times or whether the world was too crazy. You really have such confidence? Tang Jin really considered it, and there was still a hint of impulse. He found that Du Sheng was completely different from those newbies who had just entered the professional boxing world and were full of anxiety. Du Sheng showed an indescribable confidence. It seems that he has a kind of innate confidence that he has long regarded himself as the future boxing champion. There is no doubt that it's like I'm about to win a ticket to UFC. Du Sheng's tone this time was much more serious, without much joke. The signing fee will not be mentioned for now. Tang Jin pondered for a while and changed his opinion. Even if you do have this strength, the resources and promotional capabilities in my hands are incomparable to other boxing agents. As long as you are willing, I will only take 30% of the share and I can build you into the world's most brilliant and profitable boxing star. He paused and continued. You have to know that even a legend like Tyson, the offer I gave him was only 25% share. If an ordinary boxer wants to get my promotion, he often needs to pay up to half of his share. This is my greatest sincerity, would you consider it? Okay, if I go abroad to play games, I will seriously consider it. Du Sheng smiled in his heart, and there was no interest in talking. He finally understood why Tang and Jin gradually declined in recent years. Not only did this person fail to maintain his status and scale like his old rival Aram, but even the later Golden Tong promotion company surpassed him. This is too immersed in the glory of the past, completely unable to see the reality clearly, and cannot keep up with the development of the times. This is my card, stay in touch. Tang Jin took out a card and said, I wish you a successful final. Thanks. Du Sheng shook hands with the other party and accepted the card. After all, this is the first foreign food promotionist to come to his house. Although the share ratio proposed is very crappy, it is still worthy of his respect. Watching Tang Jin and his assistant gradually get farther away, Sun Yaoi came to his senses and said in amazement, Sheng, you had a really strong aura just now. If it were me, I would have been confused by the tempting signing gold. You are fine, just refuse easily. Although Ma Yaoi and Wang Yeyang did not say anything, they agreed with this. Even a little dizzy. Going abroad to play games is a dream that many boxers can't hate. For example, Cao DeLong was so ecstatic when he first learned that a boxing promoter came to him. I just thought about how to perform better and wait for a battle to become famous. At that time, he had never thought about the signing fee, let alone other conditions. After all, as long as you can go abroad to enter the 4 major boxing competitions or UFCs, you can make a lot of money by just playing the game every year. Du Sheng is so good that he can even put his wealth in front of him. Times have changed, and now there is a price but no market. If they want to buy it, we may not have to sell it. Du Sheng chuckled, not caring about it. What's more, Tang Jin is an old fox. How could he do a loss-making business? And he would take away 30% of his share as soon as he opened his mouth. Zhang Baji couldn't help but nod when she heard this go along. Yes, this is too much. Isn't it just helping promote a few games? To be honest, she was a little dizzy when she first learned about the man's value. Not to mention 10 million, just calculate it at $3 million. The signing fee will be more than 20 million Hong Kong dollars. If we add ticket sales, sponsorship advertising, commercial cooperation, etc. to the competition every year, wouldn't the annual income easily exceed 100 million? Nowadays, who can do this in the entire Chinese entertainment industry except Cheng Long and Li Lianjia? When Zhang Beizi thought of this, her heart thumped and her eyes were filled with peach blossoms. But the more successful a man is, the happier she is. This proves that her vision is correct. After hearing Zhang Baji's slightly immature view, Ma Yaoi couldn't help but correct. It's not that simple, there are so many mysteries. To put it more rigorously, whether a boxer can win a gold belt and make a lot of money depends largely on the agent's promotion strategy and the selection of opponents. But Sheng's decision was correct. Tang Jin's conditions were indeed a little harsh, so we cannot easily compromise. Although he was envious and even dreamed that he wanted to go abroad to play heavyweight boxing matches, he still knew it himself. Moreover, Du Sheng is his friend, so the benefits can be better. Listening to the discussion of several people, Du Sheng just smiled and said nothing. If he really wants to play abroad, he is confident that he will not lack excellent boxing promoters. But, it's too early to talk about these things. Everything will be decided after the finals are over half a month later. Everyone still had to chat, and the organizers' people came in. Let Du Sheng cooperate with the interview. Waiting for you. Zhang Baji spoke silently and made a gesture. Du Sheng nodded with a smile, changed into clothes sponsored by the Zheng family, and followed the organizer out. Chapter 154, Avenge Humiliation? Du Sheng's appearance lit up the audience and media reporters. After a ha, they all surrounded them one after another. Wow, Brother Sheng is out. It's really a waste of his appearance and temperament to be a superstar. I heard that a rich woman had already offered to spend 2 million yuan just to spend the night with him. The audience who were originally preparing to leave suddenly started to talk. Du Sheng smiled slightly and waved to the fans in the audience. Champion! Ma Yaoi, who had just walked out of the backstage, shouted loudly in the crowd. As he shouted, hundreds of viewers holding 5-star red flags and Du Sheng's posters stood up. They waved their arms, and although their movements were a little exaggerated, they were full of enthusiasm. Du Sheng! Champion! Under the leadership of Ma Yaoi and Wang Yeyang, the audience stood up and cheered again. Most of these spectators were free travelers, or fans of the mainland, who came to cheer for Du Sheng. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Du Sheng waved to thank him again. Du Sheng, can you have an interview? A group of reporters holding microphones flocked to surround Du Sheng. Certainly. The organizer quickly maintained order and asked Du Sheng to come to the interview platform. Mr. Du, in the previous few games, you said that your goal is the championship. A reporter wearing a TV station broadcaster handed over the microphone and asked. The next opponent is the kickboxing maniac who is second only to the 4 kings of the world. Do you still have confidence? My goal has never changed. As everyone wants, it is the champion. Du Sheng glanced at Ko Sato, who was also being interviewed there, and said simply and directly. There is another problem. In the previous games, you won all KO opponents in 1 round. The beautiful reporter continued to ask. Will you continue to maintain this style in the next game? Du Sheng pondered for a moment. Woolen is an indiscriminate competition, and the reporter's words are trapped. Not only the finals, but also future events. What is KO? That is, if the opponent is knocked down, if you cannot stand up within 10 seconds or cannot continue the game after standing up, it is KO. If it is put before 64, KOing the opponent in 1 round is like drinking water and eating. But as we enter the finals, our opponents will become stronger and stronger. Just like the one who was just now, the other party had to take into account many aspects of weight. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and replied calmly. It's certainly good to be able to KO in 1 round, but you won't pursue it too much, it has no substantive significance. Mr. Du, you just used almost 1 round to defeat Helen Feng Bear, and it was not easy to win. Does this mean that the lack of confidence in KO's opponents is forced to change the tactics? A tabloid reporter asked excitedly. Wang Yeyang next to him wanted to refute him. Are you blind? Before the war, most people were optimistic about Helen Baoxiang, but now they are still KO'd by Du Sheng in 1 round. Do you think this is called winning easily? However, he had long experienced the ability of reporters to take things out of context to attract attention, so he simply looked forward to watching the show. He believed that Du Sheng, who had experienced a lot of battles, would not be hit. Mr. Du Sheng, are you really sure to KO the kickboxing maniac in the finals? Other reporters also focused their attention on Du Sheng, looking forward to his answer. In the eyes of many gazes and microphones, the camera and camera flashes are constantly flashing. Du Sheng glanced around him and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Yes, I'm confident that I can win the game by KO unless the opponent doesn't come on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately became an uproar. Mr. Du, if you win the championship, will you go abroad to play games? Player number 888, it is rumored that you are participating in the war on behalf of the mainland. If you defeat the Neon player this time, is it considered a shame? Mr. Du, K1 has already noticed you. If it invites you to participate in the World Championship, will you retreat like the previous few? I heard that the top promoter Don Jin met you not long ago, are you? The reporters seemed to smell the bloody shark and rushed to ask questions one after another. Wang Yeyang was pushed aside and stood there in a mess. Looking at the surging scenes in front of me, even the reporters interviewing Ko Sato rushed over. The organizer's scalp was numb and he could only call more security guards to maintain order. Even the stars such as Zhang Baji and Sun Yaoei who were watching this scene behind were secretly shocked. When I promote and release records, I don't have such a big show. Du Sheng waved his hand slightly and signaled the reporters to be quiet. Whether there will be a Krypton fever, we have to see the situation at that time. You know, the plague in the Lighthouse Kingdom is now raging, so it is too early to say this now. Everyone was stunned and knew that this was the situation. Fortunately, Dongfang had already faded before the new year, otherwise it would be difficult to even travel, let alone hosting boxing competitions. But in the Lighthouse country, it is said that even the Oscar awards have to be postponed. Du Sheng was worried that the headlines were not explosive enough, so he added. As for whether defeating the Neon player is considered a shame? This doesn't count. You'd better interview the other opponent and ask him what he feels. The reporters' eyes lit up and they remembered them excitedly. Although these words are subtle, they are no less than being arrogant. Du Sheng ignored these things and continued. As for the K1 World Championship, I haven't received any invitations, and even if I have one, it depends on the itinerary. After all, my main business is an actor, so I can't lose my best, right? There are 3 major fighting systems in the world today: boxing, mixed martial arts and kicking. Among them, boxing is the most famous of the 4 major organizations: WBC, WBO, WBA, and IBF. MMA is an MMA, with relatively open rules and advocating unlimited fighting. UFC is the leader. The rules of kicking boxing are some of the first 2, representing Neon's K1 standing fighting. Nowadays, in terms of influence, if national prejudice is aside, K1 is actually not inferior to UFC and has enough gold content. The winner of the K1 World Championship alone has a prize of $400,000. As for top promoter Don Jin, he does. Some of the questions Du Sheng answered later were avoided and ignored. For example, Tang Jin and others deliberately said half of them to cover up half of them, which would also be considered paving the way for the future. Despite this, the reporters and media also gained a lot and wanted to go back immediately to get the manuscript overnight. This interview is really exciting and I don't have to worry about sales. After the interview, Wang Yeyang was a little worried. Brother Sheng, will it be too difficult to continue to win the championship by KO? Ma Yaoi suppressed his shock and nodded. Those reporters' various ironies and digging holes are nothing more than trying to dig out big news, and I think they need to ignore it at all. Now is the eyeball era, your ideas are too conservative. Seeing that Zhang Baji also agreed, Du Sheng smiled and shook his head. Tyson once said that the reason why boxers today lack popularity is not only because they are not strong enough, but more importantly, they stick to the rules, don't know how to create topics, and don't know how to promote themselves. For example, John Ruiz, as the world boxing champion, is not as famous as the Hollywood young actors. How can such a boxer attract audiences to spend money to watch their games? Ma Yaoi was stunned and fell into deep thought. Du Sheng looked at Zhang Baji calmly and continued. This is the same for us. No topic is actually a failure. In the traffic era in the previous life, everyone understands these, and even hypes are flying, but the internet is just starting now. As a popular actress, Zhang Baji knows very well about these things and understands what a man means. She smiled sweetly. Let's go, have dinner first, and discuss with you if you have something to do later. Sun Yaoi and others looked at them strangely, and said goodbye with tactfulness. Wang Yeyang had been in the mainland without knowing the situation. Seeing Ma Yaoi winking, he left. Because he remembered Du Sheng and said when he went out, he won 1.5 million in this game, so he could hand over it with Ma Yaoi. If it were before, he would still be shocked when he heard that 1.5 million was such a large sum of money. But before the studio invested 7 million yuan at a time, he was already numb. What's more, Tang Jin just gave $3 million in signing the contract, which is more than just a critical strike. Even if I hear Du Sheng playing boxing competition abroad, I will not be surprised if I earn hundreds of millions of soft girls in one night. That night, Du Sheng was taken to have a Western meal by Zhang Baji. Sheng, didn't you say you wanted to teach me the sturdiness that is driven by softness? You have to hurry up. On the way back, Zhang Baji suddenly approached Du Sheng's ear and said with a smile. Although she changed into that off-shoulder dress, she wore a pink cheongsam. The elegant cheongsam wrapped in a slender body, the long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings at the slit are faintly visible, and the hem of the skirt sways with light steps, making it look pure and elegant. Even though she couldn't see clearly with a mask and sunglasses, passers-by still kept looking sideways. That's right. If you haven't practiced for so long, what should you do if you are unfamiliar with it? You must double it. Du Sheng started the car without saying a word. Although this girl has been in the martial arts world for a while, she has obviously developed a strong interest in martial arts practice. This time he took the initiative to study, so of course he could not remain indifferent. Back at the hotel, Zhang Baji saw the man's eyes falling on her cheongsam, and she felt a little shy. Will it not affect me to practice this outfit? Of course it won't affect it. In order not to delay your shooting tomorrow, we will start now. Let's go inside, I thought of a new martial arts technique. Du Sheng pulled her, looking eager to try. Zhang Baji was a little more excited. What moves and techniques? This is a kind of 108-like martial arts, which means you can come first with the help of Yanping. Not long after, After half an hour, I was choked and was tired and was slapped. Although this girl is diligent in studying and practicing hard, she can't do anything about martial arts. It's all your fault. I've taught people how to practice this move from the beginning, and I'm sure I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Zhang Baji, who was sweating all over, let Du Sheng wipe her with an angrily voice. Didn't you study hard? You're still a little happy. Du Sheng knew that this girl was right and wrong, so he laughed and changed the topic. By the way, didn't you say there was something to discuss? Chapter 155. Look at each other with admiration. Ah yes, I almost forgot. Zhang Baji was quite reliable, so she tried hard to get the handbag and took out a script from it. I mentioned to you last time that there was a character in I Can't Forget originally planned to be guest starring Guze. But he was still filming The Queen of Amnesia in the mainland and didn't come back, so I suggested to Chi Ma to change you. Come star. Du Sheng doubled the script and asked. Come on shooting tomorrow? Otherwise, it will be difficult to make do with time. Although he had 3 days, he had agreed to visit Lu Yifei before and could not break his promise. Don't worry, you can arrange shooting tomorrow. Seeing that the man did not refuse, Zhang Baji smiled. It's very soon, it can be finished in 2 or 3 hours. It is indeed a guest star, playing her fiancé. An ordinary minibus driver died in a car accident on a rainy day, which led to her having to inherit her position in order to make a living, and there were not many scenes. Okay, but even if it's too late, it will take time. Have you figured out how to answer me? Zhang Baji lay shyly in his ear and whispered in a low voice. I'll say it first, it will last for half an hour. Du Sheng smiled happily, picked up the woman, and was eager to return to the bedroom. The next morning, for Bao Da's man, Zhang Baji, who had a lot of tricks last night, was in good spirits. After breakfast, she couldn't wait to pull Du Sheng to the set. Fortunately, the car accident scene has been set up long ago, and Du Sheng can take pictures as soon as he is joined. After saying hello to director Dongsheng, he let the makeup artist change his makeup. This person is a big hit now. Did you really call him in one sentence? Dongsheng glanced at Du Sheng and joked with a smile. Next year I plan to make a crime movie, and you will star in the heroine. Don't the male protagonist ask him to try it out? Zhang Beizi's beautiful eyes lit up, she ignored the joke, and agreed with a smile. I'm ready to speak, he will definitely come when he has time. Dongsheng is an all-round filmmaker in the Hong Kong film industry. He is good at exploring the characteristics and potential of actors. Among them, the new Unrequited Love made Yuan Yanji win the Best Actress award, and The Love of Man and Women made Shu Qi successfully transform in one fell swoop. Anyway, it won't take much time to try it. Let's talk about it when you are not taking it or not. There are multiple connections and multiple ways. After Du Sheng put on makeup, he drove on the road directly. This character does not have many scenes, and it is quite simple. The most difficult thing is to have a slippery road crash on a rainy day. With his acting skills and condition, the filming was completed in less than 2 hours. Seeing that Dongsheng was quite satisfied, Zhang Baji was asking the financial settlement of the pay, so she couldn't help but say something to Du Sheng happily. Crime movie. Du Sheng recalled a circle of memories in his heart, and 2 films rose up. Night in Mongkok and Disciples. In this era, film resources are quite scarce. If no one organizes a bureau, many first-line actors such as Lu Yi, Li Guanpeng, and Ren Quan will have no way. When you have time, you can really try it. Especially Disciples, several people around the world have won nearly $100 million in box office. Not to mention other things, the popularity of the foreign audience plus the popularity of the UFC boxing competition is absolutely extraordinary. Du Sheng got his salary and was about to leave, but unexpectedly another small thing happened, which made him laugh and cry. However, when Zhang Baji saw that the man was about to leave, she couldn't get into the state for a long time and was almost hit by the fence next to the driver's seat. If Du Sheng hadn't rushed forward quickly to hold on to the overturning fence, the girl would have been injured and her right face would have been scratched. Frightened Zhang Baji, regardless of the strange eyes of outsiders, threw herself into his arms. A paparazzi who was squatting on the scene excitedly took the scene down. Dongsheng looked happily, seeing that no one was injured. He did not stop Hymend. The film has been released, and there has been a hype topic. A good sign. As for reporters asking about it, they would say that Zhang Baji was just in the play, because Du Sheng was his fiancé. After all, Du Sheng was able to leave after he was comforted. Discovering the filming of Can't Forget has ended, will the settlement lottery be held? As soon as I was about to get on the bus, a familiar reminder came to my ears. Du Sheng thought about it, but still held back. Because this cameo driver really has no skills, the things he draws out with low evaluation are ordinary, and he is likely to waste it. Next, there will be a few movies and TV series filmed every year, so it is better to leave them for later use. After getting into the car, Du Sheng looked at the time and found it was already past 11 o'clock. He simply asked Wang Yeyang to buy good drinks, snacks, and other items first, and then went to Xiangjiang Taiwan Business Technology College in Jordan District. The Little Winner of Love is currently filmed with this background. The general plot of this film is: Ling Zhiying plays the only son of a smuggling businessman in the movie. She accidentally rescues the heroine played by Lu Yifei from a group of gangsters, and a series of love-hate disputes arising from. To be honest, the plot is a bit cliché. But there are many outstanding scenes in the film, and there are many funny plots. With the appearance of Lu Yifei and Ling Zhiying, it is worthy of fans' support. In fact, this film itself is a work that focuses on fans. When Du Sheng came to school, the first person he met was Ma Yaoei's father Ma Sheng. This drama has martial arts moves, so I asked Ma Sheng to guide him. Previously, Ma Yaoei introduced Du Sheng to find the money he wanted to invest in, and the two sides had met a long time ago. Seeing Du Sheng coming to visit the set with a large bag, Ma Sheng asked in surprise, "Hey, haven't you gone back after playing Wu Lin?" Ma Yaoei, who came here to help, shook his eyes at his father and laughed. "My cousin is here to check on my cousin, how can I leave so quickly?" "Is his cousin here?" "Who?" Horses are confused. As the martial arts commander of the crew, he often contacts the leading actors and is very clear about some relationships. Today, many newspaper headlines featured Du Sheng's explosive interview last night. With this current popularity, acquaintances would like to mention a few words. But except for some gossip, the entire crew has never heard of any girl talking about Du Sheng. Ma Yaoei did not answer, but instead smiled and looked at Du Sheng. "Your cousin is looking forward to you every day, and we have become your voiceover." A warm feeling surged in Du Sheng's heart, asking Wang Yeyang to distribute the drinks and food he brought. After saying goodbye to Ma Sheng and his son, they headed straight to the shooting scene. At this moment, Lu Yifei is filming a plot where she has just experienced a broken heart and is confused and is deeply saddened while sitting on campus. The entire set was filled with a quiet atmosphere, with only the actors' performance sounds and the operation sounds of the machines intertwined. Du Sheng stood quietly beside the crowd, watching Lu Yifei's performance silently. Compared with when he first joined the group, this girl's acting skills have obviously improved a little. The staggering and loneliness, the numb expression, the wandering and lost look, has a bit of a heartbreak. When facing the camera, she acted more calmly and naturally. After a long time, director Zhu Yanping shouted, "Cut! Not bad." After one passes, "Zixi, your mood is outbreaking well, keep it going." After being praised by the director, Lu Yifei wiped off her eye drops and her smile was pure and picturesque. Where is there any sadness and loss? She was about to meet with Lu Xili to prepare for something to eat when she glanced out of the corner of her eyes when she suddenly saw the familiar figure behind Ling Zhiying. Lu Yifei's body stagnated and confirmed that she had read it correctly. She shouted in surprise. Cousin! She turned around and ran towards Du Sheng cheerfully. Seeing her strange reaction, everyone turned around and got off. Only then did I realize that there were more people around Ling Zhiying. Huh? Sheng, didn't you come in the afternoon? Ling Zhiying turned around and asked in surprise. Since he turned to Xiangzhong for shooting, he could hear someone muttering to count dates every day. Naturally, I know when Du Sheng will come. Du Sheng was about to speak when a slight rushed into his face, and Lu Yifei threw herself into his arms. Seeing this kissing behavior, everyone present was stunned. Although many martial arts know that they have a good relationship, their subconscious intimate behavior is still beyond everyone's imagination. Seeing everyone's strangeness, Lu Yifei realized her loss of composure and quickly retreated from Du Sheng's arms, with a blush on her face. She secretly glanced at her mother who was about to meet and found that Lu Xili, who was originally smiling, could not hold on at this moment. Seeing this, Ling Zhiying smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere. Sheng, I'll see you with admiration after 3 days of separation. Hearing this, Lu Xili's face was a little complicated. Half a year ago, the unknown little guy in front of him was not even a quarter of his daughter's popularity. Now, not only has his fame and status increased sharply, but he has also become an investor in 2 dramas. He is also regarded by the mainland media as a representative of the country's glory for participating in Woolen. Now his daughter is much inferior to him. What is this not about looking at me with admiration? Yang Gongru, who played the second female lead, noticed Lu Xili's changes, turned her beautiful eyes and walked towards Du enthusiastically. Sheng. Oh! Isn't this mainland dark horse who shined in Wulin last night? I also went to the scene to see it, I have to say it was really exciting. As she said that, she also gave Du Sheng a warm hug like a boxing fan, and blinked at him. Du Sheng could see the kindness of the Miss Asian champion and smiled and said politely. Some people who watched the game last night were also excited to surround them. This time, the atmosphere brought by Lu Yifei's different actions were dispersed. Seeing Du Sheng so popular, Lu Xili felt more and more complicated. But she didn't step forward again, letting her daughter surround her and chat happily, like a happy little bird. Brother Zhiying, Sister Gongru, thank you. Seeing that her mother did not interfere, Lu Yifei secretly stuck out her tongue and thanked Ling Zhiying and Yang Gongru. Just as she saw so many people surrounding Du Sheng, some female artists even gave her warm hugs, her mouth pouted again. My cousin finally called me, and now I am almost divided up. Especially the questions asked by those people made her confused. What is Brother Sheng, how sure is the champion? Brother Sheng, I will bet on you with all my wealth at that time. Be more powerful. Sheng, my daughter is your fan. Can you sign an autograph? My cousin was so popular all of a sudden, which surprised her, but also became a little dirty. After dealing with these enthusiastic walks, Du Sheng pulled the girl aside with a smile. What's wrong? Who is upsetting you? Lu Yifei suddenly smiled like a flower and became lively. Cousin, it turns out that you are so popular in Xiangzhong. It feels more popular than Brother Zhiying. Ling Zhiying was inexplicably caught in the attack. Why is it that my cousin always hurts me when he comes? Chapter 156 Exotic. Du Sheng smiled and said. It's just a temporary heat, and it can't be compared with Brother Zhiying. If he appears in the mall, you will know what it means to be trapped. Lu Yifei laughed and said casually. She is still carefree and does not compare with popularity, and her mentality is calm. However, Du Sheng was still very happy that she had achieved such great success. At least, Her mother's attitude towards her cousin has changed a bit. This means no longer rejecting your contact with your cousin? This is an excellent transformation. You're hungry, eat something first. Seeing that the director stopped filming, but started to eat, Du Sheng simply took some food. Wang Yeyang bought a large cart, not only with pastries and snacks, but also with fast food, cooked food, mango, watermelon, and ate treasure porridge. Wow, eggs, shrimp cakes, and tomato scrambled eggs, soba noodles. Lu Yifei opened the lunch box, smelled a while of savoring it, and immediately picked up the chopsticks happily. She looked at Du Sheng while eating. Cousin, these are all foods I like, how did you know? Du Sheng picked up a lunch box, squatted beside her and started eating. Last time on the crew of Tianlong, you ate these foods every time and noticed them at a glance. Haha, delicious, carrot_carrot. Seeing that his cousin even paid attention to these details, Lu Yifei was in a happy mood and became a fat man. Cousin, I heard that there is a Disney amusement park here. Will you go and have a play after filming the scene? I have asked someone to buy a good ticket, just wait for you to finish the shooting. Okay. There is a scattered show on the Bolan Street. Why don't we go to Kong Kong too later? Go, of course you have to go and see if you are a she-male. Cousin, there is Victoria Harbour tonight. Lu Xili looked at her cousin and was having a lot of fun eating. She was almost forgetting someone. Her heart was no longer complicated, but full of resentment. She thought that after the separation of the Qianlong crew, the relationship between the two would fade. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. I don't know if Du Sheng is by my side, but Lu Yifei is in an amazing condition. Many shots were actually completed in one go without repeated shooting. The sun had not yet set, and the work of the day ended early, and the entire crew began to pack up their equipment. Director Zhu Yanping even joked that if Du Sheng hadn't had time, he would have considered hiring him to come every day to ensure that Lu Yifei's acting skills were steadily improved by 30%. Maybe it won't take long to complete the entire drama. Knowing that these two young people were going to have a trip, he happily gave Lu Yifei a half-day vacation. The girl came to Lu Xili with a squeamish look, trying to speak but didn't know what to say. Come back before 9 o'clock in the evening, don't go to dangerous places. Lu Xili knew that this situation could not convince her daughter, so she gave her a reminder. She originally wanted to say not to do anything out of the ordinary. However, thinking that Du Sheng was still responsible and was considered self-restrained and respectful to Qingzi, he gave up. After all, Zixi has not relaxed even recently, so she just pretends to be a holiday. Thank you, Mommy. Lu Yifei was overjoyed and hugged her mother and screamed excitedly. Lu Xili was speechless. Your classmate finally came here before, why didn't you be so happy to see you? Cousin, Disney is on the way. Lu Yifei was like a bird flying, pulling Du Sheng into the car, chirping happily. Grizzly Valley first, I want to take the speedy mining truck, as well as the Blurred Manor, giant pirate ship, space flying saucer. Fortunately, it is not the peak season, so there is no need to queue up to buy tickets. This girl doesn't know I am not bored and crazy, or I've been waiting for this day for a long time, that's a lot of fun. Fortunately, the citizens in Xiangjiang are used to seeing all kinds of celebrities, and the two of them deliberately keep a low profile and did not make any scandals, otherwise they would have fun. After spending more than 2 hours in the amusement park, Lu Yifei was still unsatisfied, but her stomach was resisting. Du Sheng took her to have a hot pot, and after a walk around Victoria Harbour, he went straight to Women's Street and West Seafood Street in Mongkok. 11 Yang Cai Street is a bustling street in Mongkok, mainly engaged in electrical 3C products and gold and silver jewelry. If you don't care about the brand and want to buy some exquisitely crafted bags, clothing, and accessories, then Women's Street is simply a shopping paradise. Especially at night, stalls after stalls were built in the center of the street, covering the streets. Each stall is filled with a wide range of goods, from women's clothing to jewelry, cosmetics, toys, watches, souvenirs, which are completely dazzling, and they are all good and cheap. Lu Yifei is a girl full of longing. When she comes here, she seems to have entered a paradise, with excitement and curiosity flashing in her eyes. She held Du Sheng's hand tightly and shuttled through the stalls, wanting to take every item in her hand to try. However, most of the items she loves are exotic things. I especially prefer those clothing with dazzling colors and novel designs. Like a dazzling glowing pillow, a cute childlike fur bear, a kawaii skirt. When she saw a little girl begging her mother to buy a crystal music box, Lu Yifei also happened to pick up an exquisite music box and asked Du Sheng if it was good. Du Sheng smiled, knowing that this girl still maintains the innocence of a little girl. It's of course good to be loved by my cousin. The car has enough space, and it is more than enough to stuff a few bags of things. In addition to the chilled interesting bear, princess skirt, music box, water, and other things that Lu Yifei likes, he also bought a bracelet and diamond necklace for the girl. It's so good. She raised her heart-shaped bracelet, which set off her snow-white skin and said happily, "My cousin put it on me." The jade flute that Du Sheng gave to the crew of Tianlong has special significance, and she only preserved it. Du Sheng was completely unlucky and put both things on her. "Cousin comes with me, I'll give you something too." Lu Yifei admired her for a moment, and suddenly pulled Du Sheng into a Nokia mobile phone brand store. "Which color do you like?" She pulled Du Sheng to the latest Nokia N95, with 6 colors arranged on the shelf. This is the most popular semi-smartphone on the market. It adopts a dual sliding cover design, is equipped with a Symbian system, and is equipped with a 5-megapixel camera. It costs about HK$ 4,000. In fact, smartphones were born 4 years ago. Motorola A6188 is called the originator of smartphones, but it is not as widely sold as Nokia. Du Sheng knew that the girl had good intentions and probably remembered her joke that "I can't install QQ on my phone at that time," so she could do it. Penang Gold, which one do you like?" Lu Yifei tilted her head and pointed to the one on the left. "White looks good." She knew what her cousin meant, and she was happy and didn't shirk her, so she didn't let her mother nag. "And everyone uses the same machine, and the layout is opened." The two of them walked around again. It was already 8:30 in the evening, and Du Sheng drove back. "Why is it almost 21 o'clock all at once? This watch must be broken." Lu Yifei was still a little confused, sitting in the passenger seat and muttering, suddenly remembering something. "Cousin, are you going back on the plane tonight?" "Well, the shift is 10:30 p.m. Why are you so hurrying? Aren't you having 3 days off?" "I promised a friend named Zheng to go and talk about something, so I have to get started." Du Sheng originally planned to go back tomorrow, but Zheng Zidao talked to Bai Xian and asked him to meet and talk. He speculated that it might be that the joint venture production had not reached an agreement. Considering that this will be a business card in the future, it is indeed necessary to take a trip. Lu Yifei also knew that her cousin was in the rising period of her career, so she was sure to be busy. "I have been playing together for so long today, and although I am still a little nostalgic, I am actually satisfied. Moreover, it is common for artists to gather and part, and she gradually gets used to it. When I thought of the chance to receive this junior when I returned to school, I was even more excited." Du Sheng parked the car in the street parking space of the hotel, delivered the things to her, and touched the girl's little head. "Go in quickly. Auntie has been waiting for a long time. I will take you to play next time I have time. My cousin has a good journey." Lu Yifei turned around and hugged him. Although she was a little reluctant, she let go obediently. "I'll visit your class if I have time later." Du Sheng waved his hand and turned and went downstairs. But he didn't notice. A figure by the window kept watching the vehicle disappearing, still standing there. When he arrived at the airport, Du Sheng returned the vehicle to Ma Yaoei who was waiting there. Seeing that there was still some time, I simply took out my new phone and sent a text message to Zhang Beizi. This girl is not so sad, she just smiled and replied. Sheng, we are on the hot search again. She also sent a link to entertainment news. Du Sheng took a look and was speechless. Anyway, Zhang Baji was almost hit by a fence in the morning, and the two sides had a scandal. In this case, it is estimated that there is also the possibility of the crew secretly helping. He shook his head, too lazy to pay attention. Now there are too many lice, and there is no impact on him. And the popularity of the past 2 days is there, and the average reputation value increases by 10,000 per day, how cool it is. Brother Sheng, come early in the finals on April 1 st. When Ma Yaoi got on the bus, he was still a little obsessed with. The organizer has released the trailer and odds today, but it has been set for so long, so it is obvious that he wants to make the last one. It will cost more than 10 million to hold a session, and you will definitely have to pay back the money. Wang Yeyang didn't care, but was a little envious. This time you made a lot of money, and I'm so jealous. Next time I have to follow you whatever I say and bet on my full fortune. Ma Yaoi smiled and felt very satisfied when he mentioned this. Not much, it's only 720,000. Although he only earned 200,000 yuan from his family for investment, of which 480,000 yuan was obtained by spending 80,000 yuan to buy the finals, the money was really worth several times. This time he made up his mind to save the money for the finals even if he didn't eat or drink. By then, the wave will double and you will have the money to marry a wife. It depends on the situation. If you want to shoot endorsements, then you will get a little earlier. Du Sheng has reached the finals, and the champion and runner-up are all endorsed by advertising, and a large amount of money will be recorded at that time. In short, he earned at least 7 times more than Ma Yaoi's income this time. He reached the finals and won 2.4 million, and made 1.2 million last time. This time, Ma Yaoi still had 1.5 million. It is not an exaggeration to say that you get rich overnight. Chapter 157, Arousing Public Indignation. The next morning, Du Sheng, who returned to the imperial capital, came to the tea house where Zheng Zidao made an appointment. I've entered the finals, it's so amazing. Zheng Zidao praised him and then asked curiously. You spend all your time shooting next, can this ensure that the level does not decline? Although the main business is shooting, I take time to exercise every morning. Du Sheng knew why he had this question and smiled indifferently. And I have been practicing since I was a child, and this skill is not achieved in a slump. He was not surprised that outsiders were curious about these things. After all, which of the opponents such as Baisong and Gabriel whom they defeated before was soft persimmon? All of them are exercised through countless sweats with one hand and one foot. However, if you can't disclose the skills, you can only move closer to the martial arts genius and successors of national martial arts. Zheng Zidao asked casually, not so gossipy. He suddenly remembered something and explained with a smile. The finals must be coordinated with a series of publicity activities, so it is scheduled for April 1st. Woolen has been held for 3 sessions so far, but no Chinese have ever received a gold belt. It depends on you now. It's good, there's plenty of time. Du Sheng nodded to express his understanding, which was also beneficial to his shooting. Zheng Zidao remembered the other party's jokes when filming endorsements before and encouraged. If you can win the championship and defeat that neon puppet, it is not impossible to join forces to build a clothing sub-brand as previously proposed. Du Sheng's eyes lit up slightly and he smiled. Then let's make a decision first. If I win the championship, I will invest with fame plus half of the funds, and it's okay to put it under your Jinlila brand. Anyone who understands how much money those sports brands were in their previous lives understood. For example, Li Ning, the gymnastics champion, earns billions a year after his sports brand named after him. Zheng Zidao also wanted to make a fuss about his career and said with a smile. I already have the preliminary construction and promotion plan, just waiting for you to win the championship. Of course, if you can make a breakthrough in UFC and expand your influence, don't talk about sub-runs at that time, even if you go public. Regarding future events, Du Sheng would not write blank checks randomly, and said with a smile. When it comes to expanding influence, you really need your Zheng family. Zheng Zidao pondered for a moment and soon understood the other party's meaning. Du Sheng's way of leaving is very different from that of kung fu stars such as Cheng Long and Li Lianjia. What he pursues is practical combat, the kind of real martial arts. Fighting is undoubtedly a way to measure the spread of real martial arts. If Du Sheng can stand out in this fighting competition and successfully enter the international UFC, his image will be even more distinct. But unfortunately, due to various factors, major circles in the mainland do not pay enough attention to this type of fighting event. Nationally, there are still not many people who know Du Sheng participate in the competition, let alone know him. In order to create a unique image and to enhance its own brand, increasing publicity investment is essential. Zheng Zidao was very clear about this and nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, this matter is advancing. On the day of the final, we will ensure the incident. Thank you. Du Sheng knew that expanding promotion would also be beneficial to the Zheng family's sponsorship. After all, the advertisements and clothing on the venue belong to his family. It's just a mutual achievement, you're welcome. Zheng Zidao smiled and said. You have a promising route to choose a kung fu star. As long as you go steadily, your reputation will definitely be at its peak. It is not easy to create a true kung fu master's character. After all, after the Qigong fever faded, the reputation of national martial arts became increasingly low. No convincing performance was shown, all publicity and reports were only its empty talk. But as long as you can achieve corresponding achievements, it will be a huge help to your popularity and acting career. Just like the top kung fu stars in the Chinese film industry such as Li Xiaolong, Cheng Long, and Li Lianjia, the most talked about battle scenes are all created together with professional fighting experts. For example, in the fierce battle in the classic film The Dragons Crossing the River, his opponent was Taekwondo world champion Chuck Rolish. Cheng Long in Fast Food Truck confronts Binny, who won the WKA world champion. Li Lianjia's opponent in The Heroes of the Essence is Joe Billy, the light middleweight champion of the world free fighting competition. These duels, even after more than 10 years, are still mentioned by movie fans from time to time. It can be seen that the participation of these professional fighting players alone has added a lot of highlights to the fighting scenes. If there is a representative figure who has both real skills and excellent acting skills, the superimposed power will definitely explode. Especially Du Sheng has now entered the finals of Wulin, and as long as the publicity continues to expand, it will inevitably cause a sensation. After all, his opponent is still the Neon Boxer. Due to historical reasons, the East and Neon Gizzards are lying on the heart and heart. Recently, several senior bosses from Neon also came out to worship the gods in a high-profile manner, which caused uproar and public outrage. However, it is difficult to find an opportunity for revenge in reality, and people can only vent their emotions through film and television works. Over the years, whether it is an anti-Japanese war drama or a martial arts film, beating the neon puppet can always touch the audience's refreshing nerves. Now that the plot of the movie appears in reality, Du Sheng will beat up Neon Puppet in the ring. Once such news spreads, it will surely attract the attention of countless people. If Du Sheng can win the championship, he will even be regarded by the people as a great man who wins glory in the country. Status is by no means comparable to other stars. Because of this, their Zheng family and the organizers have intentionally or unintentionally created Du Sheng's golden sign since the quarterfinals. However, this road is also full of thorns, and even if you are not careful, you will be backfired. Zheng Zidao reminded him. If it really happens, you will reach the top in one step, your popularity will explode, and you can easily promote both fighting events and sports brands. But if you fail, you will face overwhelming accusations and your reputation may plummet. Don't worry, I won't do things that I'm not sure about. Du Sheng smiled faintly, exuding unparalleled confidence. It is certain that the gold finger is put there, and my own strength is getting stronger and stronger. He was worried that the neon boxer would kneel in a few strokes. Just be confident. Zheng Zidao felt a little relieved and stood up. Let's go, let's meet Bai Xian and see if we can set up a stage stand first. At noon that day, the two had a long-awaited meeting with Bai Xian. Bai Xian traveled thousands of miles and came from his hometown of Lu Mansion just for this meeting. Due to Director Dou's recommendation, Bai Xian treated the two very friendly and attached great importance to them. During the chat, Du Sheng also learned the name of this fighting program, which was tentatively named Hero List. He finally remembered it. This program in his previous life is known as the three major local fighting events in the East, together with Wulin Feng and Kunlun Fight. It is just because it appears earlier than the latter two, so it is not well known. But the influence is not low. It not only received funding from Middle Eastern tyrants such as Crown Prince Alien Kaiu, but also reached cooperation with two local stations and was once broadcast on Yangshi Channel 5. Although the program is still in its infancy and there are only a few Bai Xian in the entire production team, its unique creativity and ideas have already emerged. The most important thing is that his uncle is the deputy director of a certain station in Yangshi, so there is such a joint production program. This is not actually surprising. Many of the documentaries and variety shows broadcast on Yangtze are not made by Homemade. In addition to the joint management, there are also many production companies outside the system that provide films for it. And Yangtze is willing to do so. There are three purposes. 1. I want to create an international competitive sports event with independent property rights in the East. 2. Promote private enterprises to be harmonious in the face of harmony. 3. Popularizing Oriental martial arts has become the main way to strengthen the body in the world. 4. The East has been declining in fighting, and it is hard to see the smoky ones. Zheng Zidao and Du Sheng are the qualifications for the joint endorsement of Zhongyangshi. This meeting was mainly led by Zheng Zidao, who wanted to show his strength in the mainland. He was not in a hurry to get to the point, but first introduced the cooperation between the two sides in detail to Bai Xian. When Bai Xian saw a photo of Du Sheng and Lu Yingyi and others, he learned that he had a high probability of winning the title of Wu Lin. Moreover, Zheng Zidao was from the Zheng family of the 10 major families in Xiangjiang, and was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Liu's superstar, who is currently in the film, is very popular, and is enough to make a hit on the public opinion of a program. In addition, if you can win the Wulin champion and join the program, why worry about not becoming popular? Not to mention the support of financial supporters like the Zheng family, it shows how popular Du Sheng is in Xiangjiang. This is not difficult to understand why Director Dou is so enthusiastic about helping him. Zheng Zidao is worthy of being a pride family and is well versed in negotiations. He first demonstrates his strong strength and background to shock the other party, and subsequent negotiations will come naturally. What are the main problems at present? Du Sheng asked the key point. Because according to the other party, preparations started last year, but nothing has happened. What progress is going? There are many problems. Speaking of this, Bai Xian sighed. The current sports industry is not very popular, and the environment for holding commercial events is not good. The most important thing to overcome is coordination with the government departments. In addition, traditional TV is currently in a strong position. If Hero List wants to get a broadcast opportunity, it must pay a considerable fee and spend money to buy advertising periods. Zheng Zidao asked tentatively. How much money is required to produce such a program? Bai Xian smiled a little awkwardly and admitted. The program is still being prepared, and many details and budgets are not yet clear, so I can't explain it clearly for the time being. Zheng Zidao and Du Sheng looked at each other and smiled. Mr. Bai, you also know that my Zheng family is the sponsor of Wulin. At present, some industries are interested in entering the mainland. It just so happened that a Sheng and I were quite interested in this kind of program. If we encounter difficulties in production, please feel free to contact us. Of course, this program itself is a joint production. Bai Xian is worried about funding, sponsorship, and gaining popularity, and has made some promises. With you joining, I believe that the production will be promoted faster, and I have to wait for some departments to pass. When talking about the broadcast of The Legend of Woolen, his attitude was very clear and he called the person on the spot to communicate with him. Chapter 158, A Sleepy Feeling. My uncle said that Yangtze Channel 5 has always had the habit of broadcasting grand fighting events at home and abroad. Bai Xian put down the phone and said bluntly. Since Woolen is hosted by Chinese people and compete for the championship, the two identities of Woolen can be broadcast live at that time as long as the relevant information is in line with it. Zheng Zidao and Du Sheng looked happy and said with a smile. Thank you, happy cooperation. Although they know there are some opportunities, they cannot guarantee it until the last moment. Haha, we're welcome, it's all for promotion of events. The reason why Bai Xian helped apply and even produced the program Hero List was not just for commercial cooperation purposes. He has loved watching Li Zilong's movies since he was a child, and likes various kung fu, and has learned taekwondo, karate, jeet kune do, etc. He has always been eager to push Eastern martial arts to a broader stage so that more people can appreciate the charm of martial arts. However, over the years, few Oriental boxers have appeared on the international stage. This has always been a great regret in his heart. In view of this, Bai Xian had the idea of holding a domestic fighting competition. It aims to provide a stage for domestic fighting elites to show themselves and prove their strength. But the implementation of this concept was extremely difficult. It took him more than a year to gain the support of his uncle and the team behind him. This year, the TV station finally approved the application for joint undertaking, and the project has officially entered the preparatory stage. However, while being happy, Bai Xian was also deeply worried. That is the issue of audience acceptance. Domestic audiences are no strangers to boxing. Yangtze 5 has broadcasted the Ultimate Boxing Championship many times, making boxing superstars such as Tyson, Holyfield, and Lewis deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But except for those who were broadcasted, the domestic popularity of other boxing events is not high. In the planning of Hero List, Bai Xian plans to invite domestic and foreign fighting contestants to participate, which will be a major highlight of the program. But in this way, you will face the risk of river crabs and beasts. After all, this kind of program involves dimensions such as confrontation and fighting, and will be labeled as a bad child every minute. The Ultimate Boxing Championship is a world-class event, and it can be said that it is a thing of the past. But if similar events are held in the country, you may face many risks. In order to ensure that there is no problem, Bai Xian reported to the TV station before the implementation of the system that he would try the waters of fighting events involving Chinese people. If you have a good response, then continue to promote the Hero List. It seems quite appropriate to broadcast the event of The Legend of Woolen now. Therefore, regardless of whether Zheng Zidao found him or not, he had already planned to contact and negotiate. The appearance of Zheng Zidao and Du Sheng undoubtedly provided strong support for his plan. If Du Sheng really wins the championship, the subsequent implementation of Heroes List will be easier. As the three parties reached a consensus, the atmosphere on the scene became relaxed. According to the principle of placing more than 100 million people, it should be very easy to cultivate a few boxing champions. Zheng Zidao talked about additional topics, but some of them didn't understand. But no matter it is UFC, WBA, WBC, etc., Nanyang 1, Neon K1, etc., we are rarely seen. There are too many reasons. Du Sheng smiled faintly. In addition to talent, it is inseparable from the hard work and professional training in daily life. In addition, we have developed boxing late and have not reached the level of foreign countries in terms of rich life. Bai Xian nodded and said, there are many restrictions on the development of boxing late, and I have not cultivated my interest in this area since I was a child. And if you have been to my countryside, you will know that poor families can't even guarantee their lives. Even if they pursue their dreams, they will be the first to go to college and rarely have boxing plans. However, as the country develops and becomes richer, all aspects can keep up sooner or later. This is also my original intention of creating the hero list. Zheng Zidao sighed in his heart and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the weight of life makes people tired in the running, there is little time to plan for the future. And education is the key to changing destiny, and it is true that people are responsible for this. As soon as he mentioned this, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head and asked. It was reported not long ago that Guzay donated more than a dozen schools in the mainland. Are there still many children who can't study? The richer areas in the south are better, but this is true in the southwest. Du Sheng knew this very well. After all, he had some ideas long ago, and even asked Wang Yeyang to investigate. Especially in Yunnan and Guizhou, some families even have problems with eating, let alone spending money to let their children study. Zheng Zidao looked at him in surprise. You previously suggested that I take root in the mainland and establish good relations with the local area as soon as possible. To do a charitable donation school is the best way to communicate. Isn't that the reason? Du Sheng nodded slightly and said. In fact, doing charity is also a way of promotion, and you can also gain good reputation. If Wulin can be broadcasted by Yangshi Channel 5 and I will win the championship again, I will donate all the proceeds to charity. If the clothing sub-brand is successfully built, it will be donated at a designated location for every item sold in the future. The amount of it will be accumulated to the fullest is enough to do a little effort. After hearing this, Bai Xian was a little moved. Not to mention anything else, this kind of ideological awareness alone is much higher than that of most people. Besides, the championship benefits are quite good, who is so generous? He thought about it and said seriously. After I go back, I will tell you carefully and implement it for you as soon as possible. Zheng Zidao also had to admire Du Sheng's determination and said. How much does it take to build a school? Their Zheng family's business began to move to the mainland, and some expressions were essential. Especially in the jewelry industry, it is important to accumulate good reputation. Run Shah is also from Xiangjiang. Why is his business unimpeded in the mainland? But other rich people can't do it. In fact, the truth is very simple. Let the silence be settled after the. But many wealthy people in Xiangjiang still have a high opinion of themselves and do not put down their airs and integrate into it. Bai Xian smiled and said. In fact, the cost of building a school is not as high as you think. The country has relevant Hope Project policies. This process can be promoted as long as the donation reaches a certain amount, such as 300,000 yuan in aid to build Hope Primary School, or 150,000 yuan in renovation of dangerous school buildings. As for the remaining insufficient expenses, major foundations will make up for them. After the school is completed, you can also hang the donor's name and enjoy corresponding discounts and honors. Oh, so that's it. After hearing this, Zheng Zidao suddenly remembered Du Sheng's proposal. When we join forces to build a clothing sub-brand, what do you do as you said before? Du Sheng smiled and said. Yes, don't be afraid of things if you have the will. Building a clothing sub-brand requires a professional team. It is difficult to get things done by fighting alone, and he doesn't have so much energy. Jin Lila, a subsidiary of the Zheng family, is very suitable for development and promotion. As for the disputes after the sub-brand grows, these can be implemented in the documentary laws. If something really happens, it is also the later stage, and he has already started to take shape. After handling the private matter, Du Sheng returned to the crew that afternoon. The next week, Zhang Wuji, who was filmed in Butterfly Valley, was ordered by Grandma Jinhua to pretend to seek medical treatment and fell off the cliff to learn plot scenes such as Nine Yang Divine Arts. Sheng, I have arranged a good show for you today. On this day, Lai Shui, a few people are happy to kill, and the fairy slit plaque is alpha. Director Lai, what a good show. Before Du Sheng could speak, he asked Jia Suwen, who came to the script whenever he had time these days, curiously. Today we will shoot the scene of the Green Willow Villa dungeon first, you must be prepared. Director Lai was in a good mood and looked at her with a smile. Jia Suwen was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Director Lai, I have only been filming the scene of Zhang Wuji and I meeting each other for 2 days, why did I suddenly jump to this scene? There is something wrong with the layout of the Guangmingding battle. It just so happened that the setting of the cellar has been arranged, so I can only make a little change. Lai Shui hurriedly left the dressing room. Jia Suwen. She knew what this scene in the Green Willow Villa dungeon meant to her. This is a very infuriating drama. She would be bullied by Zhang Wuji and get her feet scratched by taking off her socks, but for some reason she felt a little expectant. Speaking of which, this is the beginning of Zhang Wuji and Zhao Min's relationship in a mess, and the scenes of the two people will become increasingly dense. Since last time I saw Guo Filai enter Du Sheng's room at night, Jia Siwen has been suppressing her little thoughts. Seeing that Yang Mi's little girl was circling around Du Sheng every day, and other female characters were also swaying in front of Du Sheng from time to time, she can no longer hold it in. Of course, the main reason is that her godfather asked her to go back. As for what you go back, you know without guessing. This made her feel a sense of urgency and she must prepare a way out in the mainland as soon as possible. In the outskirts of Peking, an abandoned air raid shelter. At the shooting site of Group A, the camera rustled, creating a dark and damp feeling around it. This scene is filming Zhao Min receiving members of the Light Sect in Green Willow Villa, but secretly obscured them. As the leader of the sect, Zhang Wuji took Zhao Min and fell into the dungeon trap in order to save the person. Lai Shuiqing sat behind the monitor and saw the two of them ready, and signaled to start shooting. The field office took the board and ran to the camera to write the board. Scene 22, the 13th mirror, begin. Jia Siwen, wearing a tender green silk skirt, sat upright on the cold floor, watching Du Sheng swimming to the top of the trap like a gecko to flip the iron plate, and smiled, with cunning flashing in her eyes. 8 steel bars above are blocked. You are under it. Even if you are extremely powerful, how can you push it away? Du Sheng ignored him and groped on the walls of the trap, looking for the possibility of escape. He is hanging on a wire at this moment, high in the air, but with flying on the eaves and walls, he is as steady as walking on a flat ground. But the 4 walls are as cold as iron, and the touch is smooth enough to have almost no flaws. Jia Suwen is already in the play and chuckled again. Young Master Zhang, your gecko's wall skills is indeed extraordinary. This trap is made of pure steel and is polished so hard that there is not even a gap. You can wander on it so easily. Hee, it's really fun. Du Sheng slid down from midair with a calm face and said. You are also trapped, what's so funny? He seemed to think that the other party was extremely cunning and there must be a way out in the trap, so he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jia Siwen's white and slender hand. Jia sneered. What you do? Du Sheng said coldly. If you want to survive, find a way to leave. Jia Suwen didn't care and said. If you hurt me at all, then you will never escape from this steel prison forever. Her beautiful eyes turned, glanced at her in front of her, and chuckled. Oh, by the way, you held my hand so rudely, don't you know the difference between men and women? Du Sheng was weak when she said that she was weak, so she let go of her hand involuntarily, took 2 steps back, leaned against the wall, and sat on the ground. Although this steel bar is small, the distance between the two is still limited to a short distance. Du Sheng's anxiety and anger were intertwined. When he smelled the faint fragrance on her body, he felt a throbbing in his heart. Su Yupeng's version of Zhang Wuji, I didn't know if it was because of the reason for hanging the wire, and the tone and facial expression when reading these lines were not very natural. It can even be said that it pales in comparison with Jia Siwen. In contrast, Du Sheng's performance seemed much more relaxed. This kid's acting skills are getting purer and purer, and it's impossible to tell that he is acting. Lai Shuyi, who was sitting behind the monitor, sighed in his heart. Whether it is anxious about the gang members outside, the embarrassment of men and women not being able to get along with each other, or the shyness of their bodies being inevitably touched, Du Sheng has become so natural and smooth. It can only be described as silky. But he didn't know that after Du Sheng came back this time, he added all the more than 20,000 reputation he had obtained to his acting skills. Improve acting skills to 75218/100000 in one fell swoop, and the effect will naturally be withstood. Chapter 159, Scandal. Thanks to the bookworm, Carly Apple reward. In the dungeon, the two of them stood almost close to each other, and their skin touched each other. Jia Swen ignored the threat and suddenly felt sad and choked up. "Whoa, you are a big man, bullying a weak woman." Du Sheng could feel her rapid breathing, like orchids or musk, and her movements were stagnant. "Are you a weak woman? You are scheming and have better methods than countless men." He had to secretly praise him, and he would cry as soon as he could cry. He would be eccentric, but he would be eccentric. This girl's acting skills are indeed good. If you really want to talk about flaws, you may not be able to show the graceful and luxurious nature of the original work one by one. Jia Swen suddenly stopped crying and said with a smile. "Zheng Master Zhang is so serious, the little girl is ashamed of her. Du Sheng's acting skills of nearly 80,000 are not worth it." A frown between his eyebrows, his face tense, and he invisibly showed his anxiety and anger. He made a fuss in his heart, put Zhao Min's left leg on his legs, and reached out to take off the shoes and socks from her feet. Jia Swen was shocked and said, What do you want to do?" Du Sheng ignored it and gently tapped the index fingers of her hands on the yongquan on the sole of her feet, activating the 9 Yang divine art. Jia Swen's face suddenly turned red and her skin was itchy like an ant's crawling. "You little thief, one day, I'll give you 1,000, thousands of swords, woo, let me go. Master Zhang, Jia Swen's face was blushing, and her whole body had slipped into Du Sheng's arms. Because the other party is really tickling, this is not a performance. But when Du Sheng stopped, she actually had an inexplicable desire. Zhao Min's complex psychological changes were interpreted to the point of being deeply rooted. Lai Shui in front of the monitor was in a panic. Jia Swen's acting skills have improved rapidly, and she is even better than yesterday's performance. The assistant director next to him nodded slightly and smiled. "Director Lai, have you noticed that any female actor who plays opposite A Sheng will be easily brought into the show by him?" "It seems that's true." Lai Shuijui looked at Du Sheng, who was half holding Jia Wen, with a strange expression. Does this kid have the special ability to attract each other with the opposite sex? Du Sheng felt even deeper, because Jia Swen was so itchy that she could not get up in his arms. It is enough to prove that Zhang Wuji is really a gold medal technician. Zhang's foot massage is trustworthy. But his heavy conscience and slippery body made him feel a little dry. There has been no fire in more than a week, and the fire has come from something is inexplicable. Speaking of which, after this scene, Zhao Min's heart had already secretly promised Zhang Wuji. Jia Swen's performance is also consistent with the description of the original work. After filming the scene, the two walked out of the camera, and many staff members of the crew stood up and applauded. "Your performance just now was too natural, just like true feelings." Yuan Bin, who had just returned from coaching Group B's action scenes, praised him. "Uncle Bin has been awarded." Jia Swen felt a little embarrassed when she remembered her performance just now. "Let's take a break first and continue filming your encounter scenes later." Seeing everyone dispersing, Jia sniffed out a long sigh. She couldn't help looking at Du Sheng, and saw that the other party was smiling and looking. She didn't know what she thought of, and a shy ripples appeared on her face. "There is nothing else, it's really too angry with the other party. I accidentally bumped into it just now, and this is the reason why I couldn't get hot." Du Sheng also guessed why this royal sister became so embarrassed, and picked up 2 snacks to avoid embarrassment. Do Minmin be hungry? Do you want to take some supplements? Jia slapped Du Sheng and reminded him in anger. You touched my feet like this just now, go and wash your hands first. Du Sheng was a little amused. Do you still dislike your feet? You touched my feet and my face. I don't know where to touch next. This is really unbearable. How does this sound strange? Du Sheng was about to stand up when he suddenly saw the other party sitting over again and said in confusion. What's wrong? Zhang Wuji was acting like a hooligan to Zhao Min just now, it's very fun, right? Jia Wen leaned into Du Sheng's ear and whispered playfully. Sister, you little brother, isn't honest when you see it. Do you still want to be a hooligan to me? She focused on mentioning her little brother, which shows that she felt deeply. Where is fun, it's hard to bear it, right? Du Sheng was speechless, and it seemed that you were a hooligan. Who can say that the position of the hand was not intentional? Otherwise, why would I be so angry? But since the other party asked, he, an honest man, could certainly not refuse to answer. To be honest, who wouldn't think about you, a big beauty, being next to each other like this, but I have to wash my hands first. If the other party doesn't like to touch like this, then he will change his way. Humph. You were so dishonest when you touched my feet just now. You touched them back and forth like treasures. Do you have any special hobbies? Someone with awakening attribute will naturally not admit it, so he said. How is that possible? If you rely on this, aren't you afraid of being photographed by paparazzi? Jia Wen didn't care, but instead got closer and looked at him with a smile. Aren't you all plagued by scandals, what are you afraid of? A few days ago, when he was having lunch and resting, Lu Tao suddenly appeared on the set and was then welcomed into the lounge by Du Sheng. She was nearby at that time and was about to find Du Sheng to write a script. When she approached the door, she heard an indescribable sound. It's a full 40 minutes. She has been waiting for so long. Then I saw Lu Tao, who was full of red face and a little lazy body, left with joy. Du Sheng said to the public that Lu Tao felt uncomfortable and came to him to massage Yukimiya. Which massage is this? It took so long, and it still made such a strange sound. Jia squirted secretly, it would be strange if you believe it. As for herself, her reputation in Bay City has long been unbearable, and it can be said that she is invulnerable to swords and guns. Seeing that there were more and more women around Du Sheng, she didn't want her to give up halfway. So even if there is no scandal, you have to make a fuss. Therefore, I am not afraid of being photographed by paparazzi at all, and I even hope to come a little more. After the morning scenes, the actors and staff from AC groups gathered for dinner again. Group B led by Yang Tao was settled on the spot because he wanted to go to the suburbs to shoot outdoor scenes. Before time knew it, 10 days passed. In summary, The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been filmed for more than a month, and the scenes are nearly 2/5. Although the progress is slow, it is at least twice as fast as the previous version. After all, most of them are real-life shooting, and sometimes the scene has to be built, so it is certain that it takes time. During this period, Zhongzhen, Wei Yonggan and other investors and producers also viewed it and were quite satisfied with the progress. Especially Zhongzhen, who has worked with Du Sheng many times, knows that with this person, every penny will be spent on the blade. Even Lai Shui Ai, as the director, completely reversed his past views. According to Du Sheng's current popularity of winning the championship, Infernal Affairs has begun to spread the word, as well as the shooting speed, and save time and expenses. This combined advantage is no longer suitable to compare Su Yupeng. He was even a little lucky that he was not stubborn at the beginning, otherwise this slap would be a bit unhealthy. Du Sheng, who has been busy, doesn't feel anything. He got along well with many artists and even formed some friendships. Among them, it has a particularly close relationship with Yang Mi. There is no way. Even if this girl has no show to shoot, she will come to the set after school and surround him from time to time. It is said that I am learning acting and camera sense. But anyone who sees that inadvertent closeness is almost like the status of a fan. However, everyone knows that she is an artist in Du Sheng's studio, so they just smile and make a few jokes. This girl doesn't mind either. Instead, I enjoy myself. However, with this electric light bulb, some female artists who want to find Du Sheng to get along with him have become much more restrained, and they feel quite resentful. Because Gao Yuan had a partner, his conversation with Du Sheng was quite sensible, even if he was inevitably attracted to filming. But she has always been irresistible to talented people. Du Sheng is so handsome and outstanding. This made her position a little unstable. The reason why I fell in love with my current boyfriend Zhang Yudong before. It is because the other person is a musical talent, but she has a special liking for music. The achievements of Du Sheng's 3 songs were there, saying that it was a bit too much to kill Zhang Yudong in seconds, but it was okay to crush him. Therefore, sometimes Gao Yuan would unconsciously approach Du Sheng a little. However, she is relatively mature and has a keen observation ability, so it is easy to see through Jia Siwen, who also has some small thoughts. Therefore, unlike Yang Mi, Jia Siwen, and Du Sheng's closeness, she always maintained a moderate distance and had never had excessively intimate physical contact. While the crew was busy filming, other matters were also proceeding in an orderly manner. Yezi is busy coordinating the new endorsement affairs for Du Sheng. Zifeng Liquor endorsement. As one of the 4 famous wines in the East and is a National Geographical Indication product, it is still very famous, especially in the Central Plains. The general spokespersons of Zifeng Liquor this year are Li Lianjia and Richie. The reason why Du Sheng was chosen in this head song series is very simple. It is because he is interested in the bombing stage of his film and television dramas this year, and the finals of Woolen have aroused heated discussions among the audience. At the same time, in order to create a masculine, confident, and fashionable brand image, Du Sheng is very consistent with all aspects. The brand manager never lacks keen insight into the market situation and has issued an endorsement fee of 400,000 yuan per year for this. During this period, Du Sheng also took time to shoot an advertising video MV. Among them, one of the heroines needs Bangju, and he recommended Yang Mi. The person in charge of Zifeng Liquor had no objection to this. The little girl was quite photogenic and directly adopted the suggestion. This made Yang Mi a little flattered. Although she is a child star, she has never shot any advertising endorsements before. Those who can show off are just the magazine cover or the inner page. However, when she thought that it was brought to her by Du Sheng, she felt a little relieved. Even a little happy. Not to mention the relationship between the two parties, if you have Du Sheng's resources like a sibling, why worry about the subsequent interpretation of your career? This time joining Brother Sheng's studio is definitely the greatest opportunity in my life. When she thought about filming the ambiguous scene between Xiao Zhao and Zhang Wuji in a few days, she had some little expectation for no reason. Chapter 160, Love is Caused by the Drama? Among all the female characters in Jin Yang's books, there may be only 2 who are most suitable for being a wife. The first is Shuang in The Deer and the Cauldron, and the second is Xiao Zhao in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. They have one thing in common, that is, they are obedient to their beloved men and do not seek rewards, and they are completely ideal wives. Among Zhang Wuji's 4 confidants, who do you love the most? The answers may be different. But his first murder was given to Xiao Zhao. Moreover, Zhang Wuji had the idea of committing suicide for Xiao Zhao and planned to jump into the sea with her in despair. In Jin Yang's mind, his favorite character is Xiao Zhao. Yang Mi is afraid that she can't play the role of the soul, so she often asks Du Sheng to make up for the script these days. Fortunately, after 3 days of schedule, she still has time to think about it. The reason why I took leave today to the crew is to observe how others act. Because what we are going to shoot next is the scene where Zhao Min confessed his feelings to Zhang Wuji. It also includes the scene where Zhang Wuji was raped by Zhao Min. After lunch, after an hour of nap, the crew became busy again. Click. After filming the previous scenes, I'm a little bitch. Prepare, and then clear the market. Jia Swen was still a little dizzy and even a little embarrassed. She walked up to Du Sheng angrily, raised her pink fist, gently hit his chest, and said ashamed. Bastard, let you yell at my eardrum just now, I'm almost deaf. The scene just now was taken of Zhang Wuji misunderstood that Zhao Min poisoned the Golden Lion King, Zhou's hero, and killed Yin Li, so he was furious and forced to ask about it. Jia Swen was suddenly caught by Du Sheng. Although she was prepared, she was yelling with anger and her eardrums were still buzzing. She didn't understand what this man ate to grow up. Forget it, the high-pitched sound is so good, and you can be a singer. It's really unreasonable. Haha, Sheng, hurry up and coax your voice just now. The roof of the roof is cracked. Lai Shui, the mother is strong and the sacred girl is cheering and urging by the fire. Director Lai, you see that he was deliberately taking advantage of me. Jia angrily stared at Du Sheng. While speaking, she was a little dizzy and couldn't stand steadily, and was pulled by Du Sheng who was amused and crying. Miss, I have already reminded you, who lets you travel around the world? I don't care, you rub it for me. Jia Swen snorted lightly, but she didn't mind such a kind of intimate behavior, but her hugging posture was a bit eye-catching. Just like yourself, the same is true for posting. In full view of everyone, she was still a little shy. Especially when the other party is angry. If no one around was watching, Du Sheng would kiss her in one mouth like Jia Siwen, let alone rubbing her, maybe she would kiss her in one mouthful. It's really the other party's behavior, it's just a flirting act. Who can stand this? Looking back on his previous life, Jia Siwen took pictures of this scene many times and was exhausted. Even bit Su Yupeng's lips with blood marks. You know, at that time, Jia Siwen had no affection for Su Yupeng, and even complained that the other party had not brushed his teeth, but he could still commit suicide to such an extent. So, can she live with Du Sheng this time? Or out of some small thought, how many times did you deliberately make mistakes? Okay, my fault. Du Sheng pulled Jia Swen aside and said with a smile. In order to apologize, I will let you commit suicide later. I can't resist. Humph. Stop thinking about it, who would want to commit suicide? Although Jia Swen is not a little girl, she feels a little embarrassed when she is watched by so many people. She pinched his waist with angrily, then pretended to memorize the lines and walked aside to sit down. She was afraid that she would stay any longer, so she couldn't help but rub the little puppy hard. Du Sheng also walked to the side and had the right action scene arrangement with Yuan Bin. Suddenly, he saw Gao Yuan holding his chin with one hand, sitting outside the set with Chen Ziyulai and others watching here. Since there have been scenes of the Imei sect these days and the scenes of Zhou's hero being designated by the Golden Lion King as Zhang Wuji's wife, it is not surprising that she is here. At this moment, Gao Yuan's mouth was slightly raised, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Du Sheng noticed where her eyes fell and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to the back of her hand. Sure enough, there is a strawberry print. When did this happen? He looked at Jia Siwen speechlessly and found that this girl seemed to be unaware of anything. Could it be that it is not her, but... Du Sheng's eyes moved to Gao Yuan, but found that she had diverted her gaze. Half an hour ago, he did take a picture of Zhang Wuji saving Zhou's hero. Although he had some physical contact, he couldn't remember this kind of treatment. Moreover, what does this girl mean specifically? Next, we will film the drama of Jia Siwen slapping him. Is it coming to learn from the scriptures or watching the show? If it were the former, it would be really exciting. Because Zhang Wuji and Zhou's hero had similar pictures in the subsequent meeting. But we are open and honest, not afraid of being watched. If she wants to steal the lesson, she will steal the lesson. Maybe it can be used at that time, so that she can also feel the feeling of being watched by force. When the opportunity is given, it depends on whether she can seize it. After a moment of rest, the shooting began again. Jia sank his emotions and devoted himself to the performance. At this moment, she was misunderstood by Zhang Wuji, and she was both angry and annoyed. Miss Zhao, if you want me to be greedy for wealth and surrender to the court, then you don't have to worry. Du Sheng smelled a moment of clear erection and frowned. I, Zhang Wuji, are a great man. Even if I promise to be king, I will never surrender to Mongolia. Jia Swen sighed and said. Master Zhang, look at this dress, is it Mongolian or Han people? While speaking, she put down her thick clothes and linen. Du Sheng felt a little annoyed when he saw that the clothes she bought were all Han costumes. Jia Swen turned around and said. Look at me again, is it a Mongolian princess or an ordinary Han woman? Du Sheng was stunned. He only noticed the gorgeousness of her clothes before, but he did not expect that there was a distinction between Mongolian and Han. At this moment, after she reminded her, she realized that she was completely dressed as a Han girl. Seeing the girl's cheeks flushed and her eyes were full of affection, he suddenly understood something, and his face was a little complicated. You. Jia whispered. You are thinking about national affairs, success or failure, power and status. But I was thinking about you, brother Wuji. No matter what Yuan and Han people he is, I don't care. As long as you have me in your heart, you can even give up your status as wealth and honor. Listening to these tender words, Du Sheng was moved and couldn't help but hug her tightly into his arms. Min, stop talking, I understand. His tone was a little tremolo, obviously moved by Zhao Min's determination and affection. In the eyes of Gao Yuan and others, Du Sheng was completely immersed in Zhang Wuji's role. Or rather, he is Zhang Wuji, acting really and directly touching the hearts of the people. Infected by Du Sheng's emotions, the Zhao Min in his arms was also immersed in the role. She couldn't help but hold Du Sheng's face, closed her eyes, and slashed on it affectionately. Click. However, the director's voice is a bit out of place, breaking the tranquility of this moment. I feel deep affectionate, but I don't have a good height, so someone comes to bring her a stool. Crack. A Sheng, you have to support her waist and be gentle. Crack. Wen is so beautiful, please make up for it first. Lai Shui said before that we should use this lens for promotion because the shooting is very strict. There were clicks sounds one after another, and many onlookers were impressed by the excitement. Because Jia Swen has committed suicide 5 times, she has been complaining about poverty. And I'm quite committed every time, and it seems to be a little enjoyable. But it is precisely because I am too devoted and neglected after some details, they failed to meet the director's requirements every time. At this moment, she could hardly tell the difference between the inside and outside the play, her eyes were separated, and her whole body was covered in sweat. It was not until the 8th time that the two of them completed a perfect shot of the murder. Du Sheng was all over. Because he is passive, Jia Siwen stretched out her head after getting into the show. How angry is it that you are so angry when you are challenged like this? But it was impossible to move. When did he suffer such wrongfulness from childhood to adulthood? I can't bear it. For Jia Siwen, this is indeed a process of enjoyment. Since she accidentally encountered the secret relationship between Lu Tao and Du Sheng last time, she was intertwined with envy, curiosity, and knowledge, and has been with some small expectations. Especially this time she was moved by the show. In front of everyone, the kind of slap in public actually made her feel a little excited. Just like having exchanged roles with Lu Tao, but being listened to by others. The feeling of being peeped in secret made her heartbeat inexplicably accelerate. It was in this state that the last shot was completed. Click, it's perfect. Director Lai Shui was very enthusiastic and clapped and applauded. Take a break and continue later. Du Sheng wiped off the saliva at the corner of his mouth and saw that Jia Wen was still a little bit leaning in his arms, and he felt sad. "Wake up, your brother Wuji was abducted by his hero." Jia Swen then noticed that Gao Yuan and others seemed to be smiling, and couldn't help but come back to their senses with a ah sound, and stood up with a red face. "However, I don't know if it was because I had committed too many times, and I felt a little weak, and my feet became soft and I sat back in Du Sheng's arms again. This sitting is amazing." Du Sheng suddenly bared his teeth and looked at her in surprise. How could Jia Siwen not feel anything? Her face was uncontrollably red to her ears. "Why are you so careless?" Fortunately, Du Sheng was wearing a long gown. In order to cover up the embarrassment, he simply brought Jia Swen back to the lounge next to him. When he entered the door, he saw that the girl was covered in soup and held her arms, so he whispered in her ear. "What? Isn't it because I can't help but fall in love with the show, and I don't want to let go, right?" He still remembered the story of the other party just now, which is not something that can be explained clearly. Jia Swears was revealed by Du Sheng, and the other party got so close that the airflow was warm and hot, her cheeks were burning. However, she did not blame Du Sheng for his rude actions, but just explained with a slight explanation. "No, I'm just... woo." Before Jia Siwen could finish her words, she was tightly blocked and could only let out a muffled groan. Especially under Du Sheng's revenge of using his own way to cure his own body, he was so exhausted. "Stop moving around." Especially in that posture, her defense was instantly broken, and she stared at Kazilan's big eyes and stood there. Surprisingly, she did not feel any resistance, but instead felt an unprecedented sense of expectation. Chapter 161 Who is so blind? Suddenly, the echo of footsteps came from outside the door, and Jia Siwen, who was in deep affection, woke up in an instant. Her face was like morning glow, her cheeks were filled with clouds, and there was a faint wetness left on the palace, and she was both ashamed and annoyed. She pushed Du Sheng away and said in a low voice, "You are so crazy. You are on the set. What if you are caught by someone?" Du Sheng asked with a hint of teasing, with a hint of laughter. According to Minmin's meaning, if you don't take pictures in other places, you'll be caught, right? I won't discuss these boring issues with you. Jia stomped her feet angrily like a spoiled girl, then turned around and ran to the compartment quickly. She leaned against the door panel, her breathing was still rapid, and her heart was like a deer rushing around, unable to calm down for a long time. After finally calming down, Jia Siwen gently stroked her cheeks that were still a little dizzy, thinking to herself, "I actually took the initiative. Apart from that little thought, did I really fall in love with the drama? No. He is so younger than me, and I still have no choice but to do so." Because the shooting was relatively smooth, all the scenes were finished before 9 o'clock tonight. Jia Swen was quite tired today. After returning to her residence to wash up, she went to bed to prepare for rest. But whenever I think of the situation in the lounge in the evening, my mood has not calmed down. For some reason, there is still a little indescribable joy. Ding-gling. The cell phone on the bedside rang, and Jia Swen took it over. "Hello." The voice of Godfather Wu Dun came from the other end of the phone. Jia Sang's good mood suddenly disappeared. She came to the mainland to film, just to avoid Wu Dun's control. However, since the other party called, she could not ignore it. "Godfather, what's the matter?" Wu Dun's tone was as plain as water, and said, "I heard you have been getting closer to that kid recently." Jia Swen felt astern and knew who the other party was talking about without asking. While she was cautious in dealing with the other party, she guessed who reported the secret. Actually, there is no need to guess. There are only 3 or 2 who can contact Bay City. Agent Auy, Assistant Xiao Yang, and Wu Dun's agent here. At the beginning, Jia Siwen felt a little bit about Wu Dun exciting. After all, she can come to mainland China to film, and the other party's investment is indispensable. But this gratitude is enough to be profitable as filming and commercials. Not to mention the last time the issue of the advertisement was not reached. After the conflict broke out, Wu Dun cursed at her, and the relationship between the two sides had already cracked. And she didn't want to go back to Bay City, and returned to the place where she could always remember to endure grief and remove her father's oxygen tube. But Wu Dun kept urging her to go back to develop, saying that he was sensitive to his identity and was not suitable for coming to the mainland, and he didn't have much resources in the mainland, etc. Jia snorted. The most urgent idea in her mind now is to escape from control smoothly. People like Wu Dun are simply unreliable, and female celebrities are just playthings in his eyes. It would be great if Ashen was willing to be my boyfriend. But I have made a lot of mistakes over the years, and my reputation is really unbearable. And anyone can see his bright future. Will he look down on me? Jia Swen began to think about it randomly. She has a good impression of Du Sheng. The other party is very outstanding in terms of ability, appearance, temperament, courage, etc., and his future achievements are limitless. With such a man who supports and is a backer, it is better than anything else. As for the woman around the other party, to be honest, she didn't treat them as opponents at all. This may be due to confidence in one's own appearance and temperament, or it may be a means of winning when climbing up in the past. Little girls like Yang Mi and Chen Ziyulai were as young as 7 or 8 years old in front of her. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside, and Jia Swen was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered something and quickly got off the bed and walked towards the door. To facilitate the script, her room was diagonally opposite someone. A Sheng. Jia Swen looked through the cat's eyes and happened to see Du Sheng standing at the close of the door, and unexpectedly said, "Didn't you go to your adoptive father to discuss the trick? It's over so early." Jia Swen wore a fan suspender silk sling, amaranthus stalk, and amaranthus cucumber. Her wonderful figure was fully revealed. The shoulders and snow muscles that are stretched in the air are even more full of a mature and elegant charm. After entering the door, Du Sheng looked at her up and down, and said with a smile, "Don't you want to play a role in tomorrow, so you're back early?" Jia Swen felt a little happy when she heard this. This means she was not wishful thinking, and closed the door and said with a smile, "You are coming in now, don't be afraid of rumors. You should know that after filming the scene in the evening, many people said that we didn't look like we did. You really don't look like you did. You've been 8 times. Do you know how much jade liquid and nectar I swallowed?" Du Sheng sniffed in Jia Siwen's ear, and his hands were silently wrapped around her waist and hips. "If you are watched by so many people, if you vomit and disrespect you, then you will say how to compensate me, right?" Jia Siwen's heart tightened, but she didn't have much resistance to him and said with a face, "A Sheng, don't you? You're not asking about the script." Du Sheng lowered his head, slashed Jia Siwen's swan-like snow neck, and said with a smile, "If you don't have to worry about the script, you should do something that will have an impact on future generations." When he saw this beautiful woman, he had no intention of resisting her, and he had a sense of responsibility. Jia Swen was a little nervous and whispered, "Do you understand the rhythm very much? Then teach me how to play the flute." Although she knew about this, she was still a little shy. Du Sheng smiled and said with a smile on her earlobe, "Actually, I'm better at teaching Yuan and Cook Xiao." "Bad guy." Jia Swen pounded her cheeks and pounded his chest, and said a little angry, "Since you want to learn, I will teach you how to play the flute." Du Sheng gently walked Jia Silly to the bedroom, looking for the flute left over last time. Jia Siwen's mind was like a thrill of love, and she blurted out her shameful words. "Brother Wuji, Min listens to you in everything, as long as you don't abandon me." This attitude is self-evident. But I didn't expect that. My first thought was that I was afraid that Du Sheng would hate her past. Du Sheng simply used his actions to block her delicate lips. Ding dong. But at this moment, the doorbell suddenly sounded outside. Who is so blind? Du Sheng cursed inwardly, and walked out while hiring Jia Wen, who was hiring money to find out. Occasionally, Swen came to the door and glanced at the cat's eyes. After seeing the person coming clearly, I was not in a hurry to open the door. He even had the leisure to comfort the pretty princess in his arms. After the person outside the door rang the doorbell for a while, he suddenly slapped the door with his hands and shouted, "An, I know you're back, open the door." When Jia Siwen heard this female voice, her feelings immediately subsided a lot and said in a low voice, "Oh no, it's Sister Auy outside." Sister Auy has the ace agent of Bay City, second only to Bay City's #1 agent. Big names like Ruby Lin, Jiao and Jun, Shu Qi, etc. are inseparable from the help of Sister Auy, which shows that her strength cannot be underestimated. However, Sister Auy is willing to sign Alyssa Chia, and most likely she doesn't want to offend her godfather Wu Dun. In other words, she knew about what happened tonight. Du Sheng was not sour at all. Anyway, these things can't be hidden sooner or later, and he smiled. Min, are we now considering that the Han and Mongolian girls in the play are in a mess and are about to be discovered? As we all know, this was to be caught in the Yuan dynasty and soaked in the pig cage. Jia Wen was so angry that she said shyly, "It's already this time, you're still in the mood to talk nonsense. If you don't believe it, look down." Du Sheng was so happy that he laughed at her. Jia Wen subconsciously lowered her head, and was stunned and buried her pink face on the man's neck in shame. Although Du Sheng is not angry yet, the saying that he looks slim and has flesh is not concealed. Besides, he is a special stunt, and anyone who has extraordinary skills will be confused. And Jia Wen only has a pink amaranth stem on her body, which cannot cover up the scenery. Her jade arms couldn't help but slid against Du Sheng's neck, and the pair of beautiful arms wrapped around Du Sheng's waist like a parasitic tree. Although Jia Wen has no boyfriend, her godfather's bond is still there. When she thinks of Sister Auy, who is leaning towards her godfather, is outside the door. I was so distant from one door that I couldn't help myself. What if Sister Auy noticed it? Jia Wen was both ashamed and shocked, but it was difficult to calm down for a moment, and she was even more worried that she would make a noise to startle outside. Especially Du Sheng leaned her body against the side of the door, and the close touching force made her feel ashamed and trembling. Chapter 162 Girl, you are not shy either. Min, don't you want to learn billiards? Come on. I'll teach you how to clear the table with one shot. Du Sheng put it in her ear, picked up the club at the corner of the door and said with a smile. Jia Wen was stunned for a moment, but she didn't understand what the other party meant. Suddenly, Du Sheng was excited to set up his lever and directly made an invincible wave. Jia stuttered all over and followed him passively, and he was actually quite good and even called kick-out. Sister Auy outside the door was still slamming the door, and even asked Jia Siwen if she was drunk. Otherwise, it would take so long to open the door? The next morning, the crew operated as usual. Sister Wen, you are so red today, so beautiful. After a while, Yang Mi, Chen Ziyulai and others also put on makeup. Several women gathered together and walked towards the bus, chatting about clothes and bags. The most eye-catching one is Jia Siwen wearing a Mongolian dress, shining with a radiant look and redness in her white body. Hearing Yang Mi's praise, Jia Siwen felt strange. She couldn't help but glance at the man and said with a smile, "No, it's just a scattered coal mine. Today I'm going to film Xiao Zhao falling in love with Zhang Wuji. Mi, you have to be ready." Yang Mi was indeed a little nervous, afraid that she would not be able to take this important shot well, and said, "Sister Wen, it's okay if you don't say it. I'll get nervous as soon as I say it. I have to find Brother Sheng to correct the lines." At this moment, someone they were discussing was discussing life insights with Su Su and the interpretation skills of some comic action movies. Teacher Su is worthy of being a professional master, and Du Sheng feels that his thinking level has been significantly improved. Even in the skills and moves of 108 general martial arts, there is a kind of understanding of the excellence. In addition, Teacher Su's Chinese painting skills are also unique, and both landscapes, birds and beasts are painted vividly. If you have time later, you have to take some time to learn. At least you must learn the essence of the other party's invincible Hot Wheel. Not long after, everyone arrived at the shooting base and the scene began to become nervous and busy. Director Lai Shuiqing divided the team into two groups A and B, each of whom undertakes different shooting tasks. Group B is responsible for filming the rival scenes of Ruyang Palace and the Imei Party. Group A filmed the conflict between Persia and the Ming cult. The first film was the scene where Xiao Zhao was forced to become the leader of the Persian headquarters of the Ming cult to save Zhang Wuji and separated from him for life. Action. With the order of the scene, the camera began to focus. Today's first scene officially kicked off. The ships were guarded tightly and soldiers were like forests. A spacious cabin with many precious treasures in the room. Du Sheng, who was naked, was wiping the wet sea water in the room. As the camera turned, the door opened with a creaking sound. A beautiful girl who is young but looks like a lotus, walked in. It is Xiao Zhao played by Yang Mi. The maid who loved Zhang Wuji was also the saint of the Persian Ming cult now. She held her short shirt, pants, and robe in her hands and said softly, "Young master, let me help you change your clothes." A complicated emotion surged in Du Sheng's heart and sighed. "Xiao Zhao, you are the leader of the Siku. I should obey you. How can you let you serve so much? Young master, this is probably the last time I will change clothes for you." Her voice was filled with tenderness and reluctance, and she begged. "From now on, we may never meet each other, so let me serve you again." Du Sheng felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer, and an indescribable sorrow surged into his heart. That day, 6 major sects besieged Guangmingding. Zhang Wuji was stabbed by Zhou's Hirua with the Yishan sword, but Xiao Zhao, the maid, stood in front of him without hesitation and died for him. Du Sheng silently let Xiao Zhao do it. He changed his clothes, watching her carefully buckle her top, tie her belt, and gently combed her hair. Her eyes were still filled with crystal tears, but she tried her best to resist the tears. "I didn't expect that this girl was so vivid when she was young." After the busy life, Huang Deli couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. "It's really rare." No wonder Ashen signed her directly. It was indeed worth it based on his acting ability and appearance. Lai Shuiyi, who had been capturing the lens in front of the monitor, smiled and teased. "There is a contribution from your family. The girls who play emotional scenes with him can quickly get into the show. They are indeed a freak." Actually, he didn't say anything else. "That is, the scene in front of me is Yang Mi's finale. This girl has a deep relationship with Du Sheng, and she has entered the scene and moved her feelings." Even Jia Suen, Gao Yuan, and others who were watching next to him looked up at the little girl who often circled around Du Sheng. At this age, they are afraid they are far inferior to her. In fact, Du Sheng was also a little surprised. From the beginning, he did not have too high demands on Yang Mi, as long as the other party could perform the sense of parting. Just now, the girl's delicate dressing movements were shining with bright light, which not only showed the sadness, but also shocking reluctance. Du Sheng was completely immersed in the play, no longer controlled his emotions, and stretched out his arms to hug Xiao Zhao tightly into his arms. Seeing her tears, she couldn't help but lower her head, kissed her gently on her cherry lips, and said, "Xiao Zhao, at first I blamed you for lying to me, but I didn't expect you to treat me so affectionately." The girl in her arms trembled slightly and let out a moan. If you look closely, her little face will still be red. Because this is her first kiss. But this is the plot, and the partner is still her idol. She has no complaints in her heart, and she is even a little happy. Just when I think of my role in completing the filming, it is like the eternal separation between Xiao Zhao and Zhang Wuji. Her heart was suddenly filled with sadness, and she buried her head deeply in Du Sheng's arms, sobbing in a low voice. Young master, I did have some deceptions in the past. My mother was originally a Persian saint. But I never thought of being the leader of the Persian Ming cult. I only want to be your maid, serving you forever, and never be separated. Du Sheng hugged the other person tightly, hugged her soft body and sat on his lap, and kissed him farewell with an affectionate way instead of words. There were tears on the girl's lips, and the feeling of sweetness and bitterness made him feel mixed. Xiao Zhao seemed to notice his intentions and said softly, "Young master, if I hadn't been at the end of my journey today, even if I had let me be the queen of the world, I would rather die than follow." Speaking of this, a bright redness appeared on her face. Du Sheng felt the delicate body in his arms gradually getting hot. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "We fought to the death, grabbed 1 or 2 treasure tree kings, and forced them to send us back to Lingxi Island." Xiao Zhao shook his head sadly and said, "No, they are already prepared this time, and Xie Daxia and Miss Yin are also controlled by swords. If we have any abnormal movements, their lives will be in danger." As he said that, Xiao Zhao opened the hatch door. My mother Daikazi was standing at the door, and 2 Persians held long swords in their hands and stood behind her. The 2 Persians saluted respectfully to Xiao Zhao, but the tip of the sword was always the same as Daikazi's body. Xiao Zhao held back the sadness in his heart, glanced at Xie Sun and others who were coerced, and whispered to Du Sheng, "Young master, I have arranged for someone to send them back to the Central Plains, so let's leave." Although Xiao Zhao is in Persia, he prays for the young master's health and everything goes well every day. As she spoke, her voice was already choked. Du Sheng couldn't bear it and said, "You are in that place of tigers and wolves, be careful in everything." Xiao Zhao returned the dragon-slaying sword and the heavenly sword to Du Sheng, smiled sadly, and waved goodbye. Du Sheng didn't know what to say, so he stood there for a moment and jumped onto the ship opposite. Only the sound of trumpets on the big ship Xiao Zhao was riding was heard, and the 2 ships sailed together. The sky was separated by 1, and they were gradually moving away. Xiao Zhao stood quietly at the bow of the boat, staring blankly at Du Sheng's boat. The sea surface between the 2 became wider and wider, and finally Xiao Zhao's ship turned into a small dot until it disappeared. Click! Lai Shui looked relieved and shouted to stop. Although many people are still immersed in the sad atmosphere, it has to be said that Du Sheng and Yang Mi performed this parting. Just after turning his head, Yang Mi suddenly rushed off the boat with tears in her eyes and crashed into Du Sheng's arms. The sad atmosphere was immediately broken. Everyone was amused and crying. Seeing that Yang Mi had not yet had a play, Du Sheng was a little ridiculous and patted her shoulders. "Girl, you're not shy even though you're watching so many people." Yang Mi came to her senses and took a look around. Seeing Jia Silence, Gao Yuan and others, they seemed to be smiling, and their faces were red and buried in Du Sheng's arms, and they refused to get up. However, after this disturbance, the sad atmosphere at the scene dispersed and became lively. Although Yang Mi became a little shy in front of Du Sheng, she was like a little girl who had just fallen in love. But in front of others, she regained her lively and active personality. "Even after the scene is finished, I come back from time to play or watch and shoot. In her terms, this is a film my brother invested in. Rounding it, isn't it the same as going home when I come back?" Moreover, in order to prevent her acting skills from stagnating like her previous life, Du Sheng also proposed she learns more. Now, Yang Mi is more motivated to come back. What made everyone even more amused was that letting you come back was learning acting skills, so why did you turn around Du Sheng more frequently? This makes many female artists feel a little resentful. Of course, the biggest change is not Yang Mi. But there is someone else. Everyone discovered that the relationship between Du Sheng and Jia Swen and the 2 male and female protagonists changed a lot. In daily life, we not only go out, but also sit together often. Not to mention that kind of intimate behavior, Lai Shuisuobin and others noticed it, even paparazzi captured it several times. Many people in the crew muttered to themselves, "Isn't this affair because of the show?" As we all know, it is inevitable that two male and female protagonists will get along in a couple in the play, deliberately looking for that kind of intimacy between each other. Because if you want to act realistically, you must do a good job of psychological construction like the other party is your couple. Even if your reason tells you that this is acting, your nature cannot be distinguished. It will only mobilize your brain according to behavioral stimulation and secrete corresponding neurotransmitters, causing you to feel comfortable, such as throbbing, pleasure, and comfort. And these feelings are psychologically the feelings of love. In other words, the brain assumes that you fall in love with the other person. This is the basis for the love affair due to the play. If both parties are still handsome men and beautiful women, it is almost inevitable that they will fall in love with each other. Chapter 163 Complete Break. Thanks to AA Seeing, Zion Yunbi Rewards. What everyone didn't know was that the two of them had a relationship because of the drama, and they had long been in communication with each other. After filming the scene, the dog and the woman got together again. After Du Sheng handled the design, arrangement, dispatch and other matters of martial arts movements, he slipped into Jia Siwen's room. But after entering the door, I found that the woman who used to apply a facial mask was sitting on the bed in a daze. "What's wrong?" Du Sheng noticed that Jia Siwen was in a low mood and walked over and asked in a warm voice. Perhaps because of filming, he was used to calling her plain name. Jia Siwen looked up and saw that it was Du Sheng, and a smile came out from the corner of her mouth. "I had a big fight with Wu Dun today, and it was a complete breakup." Du Sheng took off his coat and sat on the edge of the bed, comforting him in a relaxed tone. "That's not a bad thing. Haven't you been worried about this all the time?" "No, I haven't thought of turning against him so quickly." Jia Siwen glared at Du Sheng and said with some complaint. "It's all your fault. Sister Aui heard our voices outside the door that day." Du Sheng smiled. "Oh? Then she told your godfather about this." Jia Siwen's cheeks turned slightly red, she glared at him, pretending to be angry and coquettish. "Humph, that's all right." Du Sheng moved to Jia Siwen, gently hugged her into her arms, and said with a smile. "There were so many sounds that night. Did she hear the sound of us playing billiards or your humming?" "I heard it all." Jia Siwen's cheeks were so red that she seemed to be dripping blood. She was so angry that she broke free from Du Sheng's arms. She grabbed the pillow and slapped it on his head. "You bad guy, it's all you." I was so angry that he was scolded by him that I could not even stay in the agency. Hearing this, Du Sheng put away his so-called attitude, thought for a while and said. "There is no need to be sad about this kind of thing. Haven't you wanted to leave his control for a long time and still want to develop in the mainland? Most of the resources of that Aui sister are in Bay City, and they are not very helpful to you. It's no big deal to terminate the contract." Jia Siwen lay sadly in Du Sheng's arms and looked up at him. "A Sheng, I have no support now, and you can't abandon me in the future." Du Sheng smiled and hugged her tightly. "How could I abandon you? Minmin is so beautiful, I'm not that stupid." Jia Siwen was a little unconfident and asked. "I'm a little uncomfortable with my height. Do you really think I'm pretty?" Du Sheng gently scraped her nose and said with a smile. "In my heart, you are the unique beauty in the world." He is not a person who is ignorant of the charm, and he doesn't have any money to say sweet words. Moreover, according to the lottery characteristics, even dragon elephant prajna kung fu and heart-to-heart can be drawn. It is also reasonable to get a skill that can help women with beauty and correct body shape defects in the future. Jia Siwen's depression was swept away and she bit her lip and looked at Du Sheng. "Speaking of this, I have dreamed of you every day these few nights." This charming coquettish shout made Du Sheng feel excited. Oh? What have you dreamed of me? Du Sheng smiled softly. This period of time, he not only had to shoot lines with people, but also had to design action scenes. April 1st was approaching, so he had to prepare early, so the two of them were not always together. Jia Swen raised her head, a little embarrassed and a little shy. In my dream, that feeling is really real. Every time I wake up, I am still immersed in that feeling and can't help myself. Du Sheng said with a smile. I want to experience it too. Jia Swen hugged him tightly, with a light and charming smile. You didn't say you wanted this princess to use braids before pay you, now you have a chance. While speaking, she took the position of a queen and took the defense, looking at the man with a charming look. Du Sheng could not bear such charm. His anger suddenly increased and he drew his sword out of the sheath on the spot. Soon, the two fought together. 40 minutes later, Jia Siwen, who was sweating all over her body, seemed to be like a fallen bird and beast, and instantly collapsed thousands of miles away. However, her jade arm still wrapped around Du Sheng's neck tightly and refused to let go. Her face seemed to be dripping with water, and she said angrily, "You big bastard! This is not how you use yarn. People are almost slapped by you." Du Sheng helped her loosen her ties and asked with a smile, "This is how prisoners of war are treated. Just say you like it or not." Jia Swen buried her head in his arms, closed her eyes and enjoyed the tranquility, and said in a little obsessed with, "I really want to be like this in the future, and I will be with you without worries." I don't know if she was influenced by the heart-to-heart during this period, but her little thoughts gradually faded, but she became a little reluctant to let go. Because if nothing unexpected happens, if both parties do not take the initiative after filming this drama, it will probably be difficult for them to get together. Du Sheng used blood activation technique to relieve her muscles and leukemia, and laughed softly. "As long as you want, you can do it anytime." Jia Swen has been used to his beauty and has felt that her complexion has been much rosy recently, and she is a little moved when she hears it. "Just when I think of my career and my heart, I sighed quietly. Sister Aui dare not compete with Wu Dun. Even if she is not biased, she probably wants to terminate the contract with me or squeeze my surplus value. How do you think it will be solved?" Du Sheng pondered for a moment and said, "Your family has returned to the mainland, right? Then there is no need to not go to Wancheng soon. I'll find connections. Moreover, the Emperor of Han you participated in before will be broadcast soon and is about to be broadcasted. You should settle down. If there is no resources after termination of the contract, I will help you think of a solution." To be honest, this woman in her arms was also in a miserable life. When she was in school at Beijing Electric, her father went bankrupt and owed a lot of debts, but she was also sick and put on a prescription. The whole family collapsed suddenly, and she had to drop out of school to make money to pay off her debts. Fortunately, she is a beautiful woman. If she is a man, she is afraid she will never be able to turn over for the rest of her life. Wu Dun is a man who can play with black and white in Bay City. Although the two of them just broke up and did not make a feud, the hero did not suffer any loss just in case it was necessary. As for the termination of the contract, no resources? That is absolutely impossible. After the broadcast of The Legend of the Condor Heroes in the previous life, Jia Siwen became the white moonlight in the minds of many people and became a household name. Her popularity back then was no less than that of Little Beard Thin Printed Ziwei Ruby Lin, Fan Ou, and others. There is really no resources, and he has several scripts stored here, so it's not too easy to get a role. So, you don't have to worry about these at all. But now The Legend of the Condor Heroes is still filming, and she has no idea of what is unknown, so it is normal for her to worry. Jia Swen is indeed sad and even confused. After all, she has no way out in Bay City, and her biggest hope is that the mainland can become popular. Secondly, it is to rely on this little man in his arms. After this period of contact and getting along, she is a little clearer than outsiders. Although this man is not so arrogant, his assets have long exceeded 10 million, more than 50 million Moss coins. If the legend of the Condor Heroes is popular and he will win the championship of Woolen in one fell swoop, it will be easy to double the connections and resources. The ability here is so great. Jia Swen rolled her beautiful eyes, put her head on the man's arms, and said softly, "If the contract is terminated, how about I sign a contract to invest in your studio?" She is optimistic about Du Sheng's future and plans to make a desperate bet. Du Sheng lowered his head in surprise. This is really an opportunist. However, there was also a trace of disconfidence in his words, and he was ready to treat himself as a way out. Considering this girl's future popularity and smart talent, he didn't dislike her and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll ask the agent to help you handle the termination of the contract first, so as not to lose the final result. It's easy to say about shares, but it's just a few questions. It won't take long to develop in the circle. For example, Hui will allow important artists to hold shares in a few years, or simply invest in the artist's studio, so that both parties can be deeply bound. In order to strengthen the studio and turn it into a big tree covering the sky, Du Sheng will take this step sooner or later." With the development of the internet, this has more benefits to form a circle. For example, in the future, the company will develop and go public, financing, etc. This is the value-added part. For example, as long and short videos gradually appear, the influence of a group of big stars is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this girl has good management ability, which is also a helping force. Jia Swen finally felt relieved, kissed his cheek happily, and said, "That's great, don't worry anymore. Go to bed, you have to get up early tomorrow morning to shoot." Du Sheng smiled and let the woman hold her arm as a pillow, and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, the light of the morning just started to rise. Jia Swen woke up from her deep sleep and felt that the bed seemed to be shaking slightly. She opened her eyes and saw Du Sheng wearing clothes and preparing to get up. She sat up with her delicate body with her jade hands, and gently helped Du Sheng button the buckle belt like a virtuous wife. "What's the matter with getting up so early today, is it true?" Jia Swen's tone was concerned, and she had changed her relationship without realizing it. Du Sheng enjoyed Jia Siwen's gentle service, and replied. Director Lai said he had finished the song, called Drunk Spring Breeze. He was going to let me try it out. The God of Drunk Spring Breeze. 9 out of 10 is the version of Love in My Previous Life, but the lyrics of Drunk Chunfeng are too many complaints. Jia slapped Du Sheng's hand off and asked with a smile. This is to let you sing the theme song. Director Lai is becoming more and more optimistic about you. Du Sheng said. He has invested a lot in this show, so of course he will be concerned about it. There are some bonuses for the male protagonist singing the theme song, but I still have free labor, so I don't need to do it. You can't even ask for this kind of opportunity. You'll earn more than 1 million in the 2 theme songs you sang before. Jia sneered, patiently helping the man buckle the belt. In fact, she likes Du Sheng's confident tone very much, and she has a charm in her grasp. Before leaving, he was pestered and kissed by Jia Siwen. Du Sheng took a car to the recording studio of Yunyao Workshop. The receptionist's voice was gentle and pleasant. Mr. Du, this is our workshop's music production quotation list, which contains 4 selected packages. If you have special needs, we can also tailor-made for you. Chapter 164 Being Cheated. Du Sheng smiled and took the quotation list and carefully read it. The previous 2 theme songs were recorded in the M Store, but I didn't ask about the cost carefully at that time. Now I have truly appreciated the trick. This quotation list is designed for album production and covers all costs from arrangement to recording to post-production. Among these 4 packages, the minimum quotation for the D package is 80,000. The highest end A package is as high as 800,000, and the price difference is as much as 10 times. In fact, before coming to Yunyao Workshop, Du Sheng had a little understanding of the production of singles and albums. As a prosperous capital of the cultural industry, entertainment and media companies are emerging in an endless stream, with millions of related employees, and music studios, recording studios, and professional production companies are even more scattered. If you want to play around with it and do not pursue quality, you can place an order on the street to make it. If you want to experience the charm of the recording studio, you can try it out if you spend a few $100. But these are just amateur works after all. It costs a lot to really create a high-quality single or album. The basic cost of a song is between thousands, and tens of thousands is not an exaggeration. After all, you get what you pay for. So although there are many singers in Beijing, there are very few who can actually release albums. In addition to the quality of the song itself, production costs are also key. The subsequent channels and distribution should not be underestimated. Once the work is not good, you may lose all your money. As a leader in the industry, Yunhao Workshop's quotation list lists the fee details of each package, which is clear at a glance. After browsing, Du Sheng took a look at the B package. It includes well-known arrangements, producers and band accompaniment, etc. The recording and post-production are both excellent, and the cost of a song is 10,000 yuan. It's not that package A is not as good as package B, but there is no need to waste it. Although it was reimbursed by the crew, he is an investor. It only cost more than 3,000 to record the theme song of Goddess Dragon before. This time, the two lyricists will come, so there is no need to invite them outside. Du Sheng pointed to B package. Just it. 2 hours later, in the recording studio. The lyricist Chen Tao, the composing Wang Bei, the recording artist, the accompanist, etc. gathered together and stared at Du Sheng with a very anticipated look. They thought it would not take much time, but Du Sheng's musical attainments and his persistent pursuit of perfection were unexpected. Du Sheng was now concentrating on wearing monitor headphones, immersing himself in his singing. "Don't ruin my righteousness, I will kill the dragon. I hope that love and friendship will blend together, so that I will have a beginning and an end." The song gradually stopped, but the lingering sound was lingering, and the pure musical interlude was still wandering in my ears. After a long time, Du Sheng took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Under the anxious and expectant gaze, he gently took off his headphones, nodded and smiled. "It's okay." Although the lyrics of this song are criticized, the overall magnificent and domineering are not without gentleness. It is indeed appropriate to use it as a match for Yi Tian. Especially the sound of the flute, the scent of the rivers and lakes is very strong and the artistic conception is full. The melody and singing style are both very generous, making people feel aftertaste. According to the opening of Lai Shuoxi Pills, Zhang Wuji sang for Zhao Min, and the main theme is preference. At the end of the film is Zhao Min's confession to Zhang Wuji, highlighting her love style. "It's finally done." Seeing Du Sheng nodding, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Tao and Wang Bei also had a smile of relief on their faces, and their joy was beyond words. This song is not only their brainstorm, but also their first work to be selected as the theme song of a popular drama. Such achievements are tantamount to taking a big step in the art path. The significance is comparable to that of students who have finally entered the higher education institution they have dreamed of after hard work. That afternoon, the crew filming was carried out as usual. When Du Sheng was singing, Group A had already finished filming the clip of Zhou's Hiruo and Master Mi Ju, the head of the Imei sect, being captured by Zhao Min. Next, there is the scene where he, the leader of the Ming cult, brought people to rescue him. In this process Du Sheng could clearly feel Jia Siwen's attachment to herself, especially the joy of reunion after a long separation is not like the one who acted. Whether it is Zhang Wuji and Zhao Min who are forced to separate in the play, or whether they don't see each other for a morning in reality, this is indeed a reunion. However, Gao Yuan, who plays Zhou's hero, made him a little confused. Because according to the plot progress, after the reunion of the six sects besieged Guangmingding battle, she secretly fell in love with Zhang Wuji. I don't know if her acting skills are a little poor or her expression is not strong enough, but she has NG several times. The feeling that she sometimes shows her desire to get close to Zhang Wuji, and sometimes she deliberately keeps a distance from Zhang Wuji. This capricious state makes Lai Shui stretch the machine. But Du Sheng had a rough guess in his mind. In his previous life, he had read reports on Gao Yuan's emotional grievances. Although his memory was a little blurry, he still remembered that she became friends with the Queen Wang Fei, so he met the music talent Zhang Yadong. Now the two should be in a sweet period. It is normal for her to deliberately keep a distance for some reason. This state is fed back to the shooting, but it cannot express the sense of secret feelings. Although Du Sheng can bring others into the role, there is no good solution to this situation, and she can only overcome it by herself. Fortunately, it was not difficult for them to shoot the rescue scenes, and they could pass through too easily. Everyone rested halfway and chatted in groups of 3 or 3. The crew made a transition, and the filming of Master Mi Ju was unwilling to accept the favor of the Ming cult, and forced Zhou's hero to make a poisonous oath, not having any emotional connection with Zhang Wuji, and even asked her to betray Shi Xiang and steal the dragon-slaying sword. Gao Yuan was about to make up when the assistant suddenly handed over his phone. "Xiao Ting, is there anything wrong?" When he learned that he was a friend he met when filming an advertisement, Gao Yuan did not shy away and directly pressed to answer the call on the set. Yuan, let me tell you something, but you have to calm down. I have to say that Nokia's voice was loud, and the sound from the other end of the phone came clearly. I met your boyfriend Zhang Yadong today. Do you know who he is with? Du Sheng and Jia Saiwen, who were sitting aside chatting about the recording and singing, couldn't help but listen. Humans are born to be unable to avoid eating melons and gossip. That's right. He is actually with your opponent Su Jinglei. They appeared in the recording studio together, probably to discuss singing and writing. Gao Yuan was a little distracted and did not take this kind of thing to heart. Her boyfriend is a famous musical talent, so it is normal for someone to ask him to write songs. Although Su Jinglei is known as the socialist law in Beijing, she is now known as the title of 4 little actresses, as famous as international Zhang, Zhou Sun, and Li Yu. This kind of talented woman with high vision should not fall in love with her own men. Yuan, you are so naive. Do you know what they did? Xiao Ting, a friend on the other end of the phone, looked a little anxious. Gao Yuan still kept his mind calm, glanced at Du Sheng and Jia Saiwen who were getting together and said, "Can't we shoot MVs together? Love songs are popular nowadays, and it is very common to shoot similar MVs." "What MV? You're so big." The female voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became excited. Zhang Yadong and Su Jinglei went shopping and went back to the hotel together. "This is what I saw with my own eyes, and I took all the photos." She originally wanted to tell her tactfully, but now she can't take care of so much anymore. Buzz! Gao Yuan's mind roared and his feet were a little staggering. The smile on her face disappeared instantly, and was replaced by incredible. How is this possible? But she understood that this friend would never deceive herself with such a thing. Sure enough, Xiao Ting sent the photo directly through a multi-message, breaking her thoughts. Tick. Looking at the hugging and kissing scenes on the photo, a crystal teardrop slid from Gao Yuan's eyes. She held her cell phone in dismay, and Xiao Ting was no longer listening to what she was saying. Jia Swen and Du Sheng looked at each other and looked at each other. Is this love taken away by a sword? Gao Yuan ran out crying regardless of the others' calls. A trace of worry flashed in Jia Swen's eyes, and she couldn't help but say, "Do you want to go and have a look?" She had similar experiences and knew very well what unforgettable pain was. What's more, everyone has been on the crew for nearly 2 months, and even the kind-hearted people have some feelings, let alone spending time together. She really needs some comfort in her current situation. Du Sheng thought for a while and nodded. You are more careful, go and have a look. The filming has not started yet, and the crew is not lacking in humanity. Seeing Gao Yuan disappear, he shook his head in his heart. If you divide it, you will be divided. There will be no end with people like Zhang Yadong. It is a relief to end earlier. Seeing that the set was almost arranged, and there was still scenes of Gao Yuan next, Du Sheng finally decided to go and have a look. Just as I arrived halfway through, I saw Jia Siwen coming back. Sheng, you probably won't be able to film the scene of your marriage with Zhou's hero. Jia Siwen waved to him and raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Du Sheng was stunned and asked. Yuan seems to have been hit hard, although it won't be tonight's a stupid thing, but the state is very ups and downs. Jia whispered. Tell me in detail. Du Sheng knew that Gao Yuan needed quietness now, so he asked her to walk back. Yuan confronted Zhang Yadong in person. At first, the latter denied it, but after she threw the photo out, she was silent there. Jia singed a little sympathy. Even with a hint of disdain. The woman who was preparing to get married was on her back and was having sex outside. Scumbag. Her brother Wuji is different. I didn't hide it from her when I went to bed with other women, and I was open and honest. Du Sheng. Fortunately, he didn't know what the woman was thinking, and his first reaction was that something was wrong. In the past life, this storm did not completely separate the two. Because of Zhang Yadong's later repentance and begging, they were pestering each other and the two reconciled again. However, 2 years later, Zhang Yadong and Su Jinglei were exposed to a scandal again, and Gao Yuan finally made up his mind to break up with him. But this time, Zhang Yadong was fucked and silent. It is probably because he and Su Jinglei are in love, and they are attracted by each other's resources and popularity, and there are some differences. But these are nothing to their business. Chapter 165 Shield. Considering the filming progress of the crew, Du Sheng found director Yang Tao and informed Gao Yuan about the situation. Yang Tao was very considerate and decided to let Gao Yuan take a day off, and would not arrange her scene today. It's just that Gao Yuan left the set crying and could not be concealed. When the crew was running again, the news that she was robbed by the Beijing princess of a man was already circulating. It seems that some things can only be deceived by themselves. The next morning, Du Sheng finished breakfast and went to the dressing room with Su Su. As soon as I left the canteen door, I ran into Gao Yuan. She was wearing obvious dark circles, with bloodshot eyes, and was in poor condition, obviously not sleeping all night. Yuan, why don't you continue to rest today? Du Sheng said with a little concern. This way, the shooting effect is not very good, but it is hard to work hard. Gao Yuan knew what Du Sheng meant, shook his head slightly and said. Thank you, no need. Today I took a photo of Zhou's hero who turned black, and I should be able to do it. She mainly did not want to delay the crew progress. After all, it will move the whole body with one blow. Su Su shook her head, knowing that it would be difficult to convince this stubborn girl. There are too many difficulties in life, and you still have to learn to grow in adversity. Teacher Su is worthy of being a master of philosophy, and he has something to say. Du Sheng no longer persuaded him and entered the dressing room. Lai Shuiqing waved to him and arranged. Sheng, let's adjust it today and first take a picture of your life and death separation between you and Yanli. Yuan is in a wrong state today. I won't film your wedding scenes these days, but I will change it to other ones. He looked at Gao Yuan who was walking in and thought for a while. Yuan, you can go to the car to rest for a while, and then film the devil scene in the afternoon. The main idea of this scene is that Zhou's hero was hurt by love, and she went astray in anger, and she went from being innocent and kind to becoming vicious. Gao Yuan's current situation is indeed consistent with the character's status. Du Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth and said. Director Lai is worthy of being an emotional expert. He has learned it and applied it to the extreme, and he has not even let go of breaking up. Haha, aren't you going to Xiangjiang in a few days? Isn't this a move to you in advance? Lai Shui, who was so angry that he used the other party as a shield. Du Sheng just joked, it doesn't matter what he shot. But it's okay to postpone it. It is indeed inappropriate to film such a festive scene in Gao Yuan's state, and calming down for a few days is beneficial to everyone. Moreover, the entire crew knew that Du Sheng was about to participate in the finals of Woolen, and some scenes were also necessary. Of course Gao Yuan would not refute. She thanked Director Lai weakly and returned to the car to rest. Although Lai Shui, Lu Huan, and his mother, although he borrowed the emotional elements of Gao Yuan, the shooting status was quite consistent and the progress was pretty good. That night, Chen Ziyulai finished filming her last scene on the crew. Although the character Ji Ziofa doesn't have many scenes, it runs throughout the entire plot. This is Chen Ziyulai's second time joining the group, and it is not finished until now. Before leaving, Du Sheng prepared a red envelope for her on behalf of the crew as encouragement and thanks to her. Chen Ziyulai simply took out the money and invited everyone to a meal. After the scenes scheduled by Du Sheng were basically filmed, I also joined in the fun. Chen Ziyulai greeted everyone to a restaurant near the film and television city. This is not only a gathering place for nearby Beijingers, but also popular because of its rich variety of food and affordable prices. The vehicle slowly drove into this bustling street and finally stopped in front of the Leshan restaurant. The store is doing well, and diners are everywhere from the store to the outside. Du Sheng passed through the lively store and went straight to the private room on the third floor. Chen Ziyulai had already been waiting here and booked a private room for everyone to get together. When I walked into the private room, I found that Chen Ziyulai, Bao Yilan, Gao Yuan, Lin Zeiss and Chen Zihan had arrived. In addition, there are 3 male actors, Shi Xiaolong, Lu Henjiu, and Han Huiai. Seeing Du Sheng coming in, Chen Ziyulai immediately greeted warmly. A Sheng finally came, and he thought you were going to let the pigeons go. Du Sheng apologized slightly and said, the crew has delayed something. Those who came to the party this time were all actors and staff who did not have shooting tasks at night. The scenes filmed by the crew tonight are mainly concentrated in the Ruyang Palace. Zhao Min kills 1 to warn 100, including Chen Yaoliang, Fan Yao, the 7th prince, etc. Du Sheng walked into the private room and looked up and saw a beauty with his own strengths. He couldn't help but admire. The face of the senior sister Imei is indeed extraordinary. Almost all the beauties in the crew are here. Although these words were polite, they made the beauties laugh. They also knew it was a joke, but the atmosphere became much more relaxed because of this. However, the men who came before were still a little unwilling to let go. Han Huiai and Lu Henjiu don't know if they have a beautiful wife at home, so they don't say much. And Shi Xiaolong seemed a little restrained because he was still young. Before Du Sheng arrived, the atmosphere in the private room was relatively dull, mostly whispering between best friends. And Du Sheng's arrival was like a fresh wind, blowing away the previous trace of depression. Chen Ziyulai kindly pulled Du Sheng to her side and sat down, then called the waiter to start serving the food. The other side of Du Sheng was sitting Gao Yuan. But today her mood was still a little depressed, her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and she looked like she had cried. When I saw him coming, I just responded simply. Du Sheng didn't care much. When the wine and food were served, he picked up the wine glass and chatted with everyone and drank. After drinking a few glasses of beer, the atmosphere on the table became lively. In addition to Shi Xiaolong, everyone drank some wine and their relationship became much closer at once. Even Han Huiai, who has always been a little talkative, began to talk more. Chen Ziyulai greeted Du Sheng with a cup and said with a smile, "A Sheng, I can play Ji Ziofa this time thanks to your recommendation. If you come to Nanyang in the future, if you have any help, just speak up." Her words were indeed correct. Lai Shui asked her to do so, but no notice was issued yet. She was also satisfied with the role of Ji Xiaofo, and she heard that Lai Shui was a lame person who was accused of the slacks. Lu Henjiu and Bao Yilin have also heard the relevant rumors and looked at Chen Ziyulai enviously. They have no resources in the circle and have a very difficult time making it. It would be great if someone like the other party helped him. Du Sheng just shook his head and smiled, and joked. It's too polite to say that you can help. In the future, if there are any beauties in Nanyang, just introduce me to a few more. I like to appreciate the styles of various places and improve my literacy and sentiment. His funny and self-respecting answer cleverly avoided topics that made everyone quite sensitive. Chen Ziyulai laughed even more happily after hearing this, and gently slapped Du Sheng in the arm, and said coquettishly, "Doesn't anyone look down on so many beauties in the private room? Haha, I'm afraid of being rejected by you, how embarrassing." Du Sheng is young and handsome, and is a member of the capital. He has a calm temperament, which makes people want to get close. Inevitably, many people's topics were brought to him. Sheng, I heard you will participate in the woolen final the day after tomorrow, right? You will win. It's a pity that Xiangzhong is too far away and I can't come to the scene to support it. Let's feel the fighting atmosphere. Didn't you read the newspaper? I heard that the final of woolen will be broadcast live on Yangshi Channel 5, and it has already spread. Really? That's Yang Shijuan Fong Sports Station, it's awesome. Even if you don't have time, you have to ask for leave. Look at Brother Sheng's sweeping style. During the meal, several beauties kept joking. After all, there are not many opportunities to get along with each other, and you won't miss it even if you are a little motivated. Sometimes this is how you can take on more roles and have more connections in the future. Du Sheng could see what everyone meant. After all, he came on behalf of the crew, and the popularity of the woolen finals was there, and they were all smart people. However, he was not greedy. Seeing that the girls were drinking almost the same, he took the initiative to propose to remove them. Everyone agreed happily, only Gao Yuan was still drinking lonely. What I drank tonight was a beer, although the degree of the beer was not high, she had already drunk 3 bottles and had almost no food. This is obviously to drink to relieve sorrow. Du Sheng and Bao Yilin both advised her, but she could understand that she was in a bad mood. Chen Ziyulai naturally heard about Gao Yuan's love breakup, and thought about it and suggested. Everyone is full, how about we go sing K? Du Sheng ate 7 or 8, but he didn't refuse. Han Huiyi did not participate because she had children at home. Shi Xiaolong said that it was an age issue. Sister Ziyulai, my assistant is still outside, so I won't participate. It is indeed not suitable for them to stay at night. Everyone stopped forcing them to stay. Du Sheng thoughtfully settled the bill and took the beer down, and Gao Yuan, who had lost his appetite, no longer had a cup of wine. Chen Ziyulai, who wanted to pay the bill, just smiled and didn't be polite to him. Everyone chose to walk to the Baladai mass dealer not far away. After all, it is only a few hundred meters away, and you can reach it in a leisurely stroll. But just after leaving the house, Gao Yuan didn't know if it was a wind, so she suddenly felt uncomfortable and squatted down and vomited in the trash can on the side of the road. No matter how beautiful the beauty is, it is difficult to hide her embarrassment when she vomits. Gao Yuan's tears and snot intertwined, accompanied by the smell of alcohol, the scene was quite awkward. Chen Ziyulai and Gao Yuan, the friendship was very deep in the crew, perhaps because both of them had experienced emotional twists and turns. She quickly stepped forward to support her and gently stroked Gao Yuan's back with her palms to relieve her relief. Looking around, Chen Ziyulai found that everyone else was embarrassed and even deliberately kept her distance. Even Du Sheng was not seen. Just when she was in trouble with no support, Du Sheng suddenly extended a helping hand in time. Put her face first, then eat some sobering. Du Sheng handed over a warm towel and a box of ward-roasted medicine. Only then did Chen Ziyulai realize that the other party was going to buy something just now, instead of giving it up. This attentiveness and consideration made her feel warm, and she had a better impression of Du Sheng. With the help of Chen Ziyulai, Gao Yuan, who had taken medicine, gradually recovered from awakening. She thanked her for taking the towel and wiping it gently, then rinsed her mouth with water, and her mood was much more stable. Thanks. Gao Yuan learned that these things were bought by Du Sheng, and then turned his head and said with weakness. Chapter 166 Love. Du Sheng did not let go, but still supported her, and smiled and said, "We are almost married, aren't you here to see each other?" Although these words were joking, the invisible care brought the relationship closer, which restored Gao Yuan's smile. "Every time I meet you, you are always a little embarrassed. Last time I was crying, but this time I vomited continuously." Du Sheng and Chen Ziyulai each supported her forward and said with a smile, "To be honest, in my mind, Zhou's hero is a tough person. Your image is greatly reduced." Gao Yuan smiled, and the haze in his heart gradually faded away, and he let him help him walk. "Whatever you think, I don't care anyway. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will get tired of her after watching her for a long time." Du Sheng knew some of her emotional experience and smiled. "That's because some people don't know how to cherish them. Instead of burying themselves and complaining, it's better to take big steps forward." Gao Yuan felt ups and downs when she heard this, and couldn't help but look at the man beside her from the corner of her eyes. As the second female lead in the play, she is very aware of the changes in the relationship between Jia Xuan and Du Sheng. "It's a pity that I always look at the forefront and slow down everything." Du Sheng naturally couldn't guess what she was thinking and started chatting with Chen Ziyulai. Although this person's appearance is not as stunning as Gao Yuan, her sweet appearance and graceful figure are also quite charming. More importantly, Du Sheng could feel her favorable feelings for herself. This girl even wanted to learn from Guo Filai, who was from Nanyang, but she was a little thin-skinned. Seeing Du Sheng going to KTV to check in early, Gao Yuan let Chen Ziyulai support him and said a little lonely, "Sisterly, are you talking about me, Zhou's hero, too unattractive? My boyfriend whom I have known for 2 years is easily left by someone, and even the marriage partner in the drama is as polite to me." Chen Ziyulai asked in surprise. "Yadong really betrayed you?" Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and nodded. "That Beijing princess sent me text messages to show off, and it feels ridiculous to think about it. People who are heartbroken often become depressed and even guess whether they have done something wrong, so they will be abandoned. But in fact, it has nothing to do with her figure, appearance, and attitude, it is just that Zhang Yadong can't stand the temptation." This is the first time Gao Yuan has suffered such setbacks and is a little suspicious of being the norm. She is so sad that she is a little self-deprecating. "Maybe God can't see this, and I deserve it." Chen Ziyulai was speechless. She had been in the mainland for so long, so of course she knew about Gao Yuan and Zhang Yadong. Zhang Yadong once abandoned his wife and son for Gao Yuan, which actually has a precedent. It can only be said that people who are in love often ignore too many details. Du Sheng came to Baladai Mass Sales KTV in advance, and after booking a private room, he went in front of the door to greet everyone. This kind of KTV has tens of thousands of branches across the country and is loved by young people. Bao Yilan seemed to like singing K very much, and as soon as she entered the private room, she ordered Xiao Yuxuan's The Key Song of Love. "What am I singing? Feel everything. It turns out you are my main song." Unlike Xiao Yuxuan's hoarseness, her voice is clear and she sings a bit of her own characteristics. Although her singing skills need to be improved, her emotional investment is worthy of recognition. This is the charm of self-confidence. After Bao Yilan finished singing, Chen Ziyulai, Chen Zihan and others were eager to try and ordered a few songs. Seeing everyone having fun, Du Sheng just smiled and listened. He sat on the sofa, chatting with Gao Yuan while tasting melon seeds and fruits. After entering the private room, Gao Yuan woke up and actually spoke to Du Sheng with some enthusiasm. During the chat, she not only shared her past experiences with Zhang Yadong without reservation, but even told her that she was not confident enough in filming. He kept asking Du Sheng if he played Zhou's hero, his appearance and temperament were not qualified. Du Sheng would not hit her, so he looked up and down a few times and smiled. Why does that line of poem say, "The people around the ridge are like the moon, and the white wrists are flushed with frost and snow, this is the first feeling you give me." Hearing the other party swaying around and praising him, Gao Yuan was rarely a little shy. Seeing this, Du Sheng became more excited and said, "Although Zhou's hero is a poor girl from the boat family, she has a beautiful face and is hurt by the passionate Zhang Wuji. This is like how similar you are. If you want to say that there is something inconsistent, maybe you are more white and beautiful than Zhou's hero, I can't figure out how Zhang Wuji would abandon you." Although it is a bit coaxing, in this lively atmosphere, and Gao Yuan needs emotional comfort at this moment, these words seem just right. I don't know if Du Sheng's spiritual chicken soup is very effective, but Gao Yuan finally escaped from the emotional vortex. The two of them were a little engaged in chatting, and they could hear laughter covering their mouths from time to time. She has increased her favor for the husband around her who is about to marry, and she has a little more smile on her face. No wonder some people say that girls are in the best time for boys to take advantage of the situation when they are scarred by heartbreak. Look at Gao Yuan's appearance, it seems to be reasonable. Du Sheng came out tonight and was originally just doing his duty in the crew, but he didn't expect that there would be such unexpected gains. And in a sense, he is still Zhang Wuji, and comforting Zhou's hero is natural. Therefore, when everyone noticed that Du Sheng and Gao Yuan were chatting more and more speculatively, and even leaned against each other, they looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Chen Ziyulai was a little resentful, and indeed hesitation was his natural enemy, so she simply picked up the microphone and leaned over. Sheng, we all took turns singing, but you and Yuan have not moved yet. Previously, Mimi said that your singing skills are better than the four heavenly kings. How can we experience it with our own ears? Everyone immediately followed suit, after all, this person is professional. Du Sheng smiled and did not refuse. He originally wanted to sing the theme song of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but considering that it has not been launched yet and has no accompaniment, he chose the hard-to-read sutra. The prelude sounded, and he closed his eyes and brewed his emotions. Gao Yuan stopped talking now and looked at the men beside her. As soon as the prelude fell, Du Sheng spoke at the right time. I laughed at you and I spent all my thoughts. Love to compete for the beauty of the mirror flower. I am afraid that luck will pass away in a blink of an eye. Du Sheng's voice was deep and charming, as if it had a magical power that made the entire private room quiet. It has to be said that the singing skills that have been improved to LV3 are indeed extraordinary, both in terms of emotions and skills. Gao Yuan, who has a special liking for music, her beautiful eyes lit up. No wonder Director Lai appointed Du Sheng to sing the theme song. The other party was very outstanding in terms of voice, pronunciation, breath, pitch, rhythm, etc. Although she doesn't understand this Cantonese song very much, the song is full of emotion and interprets the world with great flavor. Before I knew it, I almost fell into it. When Du Sheng finished singing the last sentence, warm applause burst out in the private room. Sheng, your singing skills are so perfect. Chen Ziyulai came back to her senses first and applauded excitedly. You must teach me this song, and I will become a singer-songwriter in the future. Du Sheng smiled slightly, knowing that it was a joke, so he dealt with a few words. At this moment, his mind was no longer on singing, but instead turned to Yuan beside him. After singing 2 songs, this girl became a little enthusiastic. There was even a little affectionate feeling in that admiring eye. At some point, her body was soft and half leaning against Du Sheng's shoulder, but she herself was not prepared or conscious. Du Sheng could feel her fragility and affection, and a desire to protect her could not help but surge in her heart. After singing K, Du Sheng, under Chen Ziyuli's slightly sad gaze, Bao Yilan's playful gaze, and Lu Henjia's surprised eyes, he held Gao Yuan, who was drunk without getting drunk. That night, two lonely souls found comfort in each other. Their bangs and convergence turned into sighs, as if telling each other's deep desires and needs. The next morning, when Gao Yuan woke up from his sleep, when she saw Du Sheng beside her, she was stunned. Everything last night seemed like a dream, and she didn't know how she could do such a shameful thing. Although you will be confused when you get drunk, how could you let the other party teach you how to ride a horse? Could it be that I envied Jiaswen, Guo Fili and others who rode in the training camp, but I didn't? When he thought of the ups and downs, his pretty face became inexplicably lit. She hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on herself, ready to leave this embarrassing place. Du Sheng woke up and pointed at the scratches on his body as if he was smiling. Zhiruo, your 9-yin white bone claws are indeed extraordinary, and most people can't stand it. Don't do this next time. Gao Yuan's face turned red when he thought of his crazy behavior last night. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else what happened today. Don't judge a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Do you think I am like the kind of person who evades responsibility? Du Sheng suddenly waved her and said loudly. Although I was a little confused last night, since I had this relationship, how could I ignore it? If we are not responsible, how can we add a small amount of time? And you will be a first-line female star in the future, so you won't be able to burn it. Although he has been in charge of it many times, Gao Yuan is not yet familiar. And Du Sheng's ability is far from being able to be used. No, I didn't think. Gao Yuan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and she was not ready to let Du Sheng take responsibility. Who stipulates that the person who is responsible for the responsibility? She just broke up in love and was not as good as Du Sheng. However, she didn't dislike Du Sheng. After all, he is outstanding in appearance and is also one of the investors in the crew. Du Sheng interrupted her again. What you think is your business, but what you do is my principle. People cannot violate their own principles. What's more, you just got out of love, what if the person named Zhang comes to harass you again? Zhang Yadong. I can go to your uncle. But you have already had a relationship with Sister Wen. Seeing Du Sheng so persistent in principles and sense of responsibility, Gao Yuan couldn't help but feel a little moved. The reason why she fell in love with Zhang Yadong before was that she was moved by the other party's musical talent, but she paid for every time she went out to spend. Zhang Yadong is not serious about feelings, and once he gets tired of it, he will decisively abandon it. A married wife is no exception. Looking back now, she feels more and more emotional. This is also the reason why she quickly got out of her love. Chapter 167, Mistake. Thanks to Xian Yunbu, AA seeing reward. Minmin is the woman in my play. What does it have to do with you? Du Sheng asked with confidence and said with striking remarks. Just as long as you don't have a man. Gao Yuan. She couldn't find a suitable word to refute. Because the other party's words are all a fuss. Gao Yuan gave Du Sheng a last look and left with a light snorted. Du Sheng looked at the beautiful woman's beautiful figure and shook her head and smiled. This person is still too young and needs education and guidance. A filial daughter appears under the stick, this is a truth that has never changed. Du Sheng turned over and got out of bed and treated the scratches slightly. This woman was crazy last night. It seemed that he was regarded as Zhang Yadong and vented all kinds of tirelessly. Fortunately, he has enough concentration, otherwise it is still unknown who will win. After returning to the crew, Du Sheng ignored Lu Henjia's gossip and insisted that he was just sending Gao Yuan back along the way, and if he didn't believe it, he would ask the latter. Lu Henjia was dumbfounded and stretched out his thumb. No wonder you are so carefree. With this ability, why worry about not being able to eat? Speaking of this, he muttered to himself. Your decision last night seemed not very wise. What's not wise? Du Sheng didn't care. If I choose it, I will definitely choose Chen Ziyulai. Lu Henjiu squeezed his eyebrows. Du Sheng looked at this senior brother of his generation strangely. You must have something wrong with your eyes, right? If these two women were allowed to choose, would they consider it if they had any choice? Is it not right? Lu Henjiu shook his head and analyzed. You think, after the finale, Chen Ziyulai will return to Nanyang? Even if you think about it, there will be no chance. Gao Yuan still has many scenes, so there is still a chance to buy slowly. Du Sheng patted his shoulder and smiled. Brother Kingshu, I always thought that you had a crush on Zhou's hero. It turned out that I was wrong. You are really a talent. Lu Henjiu didn't notice the sarcasm in Du Sheng's words, and was quite content. You may have more on-site experience than me, but when it comes to theory, you have to learn more from me. Du Sheng nodded in response. Brother Kingshu is a talented person, please give me some advice in the future. Lu Henjiu didn't understand the actual situation at all, and Chen Ziyulai obviously had a little favor to him. Even if you return to Nanyang, as long as you have the chance to meet in the future, there is a lot of chance of renewing your relationship. The situation in Jiyuan is different. She was in an empty state of wine without getting drunk, which was a rare opportunity. If Du Sheng fails to catch him, I am afraid that the two of them may find it difficult to have any intersection in another occasion. However, he had to explain this to Lu Henjiu so that he would not follow the clues and cause fishiness. Although Jia Swen didn't notice anything, she was a little resentful. After all, men have to leave tonight, and they can't wait for someone last night. And it took a few days to leave, how can this emptiness be filled? Du Sheng knew that this girl was most likely affected by some skills, so she comforted her body and focused on the crew's shooting and dispatching work. Before leaving, he must arrange everything in advance. Gao Yuan also adjusted her mentality and was the same as usual when filming with Du Sheng, as if nothing had happened between the two. Lai Shui still put their marriage scenes behind Du Sheng's return. Come on, come back with a championship. Brother Sheng, you can win. Sheng, is it my club this time? I will be working in the sea or go to work. It depends on your performance. Brother Sheng, don't keep your energy at that time, just fuck that neon puppet. After dinner in the evening, Du Sheng finally managed to deal with everyone and was able to get out. Jia Swen sent him a long journey, but she did not put pressure on the man, but instead reminded him. Be careful and don't be stubborn. Du Sheng hugged the woman, waved his hand and got into the car with a smile. Don't worry, I will. What do you want to bring back? Think about it and tell me. After leaving the set, the vehicle did not drive to the airport. Just now, Yazi called and said that there were some things to talk about. Du Sheng had some speculations, seeing that it was still early and the other party was nearby, so he simply went there first. Sure enough, after meeting, Yazi said straight to the point. The final of Woolen was replayed on Yangshi Channel 5 last night. Have you noticed? I heard from Mr. Zhang, but unfortunately I was still there last night. I couldn't see it when I was filming. Although Du Sheng has been busy during this period, he also pays attention to external public opinion and reports from time to time. I don't know if it was Zheng Zidao who made efforts behind the scenes or if Zheng Zian published something in the Metropolitan Entertainment News again, but the news that he entered the Woolen finals has been frequently featured in newspapers these days. It has also become the focus of major mainland media. Especially in the sports sector, it has caused quite a stir. In the past, this section reported news about the national team and various sports events. This time, Du Sheng's deeds of entering the Woolen finals as an actor actually appeared on the front page of Oriental Sports News. This is not simple. After all, this newspaper is the only daily newspaper in the country that mainly focuses on sports news reports, with a distribution network covering the country and a huge readership. According to recent social surveys conducted by authoritative institutions, the newspaper's reader reading rate ranks among all newspapers and magazines in the country. This wave of exposure is incredible. Du Sheng's name entered the national public's vision for the first time, and it was airborne the third place on the blog that day. The most intuitive feeling that his reputation jumped to 24,898, and the total number of fans on the three major platforms soared to 2.6 million. Du Sheng didn't think much about it, and directly added his reputation to his acting skills. It will take only a few days for him to reach 100,000 max. Acting skills LV3/Blue, 91218/100000. Under this unstoppable publicity and exposure, the ratings of the final of Woolen replayed by Yangshi 5 have also risen steadily. Especially the battle between Du Sheng and Ho Lan Baoxian quickly approached the ratings of World Boxer Championship. What surprised Yezi even more was that some media that had exposed Du Sheng's negative news are now waving flags and shouting for him, as if they were changing their hearts and acting very urgently. She guessed that there were some influences from the Zheng family. Just like there are praises and there are bullets. This circle is so big, Du Sheng's sudden rise stole the cake from many people. Or maybe he offended some people before, but now he is jealous and takes advantage of the situation to jump out and make trouble. Did you pay attention to the article in Tianya forum that implicitly mocked you? Yesi used her laptop to open a website link and pushed it to Du Sheng. Tianya? I rarely pay attention to this. Du Sheng glanced at it and it said, the Chinese contestant who entered the Warriors finals is actually the descendant of Neon Puppet. This is a post published this afternoon, with the signature "Take apart your past and present lives." This poster is considered a first generation of online paparazzi. He mainly exposes the information in the entertainment industry and brings many fans. Because this post involves Du Sheng, who has been popular recently, it became a hot post as soon as it was posted and was topped by Tianya management. In less than half a day, the number of replies exceeded 3,000. Judging from the momentum, it is easy to double again. Some social media that followed the trend also came to get a share of the pie and reprinted it one after another. Even some big VS on the internet are serious and discuss and comment through the media. The reason why it suddenly became popular is not only the horrifying title, but the article also mentioned why Du Sheng, a third-rate artist, suddenly had money to invest. In summary, Du Sheng is a descendant of the puppet son, who was deliberately saved by a certain neon force in the mainland, and the money invested is secretly supported by the force. He also accused Du Sheng of participating in Wulin for vicious intentions, with the purpose of completely breaking the backbone of the East, widening the neon puppet, etc. Several evidence are listed among them to prove the authenticity of its argument. For example, Du Sheng was a special stunt martial artist at the beginning, so why could he play such an important supporting role in Mirong Fu in the Dragon? For example, he didn't even have money for his adoptive father's surgery last year, so why could he spend tens of millions out of thin air to invest in Goddess Dragon and the Legend of the Heavenly Demon? There is also a mere unknown artist, so why can popular actresses such as Fan Ou and Zhang Baji look at each other in a different way? At the end of this post, I also remind you to not forget the national humiliation, beware of the infiltration and invasion of foreign forces, and beware of brainwashing and fanning, so as not to be unknowingly exploited by bad people. Ordinary people don't know what inversion of black and white means, nor do they know what infiltration and invasion means. But the hatred for the Pussy is engraved in everyone's heart. It has to be said that this article is reasonable and well-founded and is easily incited by famous masters at first glance. Especially those who were unknown, after learning the news, public opinion was instantly in full swing. Even the filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been affected to a certain extent. The tense has fermented, what do you think? Yesi's face was a little cautious. She knew very well that this was malicious smear. But public opinion is a double-edged sword, and sometimes it is very easy to fail if it is not handled well. What do you think of Director Lai and Mr. Zhong? Du Sheng did not answer the question, and even felt a little distracted. Speaking of which, the income from selling Murong Fu's sword and the money he earned in Xiangzhong were not suitable for disclosure, and the poster was indeed caught by the loophole. But if you want to overthrow him with just this little trick, it would be too delusional. They guessed that you were being tricked by someone, and even deliberately squeezed out the legend of the Condor heroes and prepared to hold a press conference. Yes, Xi's words have two meanings. First, support Du Sheng and will not affect his relationship because of this little thing. Second, the legend of the Condor heroes is currently very popular, and many competitors want it to die. And the fastest way to kill it is what? Of course, it's about making a fuss about the male and female protagonists. It is precisely because of these forces that secretly contributed to the fire that Du Sheng's name had spread all over the country in less than half a day. But unfortunately, he was labeled as a bad name and was detained as a false charge, which became the target of public criticism and was condemned and demanded by countless netizens. Even the media far away from Xiangzhong ended up as excited as if they smelled fishy. After all, this person is still in the popularity of the Woolen finals. Now that there is such a strong piece of information, why worry about headlines and traffic? But if you really have to worry about it, there are only two stains on Du Sheng. One is the descendant of the Puzi, and the other is the investment money is produced by the Puzi organization, and it is bribed by it. It is not difficult to solve it. After all, there is no solid evidence to pour sewage. As long as evidence is presented, everything will be destroyed without any attack. Chapter 168 Xiangzhuang dances with a sword. But for the legend of the Condor heroes, the impact is relatively great. Most of the drama has been filmed, and Lai Shui's publicity work is being prepared and is initially expected to be broadcast during the summer vacation. He originally planned to release TV series in the mainland, Bay City, and Nanyang one after another. But as soon as this incident came out, it immediately disrupted his plan. He was also named as the stigma of accepting Neon Puzi's investment plus inviting Puzi to film a drama. After being made like this, the difficulty of the legend of the Condor heroes being released in various places will undoubtedly increase greatly. Therefore, it is certain that Lai Shui is a big fire. The forces behind them were openly trying to mess with Du Sheng, but secretly it was Xiangzhuang dancing the sword in Pei Gong. Although it would not kill the legend of the Condor heroes, it is disgusting to be chased and bitten by a group of mad dogs. Therefore, a press conference was held as soon as possible to clarify. The three-party investment is innocent and can even trace the source of funds. As for inviting Puppet to film a drama, can I go to you? Du Sheng's ID card can be smashed out, and the ancestors can be listed for 3 generations. Did you find out who is doing it behind the scenes? Du Sheng pointed to the name on the post and asked. In fact, after reading the article, he had already vaguely guessed something in his mind. Sure enough, Yezi said directly. I have asked someone to investigate, open your past and present obviously collected money, and the source of funds seems to be from Bay City. However, the details have not been found yet, and it will take as soon as 1 or 2 days. I know who it is, there is no need to check it. Du Sheng smiled faintly and quipped. But then again, if you find out the source of funds so quickly, you wouldn't have sent someone to tie him up, right? With the Ye family's ability in all walks of life, if you want to do this, it depends on whether the person around you wants to. Seeing that he still had leisure, Yesi ignored the joke and returned to her elegance and tranquility. Really, you don't have the chance to provoke people from the Bay City. Is it because of Jia Saiwen? How could she not know about the romantic scandal of the person in front of her as a partner plus agent? However, Du Sheng's ability is there. It would be too fake to say that he doesn't even have any attraction to actresses. As long as she didn't do something too ridiculous, she wouldn't bother to pay attention to it. Moreover, based on her understanding of Du Sheng, except for some flaws in female scandals, it is impossible to make a fool of yourself. You should know more clearly about this. Didn't you handle her contract? Du Sheng did not give a positive answer, but instead had time to ask. That's Wu Dun. Yes, Hiruo nodded with thought. Jia Seng and Wu Dun had a quarrel and intended to invest in Miracle Studio by signing a contract. She knew it very well. Some time ago, she also used her relationship to get in touch with Sister Auy. It is unknown how to talk about it, and it is unknown what price it will cost. Sister Auy may be stuck in the trap and throws out the hot potato directly. Now Jia Swen has become a member of Miracle Studio, and it is common sense to face Wu Dun's anger. But I didn't expect the other party to put the attack point on Du Sheng. Also use network methods plus media resources to pour sewage. It may be at the beginning, but now it's more than that. Du Sheng said playfully. Indeed. Yes, Ji's words showed seriousness. I plan to use media influence to conduct public relations and reduce those unfavorable reports within 48 hours. She also understood that there were more than Wu Dun behind the push this time. If you don't break it thoroughly, you will be afraid that there will be endless troubles. After all, her fate and Du Sheng are closely linked, just like sitting on a boat and facing the wind and waves together. Du Sheng smiled and unexpectedly declined her kindness. No need. At this time, the pressure on the heat makes one feel guilty, as if showing weakness to the other party. Yes, he was a little anxious. This wave is deliberately targeting you and the legend of the Condor heroes. If you get hit, the shooting progress will also be affected. Don't worry, they can't afford to jump. Du Sheng was quite calm. The clear one is clear, and the turbid one is turbid. If we are eager to withdraw the article and suppress public opinion now, wouldn't it just respond to their accusations? Then what are your plans? Seeing that he was calm and composed, Yesi couldn't help but ask strangely. Du Sheng smiled indifferently. Since I want to attack me so much, let them let it go. I'm afraid they won't make a big deal enough and waste this hot spend. The same thing is true. A star with no controversy and popularity is even worse than a country ant. As long as the foundation cannot be shaken, some storms can thrive. For example, the reputation value is now rising. As for the solution, he also had several solutions in his mind. Yesi instantly understood his intention and was a little worried. But in this way, all the pressure will be concentrated on you. If I don't even have this responsibility, what's the confidence I have to stay in this circle? Du Sheng's tone was calm. He knew that sooner or later he would have to stand on his own. If he couldn't even stand this little storm, then how could he talk about development? What do you plan to do specifically? Seeing that he had made up his mind, Ye Ji stopped persuading him and said in a deep voice. I can cooperate here. Du Sheng thought for a while and asked. Have the broadcast of The Legend of Wulin by Yangshi 5 channel was implemented. Since Jia Saiwen joined the studio, he has had a premonition that this will happen. Even if it is not Wu Dun, he will be Zhang Dehuzi who was fighting for the project before, or Hui Ai, who had a conflict sooner or later. What's more, The Legend of the Condor Heroes has become a popular one now and has been remembered for a long time. Compared with the fantasy company that is backed by the Gongfang and the powerful Zhongzhen, Du Sheng is undoubtedly a soft persimmon that is easy to grasp. In addition, he is the male lead of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, so it is almost a foregone conclusion to attack him. But Wu Dun, who had long mountains and far away, obviously did not investigate him in detail, thinking that he was still a small person. He also underestimated his connections and strength. Therefore, Wu Dun tried to achieve his goal by sniping The Legend of the Sky. If The Legend of the Condor Heroes dies in the middle of the journey, the loss will be great and you may even face the risk of changing roles. Wu Dun and others may think that as long as things get big enough, it's just like yellow mud falling off the crotch, either shit or shit. Out of evasion, Lai Shui's zinc and zinc plate Du Sheng. Even if Lai Shui and Zayawai dare to give up the brand, the fantasy company behind him will force him to do so. However, they don't understand what it means to be different from the past. Yesi guessed that this might involve a backhand and said, "The program has been completed there, the trailer has been released, and it will be broadcast tomorrow night." The night when Du Sheng entered the finals, the relevant work had already begun. Last week, Bai Xian called her and said that she had submitted it to the TV station for approval and should be approved today. If it really doesn't work, she can also go there in person and have a little public relations, so there will be no big problems in this regard. Du Sheng raised 2 more counterattacks, and then changed his mind. "When will Director Lai hold a press conference? Please arrange it for me, and I will meet you." How could such a lively thing be missing? Yesi knew that this was Du Sheng's countermeasure and was a little excited. "It's just right now, let's go." Bay City, a certain club. Wu Dun, with fat head and big ears, was lying on the sofa and was allowed to be sent by 2 cool women. Seeing that he was closing his eyes and resting, the assistant hesitated and said, "Brother Dun, public opinion in the mainland is fermenting and has already burned to Du Sheng. As for Sister Auy, I went to Nanyang yesterday and it will probably take some time to come back." Wu Dun opened his eyes and felt a hint of gloom. "This bitch Jia slut. If I hadn't helped her, would she have what she is today?" Before she could stand firmly, she wanted to break away from control. Who did she think she was? The assistant knew the reason very well and secretly complained. "How much has others earned for you? Why don't you say this? Last month, I forced the other party to endorse your grey business. Those who cherish their feathers have long since cut off from you. And that bastard named Du." A trace of sinister flashed in Wu Dun's eyes. "The boy who is still stinky and has no choice but to pry him off? If he doesn't destroy him, he will die in the womb of the legend of the Condor heroes. Outsiders think I'm old. If you are full of dissatisfaction with Jia Saiwen, then you are completely disgusted with Du Sheng. What is the difference between this dam and riding on Tai Sui's head to get into the ground? As for Sister Auy, a woman who is not good at talking, he still has no time to worry about it." Although the assistant was still complaining, he couldn't help but say carefully, "Brother Dun, do you want to add another fire as planned?" Wu Dun pondered for a moment and ordered, "Aren't there some forces over there taking advantage of the situation in the dark? Try to contact them and trample that bastard to death in one wave. In addition, we will increase our efforts to create more articles and spend money to buy hot searches to pull Yingtian into the water. Apart from 2 places, he can only do this for the time being. You can't fight and kill like Bay City, and send someone to deal with the other party, right? Speaking of which, the legend of the Condor heroes originally had his investment, but Fantasy Company was worried that his funds would be unclear, and finally, through swap investment, he was no longer present in this TV series. Now seeing its popularity is getting stronger and stronger, the more he thinks about it, the more he feels loss. Since you can't get it, you'll ruin it." The assistant hesitated a little and couldn't help but say, "This kind of randomly fabricated article has no basis or solid evidence, and is easily exposed. So what if you expose it?" Wu Dun curled a sneer at the corner of her mouth. "Celebrity artists care about reputation the most, and they want to put a few veils of holiness on themselves. How much manpower and material resources will it take to explain?" Even if he tried his best to cleanse it, it was useless, because people's memory was limited and they would only remember the important deeds about him. Who would care whether the stain had been washed? As the saying goes, everyone can destroy gold, and even if he presents thousands of evidence to prove his innocence, others only believe that it is a quibble, and this is the heart of the people. The melon-eating people on the internet will not go into the end. They only hope that the descendants of this puppet will be cleaned up, and then they will feel relieved after stepping on them. What you want to do next is to give the public a channel to vent and guide public opinion. There is no need to do anything else, just wait and see them explode with a bang. As the 3G line is laid more and more widely, smartphones have begun to update and iterate, and the network has gradually become the main battlefield of public opinion. As long as you guide it well, it will be no less powerful than a bomb. Chapter 169 Hidden Struggle. The news has only fermented for an afternoon and has become the focus of hot discussion in society. Recently, the hot topic on the internet, especially the post-bar, is the news that Du Sheng is the descendant of the puppet. After repeated reports, digging and inducing by interested media, the public's interest and suspicion were raised. Although I haven't believed it all, this topic is too infuriating. If Du Sheng doesn't respond well, let alone bring glory to the country, I'm afraid that the people's indignation and the media's criticism will make him exhausted. At this moment, Du Sheng, who was focused on many eyes, still had the leisure to reply to the inquiries of Lu Yifei, Fan Ou, Jia Swen, Zhang Baji, Yang Mi, and others. "A Sheng, why are you here?" Zhong Zhen, standing in the conference hall, looked at Du Sheng coming in and said a little surprised. This press conference was decided temporarily and no parties were required to attend. And she knew that Du Sheng was going to Xiangzhong to participate in the finals, so she didn't have much time. So there was no notice before. The other party's finger is very obvious. If I don't show up, I feel that there is always a lack of persuasion. Du Sheng smiled and walked towards the reception site without hesitation. Zhong Zhen wanted to speak but stopped, but in the end he still suppressed his thoughts. Since this person dares to come, he is most likely confident and cannot fall into the trap. Stepping into the reception room, the staff quickly opened the door for him. They were besieging Lai Shui, recruiting Qin Mu to send Yang Zijiao to silence, and they all looked back. After discovering it was him, he immediately turned around in surprise and took photos of various cameras. Click! Click! Faced with the sound of shutters and dazzling flashes, Du Sheng was calm and walked towards the podium with a smile. "A Sheng, you." Lai Shuizhu was surprised to ask a question, but when he saw that he shook his head slightly, he temporarily pressed his question. "Mr. Du, may I ask? I don't know if you are online rumors." As soon as Du Sheng approached, the reporters couldn't wait to siege him. Lai Shui waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. These journalists and media are also old-fashioned people. They knew that they couldn't ask anything in chaos, so they quickly calmed down. "Since I'm standing here tonight, I will naturally give you an explanation." Du Sheng pressed his hands down, signaled everyone to sit back to their original position, and looked around and said, "Start with this reporter." The selected female reporter looked happy, stood up quickly, and asked questions prepared in advance. "Mr. Du Sheng, there are reports online that you invested in the funds for filming The Legend of the Condor Heroes from a secret grant from a Neon intelligence agency. What are your responses to this?" Du Sheng smiled calmly and did not answer in person, but signaled the two behind him to step forward. "As for the source of funds, I think it is better to leave it to professional accountants or lawyers to respond." After the two accountants and lawyers who came to assist in the clarification stood up, they first showed their documents, then presented them one by one, and said seriously, "This is what Mr. Du Sheng entrusts us to make public announcements. If you have any questions." The reporters were shocked and went forward to take a photo while watching, understanding that Du Sheng was prepared. "What was in front of me was documents such as bank account transaction records, tax returns, investment channels, etc. that proved the legitimacy of Du Sheng's source of funds." Faced with such professionals, they know that no matter how they question, the other party can respond calmly and rationally. For example, on the bank account transaction form, it is clearly recorded that the money Du Sheng invested in Goddess Dragon comes from an antique transaction with the Zheng family. There is also 7 million yuan of funds invested in Yi Tian. In addition to Du Sheng's advertising endorsement plus song ringtone plus investment return, one of the 3 million yuan actually comes from the Ye family in Cantonese. Dare to question the Ye family in Cantonese? You have to ask yourself whether your horoscope is strong enough. It's no point to focus on this topic again. Lai Shui and Du Sheng shocked the reporters and media as soon as he made a move. Although he was surprised, he quickly seized the opportunity and added, I don't know where the so-called evidence came from when those who attacked Ji Tian and Sheng's funds illegal. There is no doubt that all these are slander and rumors. The internet is not a lawless place. I have applied for the police to intervene in the investigation and will use legal means to defend our legitimate rights and interests in the future. This kind of atrocities that make things happen out of nothing and bite back is completely trampling on the bottom line of the law. Lai Shuhei retorted in the venue, and the reporters kept shooting and recording, trying to capture every detail festival. The reversal of this incident was beyond imagination, and there seemed to be explosive news hidden in it. As media people, all they can do is reveal the truth. As for right and wrong, the public will judge it. Of course, pursuing gimmicks and explosive points is also essential. Some reporters were unwilling to leave, and asked one after another, Mr. Du, there are rumors that you are a descendant of a puppet. What are your responses to this? I feel like you are swearing, and it's very vicious. Du Sheng smiled and said, I was too lazy to respond to this topic of criticizing the mulberry and scolding the poor. But if I don't say it, you will definitely be anxious with me and even question whether I am guilty, so let's just say a few simple words. As he said that, he took out 2 copies from his pocket and showed them to everyone. This is where my household registration is born. As long as I am not a blind man, I can see clearly. Do you still have any questions? Du Sheng dared to put out such things in a noble way, and everyone was speechless on the spot. Because the consequences are serious, because the fraud is not allowed. But Du Sheng understood that the accusations and doubts would not disappear because of this. Those who deliberately smear him don't care about the truth at all, they just need an excuse to vent. If Du Sheng wants to break this deadlock, the best way is to find a new topic and divert the public's attention. Surprisingly, he did the opposite. Du Sheng chose to fight hard, pointed to another document and said lightly, This is something left by my father. Everyone looked carefully and suddenly felt an uproar. Because there are 5 big words written on the home page of this document. 3 preferential treatment certificates. People with some understanding know what this means. Because its full name is Lay Exclusive Certificate, Preferential Certificate for the Remnants of People Who Died of Illness. This means that Du Sheng's father may be a less who died in the line of duty. How could those who can be called lay be descendants of Neon Oxim? Once this certificate is released, it is a kingly explosion. If someone suspects that Du Sheng is a puppet, it either has an IQ problem or has a head clipped by the door. Mr. Du, can you tell me about your father's deeds? I'll ask, your father. For a moment, the reporters and media at the scene became excited and couldn't wait to surround him again. Even Lai Shui induced Reef to end the friends and end the king of the last 7th. I never expected that this person was so hidden. If they knew that he was a descendant of a martyr, they would worry about yarn and would fight back on the spot. Everyone's curiosity suddenly raised and asked, Can you tell me specifically? Du Sheng's expression added a hint of reminiscence and emotion, and said indifferently, My father was a rescuer, but he died in a disaster 12 years ago. 12 years ago? Yes, his father is indeed a disaster relief worker. During a disaster rescue process, he unfortunately sacrificed his life to save a girl washed away by the flood. His mother was overly sad and weak, and she passed away soon after. But these memories were so long that he almost forgot them. After all, when his father had an accident, he was still young. If it weren't for Huang Deli's mention of it before coming, he might not have remembered it now. If this is put in a few years, the pension alone will be enough for him to have food and clothing. Unfortunately, it happened more than 10 years ago in the Fire Age, and no one helped me apply for it, so I only got such a certificate. Of course, there are some preferential treatments, such as priority window services, priority registration, free public transportation, etc. Lai Shui Jihui suddenly remembered something and said in surprise, Baiku disaster. Is it the first time that the East has invited the international community to help due to natural disasters? That's right, the worst disaster in decades broke out in the Huaycang area that year. A group of reporters and media also reacted, staring wide and exclaiming in surprise. That year, disasters occurred in 18 prefectures, direct governments, and other places, spreading across most of the territory. The most severe disasters and the greatest losses were the Anhui Prefecture and Su Prefecture, which were suffocated by Hongye. According to preliminary statistics at that time, the total number of people suffering from disasters reached more than 60 million, more than 1,000 injuries and more than 1,000 crops affected the area of more than 5 million hectares, and various economic targets exceeded billions. The reason why they were impressed was that this incident also caused a sensation in the international and entertainment circles. After a week, countries including the Lighthouse, Maple Leaf Country, Australia, and other countries donated more than 50 million soft sister coins to the United Nations. That's right, it's the soft girls coin. It is also a joint donation from 8 developed countries. On the other side of Xinjiang, the total amount of citizens' disaster recovery fundraising has reached $470 million in just 10 days. Among them, people in the entertainment industry in Xinjiang also raised 22 million yuan for this purpose. The film gathers nearly all first and second-tier stars, which is rare in the history of Xinjiang film. In order to get citizens to raise funds, they also performed their unique skills in person. For example, Cheng Long made 7 odds in a row for 50,000 yuan. Liu Yingmao, who was already the 4 kings at that time, performed a big stone in his chest without playing with it. After getting up, he ignored the vomiting of blood, and the first sentence he said was, "Blood is thicker than water." Good. Du Sheng just like saying something irrelevant, he said lightly. That disaster that year cost more than a dozen people, and my father is one of them. The reason I remember is that my mother also died of illness soon after. Everyone fell silent. The original surging mood gradually became silent. They never expected it. This young man who was slandered as a descendant of a puppet actually had such unforgettable experience. For a moment, everyone responded with sympathy and respected him. As for whether anyone suspects that Du Sheng is a descendant of the puppet, even if they are thick-skinned, they still have a bottom line. Anyone who still puts this frame up and framing will have something to say. Chapter 170 A Decisive Kill. At this moment, a crisp and sweet voice sounded. Mr. Du, will you completely wash away the slander in the finals tomorrow night? With the microphone with the Urban Entertainment News logo, I put it closer to Du Sheng. Seeing this girl appear here, Du Sheng was a little surprised and replied with a smile. You can look forward to it. Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes lit up and she asked again. It is said that Yangshi Channel 5 will broadcast the Woolen Finals live. Is it true? The popularity of the internet today is related to Du Sheng, so she came here specially. Now it seems that tomorrow's Tao Shao can be booked. Du Sheng smiled and nodded, saying. CCTV 5 should have a preview of the program, and it will indeed be broadcast live tomorrow night. If you are interested, remember to watch it. After his words fell, the scene suddenly became quiet, and then it became boiling like a pot of explosion. 2 of the reporters' faces froze and felt powerless. They all secretly collected money, just to make troubled waters. But before he could question it, the previous accusations against Du Sheng were broken down one after another. Do you still have to continue to hold Du Sheng and accept neon bribes? Others will be on stage tomorrow night, and they threatened to beat Neon Puppet out of their anger. It is impossible to kill it now. What is there to question this? As for the live broadcast of Yangshi Channel 5, it is estimated that it has been announced to the public now, and only when I am stupid is questioned. However, for the boxing world, this is still a sensational big news. After all, the sports channel has been live for so long, how could it have ever been like a face? The reporters were all excited and eager to go back and write the report. But Du Sheng felt a little dissatisfied and pondered. With this busy night, I'll announce another thing. If I win the championship in Legend of Woolen, then all the prizes and endorsement fees obtained in this competition will be donated to poor areas in the mainland for construction of schools, roads, and improvement of water and electricity facilities. As soon as this statement came out, the scene fell into silence again, followed by sensation and exclamations. Mr. Du Sheng, do you think this is true? The champion's income is no less than 2 million. Would you be too rash? Zheng Zian blinked and was quite surprised. Because in the entire sports world, no one has ever been able to do this. Regardless of whether Du Sheng won the championship or not, it is admirable that he dared to make such a promise in front of so many media and journalists. Yes, the subsequent includes my clothing sub-brand. I promise that every item I sell will be charged for donating. Du Sheng was obviously not joking. From the moment he nodded, the scene became boiling. The bonus plus endorsement is no less than 2 million, and subsequent donations include brand sales revenue. He actually donated as soon as he said he would. The reporters pressed the shutter one after another, and the flashes came one after another. Everyone knows that headlines in major sections have already been settled tomorrow. Many people even realized that this incident not only did not bring any negative impact on Du Sheng, but instead became a new starting point for his career. That's right, a stunning reversal was achieved. It can be called a decisive kill. I guess most netizens didn't expect that Du Sheng had prepared so many killer weapons. Martyr's father participated in the Woolen finals, promised to donate bonuses, overturn all rumors. After this series of actions, Du Sheng has established an unshakable positive image for himself. If he can really win the championship, he will also bring glory to the country, abuse the little puppet, and donate several layers of halos to him. What other negative consequences will affect him in the future? After the press conference, Du Sheng was unable to leave. Zheng Zian came all the way, obviously she wanted to get some exclusive reports. He invited this girl to a restaurant private room. Wang Yeyang had already changed his air tickets and took the late-night flight to another airport, so there was no hurry. This is a big reversal, congratulations. Zheng Zian is still so pure and beautiful. I wonder if the reporter has become a regular, but the little witch has become much more restrained. After sitting down, she did not rush to pick up the pen holder, and even asked the fat man behind her to stand a little further. The fat man stepped back with resentment. Am I in the middle of the situation, or am I worried that I know you have a close personal relationship with Du Sheng? Du Sheng just smiled and said, "This is not surprising, or do you have no confidence in me?" To be honest, when Zheng Zian first learned about the explosive information on the internet, she was indeed a little bit worrying that he can't stand public opinion. This reversal really surprised her. Do you know who is the manipulator behind this time? After chatting for a few seconds, Zheng Zian couldn't help asking. Du Sheng pondered for a while and said, I only know about it. For example, the source of funds from the poster from Tianya is Wancheng. There are also media that fuel the fire, and there are likely overseas forces, such as Sprintacher control. Previously, Zheng Zidao mentioned that the amount of foreign penis in the Woolen finals will be no less than $1 billion, and the upper limit is unknown. How could no one have any bad intentions for such a large cake? And Du Sheng is a favorite to win the championship. For example, if he does this tonight, if his emotions, state, and spirit are affected, the result will be unpredictable after he comes to power. Just move the pointer slightly and make a fortune is not a luxury. As for whether there are any invisible pushers such as Hui Ai and Wang Zonglei, it is unknown for the time being. Really? Then this is definitely a big deal. Zheng Zian was already excited and greeted. Fatty, write it down quickly. The fat man's mouth twitched. I'm the life to be a maid. However, this is indeed exclusive information, and he still recorded it quickly. By the way, is it true that you told the donation of clothing brands before? Zheng Zian suddenly remembered something and asked again. Donate one for every item sold? It has never happened before, so this is a precedent. Du Sheng thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide it. He nodded and said, I have an agreement with the young master of the Zheng family in Xiangzhong that if I win the championship, I will jointly establish a clothing brand Kung Fu Pian, which is named under the Jin Lilet. At the same time, we also intend to establish a Waban charity organization to accept charitable donations from peers in the entertainment industry in the Asia-Pacific region. All donations will be used in poor Western regions. All donations will be transparent and open. 20 Hope primary schools will be built within the year, and roads, water, and electricity facilities in 10 villages will be improved. All donations from the Kung Fu Piao brand will be handed over to this Huabang charity organization to complete. Zheng Zian and the fat man looked at each other, and the more he heard it, the more surprised he became. This guy is really here with such detailed plans and arrangements. And so much investment? Great! Zheng Zian became serious and helped record. These are all things that Du Sheng did not mention in detail before, and they were obviously taking care of her. Facing the interview camera, Du Sheng smiled. I have actually guessed a few points about the driving force behind this incident. As soon as this statement came out, Zheng Zian looked shocked. Is this going to explode or declare war? I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. But then I thought about it, if this broke out, it would almost be a breakup. Which one is better or worse must be considered. Fortunately, Du Sheng did not name the name, but just said something casually. I don't agree with the saying, young celebrity is just giving me benefits. If you dare to come to the mainland, it wouldn't have been enlightened for 6 years. This sentence is Wu Dun's catchphrase, which means to be a celebrity in public and to give benefits to your younger brothers. As for the 6 years of enlightenment, we have to mention the Bai Yan who shocked Bay City back then, and this one is one of the murderers. At first he was sentenced to the Wu period, but later he was so amazing that he was reduced to 6 years. Zheng Zian and the fat man looked at each other, not understanding. However, they knew very well that this was very important, so they wrote it down first and then checked it. Although Du Sheng did not explain in detail, it can be foreseen that tomorrow's entertainment headlines will definitely be slaughtered by him. Zheng Zian asked the details again, and knew that he was going to rush to Xiangzhong. She stood up and smiled. It's not too late, so it won't delay you. Unfortunately, the area I am responsible for is in the M store, and this time it has been considered a cross-border, otherwise I have to join in the fun. While speaking, she was in a good mood and hugged Du Sheng and whispered in his ear. How many confidants do you guys have? My boss kept asking me to dig deeper and report it, which is so annoying. That's it. Du Sheng ignored the fat man's surprised eyes and smiled. To be honest, at my age, few girls can make me moved. If you really want to calculate it, you should be the 8th one. Puff, you really know how to coax people. Zheng Zian hit him lightly, but her eyes curled up. Although it is a joke, anyone who is praised is happy. Besides, the popularity of this person around him is already at the forefront, and he can even land in the ranks of the top 10 students in the mainland tomorrow night. There are definitely only a handful of people who can catch his eye and get praise. Du Sheng didn't joke anymore and gave her a gift. I can have the present and today. I haven't thanked you for posting many tweets, a little bit of my heart. Zheng Zian took it curiously, took it apart and said in surprise. Wow, it's Canon's latest EOS 20D. The gift from Du Sheng is a SLR camera. This camera directly dominated the annual champion with its powerful sports photography capabilities, excellent image quality, noise control level, and excellent battery life. She has always dreamed of it, but she was even carried to 10,000 oceans and couldn't buy it. Du Sheng obviously bought this from Xiangzhong. Seeing this girl enjoying her, she couldn't put it down and said with a smile. If you want to go to Xiangzhong for an interview, there is actually no way. Oh. Zheng Ziyan finally raised her head and asked. What method? It's very simple. When you go back and tell your boss that you have tracked down my exclusive scandal, it's very exciting. And after I win the championship, I just need to accept your exclusive interview. Zheng Ziyan's beautiful eyes lit up and she was a little moved. Okay, I'll go back to the branch to get the manuscript first, and I'll try to get it over tomorrow. See you then, I'll leave first. Du Sheng patted her shoulders, explained to yes sir, and turned around and got into the car. Chapter 171 Inviting Contestants. Shortly after Du Sheng got on the plane, Zheng Ziyan wrote the report overnight. On the front page of the Urban Entertainment News, an article titled Is Du Sheng, who is questioned about the descendant of the puppet, a patriotic boxer or a loyal and martyrdom descendant, quickly fermented. As an entertainment newspaper with a new trend in the internet, the influence of Urban Entertainment News is getting higher and higher. This article is about a recent hot topic, and it was quickly reprinted by dozens of media outlets and even made headlines on the 3 major media outlets. Netizens who have been paying attention to the descendants of Puzi and the Yi Tian who have accepted the investment in Puzi institutions in The Legend of the Condor Heroes saw many articles that were completely opposite to those before overnight. My God, isn't it? This actor who has been in a hot spot recently is actually a patriotic boxer. He entered the finals of the Woolen as the only Chinese, preparing to beat up the neon puppet. What is even more incredible is that he is actually a philanthropist. Join forces with the Zheng family in Xiangjiang to establish a Huabang charity organization, build schools in the western region, and improve infrastructure such as roads, water, and electricity. If these reports are true, then this person is undoubtedly a person worthy of praise. But why did there be countless bad words accusing him of being a descendant of the puppet? People's curiosity was quickly ignited. Everyone began to check the authenticity of this article. At this moment, some people finally discovered that the promotional trailer for the Legend of Martial Arts Finals released by Yangshi 5 last night, which focused on Du Sheng, who is the only Chinese contestant. The story about his hometown background and the martyr's father were also dug out. From this we can see that all the mentions in the report are certain. For a moment, the deceived audience became angry. Such an upright and kind person was blamed for being a descendant of the puppet, and even was specially banned by the puppet. What's even more shameful is that many people believe it. What a irony this is! An artist plus boxer who is loyal to the country has suffered such unfair insults? The public opinion trend reversed rapidly. Countless people began to be indignant and rehabilitated them in Tianya, blogs, post bars, etc. Many netizens even began to explore who was behind the scenes. Du Sheng said. I really want them to find out and ensure that the one in Wancheng can't afford to take advantage of it. As public opinion continues to ferment, Ye Ji, Zhong Zhen and Lai Shuyi are hot and soft. This time it was a blessing in disguise. At least, The Legend of the Condor Heroes has received a lot of attention out of thin air. But if you want to say that the biggest profit and popularity is Du Sheng who turned the world around. The stains that were poured on him turned into reputation. The news that Chinese boxers will beat up the little puppet in the finals of The Legend of Woolen has also successfully attracted more attention. This unprecedented event also brought a wave of viewership growth to Yangtze 5. Especially after the promotional trailer for the final of Legend of Woolen released last night, the program's broadcast during the day once entered the top 6 in the ratings of the ratings. This is undoubtedly a big favor for Yangtze 5, which has the lowest ratings all year round. The program hero list proposed by Zheng Zidao was also put on the agenda by Yangtze 5. When Du Sheng went to Xiangjiang, he specifically explained to Ye Zizi about the joint venture production of the hero list. Ye Zi was extremely concerned about this matter. All because Du Sheng once promised her that once the show was successfully launched, she would also have some equity as a member of the studio. After solving the public opinion problem, Ye Ji immediately made an appointment with Zheng Zidao and Bai Xian to hold tripartite talks. The reason why she is so concerned is that the money and fame she gains are second. If this program can be successfully created, it is very likely that it will give birth to a leading domestic mixed martial arts event in the future. By then, she would add another impressive performance. Even if you can get the recognition of several old men of the Ye family, your resources will be slightly tilted towards her. In contrast to Yezi, who is in a good mood, someone is in a very bad mood. Bay City, a luxurious guild hall. Bang! A valuable foreign brand mobile phone was smashed to the floor. It collapsed in an instant. Wu Dun sat there with a gloomy face, his chest undulating. Can this all reverse? It's a bunch of trash for eating. He couldn't figure it out anyway, but overnight, the situation where he was sure to win was overturned. What made him even more unacceptable was that the subversive one was Du Sheng, who had never taken it to his heart. In this battle of interests, Wu Dun's eyes have always focused on the drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes. He wanted to control the show, but he would ruin it if he didn't get it at most. And Du Sheng is just used to leverage the inconspicuous Yingtian chess piece. The biggest reason for slandering is Jia Siwen's turnaround. However, what he never expected was that this kind of little guy who was not up to the table slap him hard. What's worse is that as the public opinion surged backfire, Wu Dun began to feel a little bad. He seemed to have heard the investors from The Legend of the Condor Heroes sneered at him. No, the investment channels in the mainland cannot be lost, you have to find an opportunity to go there. Just as the mainland was in full swing due to the Neon Descendants, the K1 fighting event of Neon Kingdom is also preparing in full swing. After more than 10 years of development, K1 has long been among the top standing fighting events in the world. This year, Oriental's first broadcast of The Legend of Wulin also gave the organizers of K1 fighting hope. After all, it is a huge market with a population of more than 1 billion, with unlimited potential. Before this, the organizer of K1 fighting has tried to enter the Oriental market many times, and even cooperated with Oriental's sports department to invite several Sanda experts to participate. Unfortunately, players such as Teng Jun and Hu, Wang Shanzhen, and Zhang Jiapo, who were highly anticipated, were eliminated in the first round. Coupled with the previous penalty dispute, Dongfang no longer sent players to participate in K1. Therefore, K1's development plan for the eastern market was once stranded. Now, the news that a Chinese player named Du Sheng successfully entered the Wulin finals has made the organizer of K1 see the dawn of developing the Oriental market again. After all, Ko Sato is a popular player second only to the four kings of K1 Max, and the organizers have always paid attention to it. Since learning that his last opponent was Chinese, Chairman CG Sikawa has noticed Du Sheng's existence. In order to try to win over this Oriental player, Tanikawa Sadaji specially convened an internal meeting to start discussing the arrangements for this year's invitational tournament. As the founder and former chairman, Kazuyoshi Ishii also attended the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, Kazuyoshi Ishii remained silent and did not express too much opinions. Tanikawa Sadaji knew what this old friend was thinking and asked in a deep thought. "Do you want to invite this Chinese contestant to try it?" Tanikawa Sadaji was originally a consultant, but he took over the position after Ishii Kazuya was imprisoned. After working together for more than 10 years, he knew very well that Kazuyoshi Ishii played a pivotal role in the fighting world, and his evaluation of the player's strength was quite authoritative. No matter which aspect, it is necessary to listen to opinions. Ishii Kazuyoshi thought for a while and said, "I think it is necessary to give it a try while the UFC is postponed. Which level should you attend?" Currently, there are two major events in K1, namely K1 World GP and K1 World Max. The former is to select 7 masters from the Intercontinental Tournament plus the world to participate in the global knockout round. The worst of these players are all active champions from the world free fighting organizations such as WKA, WACO, ISKA, and WMTA. The latter is because Asian race and physique cannot compete with the top European giants, so it set up a competition for the huge middleweight Asian player market. In the name of inviting players, participate in the K1 GP World Championship. Tanikawa Satori nodded and asked again. Is it necessary to give him some special care through special events, such as arranging a lighter opponent for him? Ishii Kazuyoshi thought for a while, shook his head and said. Since it is a global event, it must be fair and open, otherwise it will only damage K1's external image. He paused for a moment and added. And with the strength he has shown so far, he is enough to be comparable to the 4 heavenly kings, and there is no need to take special care. As soon as this said, the scene suddenly became surprised. Tanikawa Satori and several shareholders also looked up in surprise. Du Sheng is indeed a bit of strength to enter the Woolen finals, but it is unknown whether he can beat Sato KO, and he is still comparable to the 4 kings of K1? Is this too high profile? For example, one of the 4 majors, Masato, as a household name for Neon, has won the titles of AJKF Welterweight King, ISKA World Welterweight King, K1 Max Neon King and other titles. The other 3 are not bad either, and no one is inferior to KO Sato. Moreover, the K1 can achieve today's achievements, which is inseparable from their joint construction. However, Tanikawa Satori knew that this friend was quite opinionated and pondered. Then I'll send someone to contact you first and then see the situation. Everyone has no objection, it is a matter of testing first. If the opponent really wants to win the championship, he is indeed qualified to compete for the seed player of the K1 GP World Championship in the second half of the year. At this moment, someone they were talking about had just finished filming the TV endorsement of Jin Lila and was having a meal at a restaurant in Tsim Sha Tsui. Brother Sheng, I will still support you as always tonight. Ma Yaoi is also the one who observes his words and expressions. He has changed his mind this time and has taken the initiative to treat him, but he is a little confused. It's a pity that you are a big hit in this finals, and your odds are low. That's right, this time the citizens of Xiangjiang almost unanimously determined that this dark horse in the mainland was unstoppable and was about to soar to the sky. Even if the kickboxing maniac Zofuji Yao has a very famous reputation. In recent years, he has won the WKA World Muay Thai Welterweight and WKPC World Championships, becoming the second only to the Silver Wolf Masato in the neon boxing world. But in front of the dark horse, nothing is worth mentioning. Brainless stud. The odds given are also, including the outer green handicap, which is surprisingly exaggerated. Mainland Dark Horse vs Kickboxing Crazy, 1.66, 3.56, 2.13. Even though it is so low, it still cannot withstand the passion of the citizens. Sometimes this is the case, people in Xiangjiang believe in metaphysics more. Chapter 172 Mutation Accident. In addition, because some Chinese made it to the finals. This time, the overwhelming publicity of the organizer plus Zheng family plus TVB, Woolen has increased by 30% in Hong Kong. According to the Spinach boss, the betting amount as of noon today is no less than HK $1.5 billion. This is just a preliminary statistics, and no one knows the specific details. According to Ma Yaoi's gossip, even Southeast Asia has many bosses coming to play. Brother Sheng, I brought 300,000 yuan, why not? Wang Yeyang, who followed, had long been thinking about this matter and was a little ready to look at Du Sheng. No one will guarantee it if he hasn't officially fought. Du Sheng did not give a clear statement, but said to Ma Yaoi, let's bet all in, find a safe handicap. Ma Yaoi smiled excitedly. Don't worry, the one we opened in cooperation is new and unforgettable. From the time of Kowloon Walled City to the present, there will be no problems. There is a saying he didn't say, Xinyan has a close relationship with the Xiang family, and the basic foundation is there. Du Sheng transferred 3 million this time, and the meaning of being in full is already very obvious. Wang Yeyang also reacted and rubbed his hands and said to Ma Yaoi, mine is bet too. Last time he didn't get any oil and water, and he was upset for several days. This time he said nothing he could not miss. In the chatting time of a few people, a group of little girls came in the restaurant one after another, chatting by the window. Xiangzhong is indeed much more developed than our mainland, and I have really shocked me these days. Yes, it's a pity that we're going back tomorrow and we haven't had time to play. She, look at that boy, is so handsome. I can't find one of our Biwu departments. Hey, it looks a little familiar, it looks like a big star. The little girl called She held her chin with one hand and looked at Du Sheng with beautiful eyes. Listening to the whispers of the classmates in Huiyan, her eyes also lit up slightly. It's indeed very elegant, but you are wrong. This person is also considered the top scorer in our Beijing division. Although she is only 15 or 16 years old, her bright and white teeth and weak willows support the wind give people a sense of purity and coldness. After she reminded her, the other girls finally reacted and were very surprised. My God, it turns out it is Mirong Fu plus Sai Hua Tuo. It's true that Beijing Electric Power is also the northern department, but it's not yet admitted to the school. You can meet this here. What kind of luck is against the will of heaven? No. I have to ask him to sign. Brother Sheng should be here to participate in the Woolen finals, so look forward to it. Woo, the more you look, the more handsome you become, I really want to. They are the dance department of Baidian students. This time they came to the Xiangzhong Art Festival with the group, and now they are one of the few free time. It's rare to meet my family, how can they not be excited? She, let's go, while Brother Sheng is still going to say hello. I have to sign and take a photo together. Lu Shishi couldn't resist it and was pulled up to stand up, feeling a little shy. She doesn't chase stars very much, but I have to say that Du Sheng is too outstanding in all aspects, just like a firefly in the night sky. Especially when the other party is from the northern division, he naturally has a sense of intimacy. As we get closer, something indescribable even grows in our hearts. Suddenly, Du Sheng, who seemed to have some awareness, looked over. The moment Lu Shishi looked at him, he looked away nervously. After seeing these girls clearly, Du Sheng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What luck is this? I can't say. At this moment, Lu Shishi looks about 15 or 16 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth and a soft figure. Compared to her as an adult, she adds a sense of youth and purity. It's a pity that I'm too young like my cousin, at least 2 years later. Lu Shishi and Lu Yifei are the same age as Lu Yifei. The person in front of him was only 16 years old not long ago. If he had a good memory, the other party started studying ballet at the Central Ballet School at the age of 6. Last year, he was admitted to the Baidian, the only specialized dance institution in the country, at the age of 15. Seeing several little girls approaching excitedly, Ma Yaoei and Wang Yeyang stopped talking, but just watched with fun. As Du Sheng's fame grew, this scene was not uncommon. Even though they were sitting in the car, all the bold little girls were excited to come and ask Du Sheng for autographs. It can be said that they witnessed Du Sheng's growth step by step into a well-known star with their own eyes. Hello, Brother Sheng. We are from Biwu Academy. Several little girls came to Du Sheng and said excitedly. It's rare to meet. Can you sign us? Can you take a photo for us and go back and shine them to death? Brother Sheng, we she think you are very handsome. Can you leave a phone number? Xiao Min, don't talk nonsense. Lu Shishi's cheeks flushed in an instant, and her white ears were red. She didn't dare to look directly at Du Sheng, her hands overlapped nervously, and stopped them in a low voice. This is by her side my classmate Xiao Min. You are really not afraid of heaven or earth. Perhaps considering that he was not good at his appearance, he was worried that he would be rejected by Du Sheng, so he asked Lu Shishi to be a shield. Among these girls, Lu Shishi is undoubtedly the most outstanding in appearance. Du Sheng smiled and thought this scene was quite new. If it were in the previous life, I was afraid that the situation would change. He didn't refuse, and took the note and wrote down the studio's contact information on it. While the other party was still young, just like Yang Mi, she had some thoughts. Lu Shishi didn't want to take this piece of paper, but saw the classmates who were eyeing around her. She was worried that if she didn't answer, she was afraid that she would be twisted. So, he took it carefully. Seeing this, Xiao Min was even more bold and excitedly pulled Du Sheng. "Brother Sheng, give us a photo." Of course Du Sheng would not refuse this small request, so he let them pull to the floor-to-ceiling window where there was no one. One of the little girls also handed the camera to Wang Yeyang and asked this honest man to help take pictures. Cack! Cack! But at this moment, Du Sheng noticed something and suddenly his face changed. "Do not to escape." While speaking, he pushed the girls around him to both sides, and he rushed to Lu Shishi and pulled her back, who was shocked. Ma Yaoei, who was originally watching the show, also changed his face and rolled in and dodged. But there was a mutation outside the restaurant. Boom! The off-road vehicle in the outside lane seemed to be out of control, ignoring the reverse and the crowd, and roaring into the restaurant. With a loud bang, the floor-to-ceiling windows were split into pieces and glass debris sputtered all over the floor. Screams were everywhere, very chaotic. Xiao Min and the others were in amazement and got up. They saw the out-of-control off-road vehicle rushing in from where he was standing before. Then he knocked over several dining tables, and the entire front of the car was twisted and deformed, embedded into the wall. Lu Shishi was pulled and threw herself into Du Sheng's arms. Her face was filled with panic and shyness, and she was a little at a loss. "What's going on?" Du Sheng frowned and told her not to talk nonsense. Because at this moment, the door of the off-road vehicle was kicked open and several strong men jumped off one after another. They all wore headbands, bulging backpacks, and black star hands in their hands. The citizens at the scene were very knowledgeable and fell down in fear and did not dare to move. The same is true for Ma Yaoei, who is braver. There is nothing else, the other party has a troll. The group of people in front of me are clearly a gang that started a business. Last month, 3 robberies were reported in Kuntong and Yao Ma Ti, but they were too far away from him and didn't feel anything. At this moment, he appeared in front of him. Even if he was very skilled and bold, he would feel a little sour. "Yunana, this luck is really gone, I hope we won't be hostages." But Ma Yaoei swallowed before he finished his thoughts. Because this entrepreneurial gang seems to be being hunted by a prisoner, it is already a little anxious. "Don't move, squat down on the spot." Suddenly, a group of gangsters rushed out, and the leading gangsters pointed their guns at Du Sheng and others, and ordered, "Mouse, arrest all these people as humans. Lao Peng, go find a car to come." At this moment, a sharp flute sound suddenly sounded around, cutting through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a majestic and loud voice spread through the loudspeaker to every corner. "Listen, the robbers inside, you are already surrounded by us. You immediately put down your weapons and surrender." The situation on the streets became chaotic in an instant, and people panicked and ran around. The vehicles on the road stopped one after another, and the passengers in the car rushed to jump out of the car, trying to escape from this dangerous place. On both sides of the street, lights flashed, as tight as a wall. Du Sheng quickly glanced around and found that there were no items available. And he was stared at by the bandit leader and could not move abnormally. But this does not mean sitting there waiting for death. He quietly lowered his hand, and 2 slender golden needles of heavenly intelligence were slid out of his sleeve, which were hidden between his fingers. Originally, he planned to use the Mitsubishi Army baton, but considering that it was too troublesome to explain, he gave up. As for the machinery and bombs, unless he wants to enter the dragon field to realize the truth, he will never be able to use it. "Punch your mother, come after you so soon." The robber leader cursed viciously and had to take Lu Shishi not far away as a hostage. But the roads outside were blocked so that they were not open, and they could not fly even if they had wings. Considering that multiple hostages had multiple guarantees, the robber leader signaled Du Sheng to stand up, pressed his gun against his back, and shouted angrily at the man outside. Don't come over, otherwise I'll kill him. There was a little chaos outside, and a shout rang again. Let go down your weapons and release the hostages, otherwise. I'll say it again and make the way out immediately, otherwise everyone in the restaurant will be buried with you. The robber leader roared angrily. The men suddenly became silent, and it seemed that they were discussing countermeasures. Lu Shishi was obviously frightened. She was trembling all over and did not dare to move. She was pulled by another robber to the car at the back door of the restaurant to hide. Du Sheng was also pulled back by the robber leader, and was always pointed at the back go. Although he was confident that he could escape, he could not guarantee the safety of Wang Yeyang, Lu Shishi, and others. In such a semi-closed place, the bad guys outside cannot ensure their safety. In order to ease the tension and to divert your sight and facilitate action, Du Sheng tried to find topics. Brother, you have a dialect in your accent. You didn't come from Nanyang, right? Chapter 173. Do your best. Stop talking. The robber leader kicked Du Sheng in the knee and staggered him. Du Sheng took advantage of the situation and fell to Lu Shishi's feet a few steps, and said to the robbers who held Lu Shishi hostage. My father is a director of New World Real Estate and has a huge family relationship. If I lose something, you will be even more unable to escape. Why not do this? I asked my father to communicate with the messenger and asked them to arrange a helicopter. Take it serious. Several robbers showed joy and were a little unbelievable. The one who caught him casually was actually a rich man. Several robbers discussed in a low voice, and the robbers in the lead nodded slightly. The robber who held Lu Shishi hostage immediately pushed her out and shouted to the messenger outside. Let your general inspector come, I have a rich son. The men were still wondering which rich man's son was. The person who was watching the fun outside was shocked and shouted. That's a dark horse in the mainland. He was kidnapped by kidnappers. At this moment, Du Sheng shook his left hand slightly. Bang! The light bulb above the restaurant exploded and the surroundings suddenly became dark. Just as everyone was distracted, Du Sheng connected his fingers again. Click! The robber leader seemed to have been pierced by something sharp, and he was suddenly blind and subconsciously wanted to scream. A crisp sound. Du Sheng's 5 fingers were like hooks and he pinched them suddenly. The robber's leader's throat broke instantly and his whole body was paralyzed. It was not until the robber leader fell to the ground that several other robbers subconsciously raised their heads. With the explosion of light bulbs and the darkness covered them, their attention was drawn away, and they did not notice any strange phenomena for a moment. Du Sheng instantly took over the Black Star, the leader of the robber, and rushed like a slash. An Iron Mountain supporter knocked Lu Shishi and the robbers who controlled her. The robber was about to fight back, but was frightened to find that he had been locked by the muzzle. Bang! 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 Before the last robber turned around, Du Sheng decisively pulled the trigger. A few shots in a row, clear the magazine. Several people were shot in the middle of their eyebrows, arms, or hearts, and their flesh and blood were blown away. After a series of actions, it took only 3 seconds to complete. When the bad guys and reporters outside reacted, Du Sheng had already done the matter. Gun Mastery, LV2/Blue, 1010/10,000. In just a moment, he spent 1,000 reputation value to improve this skill. I have to say that the shooting experience and skills of outstanding graduates of LV2's Police Academy are not covered. Du Sheng quickly glanced around, the crisis was resolved, and he stepped forward to help Lu Shishi, who was slumped on the ground. This girl probably had never encountered such a bloody scene before, and she was too scared and trembled. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Listening to the soft comfort, Lu Shishi sobbed and subconsciously threw herself into his arms. Du Sheng had no choice but to pat her shoulder and comfort her, then turned to look at the man who broke into the door and asked, "Dear sir, the robbers are basically here. You won't recognize the wrong person, right?" The men who were on guard were in shock. Immediately afterwards, a group of mistresses quickly broke in with guns, glanced at Wang Yeyang, Ma Yaoei, and others who were shocked, pointed their guns at Du Sheng and Lu Shishi, and ordered them seriously. "Stand and don't move, put down all your weapons." Du Sheng had already thrown away the empty gun, looked at the man who was still pointing at him, and said calmly, "We have paid taxes at least, so don't get out of fire." A general inspector looked around, waved his hand to signal his subordinates to put away the firearms, and then quickly walked to Du Sheng. "Sir, I am Zhao Dimei, the general inspector of the Kowloon crime team. What happened to these robbers?" Du Sheng pointed at a robber whose eyebrow was pierced by a bullet and said, "This medicine is hard to save." He pointed at the other two robbers who were shot and added, "This may have a glimmer of hope, and this bandage may be sent to the hospital for rescue. As for the last one, his left ventricle was pierced, which depends on his luck." The robber who was hit in the left ventricle had a huge wound and was struggling in pain. Every move was accompanied by a large amount of blood. The robber whose arm was pierced was even more miserable, with flesh and blood flying all over the ground. When Zhao Dimei saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a chill on his back. He subconsciously kept a distance from Du Sheng and couldn't help asking, "Which department are you a guy?" Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "No, I'm actually an actor." If he hadn't experienced those experiences in his previous life, he would not have been as calm as he is now. Zhao Dimei felt a mess in his heart. In fact, he also recognized this person, who is currently a hot topic in Xiangjiang. But with bare hands and empty fist, the opponent was still a vicious bandit with a gun. As a result, the hijacked person said that he would kill him easily, and he didn't even have any minor injuries. Those who don't know what it is filming. The surrounding men saw that all the bandits were subdued, and they looked surprised. Because if it were their elites, even if they could fight back, they would not be so easy. This guy is simply exaggerating. Some people with active minds have even diverged their minds tonight's finals. If you don't place bets, you will be struck by lightning. Zhao Dimei couldn't control these things and immediately ordered his subordinates, "Hurry up, call a few people over and take them to the hospital." However, the men had not taken any action yet, and a group of reporters had crossed the defense line to the scene. They held their cameras and took photos of Du Sheng, Lu Shishi and the robbers on the ground. Zhao Dimei hurriedly stepped forward to block the reporter's camera and said seriously, stop shooting, the scene is too fishy, and it can't be broadcast even if it's filmed." Soon, the robbers were carried away, and Du Sheng, Ma Yaoei, Lu Shishi and others were also asked to go to the police station to take notes. And those reporters were busy and chased Du Sheng and asked questions. "Mr. Du, did you use traditional Chinese martial arts skills just now? It's so powerful to pinch your throat. The light bulb in the restaurant suddenly exploded just now. Did the flying tigers outside shoot in secret? Mr. Du, your kung fu is so awesome. Will you crush the throat of Neon Puppet tonight? It's not convenient to say more now. I will be interviewed after the game tonight." Du Sheng responded with a smile, then got on the police car under the escort of the police, signaling the shocked Lu Shishi to sit down. Perhaps because the police car was full of bad guys, Lu Shishi, surrounded by the little sisters, gradually calmed down her fear, but her face was still a little pale. The men in the car all looked at Du Sheng with a haunted look. Although the crime team often handles major cases and has seen many bloody scenes, it is rare to see the experience of killing bandits with their own hands. The hostage in front of him actually severely damaged a bandit gang in an instant. What's even more amazing is that after killing people, he was able to chat and laugh with these poor guys, which is simply unbelievable. Before the police car arrived at the Kowloon police station, Zhao Dimei received a notice and looked at Du Sheng helplessly. "Mr. Du, the incident just now happened to be filmed by the reporter's live broadcast. Now it has spread and cannot be controlled. That's a pity, do your best." Du Sheng shrugged, unable to see how much regret it was. All he wants is to expose it, otherwise why take risks? Wang Yeyang and Ma Yaoei. They looked at Du Sheng with strange eyes, as if they were about to regain their relationship. To be honest, their minds have not been calm yet. When they thought of the bloody scene just now, they still felt a little palpitations. As for the little girls in Biwo, they were frightened at this moment, and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Du Sheng while comforting Lu Shishi. So handsome. So fierce. Woo woo, why didn't I be hijacked just now? When they thought of Du Sheng's every move, the robbers were destroyed and they threw themselves into his arms. For a moment, I became more and more envious of Lu Shishi. Lu Shishi also came to her senses now. She remembered her previous act of lovingly throwing into Du Sheng's arms, and her face turned slightly red. Du Sheng's gentle words comforted him, as if he was still in his ears. Ripples appeared in her heart, and she couldn't help but raise her eyes quietly and look at the man talking and laughing there. Mr. Du, you are really powerful. Are you stable in the finals tonight? An inspector saw the atmosphere was lively and couldn't help but tease him. This actually comes with some careful thoughts. The man driving in the front row couldn't help but prick up his ears, and some people who were listening quietly with the intercom were no exception. A bad guy is also a human being, and it is related to money and career. Du Sheng just smiled. You're a little sure. The inspector laughed and nodded. Oriental people speak quite subtly, and these points are at least 70%. Faced with this kind of benefit that is almost delivered to your mouth, as long as you are not stupid, you know how to do it. Seeing that his subordinates were asking questions and asking so hard, Zhao Dimei waved his hand to stop him angrily and turned his head and said, "This time I have to thank Mr. Du for his assistance. This bandit gang has committed crimes this year, and at least a few lives have been lost." Du Sheng responded with a smile. Assisting the police in maintaining social order is the obligation of every citizen. Zhao Dimei nodded and changed his mind. But this time it involves a murder case. Mr. Du, you kill the bandits in front of so many reporters, may need to waste some time and record some records. No problem, we will try our best to cooperate. Du Sheng said quite simply. He had 2 experiences dealing with the police in his previous life. After being reborn, he experienced Zhengxian again. It can be said that he is familiar with it. Zhao Dimei was quite satisfied with Du Sheng's attitude, but when he thought of the reporters outside, he felt a headache and reminded him. Mr. Du, once those reporters ask, you say that it was out of self-defense that you had to shoot. Don't say too much about other things, just leave them to us for handling. Clear. Du Sheng nodded in agreement. The transcript took more than half an hour before Du Sheng and others were able to leave the police station. Chapter 174, Popularity. Mr. Du, Miss Lu. Thank you for your hard work this time. Zhao Dimei shook hands and Du Sheng and others one by one. Du Sheng responded with a smile. You are polite to Zhao sir, maybe next filming Wujian the sequel to Dao will have to borrow your office's venue at that time. Zhao Dimei naturally heard of King Liu's infernal affairs and expressed enthusiastically. Of course, if Mr. Du needs to shoot movies related to the bad guys in the future, our Kowloon Police Department will also cooperate with you. Du Sheng smiled slightly and said. Then let's just say that. Zhao sir should not regret it then. Zhao Dimei then realized that Du Sheng was not polite and quickly solemnly promised. I will never regret it. Then I will say hello to the superiors myself. After some greetings, Zhao Dimei invited Du Sheng and Lu Shishi to go out to face the reporters together. As for Ma Yaoei, Xiao Min, and others, they did not show up for taboo issues. Lu Shishi's mental state recovered almost the same, but she was still a little embarrassed and shy when facing Du Sheng. Fortunately, she was facing away from Du Sheng at that time and did not witness the murder process with her own eyes, but the tragic situation of the bandit still made her feel a little nervous. As soon as the few people appeared, the reporters rushed forward to interview. The most asked questions about the relationship between the two, what kind of kung fu Du Sheng used to fight back, and how confident he is tonight's finals. Du Sheng couldn't leave with a cold face, and he also understood the intention of the Xiangzhong police. Since the reporters are so keen, he really can't bear to not take the opportunity to promote it. But Zhao Dimei's kindness failed. Because these media reporters don't mention the police much. At this moment, the Kowloon police station has become Du Sheng's personal reception. This scene made Zhao Sir feel helpless and embarrassed, and hurriedly stood up and pulled the reporter's attention back to the shocking robbery. After getting out of the police station, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Brother Sheng, remember to come to Biwa to play with us when you go back. Brother Sheng will definitely be able to show his power tonight. I really want to go to the finals. Brother Sheng, remember to add our QQ." Xiao Min and the girls returned to life and started chattering around Du Sheng. Lu Shishi stood aside a little embarrassedly, and it was hard to remind him. "No problem, I'll come to you when I'm back to the imperial capital." Fortunately, Du Sheng was more reliable. She laughed and chatted for a few words, not only asked Wang Yang to arrange admission tickets for them, but also attracted a taxi. "Thank you." When Lu Shishi was about to get on the bus, she shyly said thank you to Du Sheng. She was really afraid of these sisters, afraid that she would make a fuss if she stayed there. Du Sheng thought about it and made a suggestion. "If you have the idea of entering the entertainment industry, you can go to the cram school to learn acting first." He remembered that the other party would start filming next year. Now that he had encountered it, how could he have no idea? Lu Shishi was quite smart and instantly understood Du Sheng's subtext and nodded with joy. "Thank you, Brother Sheng, I will." Also from the imperial capital, how could she not know that Yang Mi was attracted by Du Sheng and soon joined Miracle Studio? She took on the role of Xiao Zhao in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The other party gave a reminder at this time, and the intention was already obvious. In the past 2 years, she has participated in many campus stage plays, and her acting talent has gradually strengthened her confidence in becoming an actor. She, congratulations! I am worthy of being the beauty of our Biwa school. It seems that Brother Sheng is optimistic about you very much. After getting on the car, although Xiao Min and others were envious, they were still happy for Lu Shishi. And today they have this experience with Du Sheng. In the future, the other party's studio needs some green leaves, so they have a chance. Brother Sheng is just giving a kind suggestion, so don't joke. Although Lu Shishi was a little happy, she did not show it. Naturally, she also wanted to play an important supporting role like Yang Mi, as soon as she entered the circle, but don't have too high expectations for what has not been implemented. But after all, she is a girl's mind, and some reverie is inevitable. Not knowing what she thought of, a hint of red glow appeared slightly on her pretty little face. She is pure and cute, so cute. "Hey, look, we've reported on Xiangzhong." At this time, Xiao Min, who was browsing her phone, saw something and suddenly exclaimed happily and pointed at the interface. Everyone turned their heads to look. I was surprised to find that I and others not only came to the newspaper, but also made the headlines of the hot searches on the internet in Xiangzhong. Although most of them have been writing on Du Sheng's popularity, at least they have been exposed. For example, the title of dagoeng.com is "The Dark Horse Boxer Fights the Bandit Gang Alone, and Exerts His Might and Destroys It." Those headline photos were taken very tricky, capturing the moment Du Sheng, an Iron Mountain supporter, knocked over the robber leader, and turned around and shot continuously. The picture gives people an unparalleled majesty and heroism. It is like a divine weapon from heaven, no one can defeat it. Du Sheng was famous for his woolen finals, the movies Big Boy and Infernal Affairs. Now there is another deed of eliminating violence and maintaining good fortune. It is hard not to cause a sensation if such a headline is so exciting. Even if they got off the car and returned to the training hall, they could still hear some related discussions along the way. "That's amazing, this is real kung fu. It's really awesome. I can't even think about killing a bandit gang with bare hands. Haha, I'm worthy of being my idol. I really want to find him to become a disciple. Now in modern society, you can't do anything without fighting, and you will break the law if you fight. You won't be willing to teach me if you have real skills. Flying. Needles are eye-catching, broken throats, broken meridians. They are all ruthless national skills, but unfortunately they can't be used on the ring, otherwise I'm looking forward to the end of Puzi. This is really fierce. My friend was at the scene at that time. The robber leader was caught by him and he slammed his throat. A bullet pierced through the two of them, and blood flew everywhere. I heard that even the brain was out. Do you think Du Sheng is as powerful as Li Xiaolong? It's hard to say. If you are famous, Li Xiaolong will definitely be better. I think Du Sheng's future achievements may not be inferior to Li Xiaolong, and he even has the opportunity to become the first Chinese boxing champion. Yes, Li Xiaolong has no one, and Du Sheng overthrew a bandit gang in one fell swoop. If Li Xiaolong doesn't kill anyone, it doesn't mean he won't. This is not necessarily true. If you were to save someone when you were hostage, you would be able to turn your hands into a cloud in just a few seconds. Brother Sheng's skills are much more powerful than the heroes in martial arts movies. Woo, I want to marry. Xiao Min and others looked at each other and were even a little shocked. At that time, they were separated by a hall and could not see it with their own eyes. Only after listening to everyone's discussion did they realize how thrilling the danger was. My admiration for Du Sheng was even more inexplicably improved. Lu Shishi listened to the excited discussions of the sisters, but she felt a little shy and proud. After all, she is the female protagonist in this battle. I didn't expect Brother Sheng to be so famous. If he could be like Yang. On the other hand, Du Sheng and the others who returned to the designated hotel of the organizer also noticed the relevant reports. Haha, Brother Sheng is here again. Wang Yanjiang took the headlines of the Huanya Daily on Yang's mobile phone. And directly the rockets are on the top 3 search websites in Xiangjiang. You are so popular in Xiangjiang. As a member of Miracle Studio, the higher Du Sheng achieves, the more honor he is. Du Sheng just smiled, not surprised. Under normal circumstances, even if you only report the robbery gang, it can become hot news in Xiangjiang. What's more, this time it was a hot topic among the contestants in the Woolen finals. What surprised Du Sheng was that it only took more than a day to make his reputation soared. That's right, it soared 45,038 directly. According to the crazy rise, I am afraid that it will be easy to break 50,000, and it is not a luxury to break 60,000 at a time. Even the total fans of the 3 major platforms soared by more than 500,000, reaching 3.12 million. Although this is not surprising, it is a bit strange. 60,000 reputation means that 600,000 people need shock or slander. If we count worship, disgust, admiration, surprise, etc., it is not surprising that this number of people exceeds tens of millions. And how many people are in Xiangjiang? Even in the last quarter-finals, the average increase was only 10,000 yuan a day. Even if the finals plus the buff of the Destroyer gang will be superimposed this time, it will be at most about 20,000 yuan a day. At this time, Zheng Xian sent a message. Sheng, I'm here, send me the address. There was a little excitement in my words. Du Sheng smiled and replied. You can take a bus to Wanchai district first, and I will ask someone to take you to apply for an admission permit. While the two were chatting, he finally realized that this big rise in reputation also made a contribution from this girl. But it was the follow-up of the press conference last night, and it was already under the supervision of the... Especially the article published by Zheng Xian directly broke the rumors about the descendants of Puzi and was actually a report of Zhongli's descendants, just like a stone thrown into a lake and exploded. Du Sheng felt at ease about this. Last night, including the events that just happened, wasn't all he asked for. Thinking that the next focus was on filming and luring out the items to break the lottery next time, he simply spent more than 10,000 yuan to fully improve his acting skills first. Acting LV3/Blue, max/100000. To break through to LV4, you will need a shatter card, purple, in the future. Reputation value, 31,229. Du Sheng glanced at other skills again and stayed on singing technique LV3/Blue, 11089/100000, Bajiquan LV2/Blue, 4188/10,000, Dragon Elephant Prajnakung, 4th level/Blue, 81018/243000, and Special Physical Constitution, LV2/Blue, 1010/10,000. I feel that the value of improvement is not great, so I suppress it for the time being. Because the Legend of the Condor Heroes has been filmed for most of the time, you can draw a lot of good things by then, so you can look forward to it. Du Sheng withdrew his gaze and focused on tonight's finals. As the #1 boxing fan and intelligence agent, Ma Yaoei has long sent the collected information. On the stage of the modern fighting world, Neon Kingdom and other East Asian industries have been hovering. Neon has outstanding achievements and can be regarded as the leader in Asia. As for boxers alone, men and women in Neon country have cultivated more than 100 professional boxing champions. Among them, over half a century, more than 70 players have won the title of World Boxing Championship. Even in the 21st century, there are still 8 World Boxing Champions currently serving, slightly behind the Lighthouse Kingdom, and firmly sit in the top 3 in the world. In comparison, Dongfang has no place in this field, and such numbers are indeed shocking. Chapter 175 Turning the World Add 1 Chapter. Although Neon Kingdom is very popular in the professional boxing world, it has a weakness that cannot be ignored. That is, its fighters mainly dominate lightweight levels such as flyweight, 5,761 kilograms, and featherweight, 6,670 kilograms. Even lightweight players are few, not to mention the middle and heavyweights. As for the 4 major boxing competitions, the gold belts related to UFC, Neon Kingdom has never won them yet. Therefore, the phenomenon of Neon Kingdom's bias in the field of fighting is very serious. Therefore, when Ma Yaoei learned that this kickboxing maniac participated in the competition, he did not pay much attention. But when he reached the quarterfinals with a strong momentum and even defeated the ULE national player who weighed more than 25 kilograms in 2 rounds in the semifinals, the importance he paid was infinitely improved. Du Sheng took the information and looked at it carefully. In fact, he had heard of the name of this boxer before, but he had just glanced at it in a hurry, but now he has begun to study it carefully. Ko Sato is 22 years old and has practiced karate since childhood. His leg skills are excellent. He also learned Muay Thai 3 years ago and is good at controlling playing. That is, use the advantages of height to suppress the opponent with low sweep and knee methods. Career data: 23 games, 18 wins, 3 losses, 2 draws, and 8 knockouts to defeat the opponent. After Du Sheng saw that the other party was 185 centimeters tall and weighed 73 kilograms, his face flashed with a hint of strangeness. In order to film, 183 centimeters and 75 kilograms are three-dimensional enough. This guy is better. In order to play K1 max, 70 kilograms, he played it into a thin form. However, if he can reach the finals, he will naturally not underestimate the other party. For example, in the previous games, Ko Sato moved and dragged down the opponent with his physical advantage, or used a low-legged sweep to make a huge move, to mix a second heavyweight strong man. In summary, it is to use force to win with clever strength. Also, although he weighs only 73 kilograms, his right fist reached 687 pounds and his left fist was 529 pounds. It is impossible to use the arm muscles to exert punching force of more than 3 times your weight. This obviously masters the technique of integrating the waist and horse, allowing the waist and thighs to exert force at the same time. In modern fighting language, it means learning to coordinate multiple joints to form a dynamic chain. If it weren't for Du Sheng, the mainland dark horse, Ko Sato would definitely be the favorite to win the championship. But reality has no if. Especially after Du Sheng continued to keep a round of surprise KO Ho Lan Baoxian last time, no one could match his voice. The odds given by the Weiwei can also be seen at a glance. Du Sheng vs Ko Sato, 1.60, 3.82, 2.19. That's right, Du Sheng's odds were lowered again. It is likely that the incident of his group destroying the bandit gang at noon was too intimidating, and many people were so scared that they immediately changed the market. Du Sheng originally thought that the popularity of this final was similar to the past, but the truth was more exaggerated than everyone thought. When he drove into the gymnasium in a special car, he was surprised to find that the entire venue was already full of people. In the crowd, countless young people had bright flag stickers on their faces, or were painted with reds representing the East. They held Du Sheng's poster and name and cheered loudly, full of excitement and expectation. Du Sheng looked at Ma Yaoyi beside him and asked in surprise, "You invited these people?" Wang Yeyang and Ma Yaoyi accompanied him and were responsible for coordinating various affairs between him and the organizer. Ma Yaoyi waved his hands repeatedly and shook his head with a smile. "I don't have the financial resources to invite so many people. They are all boxing fans who travel freely or come from the mainland, and they spontaneously cheer you up. Even through the car window, the cheers and cheers outside the car are still clearly heard. Du Sheng, come on!" The mainland dark horse rushed out of Asia. "Brother Sheng, I want to see the blood flowing into a river of puppets. Isn't this an exaggeration? Champion, champion!" Zheng Zian was sitting in the car, also infected by the warm atmosphere, excitedly urging the photographer next to her. "Fatty, hurry up and take pictures of all these." No need for her to remind her, the fat man was already busy, and the camera kept capturing every wonderful moment. Ma Yaoyi looked at the hot-blooded sea of color outside the window and whispered. When mainland boxers from the previous 2 sessions came to participate in the competition, many mainlanders came to cheer them up. Du Sheng was a little surprised. Those contestants didn't even enter the semifinals, right? Why did they still insist on coming? Ma Yaoyi smiled, with a hint of nostalgia and belief in his eyes. Win and lose are common in military affairs. If you don't make it, you won't make it. But as long as you have the courage to continue, you will stand out one day. Zheng Zian looked at Du Sheng excitedly, with sincere eyes. Sheng, you must win. For them and for yourself." Wang Yeyang heard this and smiled and joked. "What are you saying? It's hard for a mere competition champion to be worthy of Brother Sheng. His goal is the World Boxing Champion. He has bet on all his wealth and must be confident." After stepping into the lounge of the gymnasium, Du Sheng then understood why so many mainland tourists gathered outside the hall. In the gymnasium, more than 10,000 seats were already full. Among the audience, the mainland and Xiangzhong accounted for 70% to 80%, while the remaining were tourists from Nanyang and Neon, including many female audiences. They sat upright in the stands, their faces filled with excitement and expectation. But their excitement was not entirely for Du Sheng. Behind the VIP seat, Zheng Zian has returned to the media reporters. Their shots were not all aimed at the central ring, but were staring at the entrance of the gymnasium. The finals are scheduled to start at 7:30 p.m. It was less than 7 o'clock now, but a burst of exclamation came from the entrance of the gymnasium. The female audience in the stands seemed to have some senses and stood up excitedly. When they saw Lu Yingtang and Zhou Xingqi appear at the entrance, screams burst out like a tsunami, sweeping the entire gymnasium. "Brother Hua! Brother Long! Step Chow!" Faced with the enthusiastic audience, Lu Yingcheng waved his hand gently, and this action triggered a more crazy scream. Zhou Xingqi was relatively low-key, and just waved his hand and entered the VIP room. Cheng Long, wearing wide sunglasses, was surrounded by the crowd, and the girls' screams reached their peak, almost overturning the roof of the gymnasium. In Xiangzhong, these are among the top 10 well-known stars. Especially Cheng Long, who won the superstar level of the 20 Million Club for Rush Hour 2 last year, made a special trip back from Hollywood this time. Therefore, when he appeared in the gymnasium, the female fans at the scene fell into a state of madness. Media reporters are also waiting for this exciting moment. For a moment, the stadium was brightly lit and illuminated by countless flashes. In the front row of the VIP seat, Zhang Baji looked at Cheng Long surrounded by reporters, and she smiled and said to Xiang Tai, "If a Sheng wins the World Boxing Champion, he should be more popular than Uncle Long." Xiang Tai looked at her speechlessly. "Aaron isn't your idol? Now there is no one else in your eyes except Du Sheng. This girl has changed a lot recently and feels a little unfamiliar." Last year, the three-legged vortex of Feng's Haifei was estimated to have no influence even on at heard in front of Du Sheng. But it has to be said that her temperament and appearance have become more outstanding. Is this the nourishing power brought by love? Zhang Baji had curved eyebrows and smiled. Idols can only be seen from afar, and there is no importance within reach. In the contestant's seat, Du Sheng, who was under the pre-examination, was sitting there for free. "Brother Sheng, the puppet is very strong." Ma Yaoi pointed to the scene of cheering loudly on the other side, and sighed with a smile. He really didn't expect that Ko Sato was so popular that there were so many boxing fans who traveled across Chongyang to support him. Wang Yeyang didn't care and said, "It's better. I'll see my idol being kicked by Brother Sheng with my own eyes. That kind of anger that cannot be vented must be good." Du Sheng just smiled and did not intervene in this topic. Ma Yaoi suddenly remembered something and turned excitedly. "By the way, I just heard from the organizer that the Neon K1 Fighting sent a representative, and seemed to want to invite the champion to play in the World Championship. As long as you can score in, there will be many benefits, and the appearance fee will be a large sum, and you can also get several million Hong Kong dollars. Not to mention, the market there is bigger, the odds are more exaggerated, and there are more gameplay." When he thought of this, he was a little impatient. If he hadn't known Du Sheng's thoughts, he would have persuaded him. When Wang Yeyang heard that only 7 foreign experts were invited to participate in the semifinals in the K1 World Championship, he looked over with great enthusiasm. "It's too easy for Du Sheng to make money by boxing. This time I came to participate in Wulin and earned at least 6 or 7 million. If this were the endorsement of filming, even a first-line student would not make a profit after spending a year. Not to mention that those young players have to be half as big as the company. Besides, UFC has not started yet, and I don't know when it will be postponed. And the popularity of Wulin is there, and it will slowly fade away in the future. If you don't take advantage of the situation and make a fortune, you will feel sorry for your wallet. There are too many unknown factors now, let's talk about it then." Du Sheng pondered for a moment, but did not give a positive answer. "Next, it is the main thing to win the championship first." But before Ma Yaoi and the others asked again, a white-haired ex-wife rushed in excitedly outside the door. It was Tang Jin. After he went back last time, the more he thought about it, the more he became more unwilling. The huge money-making ability of the Eastern market is there. If he doesn't develop it, he will be attracted by other boxing promotion companies sooner or later. At that time, I really responded to Du Sheng's words and I would not have to worry about promotion at all. In addition, the North Plague was raging, which led to the postponement of most boxing matches, and his subordinates began to become disinterested. There are as many as 6 boxing champions who leave during this period, or who leave after the contract expires, or who move to other events. Tang Ya Boxing Promotion Company is about to operate at a loss, which makes Tang Jin even more worried. If you don't dig out a boxer who can be the pillar, don't say that the godfather of boxing is not guaranteed, you are afraid that the company will go bankrupt. This time he went to Helen, and Xiangzhong was the last stop. Today I deliberately came to the finals of Woolen. Do we meet again, let's talk a few more. Tang Jin looked at Du Sheng in full condition and had a much more enthusiastic attitude. The assistant who followed him also knew the company's situation recently and looked at his boss with some complexity. A yellow-skinned person has never been able to do in the boxing world. Is this person really capable of turning the world? Mr. Don Jin, don't be fine. Du Sheng knew the other party's purpose without guessing, and a corner of his mouth curled up smile. You won't come with a thick checkbook again this time, right?